Chapter 1. The Disciples' Boldness. In the Qingyun continent, within the bustling Lingxian restaurant of the eastern region, a boisterous atmosphere prevailed. A rugged man, his face alight with excitement, stood atop a stool, his words flying forth with fervor. It is said that among the 8 beauties of the eastern region, the Xianling sect alone claims 5. He continued, as the foremost among these beauties, Lu Yin not only possesses ethereal beauty, but also exudes an elegant and transcendent grace. Her cultivation talent eclipses all the prodigies of the eastern region, a voice interjected with a light chuckle. But if we are to discuss talent, her disciple, Mou, far surpasses her. The man's eyes widened, and he scoffed. Mou's foundation is shattered now. What comparison can be made? He's likely nearing the end of his lifespan. And Lu Yuyan, after merely 800 years of cultivation, has ascended to the transformation stage and is at the helm of the Xianling sect. He proclaimed, "She is an ancient millennium prodigy. If I could gain her favor, just you, look in the mirror. How dare you covet the fairy Lu?" Another voice interrupted, filled with disdain. "Indeed, it's like a toad dreaming of swan. What audacity!" Before the man could retort, he was cut off again, this time by an irate voice. "You dare," he intended to fire back, but upon recognizing the speaker, he hastily swallowed his words. Alas, they were all formidable figures he could not provoke. Recently, word had spread that Lu Yuyan was seeking a partner. Thus, a steady stream of talented individuals and sect leaders had come to propose marriage, although all returned empty-handed. The Xianling sect had publicly declared that the sect master had no intention of seeking a partner, yet this did little to dampen the fervor. The populace believed Lu Yuyan merely had not found her ideal match, and her modesty had prompted her to make such statements. Their reasoning was straightforward. If so many illustrious figures failed to capture Lu Yuyan's heart, could it be possible that she might fancy someone like themselves? Regrettably, many held such hopeful thoughts, only to face inevitable disappointment. Those who came to propose had not even glimpsed Lu Yuyan's shadow. Unbeknownst to all, at that very moment, Lu Yuyan was leading her once exceptional disciple, whose foundation had been destroyed, toward an ancient forbidden zone. "Xiaoyu, do not approach her and back at once." In a desolate cave, a flustered female voice rang out, urgent and panicked. "Master, this dragon poison must be removed. You wouldn't wish to fall into demonic madness, would you?" The young man's voice was laced with concern. Within the cave, a woman clad in an elegant palace gown, her figure both graceful and ethereal, sat on the ground, her delicate face flushed. Beads of sweat adorned her breathtaking visage, and her plump red lips bore the marks of her distress. Her clear and enchanting eyes appeared shrouded in a mist, filled with shyness and struggle. A primal impulse surged within Lu Yuyan, akin to tender branches yearning for the gentle caress of spring's breeze. She was a stunning beauty, captivating in every aspect, capable of eclipsing the generations of men before her. Mou could hardly withstand the sight. As he gazed upon his master's exquisite form, he felt as though he were ablaze, his heart pounding like a drum. He bit his tongue fiercely, attempting to dispel his wandering thoughts, yet his gaze only grew more anxious. "Master, time is of the essence. We cannot delay any longer." Before him stood his master, exuding an otherworldly grace and striking beauty. Lu Yuyan's exquisite eyes betrayed a flicker of uncontainable emotion. Struggling against her rising heat, she sighed, her cheeks reddening. "Xiaoyu, we cannot do this. You must leave. Do not let the poison from your master's body affect you." Mou shook his head resolutely. "No, if it comes to it, I will marry you one day. You are being utterly foolish." Lu Yuyan's flawless features flushed crimson, her bashful eyes betraying a momentary daze. Xiaoyu seemed to have grown up in the blink of an eye. When she had brought him back to the sect, he was but a charming little boy. Now, he dared to speak so boldly to his master? How audacious! She bit her lip, casting a lingering gaze upon him, though her heart bore no trace of anger. Mou gazed quietly at his master, memories surfacing unbidden. 300 years prior, he had been an orphan on the Blue Star. In a moment of reckless heroism, he had jumped into a lake to save a drowning child. The child was saved, but he sank to the bottom, forever lost. Perhaps fate deemed his departure unwarranted, for he awoke with memories of his past life in a world of cultivation. He was reborn into the Mo clan, a prominent family of considerable strength. Not only did he have both parents, but also a younger sister for years his junior. Gifted and intelligent, he quickly garnered the affection and attention of the clan's elders. By the age of 3, he had begun his cultivation, reaching the refining chi stage by the age of 7. The Mo clan's prodigy was renowned across the region, with all declaring that the clan would prosper because of him. Yet, like a solitary star, he was destined to walk the path of an orphan. The day before his 8th birthday, a group of mysterious assailants descended upon the Mo clan, slaughtering his entire family. Had he not ventured out to prepare a birthday gift for his mother, he too would have perished. He could never forget the scene that greeted him upon his return. The ancestral home engulfed in flames, with blood and bodies strewn about. The attackers had not yet departed, and he believed he was to meet his end. Yet, he felt no fear, only rage and despair. Those 8 years had been filled with warmth and cherished memories-loving parents and uncles, a sister who chased him with treats, calling him to eat. Such was the life the orphan of his previous existence had never known. So even in death, he wished to do something for those he loved in this world. Alas, a child at the refining chi stage was but an ant before those assailants, incapable of fleeing or seeking revenge. Just as he was about to be struck down, a celestial beauty descended from the heavens, vanquishing his foes. He vividly recalled the first words his master spoke to him. "Child, do you wish to come with me?" Without uttering a word, he nodded firmly in response. Thus began the tale of a prodigy that would astonish the world. Mo, you became the 6th direct disciple of the sect master, Lingxian. At the age of 14, he entered the foundation establishment stage, breaking all historical records of the Xianling sect. By 40, he achieved the golden core stage, becoming the youngest golden core cultivator in the history of the eastern region. At 120, he broke through to the nascent soul stage, once again illuminating the eastern region with unprecedented brilliance. For decades that followed, Mo Ye's name became an icon among all young cultivators. By the age of 180, he had reached the mid-nascent soul stage, undeniably the foremost prodigy of the eastern region, with countless admirers. Meanwhile, most of his contemporaries languished in the foundation establishment stage. Just as all proclaimed him to possess the demeanor of an immortal, he encountered a mysterious assailant during an external expedition, resulting in the shattering of his foundational cultivation, plummeting him from a mid-nascent soul stage back to the early foundation establishment stage. Had it not been for the intervention of his master's uncle, who sacrificed his own foundation to rescue him, he would have long since perished. Yet, even with the sect depleting its resources and Mo secluding himself for a century, he remained unable to mend his shattered foundation. With his cultivation stagnant and his lifespan dwindling, Lingxian took a perilous risk in the final year of his life, leading him to this ancient forbidden zone in search of a last glimmer of hope. However, upon entering, they were met with a mid-transformation stage dragon. Though they fought desperately to escape, Lingxian unfortunately fell victim to the dragon's inner Dan poison. The dragon's nature is lewd, and the poison of the inner elixir is particularly fierce. If not purged within an hour, one is bound to succumb to madness. The sole antidote lies in the union of man and woman. Naturally, Lingxian is well aware of this predicament. Yet Xiao Yu is her own disciple. How could she engage in such shameful acts with him? At this moment, her enchanting visage, capable of captivating all men in the eastern domain, is suffused with both shyness and inner turmoil. On one side lies reason and shame, while on the other, desire and the essence of life. How to choose? At this instant, she feels as though her body is ablaze, her beautiful eyes becoming misty, and her heart racing. The tremors emanating from the depths of her soul are incinerating her rationality. Xiao Yu, Master feels so hot. Lingxian murmurs in a daze, her form collapsing to the ground. On her crimson, exquisitely beautiful cheeks, a strange purplish hue emerges, her expression a blend of trance and discomfort. 2 smooth, long, and breathtakingly beautiful legs lie exposed to the air. Her delicate hands are restlessly tugging at her own garments. This is bad. The elixir's poison is flaring up. Mo Ye's heart jolts with alarm as he decisively rushes towards his master. "Master, your disciple, is about to lose control. Chapter 1. The Disciple's Boldness. In the Qingyun continent, within the bustling Lingxian tavern of the eastern region, a rough-looking man with an excited expression stood on a stool, speaking animatedly. Speaking of the 8 beauties of the eastern region, the Xianling sect possesses 5 of them, he exclaimed. As the foremost among them, Lu Yuyin is not only as beautiful as a celestial being, but also possesses an elegant and extraordinary demeanor. Her cultivation talent is unparalleled, eclipsing all other prodigies in the eastern region. A voice interrupted with a chuckle. But wait, if we are to discuss talent, her disciple, Mou, surpasses her by far. The man immediately glared and huffed. Mou's foundation is shattered now. What comparability is there? He is likely nearing the end of his lifespan. And Lu Yuyin, having only cultivated for 800 years, has already reached the transformation stage and leads the Xianling sect. The man continued, she is a rare talent, born once in 10,000 years. If I could win her favor, just you should take a good look in the mirror before daring to covet Lady Lu. Someone retorted. Indeed, a toad yearning for a swan, how audacious. Before he could finish, another voice shouted in anger. The man intended to retort, but upon seeing the speaker, he quickly swallowed his words. Goodness, they were all formidable figures he couldn't provoke. Not long ago, news had spread that Lu Yuyin was seeking a partner. Every day, countless talented individuals and esteemed leaders from various sects came to propose marriage, only to return disappointed. Despite the Xianling sect's public denial of her intentions, people's enthusiasm remained unquenched. The world believed that Lu Yuyin simply had not found someone her liking. Coupled with a woman's modesty, they thought she merely spoke those words out of shyness. Their thinking was simple. Since so many great figures and prodigies had failed to capture her attention, perhaps she might fancy someone like them? Sadly, many held such beautiful thoughts, and none were spared from heartache and disappointment. Those who came to propose never even caught a glimpse of Lu Yuyin. Little did anyone know, at that moment, Lu Yuyin was escorting her once great but now foundation-shattered disciple to an ancient forbidden zone. Xiaoyu, do not come any closer, turn around quickly. A flustered voice rang out from a desolate cave, urgency evident in her tone. Master, this Jiao dragon's poison must be purged. You wouldn't want to fall into demonic obsession, would you? The young man's voice was filled with concern. Inside the cave, a woman clad in an elegant palace dress, her figure graceful and her demeanor ethereal, sat on the ground with her face flushed. Her breathtakingly exquisite visage was adorned with glistening beads of sweat, and her luscious red lips bore the mark of her biting them. Her ethereal, clear eyes seemed veiled in a mist, filled with shyness and struggle. The most primal of impulses was surging within Lu Yuyin's heart, akin to tender branches yearning for the caress of spring's breeze. She was a breathtaking beauty, unparalleled in physique, appearance, and grace, a woman capable of captivating all generations. Mou, the young man, could not withstand the sight of his master's perfect and alluring form. He felt as if his body were ablaze, his heart pounding like a drum. He hastily bit down on his tongue, breaking the reverie, yet his gaze grew only more anxious. Master, we must act swiftly, we cannot delay any longer. Gazing at her disciple, who exuded an extraordinary presence and rugged handsomeness, Lu Yuyin felt a subtle emotion swell within her beautiful eyes. Struggling against her inner turmoil, she sighed, her cheeks aflame. Xiaoyu, we cannot do this. You must leave. Do not let the poison from your master affect you. Mou resolutely shook his head. No, if necessary, I shall marry you in the future. You truly are being ridiculous. Lu Yuyin's stunning features flushed crimson, yet her bashful eyes betrayed a fleeting moment of daze. Xiaoyu seemed to have grown up in the blink of an eye. When she brought him back to the sect, he was still a charming little boy. Now he dared to confront her? His courage certainly had grown. She bit her red lip and shot him a fierce glare. Yet her heart held no true anger. Mou quietly gazed at his master, memories drifting to the surface of his mind. 300 years prior, he had been an orphan in Blue Star. In a bid to save a drowning child, he recklessly plunged into the lake. The child was saved, yet he sank to the depths forever. Perhaps fate deemed he should not perish in such a manner, for he was mysteriously reborn into this world of cultivation, retaining memories of his past life. In his new life, the Mo family was a prominent clan with considerable power. Not only did he have both parents, but he also had a younger sister 4 years his junior. Naturally intelligent, he quickly won the affection and attention of the clan's elders. At 3, he began cultivating, and by 7, he had reached the peak of the chi refinement stage. The name of the Mo family's prodigy spread across thousands of miles, with all proclaiming that the family would flourish because of him. Alas, like a star crossed with solitude, he was destined to be an orphan. A day before his 8th birthday, a group of mysterious individuals invaded the Mo family, slaughtering nearly everyone. Had he not ventured out to prepare a gift for his mother's birthday, he too would have perished. He could never forget the scene he encountered upon returning home. The ancestral home engulfed in flames, blood, and corpses strewn about. At that moment, those perpetrators had not yet departed, and he thought he was to die. But he felt no fear, only anger and unwillingness. The past 8 years had gifted him with too many cherished memories-loving parents and uncles, a sister who always chased him with her favorite pastries, calling for her brother to eat. This was something the orphan from his previous life had never possessed. Therefore, even in death, he wished to do something for the family he had in this world. Sadly, a child in the chi refinement stage was but an ant before those villains, unable to escape or seek revenge. Just as he was about to be struck down, a woman of celestial beauty suddenly descended from the heavens, slaying all those assailants. He still vividly remembered his master's first words to him. "Child, do you wish to follow me?" He did not speak, but nodded firmly in response. Thus began the tale of the Xianling sect's most astonishing prodigy. Mo, you became the 6th direct disciple of sect leader Lu Yuyan, entering the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 14, breaking historical records. At 40, he reached the Golden Core stage, becoming the youngest Golden Core cultivator in the Eastern region's history. At 120, he achieved the nascent Soul stage, shining brightly across the Eastern region, unprecedented in his brilliance. For decades thereafter, Mo's name became an idol among young cultivators. By the age of 180, he had reached the mid-nascent Soul stage, undeniably the top prodigy of the Eastern region, with countless followers. Yet, while others of his generation lingered in the foundation establishment stage, he faced a dire fate. During an expedition, he was ambushed by mysterious, powerful foes. His foundational cultivation shattered. He plummeted from a mid-nascent Soul stage to the initial foundation establishment stage. Had it not been for his protective master, who sacrificed his own foundation to save him, he would have long been dead. Regrettably, despite the sect's exhaustive efforts and Mo's 100 years of seclusion, they could not restore his damaged foundation. His cultivation stagnated, and his lifespan dwindled. Thus, in the final year of his life, Lu Yuyan took the risk of bringing him to this ancient forbidden zone in search of a glimmer of hope. Yet, upon entry, they encountered a mid-transformation stage Jiao dragon. Although they fought valiantly and escaped, Lu Yuyan inadvertently fell victim to the poison from the dragon's core. The essence of the dragon is lascivious, and the poison of the inner elixir is particularly potent. If not expelled within the span of an hour, one is destined to succumb to madness. The sole antidote lies in the union of man and woman. Naturally, Lu Yuyan is well aware of this predicament. However, Xiao Yu is her own disciple. How could she engage in such an ignoble act? At this moment, her enchanting visage, capable of captivating all men in the Eastern region, was suffused with a blend of bashfulness and turmoil. On one side lay rationality and shame, while on the other resided desire and the instinct for survival. How was she to choose? She felt as though her body were ablaze, her beautiful eyes becoming hazy, and her heart racing uncontrollably. A stirring from the depths of her soul was consuming her reason in flames. "Xiao Yu, Master feels so hot," Lu Yuyan murmured in a daze, her form collapsing to the ground. On her face flushed a fiery red. An enchanting shade of purple began to appear, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and discomfort. Two smooth, long legs, defying nature's design, lay exposed to the air. Her delicate hands, restless, continued to tug at her own garments. "This is bad. The poison is flaring up." Mo's heart jolted in alarm as he swiftly approached his master. Master, the disciple, is about to lose control. Chapter 2. A second attempt? The moment Mo's fingers grazed Lu Yuyan's body, the embers of suppressed desire within her surged into a roaring flame. A thunderous clap echoed in Lu Yuyan and Appo's mind, akin to a dam bursting forth, unleashing a torrent that was both overwhelming and unstoppable. "Oh, my nemesis!" A soft, bashful sigh escaped her lips, extinguishing the last vestige of her rationality. The cave blossomed with a vibrant springtime aura, brimming with vitality. 2 hours later, tranquility returned to the cave. Lu Yuyan, her body glistening with fragrant sweat and her cheeks still flushed with lingering shyness, sat cross-legged, fully clothed. The final remnants of toxicity within her needed to be completely evaporated. Mo gazed at his master with reluctance, having shed the earlier demeanor of dominance and ferocity. Transforming his master into his beloved was an adjustment for him. Yet, he felt no regret, only an inexplicable thrill and excitement. Having arrived at the Xianling sect at the tender age of 8, his soul bore the essence of an adult man. How could he not harbor fantasies about a peerless beauty like his master? Yet as time passed, this ethereal and elegant celestial figure gradually morphed into the embodiment of his ideal mentor, one he revered and cherished. Now, this sentiment had evolved into something far more intricate. His master was no longer merely a mentor. She had become his beloved. Regardless of whether this truth was acknowledged, it could not be undone. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. The exquisite moments they had just shared were experiences he had never indulged in during his previous life, and even now, he felt a lingering warmth coursing through his body. He had never anticipated that his usually cool and graceful master would reveal such a wild and proactive side. Regrettably, a year from now, his lifespan would dwindle, and he would no longer see his master or senior sisters. Mo's gaze dimmed, and he sighed bitterly within. If only he possessed a system to defy fate. However, he had been calling for a system since he was 1 year old, only to receive nothing in return, and had long since abandoned such hopes. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Mo and Appo's mind. Ding dong. The conditions for system awakening have been met. Sensing the host's sincere call, the destiny system is booting up. Mo was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? A system truly existed? After a prolonged silence, he snapped back to reality, and his heart raced with anger as he exclaimed, "You damn system. Do you only show up at the last moment? Please do not misjudge me. I've always been present. You merely lack the qualifications for awakening until now." Are you blaming my lack of skill? Though it may sound unflattering, it is entirely accurate. Only by relying on your own strength to earn the complete dependency of the fortune girl will you qualify to awaken this system. Mo found himself momentarily speechless at its haughty retort. Nonetheless, he had no time to dwell on such matters and quickly inquired, "What functions do you possess?" The system, undeterred by his dissatisfaction, replied in a sweet, doll-like voice. "This system is known as the destiny system. As long as the host gains the complete love and dependence of the fortune girl, you will receive corresponding fortune points. Fortune points can be used to restore the host's constitution and later purchase various techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts in the shop. Can it restore my damaged foundation?" Mo's eyes brightened, and his heart raced as he pressed on. "Does that mean my injuries can be healed?" "Indeed. How many fortune points do I currently possess?" Temporary host. MOU. H. 299. Realm. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Fortune points. 0. Constitution. Chaotic divine demon body. Scrap status. One of the 3 supreme constitutions of the universe, with unparalleled power, currently restored to 2. Note: fortune points can only be used to repair the damaged constitution. The system will automatically deduct points until full restoration is achieved. Important reminder: you must gain the complete dependency of one fortune girl within a year to showcase your innate talent. Otherwise, this system will be forced to sever its connection with you. Please treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Upon completing the task, the system will bind with you for life, unwavering until death. It will also fully restore your shattered constitution and realm while rewarding you with the chaotic yin-yang scripture. Is this technique powerful? MOU inquired, puzzled. Practicing for 1 hour increases your cultivation by 10 days. Wow. Mou's eyes widened in shock, utterly astounded. To increase one's cultivation by 10 days with just 1 hour of practice? If he trained for 7 or 8 hours a day, that would equate to 70 or 80 days of cultivation. His heart raced with excitement. How could not be thrilled? Yet, amid his elation, he suddenly paused. Temporary host? Gain complete dependency from a fortune girl within a year? Otherwise, the system would sever its binding? What does this mean? A year-long assessment? What is the meaning of this? System? Mou felt a flicker of annoyance. He had believed himself the destined protagonist, only to learn that it was not guaranteed. How could one endure such a revelation? Please remain calm. Careful selection is a responsibility to both parties. This system carries immense consequences. If you lack the ability, it will ultimately harm you, the system, and others. Additionally, please trust that the system's functions are proportional to the threshold. The higher the threshold, the more powerful the functions. Mou felt somewhat reassured. However, he realized he had no choice. Even if the so-called consequences meant he had to face the heavens, he would unhesitatingly agree. Without the system, he would have but a year to live. But if he completed the task, he could be reborn. It was a choice even a fool would recognize. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a century of despair, he finally glimpsed hope. No one knew the weight of the pressure and darkness he had endured over the past 100 years. At last, he was on the brink of rebirth. After some time, he steadied his breathing and contemplated the information regarding his constitution. No wonder he had cultivated so exceptionally before. It turned out he possessed the chaotic, divine demon body. Although the system did not provide extensive details, the mention of it being one of the 3 supreme constitutions of the universe spoke volumes. Regrettably, it was currently in a scrapped state. It seemed imperative to fulfill the system and amp. Oppose. S requirements post-haste. Mou and amp. Oppose. S gaze hardened as he turned his attention to his master. A transparent panel, visible only to him, materialized quietly. Name: Lu Yin, fortune girl. Age: 800. Realm: initial stage of divine transformation. Constitution: innate 5 spirits holy body. Inherently harmonious with the 5 elemental energies, possessing a terrifying cultivation speed, favored by the principles of heaven and earth. Dependency on host, 10 upon seeing his master's constitution. Mou Kuden and Oppose. T helped but gasp in astonishment. No wonder she had reached the divine transformation stage in just 800 years. However, when he noticed the dependency percentage, his heart sank. Only 10? Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. His master was a formidable figure in the divine transformation stage. What kind of dependency could she have on him? But if that was the case, how could he possibly achieve 100? Factors influencing dependency included not only emotions, but also one's own strength, character, and charm. Rapidly enhancing dependency in a short period seemed implausible, but when it came to emotions, perhaps there was a way. He couldn't help but glance at his master, his heart fluttering with uncontainable excitement. P.S. Realm classification: Chi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, void return stage, Tao integration stage, great ascension stage, tribulation crossing stage, celestial immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, Hun Yuan great Luo golden immortal. Chapter 3. After all, he is not an outsider. Yet he felt utterly a loss for words, internally lamenting. System, how can I make my master? Please, host, explore this on your own. Don't ask me such embarrassing questions. Mou couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. This insufferable system. How could it dare to claim that such inquiries were too embarrassing? Embarrassing indeed. He nearly let out a string of curses. A serious system would never allow its host to engage in such matters. After a while of vexation, he finally accepted it. Well, even though a household could only have one mistress, it wouldn't hurt to establish a few more homes, would it? He envisioned his future days surrounded by a horde of stunning beauties, each vying for his affection. Alas, just thinking about it was exhausting. He chuckled to himself. Recalling the pleasurable moments shared with his master, he firmly believed that the youth should endure hardships. How could one rise above without experiencing the depths of suffering? After indulging in his daydreams, he began to feel troubled again. Based on his understanding of his master, even if they were to engage in such activities, she would certainly not allow him to take advantage of her afterward. How could he hope to elevate himself above others? Not to mention becoming entirely reliant on her. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, he gritted his teeth and asked, "System, is there no novice gift pack for me?" "Dear host, the novice gift pack is only dispensed once the dependency reaches 30. You have not yet met this requirement." Mou felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly reaching his boiling point. As expected, he knew that this insufferable system would not easily grant him any benefits. As if sensing his resentment, the system's voice chimed in again. "The gift pack contains a minor, supplementing elixir that can restore 40 of your physical condition, enabling you to cultivate again. Keep up the good work." Restoring 40 of his physical condition? Upon hearing this, Mou's heart soared with joy and his earlier dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. After all, it was merely a matter of achieving a dependency of 30. He was determined to make it happen, now that they had established a basic interaction. As long as they continued to spend time together, there would surely be opportunities. Heaven help him. After a century of stagnation, he could finally resume his cultivation. And perhaps, cough cough, this novice gift pack was indeed quite powerful. He ceased his complaints, gazing at his master with fervent admiration, wishing he could commence the task at that very moment. Although Lu Yuyan appeared neatly dressed, to him, it seemed as if she bore no veil at all. The tantalizing images from earlier lingered in his mind. Her figure was both commanding and enchanting, with a delicate waist that was both slender and supple. Every detail remained vividly imprinted in his memory, especially her fair, round, and gracefully elongated legs, which were nothing short of breathtaking. Even though he had been slightly dazed earlier, the impression remained vivid. Truly, she was as beautiful as the finest jade, smooth and delicate as silk. He felt a surge of heat rising within him, just like before. Good heavens! Mo, you suddenly jolted back to reality, hastily checking his body. He noticed a crimson, mysterious energy swirling through his meridians, igniting the beastly blood within him. How could he have fallen victim to the effects of the flood dragon pill? He glanced at his master, who was meditating with her eyes closed, and couldn't he help but let out a mournful sigh. Could it be that the toxic energy she expelled was absorbed back by him? Was his second-hand poison truly that potent? He now felt an intense rush of energy coursing through him, a fiery heat that was unbearable. All sorts of inappropriate thoughts surged forth uncontrollably. This was disastrous. His gaze locked onto his master in damp, Appo's alluring figure, unable to divert his attention. His body rapidly grew hotter, certain thoughts becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Elegant and ethereal, his master now appeared as an enticingly seductive fairy in his eyes. "Master, I too am afflicted." Mou's eyes turned crimson, and he could no longer contain himself, whispering in frustration. Lu Yuyan, who had just expelled the lingering poison, immediately opened her beautiful eyes, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she rushed toward him. "Xiaoyu, what has happened to you?" She held him gently, her consciousness sweeping over him. In an instant, she grasped the situation and could not help but feel a wave of guilt wash over her. Was he tainted by the toxic energy she had evaporated? How careless! Seeing his earlier valor, she had forgotten that he was merely a foundational cultivator. What should she do now? Must she? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced as she struggled to face Mou, feeling increasingly flustered and anxious. After 8 centuries of cultivation, today was her first experience as a woman. Previously, her rationality had been nearly overshadowed by the effects of the flood dragon pill, leaving her no time to ponder anything else. But now she was fully aware. If she were to continue in that manner, it would be utterly mortifying. Biting her rosy lip, her exquisite cheeks were so flushed they seemed ready to bleed. Her gaze toward Mou filled with shyness and panic. If other cultivators from the Eastern Domain were to witness this, their titanium-alloyed eyes would surely be dazzled. As the sect leader of the Xianling sect, having reached the transformation stage after 8 centuries of cultivation, Lu Yuyan was indeed a paragon of beauty and strength. exuding both elegance and an otherworldly charm. Those who secretly admired her were as numerous as the fish in the river, which was no exaggeration. Unfortunately, those individuals had never even glimpsed her smile, let alone witnessed her current flustered demeanor. However, the nearly frantic MOU was oblivious to all this. His mind was caught in a tumultuous struggle between human and beast. Earlier, he had been resolute in saving his master, disregarding everything else. Yet now, he felt it was up to her to make the decision. MOU gritted his teeth, enduring the turmoil within. But the gentle touch of her soft hands against him felt like pouring oil onto the flames. He could not simply push her away. He could only fervently chant in his mind, "The rosy skull. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is also lustful. Master is truly beautiful." Sensing the tremors coursing through her treasured disciple, Lingxian bit her silver teeth, her heart made up. After all, Xiaoyu is not an outsider. Chapter 4. The Grand Gift in Han Xiaoyu. Do not fear. Your master will rescue you. Lingxian whispered with unwavering determination. Observing MOU, who was on the verge of madness, she felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. 2 hours later, MOU sat cross-legged, his spirit soaring. His starry eyes caught sight of the graceful silhouette not far away, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. She is truly beautiful. Even from behind, her elegance is captivating. Initially, the antidote process should not have taken this long. The poison within him could have been purged in just 1 hour. However, they both tacitly chose not to interrupt the moment. MOU remained silent, and Lingxian pretended not to notice. It was not until 2 hours had passed that MOU, ultimately succumbing, brought their session to an end. A hint of regret washed over him. Indeed, the damage to his foundation had its repercussions. Yet, gazing at the transparent panel hovering above his master's head, his mood transformed into sheer delight. Name: Lingxian, Daughter of Fortune. Age: 800. Cultivation level: Early phase of divine transformation. Dependency on host: 20. Physique: Innate 5-spirit sacred body. His heart began to race wildly as he looked at his master, filled with fervor and anticipation. Has it increased by another 10? If this continues, why not soon reach 100? He understood that this increment was not merely due to frequency, but rather a reflection of his master's shifting mindset. He hastily summoned his own panel. Host: MOU. Age: 299. Cultivation level: Early phase of foundation establishment. Attribute points: 0. Physique: Chaotic divine demon body, currently damaged for restored. 40 required for cultivation. Hint: if the target's dependency increases to 30, the host will receive a beginner's gift pack, which includes elixirs for restoring the physique. Keep it up. Upon reading the final sentence, MOU felt a surge of excitement within. His fiery gaze once again turned toward his master. Lingxian, with her back to him, noticed his lingering gaze and let out a soft, indignant huff. This little lecher, has he not had enough of looking? She endeavored to compose herself, adopting an air of tranquility before turning to face him, speaking with an indifferent tone. Forget about today's events once we step outside. I shall still be your master. Do you hear me? I cannot forget. MOU replied, his eyes clear, his tone calm, yet resolute. You often say that a cultivator must have clarity of thought and follow their heart, even if it leads through a sea of fire. I care not for worldly opinions. After all, the Eastern region is not devoid of master-disciple couples achieving enlightenment together. When my cultivation level catches up to yours, it shall be the time I marry you. You will be mine. Lingxian felt a rush of both embarrassment and anger. Her tranquil heart, cultivated over 8 centuries, was suddenly shattered. This audacious boy, who had previously addressed her with honorifics, now spoke so casually. He dared to mention marriage, to declare her as his. How reckless and lawless. Yet, she found it impossible to truly be angry, especially when considering his frail condition. Her heart softened further. Her exceptionally gifted disciple, once the pride of the Eastern region, now had merely a year left to live. In a realm where a mere closed-door retreat could last over a century, this was but a fleeting moment. Though reluctant to admit it, she understood that this expedition into the Forbidden Zone would likely yield little more than a sense of peace. The essence of the Tao is not something easily unearthed. Thus, when she heard Mo declare his intent to marry her upon surpassing her cultivation, her heart ached even more. To her, Xiaoyu was merely offering her comfort. How foolish of me to think so much when I am nearing my end, this silly boy. She gazed at the first man in her life, a gentle and radiant smile blossoming on her face, breathtaking in its beauty. Very well, I shall await your proposal. As long as your cultivation progresses, what harm is there in being your Tao partner? But until then, everything remains as it was. Lu Yuyin suppressed her inner sorrow, suddenly smiling as she reached out, lightly brushing her fingers across Mou's handsome face, her touches gentle as a spring breeze in February. Xiaoyu, remember my words today. Never give up. Mo was momentarily stunned. Though he had spoken such words, he never anticipated his master would acquiesce. At most, he had hoped she would not be angry. Yet, his nature was such that he acted according to his thoughts, regardless of her potential reactions. After all, she was already his woman. Though he lacked the strength to claim her now, once he regained his power, there was no way he would allow her to slip away. His master's immediate agreement filled him with uncontainable joy, though there were conditions attached. He felt that restoring his physique and surpassing her cultivation might not be insurmountable tasks. He eagerly shouted, "It's a promise. You must not go back on your word." Grabbing her delicate hand, he pressed fervent kisses upon it. Noticing his restraint from any further advances, Lu Yuyin contemplated for a moment before feigning calmness. She simply could not bear to see his disappointment. It was not romantic affection, she rationalized within herself. However, when he continued to hold her hand, she could no longer suppress her embarrassment and irritation. "Little lecher, what do you intend to do by holding my hand?" Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, Lu Yuyin regretted them. The tone hardly conveyed the authority of a master. It bore more resemblance to playful banter between a couple. She quickly masked her embarrassment, her noble countenance returning, a sacred and untouchable aura surrounding her. Mou cast a peculiar glance at his master, feigning seriousness. "I was not thinking of anything. I merely noticed that my injuries seemed to have improved slightly during that time." "Ah, is that true? You are certain you are not deceiving your master?" The once aloof and regal Lu Yuyin faltered, rushing over with urgency. Her face flushed with excitement as she instinctively grasped his hand. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled with immense joy and anticipation, her entire being trembling lightly. "Master, how could I dare deceive you? Shall we try again?" Mou nodded eagerly. Observing his uncontainable smile, Lu Yuyin felt a twinge of suspicion. Her cheeks flushed. She chided him playfully. "No, this is too much for the body. Let us wait a couple of days." "Ah, a couple of days? Please, master, you know my strength." Mou exclaimed, a look of urgency on his face. Recalling certain details, Lu Yuyin felt her face heat up, quickly releasing his hand. This little lecher is truly oomph. Mou's eyes brimmed with urgency. Increasing his dependency by another 10 would allow him to claim the beginner and amp, Oppo's, gift pack. What was he waiting for? Time was of the essence. He had but a year to live. His only hope lay in the system, allowing him to cultivate back to the golden core stage. Otherwise, he would surely perish. However, Lu Yuyin remained unaware of this urgency. Her concern led her to consider delaying for 2 days. After all, even for cultivators, engaging in such activities consecutively seemed rather excessive, did it not? As she wrestled with her thoughts, Mou had already taken her hand, striding purposefully toward the distant pond. "Master, you would not wish to see my lifespan dwindle, would you? I must restore my foundation swiftly and reforge my golden core within the year." Lu Yuyin's heart sank with realization, and all hesitation vanished. Yes, Xiaoyu's time was indeed limited. Even if he could restore his foundation, if he failed to reform his golden core within a year, he would still face death. Very well. With that affirmation, the cold and ethereal Lu Yuyin transformed entirely, becoming a bashful little quail. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her alluring gaze lowered as she gracefully approached the pond, feigning calmness. Chapter 5. No, Master. Please, do not speak. A voice, crisp and filled with indignation, rang out. With a splash, Mou was unceremoniously kicked into the water by his furious master. Then, like a celestial fairy dancing upon the waves, she stood gracefully atop the water's surface. Her figure was enchanting, her beauty unparalleled, reminiscent of a fairy descending from the heavens. With a delicate wave of her hand, a cerulean barrier enveloped the pond. 3 hours later, darkness had descended, and the silvery moonlight illuminated the earth. Lu Yin stood demurely by the pond, her eyes shy yet feigning calmness. Her long, shapely legs shimmered in the moonlight like exquisite porcelain, resembling fine jade. The exaggerated curves, accentuated by her slender waist, formed a captivating arc that left Mou, who had just regained his composure, salivating once again. However, he refrained from any further indiscretions. It was not out of newfound restraint, but rather the transparent panel before him that had transformed him into a paragon of virtue. Chaos Divine Demon Body, 6 repaired. Repair to 40 required for cultivation. Congratulations, host. Successfully increased the reliance of the fate-bearing maiden to 30. Next phase task, please elevate reliance to 100 within 1 year. Beginner's gift pack is ready. Would you like to claim it? Open it immediately. Mou's heart raced with excitement, and soon his eyes glimmered with joy. Minor restoration pill. 1 can repair damaged foundations and physique. Effects vary based on injury severity and constitution. Second transformation recovery pill. 1 can restore part of the cultivation lost due to injury, particularly effective for low-tier cultivators. Heavenly Shift Talisman, 1 upon use. Perfectly conceals 1 and oppose. S aura, only displaying the realm 1 wishes to show, undetectable by those beneath immortals. Celestial Protection, passive skill automatically activates to block any fatal attack for a quarter of an hour with a 1-month cooldown. Items have been stored in the system space, invisible to others. Beholding the contents of the gift pack, Mou felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. These were precisely what he urgently needed: restoration of his physique, recovery of his power, concealment of his realm, and a 15-minute invincible shield. This beginner's gift pack was truly considerate. He hurriedly utilized his stealth technique and darted behind a large rock, eager to test the effects of these elixirs. Behind him, Lu Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Still hiding? You've already seen everything. As Mou consumed the pills and activated the talisman and skill, he sensed something new within his body, though he could not quite identify it. The potency of the recovery pill transformed into a pure primordial energy, swiftly coursing through his meridians before converging into his dantian. His realm surged rapidly from the initial stage of foundation establishment, climbing through to the mid-stage, then to the late stage. The energy continued to swirl within him, still unconsumed. Mou and Amp, Oppo's expression radiated excitement. He had a hunch that once he fully assimilated the energy, he would surely be able to recondense his golden core. At that moment, his lifespan would extend to approximately 800 years, freeing him from the fear of dying of old age. As for the minor restoration pill, its effects coursed through his meridians, rapidly mending his fractured foundation. Mou was now brimming with vitality, the shadows in his eyes completely vanquished. When he glanced at the physique section of the system panel, his body trembled slightly. Chaos Divine Demon Body, 46 repaired. Cultivation possible. 1 second transformation recovery pill had elevated him by 2 entire realms, and the minor restoration pill had restored his physique from 6 to 46. He had a newfound appreciation for the system. It was truly remarkable. Even without complete restoration, 46 was already comparable to the top talents of the Eastern region. Haha, I'm back in the game. Mou couldn't contain his exhilaration, his eyes moistening. The trials of the past century were an ordeal that those who had not experienced them could never truly comprehend. From an unparalleled genius, the foremost talent of the Eastern region, he had fallen to a state of helplessness, unable to cultivate and awaiting death. If his resolve had not been strong enough, he might have succumbed to despair or even worse. Yet, Mou had gritted his teeth and persevered, bolstered by the concern and unwavering support of his sect. Now, his dreams were finally within reach. Surely, his master and the others would be overjoyed to hear this news. As he envisioned that moment, Anticipation swelled within him. Oomph. That little lecher. Lu Yuyin, overhearing his exclamation, felt a rush of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. After a moment, Imoyu returned to his original spot, exuberantly enveloping his master in his embrace, as if he wished to merge her with himself. Master, think you know. Lu Yuyin's face burned with embarrassment and indignation. This was the third time. This little lecher's mind was always in the gutter. Wait, thank you? Lu Yuyin's expression froze, then turned to one of profound shyness. Had she misinterpreted something? Master, what is not allowed? Imoyu was utterly perplexed. Lu Yuyin hastily composed herself, pushing him away and adopting a stern demeanor. I am your master. Please maintain your decorum. Remember to correct this bad habit once we leave. Ah, Imoyu nodded helplessly, but his eyes sparkled with excitement as he stammered. Master, I can cultivate now. What? You can cultivate? Her demeanor shifted instantly. Lu Yuyin and Appo's eyes brightened, her body trembling slightly, engulfed in astonishment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, seizing his hand to investigate further. Her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an astonished O as she beheld the transformation, causing Imoyu to gulp in awe. Lu Yuyin shot him a glare, but her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. His foundation had truly recovered by nearly half. A wave of immense joy surged within her. Her stunning visage radiated shock and elation. 100 years. This was a moment she had envisioned countless times. Was it truly about to materialize? It felt almost dreamlike. Imoyu nodded earnestly. I believe there is hope to restore some of my cultivation. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Tears brimmed Lu Yuyin's eyes as she embraced him tightly. After a while, she gently pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed and her expression conflicted. Is that the only way to make it effective? I certainly can't do that. However, recalling the several beautiful female disciples who had yet to return after a century, she made a decisive resolution. It was time for them to come back. With a wave of her delicate hand, she commanded, Return to the sect. Chapter 6. The return to the clan in the ancient Forbidden Zone's outskirts. A group of cultivators soaring through the skies on their swords exchanged astonished glances. Everyone, did I see that correctly? Was that person Imoyu and his master, Lu Yuyin? Indeed, it was Imoyu. I never expected him to emerge from seclusion. Wasn't his foundation shattered? Could he have already recovered? The group shared a look, their eyes reflecting the shock that stirred their hearts like a tempest. Subsequently, they all took out their communication jade tokens, hastily sending messages. In the eastern region, within the borders of the Mingyue Kingdom, there lay a majestic mountain range sprawling over 1,000 miles. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, and spiritual energy enveloped the area like a fairyland. Occasionally, one could see cultivators flying on their swords, weaving in and out among the mountains, creating a vibrant scene. This 1,000-mile mountain range was home to the Xianling sect. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Xianling sect, 3 venerable elders sat with expressions of profound disappointment. Below them stood 6 formidable middle-aged men, all with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. The atmosphere was grave and oppressive. The gaunt elder with a goat beard, visibly agitated, slammed his hand on the table, berating, Little you has only 1 year left. You've been out for so long. And now you tell me you found nothing? How could I have such useless disciples? How dare you come back? What are you even here for? The chastised men, drenched in shame, lowered their heads in silent acquiescence, as if they were indeed at fault. Just as the elder was in the throes of his tirade, a commotion erupted outside, interspersed with jubilant cheers from numerous disciples. This only served to further sour his already foul mood. Even the tall elder beside him, usually gentle in demeanor, suppressed his urge to intervene and scowled at the door, muttering angrily, What on earth are these little rascals up to? The goat-bearded elder glared at the disciples standing in the hall and barked, What are you still doing here? Go find out who is making such a ruckus. Don't you need to cultivate? Yes, master. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly rushed outside like soldiers retreating from battle. Sigh. Third elder, do not blame them. The injury to little you and Appo's foundation is not so easily remedied, the tall white-haired elder said with a reluctant sigh, his eyes filled with despair and loneliness. As an inner sect elder of the Xianling sect, Zhou Wuyu commanded respect wherever he went, yet he now felt utterly powerless. Aren't and Oppos, T disciples meant to be scolded by their masters? How often were we reprimanded by our own master in the past? Just after scolding the disciples, Layli scoffed dismissively, his lean frame brimming with agitation, continuing, "Moreover, they have been out for decades without even a whisper of the great Tao's essence. Shouldn't they be reprimanded?" Wang Sanyu, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood up. His towering figure exuded an intimidating presence as he spoke in a deep voice, "If you ask me, it was definitely the work of the major sects back then, and we cannot rule out the possibility that they conspired together. If little you were to perish like this, I swear I will take down a batch of their geniuses in retribution." Zhou Wuyu, immediately incensed, slammed the table and reprimanded, "Nonsense! Fifth elder, how could you be more reckless than third elder? Are you trying to incite a sect war?" Wang Sanyu retorted defiantly, "Let them come. When has the Xianling sect ever feared them?" Zhou Wuyu's face twitched in irritation as he pointed at him with a mocking smile. "Ha! Wang Sanyu, if you have courage, wait until little junior sister returns and repeat those words to her. Then you will truly be formidable." The once boisterous elder fell silent, shrinking back into his seat. In truth, the Master's little junior sister was not to be trifled with. What was truly fearsome was that whatever she said, the master would believe without question. When she first joined, the master had even taken turns disciplining them just to see her smile. If one reprimand wasn't enough, they would receive another. And should it prove effective, it could lead to an endless cycle until she grew tired of it. As the master would say, "Who told you there was only one junior sister?" Thus, little junior sister had become the most revered figure among them, and no one dared to provoke her. Layli quickly interjected, "Elder brother, do you think our ancestor will gain anything from his journey to the divine awakening continent?" It's hard to say. Though the divine awakening continent is beyond comparison to the Qingyun continent, it does not guarantee the presence of the great Tao and Amp, Oppos, essence. The injury to his foundation is exceedingly difficult to treat, and even with the cultivation level of third uncle, there are no signs of recovery. It is a dire situation. Zhou Wuyu shook his head in pessimism. At that moment, a middle-aged male cultivator who had gone out earlier rushed back in excitement, shouting, "Uncle, master, third uncle. The sect leader has returned with junior brother Mo. I saw junior brother Mo." "Huh? Where is he?" The middle-aged cultivator looked around the empty hall, bewildered, and quickly dashed back outside. Outside the grand hall, Mo was encircled by a throng of enthusiastic, nearly frenzied male and female disciples. Many of them held exquisite treasure boxes, eager to present them to him. "Junior brother Mo, this is the everlasting elixir I found in the Tianyao Forbidden Zone. Said to extend lifespan, please take it and try it. Junior brother Mo, this is a top-grade Dawandan, reputed to be miraculous for healing injuries. Please take it and see if it works. Master Mo, this 1,000-year ginseng from the snowy region was obtained by a fortunate nephew. It may be of use to you. Junior brother Mo, this is the 9-flavored Remania pill, said to be crafted by the legendary healer Ouyangming." Mo felt warmth and gratitude in his heart. He raised his hand, and once the crowd quieted down, he expressed his appreciation. "I am truly touched by your kindness. But these items are of no use to me now. Please keep them for yourselves." Among the crowd were many familiar faces, but there were also numerous new core disciples who had risen through the ranks in recent decades. Those who made it here were all core disciples of the sect, as well as elders and stewards from both the inner and outer gates. Although he could not recognize everyone, the uniform sect attire made him feel a deep sense of belonging. Upon hearing Mo and Oppos' words, the crowd and Oppos' expressions dimmed, and a wave of sorrow washed over them. The eastern region and Oppos' foremost genius, the pride of the Xianling sect, was he truly prepared to give up? The situation surrounding Mo was no secret within the sect. Everyone was aware that his lifespan was drawing to a close. Thus, when they ventured out, their primary objective was to seek the elusive great Tao's essence and miraculous healing elixirs, as well as to gather rare treasures that could extend his life, hoping to prolong it and grasp at a glimmer of hope. Yet now, Junior brother Mo declared that he no longer needed their offerings. It seemed the previous treasures had already exhausted his life's potential to its limit. It was likely that his remaining lifespan could no longer be lengthened. Some young and beautiful female cultivators had already started to weep, and Mo Yu chose not to elaborate further until he had the ability to protect himself. It was better to remain low-key. He had previously underestimated the ruthlessness of those individuals, leading to his current plight. He would not fall into the same trap a century ago. "All right, everyone, please disperse," Lu Yuyin, standing at the side, could no longer bear to watch and wave her hand firmly. If they lingered any longer, those weeping female disciples would surely rush into Mo Yu's embrace, which was simply unacceptable. "Mo Yu, come with me into the hall." With an air of restored authority, Lu Yuyin walked ahead with an aloof demeanor, while Mo Yu followed respectfully behind her. All elders of the sect assemble in the grand hall for a council. The chilling and commanding voice of the woman resonated throughout the peak of Xianling's sect. Chapter 7. The plans of Lu Yuyin within the spacious and magnificent council hall. Lu Yuyin sat with an air of authority at the head of the chamber, while only 6 individuals occupied the numerous vacant seats. Among them was Mo Yu, despite currently possessing only foundational strength, remained an elder of the Xianling sect. The other 5 were elderly cultivators. The entirety of the inner sect elders currently stationed to guard the Xianling sect. Among them, Zhou Buyu and 2 others were disciples of the same master as Lu Yuyin, while the other 2 were direct disciples of their second master. The remaining 20 or so inner sect elders were scattered across the Qingyun continent and beyond, tirelessly searching for a sliver of hope for Mo Yu's predicament. This meant that the elders outside the sect outnumbered those guarding it, a scenario unimaginable in any other sect. As the mountain gate represents the foundation of a sect, if it were to be compromised, the consequences would be dire. Yet, this state of affairs had persisted for an entire century. "Junior sister, did you not take little Yu to the ancient forbidden zone? Why have you returned so soon?" As soon as he sat down, the lean and impatient Lei Lai could not contain his curiosity. Even Zhou Buyu, usually composed, frowned and remarked, "Junior sister, was there perhaps no gain from this expedition to the forbidden zone?" The others remained silent, their gazes fixed anxiously on Lu Yuyin and Mo Yu. "We did not uncover the essence of the great Tao," Lu Yuyin replied, her eyes flickering slightly before she spoke vaguely. "Of course there were gains, but they are rather too embarrassing to disclose." Observing her senior brothers poised to inquire further, she quickly raised her hand to interrupt them, stating urgently, "Enough about little Yu. From this day forth, he shall enter seclusion on the back mountain, and during this period, no one is permitted to disturb him. Additionally, please summon the several supreme elders back to the sect discreetly, informing them that little Yu has exited seclusion. As for the other disciples, let be for now." Lu Yuyin contemplated briefly, deciding against calling everyone back to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. They were already taken aback by the unexpected return of Lu Yuyin and Mo Yu, and this new development left them even more puzzled. To return and immediately enter seclusion, and to summon the other supreme elders back? Shouldn't the priority be to exhaust all efforts in searching for the last glimmer of hope for little Yu? The elders could not help but look at one another, rendered speechless. However, despite being seniors, they felt a certain apprehension towards their junior sister and could only respond with subdued agreement. They then gathered around Mo Yu, attempting to offer comfort. Yet, after only a few exchanges, Lu Yin's cold voice interrupted. "Enough, time is of the essence. Do not waste it here. Little Yu, come with me to the back mountain for your seclusion." Watching Lu Yuyin hastily lead Mo Yu away, the others were expressions of frustration and helplessness. This junior sister, can it oppose to even have a few words with little Yu? Truly as domineering and obstinate as ever. Once she had gone far, Lei Lai began to voice his dissatisfaction. "Third brother, why did you not speak up in front of junior sister?" Wang Sanyu could not help but tease. "Fifth brother, did you not do the same? How dare you criticize me?" Lei Lai retorted. "All right, everyone quiet down. We must contact the several uncles immediately and relay junior sister's message to them." Zhou Buyu, with a grave expression, commanded. Though junior sister had left much unsaid, the summoning of the supreme elders indicated two possibilities. One was that they had completely given up on little you. Yet, with a year of life remaining, who would dare to declare abandonment at this juncture? That would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Regardless of how unlikely this possibility was, even if it were true, there was no need for seclusion at this moment, rendering it rather illogical. The other possibility suggested that little Yu's recovery was hopeful, which is why she sought to protect him by calling back several elders. Zhou Biyu felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a composed exterior. The gravity of this matter was monumental. They must tread carefully to prevent a repeat of the calamity from a century ago. Once the others fell silent, they too wore contemplative expressions. Layli, unable to contain his exhilaration, exclaimed, "Senior brother, could it be that little you? Third brother, do not ask what should not be asked. Focus on your own duties." Zhou Biyu admonished sternly, his expression unusually severe. Observing the seriousness of the eldest brother, Layli quickly swallowed his words, meekly justifying, "I was merely expressing my joy." Making a casual guess, "Third brother, senior brother is right. Once this matter leaves this room, we should all act as if we know nothing, not even speculate." The other two elders nodded earnestly in agreement. After some further instructions, Zhou Biyu concluded, "During this time, let's remain vigilant, especially around the back mountain. Anyone who dares to intrude will face the consequences as per sect rules." After much deliberation, and satisfied that no detail had been overlooked, they each dispersed. The back mountain referred to a solitary peak behind the main summit, serving as Lu Yuyan's residence and place of cultivation. The peak housed a spirit-gathering array, which, once activated, could draw spiritual energy from a radius of 1,000 miles, making it a veritable sanctum for cultivation. However, the consumption of spirit stones was equally astonishing. Even Lu Yuyan, in her earlier days, had refrained from activating it frequently. Yet for the past century, Mou had cultivated within the array, consuming vast resources. At this moment, as the array reignited, the entire mountain peak was instantly flooded with spiritual energy. Mou hurriedly assumed a meditative posture, continuing to refine the medicinal power of the recovery pill. After establishing a protective barrier, Lu Yuyan sat quietly a short distance away, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Mou, soon becoming entranced. As time passed, her expression shifted continuously, ultimately culminating in a soft, complex sigh. Since dual cultivation would benefit little Yu's foundational recovery, it would be prudent to help him find a dual cultivation partner sooner rather than later. However, among her 4 female disciples, though they were all extraordinarily gifted and stunningly beautiful, and shared a deep bond with little Yu, Qiu Di was too whimsical, and Fei Yan's personality was overly blunt. Neither seemed to be the ideal choice. Xiao Rou, with her gentle and nurturing demeanor, appeared quite suitable. Nonetheless, as the eldest disciple, Ru Yu was equally composed, her heart pure and untainted. This left Lu Yuyan in a state of indecision. Perhaps it would be best to allow them to choose for themselves. Resolving her thoughts, she cast one last deep glance at Mou before decisively retrieving a communication talisman and sending a message to her 2 disciples. "Your junior brother has exited seclusion. If you wish to be his partner, return to the sect immediately." In a certain secret realm, a breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal woman furrowed her brow, then retrieved her communication talisman to take a glance. Suddenly, a spark of confusion and delight ignited in her clear and pure eyes, shining like the stars. Little junior brother has exited seclusion? Returning home, the corners of her mouth lifted in warmth as she unhesitatingly abandoned her imminent treasure, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a group of bewildered and regretful cultivators. Meanwhile, tens of millions of miles away, a graceful and exquisitely beautiful tranquil woman was also racing toward the Xianling sect, her eyes tinged with a hint of red. "Little junior brother, if second senior sister cannot save you, let me leave you a backup." At this moment, Mou remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold by his master, not once, but twice. He was currently immersed in immense joy. Chapter 8. returned to the golden core stage at this moment. Within the Danteon Sea of MOU, a golden orb the size of a soybean was slowly rotating, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence around it to strengthen itself. This process persisted for more than 10 days. Ultimately, the orb had transformed into the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a pure yet terrifying power, deep and mysterious. This was the coveted golden core that many cultivators yearn for throughout their lives. However, unlike the previous pale gold hue, this golden core shimmered with a blend of gold and purple, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Its strength surpassed that of his earlier golden core initial stage by a remarkable threefold, and MOU's heart swelled with excitement. After a century, he had finally returned to this realm. It felt surreal, as if in a dream, and he could scarcely suppress the urge to laugh joyously. The golden core stage, once easily traversed by him, had become an unattainable peak. Now it was once again his new starting point. He vowed never to allow himself to languish in a state of helplessness again. He aspired to reach the pinnacle of the great Tao and seize control of his own destiny. Although the initial golden core stage could not compare with his previous mid-yuaning period, he remained undeterred. There was still time. Gratefully, he whispered to himself, "Thank you, system. You're welcome. Assisting the host in becoming stronger is my duty." MOU smirked. "Could I perhaps have a few more recovery pills? And a few minor heaven restoration pills as well? Just consider it a loan." "No, the system does not permit lending. I do not possess that authority. Please do not put me in a difficult position." The childlike voice was melodious, yet the words were harsh. MOU couldn't and oppose. T helped but roll his eyes. It was indeed just sweet talk. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of contentment. The rest would depend on his ability to conquer his master. Although this would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, it was a goal he would eventually achieve. For now, he would need to consider a different approach. Elevating his master's dependence to 100 within a year seemed nearly impossible. But where could he find another fortunate girl? He felt a headache coming on. Upon seeing him awaken, Lu Yuyan, who had been resting with her eyes closed, immediately opened her bright eyes and eagerly inquired, "Xiao Yu, how are you? Is there any improvement?" MOU quickly nodded with a smile. "I have restored part of my foundation. It won in damp. Oppose. TB long before I am fully recovered." "What? Really? You have truly recovered part of it?" Lu Yuyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and before finishing her sentence, she had flown over, grabbing MOU's arms tightly. Her consciousness surged forth, beginning to inspect his body. MOU relaxed and allowed her to examine him, feeling warmth in his heart. After a lengthy inspection, Lu Yuyan couldn't help but frown slightly. The damaged meridians and acupoints had indeed miraculously healed significantly. However, the most critical area, the Qi Sea within the Danteon, was shrouded in chaos, enveloped in a thick, dark mist. Even with her formidable consciousness, she could not discern the situation there. It was only then that she realized she could not perceive MOU's realm, which deeply shocked her. There were many techniques capable of concealing one's realm, but to do so with a foundation establishment level while evading the scrutiny of a transformation stage cultivator was truly astonishing. Yet, what puzzled her most was that she had been able to see through his realm just moments ago. Had the change truly occurred because of their relationship, as Xiaoyu had suggested? The thought of certain scenes caused her cheeks to flush slightly, leaving her momentarily unable to inquire further. After all, every cultivator harbored their own little secrets. However, soon she was enveloped by excitement and joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and her gaze reddening. Unable to contain herself, she embraced MOU tightly in her warm embrace. Her voice choked with joy. "Do you know how worried everyone has been about you over the past century? I was truly afraid you would meet the same fate as my fourth disciple." At the mention of her tragically deceased fourth disciple, she fell silent. In truth, the ones most concerned for MOU were undoubtedly her and his many senior sisters. Even now, the women continued to roam far and wide, seeking that last glimmer of hope for MOU. They ventured into dangerous zones and secret realms without a moment's hesitation. The bond between seniors and juniors in their sect was often deeper than that of many couples. Moreover, the sect and Apos, ancestors, the grand elders, and fellow disciples were equally distressed over Mou's injuries. The ancestor had traveled to the divine enlightenment continent in search of medicine, while 5 grand elders, aside from one tending to his wounds, were safeguarding the sect. The other 2 had been tirelessly traveling, with over 80% of the disciples above the golden core stage not returning for decades. The ancestor had once stated that Mou was the most outstanding and talented prodigy in the history of the Xianling sect. If nurtured properly, he could lead the sect out of the eastern region and into higher realms. Thus, every effort must be made for his recovery. Additionally, as an orphan, Mou had always regarded the sect as his home. He treated his fellow disciples with warmth and loyalty, earning the love and respect of all. After his rise, whenever he heard of a fellow disciple being bullied by some young prodigy, he would invariably seek to rectify the situation, regardless of the circumstances. According to him, reason was always secondary to might, be it the way of the fist, sword, law, or strength, and even the way of dominance. In the Qingyun continent, the major sects had unspoken rules regarding the conflicts among the youth. To prevent large-scale battles, the elders seldom intervened as long as the young prodigies engaged in fair competition. Thus, Mou became a phenomenon, effortlessly overpowering the younger generation of the eastern region. And even many prodigies from older generations found themselves unable to hold their heads high in his presence. Consequently, Mou's name as a prodigy soared in the eastern region, establishing him as the unequivocal leader of the new generation, with countless followers. In the Xianling sect, renowned for its unity and protection of its own, Mou was viewed as an idol among all the young disciples. Alas, the ambush from a century ago had nearly ignited a crisis within the entire Xianling sect. After a considerable time, Lu Yiyan finally returned to her senses, drying her tears and feigning calmness as she gently pushed Mou away, looking at him earnestly. This matter must remain confidential for the time being, understood? Understand. Mou nodded seriously. He was well aware of his master's concerns and would not allow the events of a century ago to repeat themselves. Lu Yiyan then smiled happily. The relief of years of worry transformed her smile into one of pure joy, breathtakingly beautiful. Mou found himself momentarily entranced. Lu Yiyan quickly composed her expression, regaining her former authority as a master. However, upon removing the barrier and sensing the situation outside the mountain gate, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her beautiful eyes betraying her anger. Outside the Xianling sect, hundreds of individuals were descending upon the mountain, riding their flying swords with great pomp and circumstance, laughing and chatting as they approached. Were these suitors never-ending? She seethed inwardly. The previous visitors had at least carried themselves with some decorum, all being distinguished young prodigies without partners. But this new batch included many who were already matched, along with several elderly men. Should such individuals dare to speak up, she would undoubtedly break their old bones. Yet, after her anger subsided, her suspicion began to rise. These people did not appear to be here for courtship. Could it be for another reason? She glanced at Mou, suddenly pondering deeply. Chapter 9. The Challenge of the Netherworld Sect. At this moment, a captivating beauty with an enchanting visage and a proud gaze stood defiantly at the gates of the Xianling sect. Clad in a fiery red gown, her alluring figure was accentuated even further. However, within her eyes, there flickered a frenzied, killing intent that warned others to stay away. Surrounding her were several hundred individuals, consisting of excited sect leaders, elders, and disciples, with the majority being disciples of the Xianling sect. They stood firmly, exuding an aura of dominance against the woman in red and her entourage of around 30 individuals. Among them was Zhuo Qiuchan, the woman in red, all hailing from the Xianling sect's archrival, the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect is renowned as one of the 8 major sects of the eastern region, sharing the same stature as the Xianling sect. Its gates lie 100,000 miles to the north of the Xianling sect. 4 such powerful factions. A distance of over 100,000 miles can hardly be considered an exaggeration to call them neighbors. Historically, neighbors have often been embroiled in disputes, and the relationship between the two sects has never been amicable. A century ago, A confrontation nearly broke out with the Netherworld sect, and they have yet to sever ties completely. This time, apart from the three leading elders, the Netherworld sect's delegation consisted entirely of young prodigies, all exuding an air of cold arrogance and exceptional grace. Among them were two other young men, who stood out even within this assembly of talents. Their cultivation was at least at the mid-golden core stage, a level sufficient to hold a position as a steward in the Xianling sect. In smaller sects, they could even be considered elders. These two were Chun Qingdu, ranked 5th among the Netherworld sect's top 10 prodigies, and Mo Xiao, ranked 8th, with Zhuo Qiuchan holding the 10th position. While their rankings were not the highest, they were nonetheless celebrated figures among the younger generation of the Eastern region. As the onlookers from other sects approached to pay their respects, those fortunate enough to converse with them wore expressions of pride and delight, while others looked on with envy. Chun Qingdu and his companions maintained a calm demeanor throughout, their faces adorned with a restrained yet haughty smile. Yet moments later, the atmosphere outside the Xianling sect's gates shifted ominously. All eyes turned toward a handsome young man striding toward them, his presence striking and dignified. Even the breathtakingly beautiful Lu Yuyan beside him seemed overshadowed by his brilliance. Upon seeing him, Zhuo Qiuchan and Apos' enchanting eyes suddenly blazed with unrestrained hatred. Mou, a name that still haunted her thoughts, igniting a fury within her as she recalled countless sleepless nights wishing for his demise. Fortunately, this once unparalleled genius had now become an incapable being, on the verge of exhausting his lifespan. Yet, witnessing Mou surrounded by excited disciples of the Xianling sect, her heart was far from satisfied. It was not enough. She yearned to crush him underfoot, to force him to plead for mercy. The mere thought of it sent a morbid thrill coursing through her, flushing her cheeks. After a moment, Zhuo Qiuchan turned to her companions, gritting her teeth. Brother Chun, Brother Mou is mine. No one else shall contend with me. The humiliation from over a century ago must be avenged today. Since junior sister has spoken, as your seniors, we shall not contest with you. Chun Qingdu replied calmly, his eyes radiating an indomitable aura. Mo Xiao nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Mou was akin to a piece of meat on the chopping block, ripe for the taking. Then I thanked the two senior brothers. Zhuo Qiuchan smiled seductively. But as she turned back, her expression transformed into one of icy hatred, her eyes fixated on Mou. Regrettably, he did not spare her glance. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Xianling sect, Zhou Buyu, was striding forward with several elders. Greetings, Grand Elder. The disciples of the Xianling sect quickly bowed in respect upon seeing Zhou Buyu. What commotion is this? He inquired, noticing that Mou, who was supposed to be in seclusion, was being disturbed by these intruders. Zhou Buyu and Apos' face turned crimson with fury. One disciple hurriedly replied, reporting to the Grand Elder, "The disciples of the Netherworld sect have insulted Uncle Mo without provocation. I couldn't restrain myself and kindly taught him how to speak properly. Unfortunately, he is weak, and I accidentally broke his legs." Zhou Buyu's anger intensified. These people had not visited in a century, and now they dared to provoke Mou upon his emergence from seclusion. Their intentions were glaringly evident. He scolded the disciple furiously. "If this happens again, you shall confine yourself in the Qianlong abyss. If you have broken his legs, why do you still leave his hands intact? Disciple shall heed the Grand Elder's teachings." Hith. The disciple, who had expected a reprimand, instead grinned foolishly, his voice booming. The other disciples of the Xianling sect were equally thrilled, eager to strike back at the offender. Indeed, this was the true spirit of the Xianling sect. How dare they insult Uncle Mo? It was akin to courting death. At that moment, a purple-robed elder from the Netherworld sect stepped forward with a grim expression. His emaciated figure emanated a terrifying aura, akin to a bottomless abyss. As he coldly remarked, "Grand Elder Zhou teaches well. No wonder the disciples of the Xianling sect are so arrogant. I, Lung Qingshan, have learned a valuable lesson. Today, let the disciples of the Netherworld sect have a proper exchange with the prodigies of the Xianling sect." As he spoke, Zhuo Qiuchan, still in her red gown, coldly inclined her head toward the Xianling sect, and declared haughtily, "I, Zhuo Qiuchan, a disciple of the Netherworld sect, have come to challenge the prodigies of the Xianling sect. I wonder if anyone dares to accept?" With that, her eyes, filled with venomous hatred, bore into Mou. The disciples of the Xianling sect appeared calm on the surface. Yet internally, they were seething with anger. This despicable Netherworld sect was truly shameless, challenging the prodigies of the Xianling sect in public only because they knew the Xianling sect's elite were absent, attempting to force Mou to take action. The onlookers could easily discern the underlying motives, and a cacophony of discussions erupted around them. Who would have thought that the Netherworld sect would openly challenge the Xianling sect? The true talents were absent, and yet they dared to issue a challenge? Was this not an affront to their pride? It was evident that their true intention lay not in the challenge itself, but in provoking Mou. A wave of intense curiosity swept through the gathered spectators. Would Mou accept the challenge? Chapter 10. The Hatred of Zhuo Qiuchan. Do you believe that anyone in the Xianling sect can rival Zhuo Qiuchan? A young cultivator asked, his curiosity evident. I find it hard to believe. The true geniuses are no longer within the sect, another replied. Zhuo Qiuchan is one of the top 10 prodigies of the Yuming sect, with unparalleled talent and combat prowess. Remarkably, she is merely 400 years old and already a mid-stage golden core cultivator, a true prodigy. It is said that in her second year of entering the mid-golden core stage, she defeated a late-stage golden core demon cultivator, showcasing her terrifying strength. A boastful voice chimed in beside them. However, this did not capture anyone's attention, as such information was no longer a secret. The young individuals present were all distinguished disciples from various sects, well acquainted with the current prodigies and their remarkable feats. They often discussed the illustrious tales of these talented individuals and even knew their preferences with uncanny detail. Disciples from other major sects also ranked their own geniuses based on combat strength and talent, forming a fan club of sorts within the realm of cultivation. Most of the Eastern region's most exceptional talents were concentrated within the 8 major sects, including the Xianling sect, which had its fair share of prodigies. Yet, the disciples of Xianling's sect now bore expressions of anxiety. Among the 10 prodigies of their generation, only one remained within the sect, the injured Mou. However, Mou's strength had significantly declined, and his lifespan was dwindling. How could he possibly take to the battlefield? The other disciples were not afraid to step forward, but if they were to lose, it would not only bring disgrace upon themselves, but upon the entire sect. This was not a moment for impulsiveness. Hence, no one dared to act recklessly. Is everyone in Xianling sect merely afraid of death? No one dares to take up the challenge? Zhuo Qiuchan exclaimed. Hands on her hips, her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with a seething hatred directed at Mou. At that moment, Mou turned his head to glance at her, his tone calm as he remarked, "Over 100 years have passed, yet you remain the same arrogant shrew." Not only was he currently concealing his strength, but even if he were not, such a shrew was not worthy of his efforts. With a single sentence, Mou shattered all of Zhuo Qiuchan in Appos, as pride. Her face twisted into a grimace, her alluring figure trembling slightly with rage. Yet, before she could retort, the disciples of Xianling sect began to voice their anger. "How dare you, you little woman, look down upon our Xianling sect? I'll go a few rounds with you." A seemingly refined young cultivator bellowed as he stepped forward. Almost simultaneously, numerous Xianling disciples rushed to the forefront. "Yang, I'm stronger than you. Let me go first. Chun, allow me to take the lead. She shall bleed today. Don't fight me for this. I shall be the first to strike." Their thoughts had shifted from winning or losing to a resolute determination to challenge. The disciples of Xianling sect could accept defeat, but they would never be branded as cowards. Zhou Biyu and others maintained their calm demeanor, yet their eyes radiated cold fury. How brazen of a Yuming sect to invite all sects here for a public challenge, knowing full well that the sect's prodigies were absent. Were they attempting to force Xiao Yu into battle and probe his weaknesses? One audacious performance. Just then, a burly young man stepped out from behind Mou, his gaze directed at Zhuo Qiuchan, filled with disdain and contempt. "So, you are the one who drugged my lord and shamelessly sought to climb into his bed Zhuo-Chan. He sneered. With someone of your caliber, do you truly think you can covet my lord? How utterly shameless. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Casting a teasing glance at Mou quickly whispered in explanation, I am surrounded by such transcendent beauties as my master. How could I ever spare a glance at such mundane women? I never even looked at her twice back then. Who knows you? Liu Yin feigned indifference. Though the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement, her expression one of delight and pride. At this moment, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. Wow, there was such a scandal back then. When Appos? That's so surprising. Mou had plenty of beautiful female cultivators pursuing him back then. This young man, he seems to be one of Mou's followers. What was his name again? Yin Wuji? Yes, that's it. I remember him. He was one of Mou's followers. Always low-key. I can't believe he is still here. Indeed, it seems he remains loyal. Back in the day, Mou had 10 young prodigies following him, and now only Yin Wuji remains. I wonder how many are left, considering who would want to follow a cripple? Zhuo-Chan's enchanting visage instantly turned frosty and sinister, her shameful gaze seeming to burn with fury. The humiliation of having been rejected by Mou after she had drugged him and climbed into his bed was the greatest disgrace of her life. Though a century had passed, the memory felt like a dagger in her heart each time it surfaced. Yet, so many had been rejected by Mou back then that she did not feel so pitiful. Every night, she found herself unable to resist recalling that incident, often fantasizing about how things might have unfolded had she succeeded. Would they have become an enviable pair of celestial lovers? However, since Mou's foundation had been destroyed and his cultivation diminished to the foundation establishment stage, she had ceased to entertain such thoughts. Being rejected by Mou had become her greatest humiliation. Now, Zhuo-Chan believed no one remembered this incident, but with the scars now exposed, she felt as though she stood naked before them, her secrets laid bare. Most crucially, Mou had not spared her a second glance. The sheer disregard ignited her resentment to its zenith. Finally, unable to contain her wrath, she gritted her teeth and shouted, How could I ever like someone so arrogant and self-important? I entered his room merely to discuss Tao with him. The outburst from Zhuo-Chan astonished not only the disciples of Xinling's sect, but even those of Yuming's sect. Lingxian furrowed his brows, sighing inwardly. Though Zhuo-Chan was a rare talent within the sect, her temperament would likely hinder her future prospects. In contrast, Mou appeared like a celestial being descended to earth, eclipsing all others in every regard. Fortunately, he was now crippled. Otherwise, how could any of these young cultivators claim to be prodigies? Upon hearing Zhuo-Chan's shameless words, Yin Wuji could not suppress a scornful laugh. You shameless harlot, do you dare to covet my lord? Dream on. Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of the top 10 prodigies of Yuming's sect. With that, Yin Wuji's demeanor shifted dramatically, a chilling aura radiating from him. He then respectfully bowed to Zhou Buyu. I, Yin Wuji, a follower of Mou, challenge you, and I seek the approval of the esteemed elder. Approved. Zhou Buyu nodded solemnly. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yin Wuji replied, then soared into the air, standing tall. He pointed at Zhuo-Chan, his eyes icy and disdainful. Harlot, come forth and meet your demise. Zhuo-Chan's face, already flushed with anger, turned a deep shade of purple. You vile dog of the Yin family. I shall have your tongue. She screamed, ready to charge forth. Yet, she was urgently restrained by the eager Mou Xiao. Zhuo Shimi, is this person worth your effort? Let your senior brother avenge you. He has been pursuing Zhuo-Chan for quite some time now, yet she has remained indifferent towards him. Today, he could not let this opportunity for flattery slip away. With that, he erupted into a hearty laugh and soared into the sky. A terrifying sword aura erupted from his hand, slashing fiercely with unparalleled might. Chapter 11. A stalemate. Mou Xiao's sword struck like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, infused with an aura of ferocity that churned the very air around it. The imposing force radiated outward, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. Many young cultivators, watching from the sidelines, were filled with deep admiration. Yet Yin Wuji remained unfazed. He raised his hand to unleash a streak of azure sword light, meeting Mo Xiu's attack head-on. In terms of both momentum and power, he was not the slightest bit inferior to Mo Xiu. With a resounding crash, brilliance erupted in all directions, and the two initial blows surprisingly resulted in a tie. Spectators exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. A follower of Mou, previously unnoticed, possessed such strength? What the other renowned figures from the past? The young disciples of the Xianling sect were equally taken aback. If Mou's follower was so formidable, how extraordinary must he have been to earn the loyalty of such a prodigy? The term follower is, to put it bluntly, akin to a subordinate or servant. Many prodigies boast of their numerous followers, yet these often turn out to be mere servants or underlings, lacking true talent. True geniuses rarely choose to be someone else's follower. Even within Chunqing's circle, few could stand on the same stage as him, let alone Mo Xiu, whose followers were mostly mediocre cultivators. Yet Mou was an exception. His followers were exceptionally gifted, with many aspiring to rise alongside him. However, becoming his follower was no easy feat. Only those with sufficient talent and compatibility were chosen, reflecting his uncompromising nature. In those times, being a follower of Mou was a mark of prestige. As Yin Wuji continued to observe, a surge of jealousy consumed Mo Xiu. He had initially believed he could easily defeat his opponent, showcasing his prowess before his junior sister and winning her favor. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself equally matched. This only fueled his anger further. The battle intensified, and many influential figures observing, though unfamiliar with Yin Wuji, could discern that this young man was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, compared to the already prominent Mo Xiu, his combat prowess seemed to fall a notch short. Nevertheless, this was enough to leave them astounded. A genius capable of being nurtured as a core disciple in their sect was merely a follower of Mou? What sheer extravagance! Mo Xiu was also astonished. He had not anticipated his opponent to possess mid-stage Golden Core cultivation. Yet, he regarded it with mere surprise. I acknowledge your strength, but to be my rival, you still lack the qualifications. With a cold glare, Mo Xiu unleashed another furious slash. Amidst the flashing light, a sword intent surged forth like a raging river. Unrelenting and fierce, aimed directly at Yin Wuji. The area within a 2,000-meter radius was engulfed by this sword strike, the resulting shockwave sending the onlookers' garments billowing. The magical energy contained within the sword light intertwined with a hint of heavenly might, darkening the sky above. Many young cultivators gazed in awe, their hearts racing with admiration. Even the disciples of the Xianling sect had to concede internally that Mo Xiu indeed possessed remarkable talent. This strike was more than twice as powerful as the last. Just as the crowd anticipated that this blow would determine the victor, Yin Wuji let out a disdainful snort, his robust figure suddenly bursting forth with boundless fighting spirit. He laughed derisively, proclaiming, "Anyone can boast, try defeating me first." As he spoke, a spiraling azure vortex rapidly formed around him, coalescing into a colossal light sword that shot forth. It illuminated the dim space beneath the overcast sky like sunlight breaking through. This sword was equally fierce and unyielding, its power on par with Mo Xiu's. Witnessing this, even Zhou Biyu could not help but exclaim in surprise. I never expected Yin to not only reach the mid-stage of Golden Core, but also possess such formidable strength. Quite impressive. However, despite their equal realms, there remained a disparity in true combat power. Yin Wuji had only just entered this stage, whereas Mo Xiu had lingered in mid-stage for 2 or 3 decades. The outcome was likely not in Yin's favor. For him to have any chance, he needed to surpass Mo Xiu in the comprehension of sword techniques and methods. Yet, in a contest of geniuses, relying solely on understanding to dominate was no simple task. As the astonished gazes of the crowd intensified, the two attacks collided with a thunderous impact. The result, however, defied expectation. Yet again, it ended in a stalemate. This young man, Yin Wuji, was no ordinary opponent. At this moment, even Mo Xiu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He was brash, yet not foolish. His opponent's combat power and talent were undoubtedly on par with his own. No longer underestimating his adversary, he focused all his energy, fully committed to the battle. The clash between the two gradually escalated to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, atop a towering peak of the Xianling sect, 3 ethereal elders sat quietly within a grand hall. The central figure, a thin old man clad in a gray robe, bore a kindly visage reminiscent of a humble farmer, yet his eyes were deep and weathered. His long white brows cascaded down to his cheeks, complemented by a thick silver beard, giving him an otherworldly bearing. To his left sat a graceful elderly woman in a flowing green robe. Though her beauty had faded with age, her elegance remained intact. Her features were soft, and her bright eyes hinted at a past as a stunning beauty. Alas, even cultivators were not immune to the passage of time, as evidenced by the deep creases at the corners of her eyes. Before her lay an array of precious medicinal herbs, rare and difficult to obtain. On the opposite side sat a tall elder in black robes, his expression stern and his gaze commanding. His hair and attire were impeccably arranged, emanating an air of rigid discipline. Though the 3 possessed distinct temperaments, they all exuded an aura of profound depth. At that moment, the gray-robed elder sighed with a bitter expression, shaking his head. "Fourth junior sister, Xiaoyu has but a year left to live. Even with these rare treasures, extending his life will be a challenge." What? I refuse to believe it. The old Taoist of heavenly secrets clearly foretold that his celestial fate is not yet complete. The white-haired elder trembled, her face paling instantaneously. She rose abruptly, radiating an aura of agitation and fury. How could a prodigy like Xiaoyu simply perish? Was this truly how the heavens treated the Xianling sect? Chapter 12. Lu Qingxia. After a considerable pause, the white-haired old woman sorrowfully settled down, her face etched with self-reproach as she lamented. "In this past century, I have traversed the various forbidden zones of the Qingyun continent. To speak of the origin of the Great Path or the ancient immortal elixirs is futile. I have not even heard a credible legend, merely wasting precious time." The gray-clad elder, with a bitter smile, interrupted her with a wave of his hand and sighed. "There is no need for you to bear such guilt, fourth junior sister. Some matters are preordained, beyond human control. We can only do our utmost." The green-clad old woman's eyes dimmed, her frail frame quivering slightly as her voice turned low and hoarse. "It is not that I am obstinate, but when I think of that little one, who has but a year left to live, my heart is overwhelmed with frustration and guilt. We have watched him grow, and now we must witness him depart. I cannot bear it." A silence enveloped the room. Who among them could accept such a fate? Yet, what could be done about their reluctance? After a long while, the gray-clad elder sighed. "Ultimately, it is our failure to protect him." These words pierced the heart of the white-haired old woman, intensifying her sense of guilt. Yet, none could have anticipated the cruelty of those individuals from years past. They had thought that with third senior brother safeguarding Xiaoyu and the reputation of the Xianling sect, no one would dare to act against him. But who would have imagined that there were those who would strike, and even now, the assailants remain unfound. Such disgrace. The attackers were 4 cultivators at the transformation stage, a truly formidable force. This strength could have obliterated many large sections. Yet, it was employed to assassinate a junior in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. In that incident, the Xianling sect not only lost a peerless prodigy with the potential to ascend beyond the Void Return realm, but also suffered the crippling of a transformation stage elder. The humiliation and hatred felt were deeper than the ocean. After some time, the green-clad old woman shifted the topic, concern etched on her face. "Where is Xiaoyu? Let him come and meet us. It has been a full century since I last saw him. I wonder what he has become now." Her gaze turned gloomy. How could she not worry? From an unparalleled genius to a cultivator rendered incapable, how many could withstand such a fall? She hoped fervently that the little one's spirit remained steadfast and unbroken. Previously, Yueying had taken him out, but within less than half a month, they hurriedly returned. And he is now in seclusion. The gray-clad elder shook his head with a bitter smile. The green-clad old woman looked at the eldest brother in disbelief. "Seclusion? What is the point of seclusion now? This sigh. To her, it seemed that Lu Yueying, as his master, was unwilling to accept fate. Yet, no matter how unwilling one might be, should they not be eating and drinking at this time? A century of seclusion would yield nothing. Now, with just a year left, what good could more seclusion do? However, she felt powerless to obstruct this decision and could only let out a resigned sigh. The black-clad elder, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself and frowned. A century ago, I opposed mobilizing the entire sect to seek the elusive origin of the great path for Xiaoyu. Now, not only have we expended vast resources, but we have also lost over 100 disciples, and his injuries show no sign of improvement. The key issue is that, knowing his life is short, Yueying still activates the spirit-gathering array for his cultivation. How unfair is this to the other disciples? The black-clad elder and oppose. As anger grew as he spoke, ultimately standing up, his dissatisfaction evident in his gaze. Over the years, the resources consumed by Xiaoyu could have been used to cultivate 10 nascent soul practitioners. This does not even account for the disciples who perished in various forbidden zones and the precious time wasted. One of his direct disciples met such a fate. The most infuriating part is that it has now been proven that those sacrifices were utterly without value. The white-haired old woman, engulfed in sorrow, erupted at this remark, rising in anger to glare at him, shouting, "Second brother, you cannot be unaware of Xiaoyu's importance to the sect. Furthermore, this decision was also supported by our master. Are you suggesting that we should have abandoned him from the start? If we were to follow your reasoning, would not third brother's desperate efforts to rescue him have been even more superfluous?" The gray-clad elder, with a look of helplessness, quickly stepped in to mediate. Yet, the white-haired old woman, fueled by anger, paid no heed to the eldest brother and smashed her palm onto the table, splintering it. Still unsatisfied, she roared at the black-clad elder like an enraged lioness. "Is it because among the deceased are your own disciples? Can you truly lay the blame on Xiaoyu? If one fears death in cultivation, one might as well return home to plant sweet potatoes and abandon the pursuit of immortality." The black-clad elder, provoked by her words, glared at her with indignation. "Fourth junior sister, clarify what you mean by my fear of death. What do you mean by my disciples? Are they not disciples of the Xinling sect? Since it is known to be futile, why continue? Do you not understand how many spirit stones are consumed to activate the spirit-gathering array? Enough. Let's all speak less and reflect on our current demeanor." The gray-clad elder forcefully struck the table, then turned to the black-clad elder, admonishing him loudly, "Second junior brother, fourth junior sister has just returned. Why are you arguing with her as her senior? Are you too idle of late? As long as Xiaoyu lives, we cannot abandon him. If you have objections, you must swallow them." The black-clad elder opened his mouth, but ultimately sat down in resignation, closing his eyes and falling silent. He never believed he was in the wrong. Since Xiaoyu's recovery seemed hopeless, resources should not be wasted on him, but rather on other talented individuals. Yet what about the sect? For his sake, they had not only exhausted vast resources, but also delayed the cultivation of numerous talents, resulting in many deaths. Is this not emotional decision-making? The green-clad old woman snorted coldly and took her seat again, angrily closing her eyes and ignoring the two. The gray-clad elder wore a wry smile, but did not mind. They had long grown accustomed to fourth junior sister's temperament. The hall soon fell into silence, but this tranquility lasted only a moment. The three simultaneously opened their eyes, astonished as they exchanged glances. Did not Xiaoyu go into seclusion? Before the green-clad old woman could finish her words, he had vanished. "Junior sister, let us observe in silence. Do not act rashly," the gray-haired elder hurriedly pursued. The black-clad elder hesitated, but, with a cold expression, quickly followed suit. Chapter 13. The commanding Lu Yuyan at this moment. Although fierce battles raged in the sky, the leaders of the other sects had lost interest in watching and approached Lu Yuyan for polite greetings. Even the cold Qin Shan from the underworld sect forced a smile as he clasped his hands toward her, feigning sincerity. "It has been many years since we last met. Sect Master Lu, you remain as enchanting as ever, your grace surpassing that of yesteryear." Lu Yuyin cast a fleeting glance at him, her tone icy as she retorted. You all have come together today, with quite the show. One might think you were here to provoke me. After a chilling sweep of her surroundings, her clear and beautiful eyes betrayed her barely concealed ire. The crowd hurriedly clarified, Sect Master Lu, you misunderstand. We are merely coincidentally here today. Indeed, some mentioned they had heard rumors that Lu Yuyin sought a partner and had come to see for themselves. It is truly enviable to ponder which of our fellow cultivators might catch your eye. Naturally, Lu Yuyin dismissed their hollow words. These sects, particularly the underworld sect, had always maintained a close rapport. Their simultaneous arrival could hardly be deemed coincidental. Furthermore, the woman with the surname Zhua had previously attempted to challenge Xiaoyu. The implications were obvious. They were simply probing Xiaoyu and Appo's recovery status. However, she cannot be bothered to expose their intentions directly, so she coolly offered a few dismissive remarks and chose to ignore them. Clearly, Xiaoyu's emergence from seclusion had stirred the interest of many. Her gaze grew increasingly frigid. It was not until this moment that Chen Qingshi found the opportunity to approach Mo, offering a restrained smile as he clasped his hands. Brother Mo, it has been too long. The defeat from years past still lingers in my mind, and I have longed for a fair rematch. Regrettably, your retreat from the world for a century has made it impossible for me to fulfill this desire. Now that we meet again, I hope you might grant me this chance. Mo regarded him with a calm glance, his expression unperturbed. Do you truly wish to engage in battle with one who has been bested before? Chen Qingshi's face stiffened. The other disciples of the Xianling sect erupted in laughter. Indeed, a defeated opponent wishes to challenge our master Mo again? How absurd. One scoffed. This is akin to willingly stepping into a den of death. Chen Qingshi's lips twitched as he fought back a surge of rage. Yet he restrained himself, aware that this was the territory of the Xianling sect, a faction notorious for its domineering ways. However, he felt permitted to taunt. I understand Brother Mo has been significantly weakened, yet fear not. I shall lower my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage to ensure a fair fight. Of course, if you are too concerned about your reputation to engage, simply disregard my words. Mo cast him a dismissive glance, a sneer gracing his lips. Was such a base provocation truly worthy of his attention? No wonder he had only advanced a minor level in a century. He was utterly useless. With that, Chen Qingshi was genuinely provoked, his face turning an ashen hue as he gritted his teeth. To be called cowardly by you is quite the irony. I will seal my cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Are you truly afraid to compete? The disciples of the underworld sect chimed in with jeers. Brother Chen, this Mo is nothing but a name without substance. He wouldn't dare to match your prowess. Indeed, a coward hiding behind sweet words. What a disgrace. One arrogant genius from the underworld sect laughed derisively. In my view, Mo is merely a useless waste, destined to live in the shadows of others. After all, if he hides for a few more years, he may simply escape unscathed. But then, amidst the sound of ringing laughter, a shrill scream pierced the air, silencing the crowd. All eyes turned in shock, witnessing the once boastful genius from the underworld sect reduced to mere fragments by Lu Yin's swift strike. A golden core practitioner had fallen, completely obliterated. The disciples who had previously mocked fell silent, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, eyes wide with terror. The formidable leader of the Xianling sect had killed without a word. Did she not fear igniting a war with one of the top sects of the eastern region? The onlookers, including sect leaders and elders, were left in a state of disbelief, their hearts racing with apprehension. The Xianling sect, as always, was as fearsome and relentless as ever. Each sect leader silently reminded themselves that they were merely spectators today and dared not to offend this fierce woman. No one dared disregard the words of the stunning leader of the Xianling sect. Had it not been for the repeated assurances and benefits provided by the underworld sect, they would never have come. In that moment, the arena was engulfed in silence. Only the disciples of the Xianling sect felt exhilarated, their spirits lifted. Mo, taken aback for a moment, felt warmth within. Having such a protective mentor was rather fortuitous. Lu Yuyin surveyed the surroundings once more. her gaze finally settling on Qing Shan as she coldly declared, "You underworld sect members dare to come to my Xianling sect's doorstep and openly insult my disciple. Do you seek war?" Qing Shan and Appo's face turned a deep shade of anger, his heart simmering with indignation. War? Was it not she who sought conflict? Although the disciple had spoken out of turn, it hardly justified Lu Yuyin and Appo's lethal response. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. With a formidable figure like her, what did he possibly do? Suppressing his frustration, he remained silent for a time, weighing his response, before finally turning to his disciples and bellowing, "If you wish to challenge, speak with respect. What need is there for insults? Is this how you are taught to conduct yourselves in the underworld sect? What a shameful display of rudeness." The implication of his words pointed squarely at Lu Yuyin, yet he was too intimidated to say it directly in front of her. Instead, he sought to vent his frustration indirectly. Thankfully, his purpose here was merely to gauge Mou's recovery, not to confront Lu Yuyin directly. After chastising his own disciples, he fell silent. Lu Yuyin paid him no mind and turned her attention to Zhou Buyu, her gaze steady as she inquired, "Elder brother, what transpired?" Seeing that they had disturbed the younger disciples and Mou during his seclusion, Zhou Buyu and the others felt a wave of guilt wash over them and hurriedly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin and Appo's brow furrowed, her eyes ablaze with fury as she exclaimed, "The audacity of the underworld sect! Knowing that my sect and Appo's prodigy is out training, they deliberately sent their genius to challenge him? In that case, the Xianling sect shall certainly pay them a visit in a year in Appo's time. We shall compete properly." At her words, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Was the Xianling sect truly recalling all disciples who had ventured out to seek opportunities for Mou? Could it be they were indeed abandoning him? Chapter 14. The exquisite spirit sword cultivators firmly believe in the concepts of heavenly fate and destiny. They hold that the more gifted disciples are, the more they are favored by the heavenly path, and their fortunes are far richer than those of ordinary individuals. This belief is the reason why the Xianling sect, despite the inherent risks of losing their prodigies, chooses to send them forth. They hope that by leveraging their fortunes, they might uncover the rare treasure of the Tao and Appo's essence to aid Mou in restoring his foundation. This has long ceased to be a secret throughout the Eastern domain. In recent centuries, compared to other sects that keep their talents sheltered, the Xianling sect has witnessed the highest casualty rate among its prodigies. However, they also exhibit unparalleled combat prowess, each one fierce and undaunted. Yet now, are they truly willing to abandon Mou just to reclaim their dignity after the provocation from the Yuming sect? Or is it that Mou and Appo's lifespan is nearing its end, rendering him beyond salvation? Observing Mou, who only possesses the cultivation of the early foundation stage, the surrounding sect leaders fell into contemplation. For a cultivator at the foundation stage who has suffered from the Tao and Appo's affliction, reaching the age of 300 is already miraculous. It must have consumed considerable resources from a Xianling sect. By such calculations, it seems Mou is nearing his demise. Lung Qingshan arrived at the same conclusion, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Today's visit had not been in vain. Even after a century of seclusion, Mou's condition had shown no signs of improvement. An early foundation stage cultivator? Even if he were to obtain the essence of the Tao and restore his foundation, there would not be sufficient time to advance to the golden core stage. Without returning to the golden core stage, he is destined to wither away. He could not suppress a triumphant chuckle, realizing that the greatest tragedy for the Xianling sect would not be failing to find the Tao and Appo's essence, but rather finding it and administering it to Mou, only to discover it was too late for cultivation. How amusing that would be. Recognizing this sentiment, the leaders of the Yuming sect awaited the guidance of the Xianling sect prodigies with anticipation. With his spirits lifted, Lung Qingshan mocked openly, dismissing the upcoming challenge as inconsequential. As long as there were no prodigies of Mou and Appo's caliber, the current talents of the Xianling sect were no more formidable than those of the Yuming sect. No one could expect to gain a significant advantage. Yet today, indignation could not be left unaddressed. With a cold laugh, he discreetly conveyed to Chun Qing Shu, "After your junior brother and Amp, Oppo's match, regardless of the outcome, you must challenge MOU immediately, forcing him to act and then humiliating him." "Understood, Elder," Chun Qing Shu replied excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At this moment, Yin Wuji and Mo Xiao had already ignited true flames of rivalry. In truth, from the outset, they had not viewed this as a mere exchange. The confrontation was a matter of life and death, especially Yin Wuji, whose strikes were ruthless and unyielding, akin to a battle for survival. He held a singular resolve. "Mo, you must not leave unscathed after daring to provoke the Xianling sect." Mo Xiao's expression was equally grim, his eyes flickering with boundless embarrassment and rage. As one of the top 10 prodigies of the Yuming sect, he found himself unable to withstand even MOU's followers. It was nothing short of a disgrace. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, he would lose face. Should he falter, he would become even more humiliated, drawing disdain from his junior sister. "I cannot lose," he silently vowed, pulling out a dark red ancient sword. This was a divine weapon he had acquired in a secret realm, regarded as a treasured possession. It was indeed a genuine low-grade spirit weapon. The term spirit weapon refers to swords that possess sentience. When wielded in conjunction with their master, they can amplify the user and Oppo's striking power. Seeing him draw the spirit sword, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A low-grade spirit sword can enhance the wielder and Oppo's power by up to 20%. Such treasures are rarely possessed by many sect elders. Who would have thought a disciple of the Yuming sect would possess one? Many spectators felt a twinge of envy. To Yin Wuji, this appeared somewhat unjust. However, weaponry is inherently a part of one's strength, and no one could contest that fact. Indeed, with the aid of the spirit sword, Mo Xiao's power surged dramatically. In a single strike, he forced Yin Wuji to suffer significant loss, leaving him pale-faced. Yin Wuji furrowed his brow, anxiety creeping in, for he lacked such an exceptional weapon. Just then, a clear voice rang out from afar. "Wuji, catch the sword." As the words fell, a long black sword, suffused with spiritual energy, suddenly soared from MOU and Oppo's hand, appearing just half a foot in front of Yin Wuji. The sword hovered quietly, exuding an ancient and imposing aura, imbued with remarkable sentience. "By the heavens, is this a top-grade spirit weapon?" Knowledgeable onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "Wuji, thank young master for lending the sword." A momentarily dazed Yin Wuji grasped the long sword with excitement, his heart swelling with pride. "Mo, I shall show you what a true spirit sword is capable of." "Ha ha ha!" With a boastful laugh, Yin Wuji swung the spirit sword down ferociously. A terrifying blade aura erupted from the sword, enhancing its power by more than 50%. Fearsome, utterly terrifying, Yin Wuji nearly shouted in exhilaration. There was no need for him to acclimate to the sword. The moment he grasped it, it felt as if it resonated with his very thoughts. Is this the true terror of a top-grade spirit sword? Yin Wuji mused, his eyes filled with amazement. Boom! The sword aura seemed poised to slice through the very sky, violently sending Mo Xiao flying hundreds of meters away. Is it truly that powerful? Many onlookers gasped, clearly startled. Yet Yin Wuji was brimming with excitement. Indeed, the young master's sword was formidable. He swiftly pursued Mo Xiao, determined to annihilate him completely. To dare act arrogantly before the Xianling sect, one must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Chapter 15. Is the second senior sister the daughter of destiny? Cold Qing Shan, who was watching from the sidelines, felt his face turn ashen with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. The members of the Xianling sect were truly intent on leaving no room for mercy. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten his earlier triumph and scheming. He had hoped that Mo Xiao would falter and incapacitate the young man. Thus far, the Yuming sect had suffered one death and one grievous injury. If they could not secure victory in this situation, their sect's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, given the current circumstances, he dared not intervene. Before long, the previously balanced confrontation transformed into a one-sided affair, with Emocio utterly powerless to retaliate. Moments later, a horrific scream pierced the air as Emocio was once again sent flying. While still airborne, blood gushed from him like water. With a heavy thud, he plummeted from the clouds into a vast lake at the foot of the mountain. However, this also allowed him to narrowly escape a dire fate. Yan Wuji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from descending into the lake to strike down his foe, given the clear outcome of the battle. Such actions would be deemed unsporting. He returned to Mou's side, respectfully presenting the sword with a face full of regret and self-reproach. Young master, Wu Ji is ineffectual. I failed to slay the opponent. Mou smiled faintly, but did not take the sword. He is but a minor character, it matters not. Yet, I am surprised that after a century and Oppo's absence, you have reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Quite commendable. Consider this sword as a token of congratulations, lest others flaunt their inferior weapons before you. This statement immediately incited a chorus of laughter from the disciples of the Xianling sect, their hearts filled with envy and astonishment. This was, after all, a top-tier spirit sword. They had all witnessed its formidable power moments ago. The words of the esteemed Uncle Mo, given so freely, only confirmed the rumors of his generosity and wealth. Many young disciples could not help but gaze longingly, their hearts ablaze with admiration. Uncle Mo is truly extravagant. Indeed, treasures of such caliber are beyond my master's possessions. Oh, how I wish to enter the Golden Core stage soon. Perhaps then Uncle Mo would bestow upon me some fine gifts. Yes, we must strive harder. Numerous newly initiated female disciples clasped their hearts, their faces filled with dreams. The older disciples nearby, overhearing their chatter, did not mock them. Instead, they nodded earnestly, saying, "If you can rank among the top 10 prodigies, Uncle Mo might indeed gift you treasures." Really? The surrounding disciples and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly, other prodigies of the Xianling sect had received such honors, regarded as a symbol of their status. Only those who earned Uncle Mo and Oppos' recognition could truly call themselves prodigies of the Xianling sect. Otherwise, no one dared to claim such titles. The newly arrived disciples from the past century seemed unaware of these traditions. Their curiosity piqued as they eagerly inquired, "Senior brother, are you suggesting that only those who receive gifts from Uncle Mo can be considered true prodigies?" "Pretty much. At least that is how we all see it." "Wow, how can Uncle Mo possess so many treasures?" exclaimed a young girl, astonished. "There are rumors, indeed, that Uncle Mo once acquired the treasures of an unparalleled master, though the truth remains unknown." The disciples buzzed with envy and speculation. Yan Wuji, however, wore a solemn expression. He did not refuse the precious gift from the young master, accepting it with a grave demeanor. To him, only by elevating his own strength could he better protect the young master's dignity. Scenes like today would have been inconceivable a century ago. Who would have dared to utter a word of insult? But now, even the most insignificant dared to speak out. Was it not merely because they believed the young master's foundation had been ruined, rendering him a mere shell of a man? It was no wonder outsiders thought this way. Even the young master's 10 closest followers had abandoned him. Only they 3 remained. They would be the final bastion of the young master and Oppos' dignity, vowing to defend it with their lives. Only in this way could they repay the young master's past generosity and the debt of salvation. If their strength were inadequate, would they not disgrace him? Yan Wuji's gaze was resolute. Among the original group, his prowess was not particularly remarkable, yet he remained one of Mou's staunchest supporters. Without the young master, he would have perished long ago. At that moment, Mo Shio returned, his face a mask of humiliation and indignation. Although the water on him had evaporated, the deep gash on his shoulder and his pallid complexion would not mend quickly. It was evident he had suffered greatly in his battle with Yan Wuji. Now, as he observed the derisive gazes of the Xianling sect disciples, his heart bled with shame and rage. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had drawn the spirit sword first. Now that he had lost, how could he claim that the sword gifted by Mou was of too high a grade? Such words would only serve to deepen his disgrace. With clenched teeth, he spat out in anger, "Yin, today, as humiliation, I will repay in kind." With that, he lowered his head and returned to the ranks, closing his eyes and falling silent. The scornful gaze of the junior sister had wounded him deeply. Yin Wuji, however, paid no heed to his words, his resolute expression brimming with confidence. "Today, I could defeat you. Tomorrow, the same will hold true. You are destined to remain beneath my feet for all eternity." His declaration incited a wave of cheers from the disciples of the Xianling sect, igniting an atmosphere of enthusiasm. Conversely, the Yuming sect maintained a collective, icy demeanor. Qin Shan and the others, bound by their status, refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with the younger generation. Yet, the young prodigies behind him could no longer contain their fury, erupting with indignation. "Winning one battle has made you arrogant. Do you truly believe the Yuming sect is without talents? Indeed, had it not been for your prior battle, I would have made you taste defeat under my sword." As the most formidable prodigy present from the Yuming sect, Chunqing Du finally broke his silence. He calmly lifted his gaze to Yin Wuji, his eyes tranquil. "You, of all people, do not possess the merit to claim superiority over the prodigies of the Yuming sect. A century ago, Mou might have been worthy of such words. Alas, he now lacks even the courage to face me. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to battle him once more. As for you, defeating you holds no significance." Chunqing Du and Appo's words dripped with arrogance and confidence, his gaze unashamedly filled with disdain and contempt. This immediately ignited the fury of the disciples of the Xianling sect. Many were about to unleash a torrent of curses when a melodious and crisp voice rang out from afar. "You, a despicable wretch, dare to challenge my junior disciple? Truly a disgrace." As the words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman descended gracefully from the sky, standing beside Mou, her gentle smile directed at him. Her lustrous black hair was casually swept back, and she donned a flowing pink gown that accentuated her ethereal beauty. Her youthful visage seemed to belong to a woman in her 20s, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth. Simply standing there, she radiated an aura akin to the most exquisite scenery in a world. Everyone stood transfixed, including the berated Chunqing Du, who could not help but murmur, "No wonder she is one of the 8 great beauties. Her beauty is unmatched." Among the thousands present, there were countless young and beautiful female cultivators. Yet, none could rival this enchanting figure except Lu Yuyin. But while Lu Yuyin was beautiful, none dared to gaze at her for long. This lady, however, was a visual delight. The older disciples maintained their composure, but many young male cultivators were already entranced, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Xiaoro had met her master, as well as various senior brothers, uncles, and fellow disciples. The woman bowed gracefully to Lu Yuyin and the others, her smile radiant. As she spoke, a pair of fair, delicate hands gently caressed the head of Mou, her gaze imbued with affection and tenderness. "Little Junior, have you thought of your second senior sister over the years?" Upon witnessing this scene, Zuiqiu-chan felt as though her teeth might shatter from frustration. Yet, the beauty of that woman left even her feeling inadequate. At this moment, Mou and Appo's eyes were transfixed, not solely due to the second senior sister and Appo's striking appearance, but because above her head floated a translucent panel visible only to him. Su Xiaoro name, Su Xiaoro, daughter of destiny. Age, 380, realm, late golden core stage. Physique, Linglong celestial body, not fully awakened. Hint, those possessing this physique have an innate extraordinary comprehension, able to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with an unparalleled cultivation speed. However, to achieve complete awakening, one must use the Linglong celestial crystal as a catalyst. From a young age, he had been aware that his second senior sister and Appo's identity was extraordinary, being the third princess of Liang Kingdom. Yet, He never anticipated that she was also the daughter of destiny. Chapter 16. The dominant elder Lu Mo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, yet it arrived so unexpectedly. If only he could elevate the second senior sister's level of dependence to a perfect 100%, he would be able to completely bind the system and restore his physical constitution. That would mark his triumphant return to the pinnacle of his power. However, the thought made him feel an unsettling guilt. His master was still unresolved, and here he was contemplating pursuing the second senior sister. Was this truly the right course of action? The crux of the matter was that, should he establish a bond with her, it would complicate any future attempts to win over his master. He could already sense the internal turmoil within his master. Once he confirmed his relationship with the second senior sister, how could his master possibly intervene? Mou felt a headache forming, observing the dazed expression of her junior brother. Su Xiaoro felt a pang of sympathy, her gaze softening with compassion. She presumed that his complex emotions stemmed from their long separation, compounded by his current circumstances. Upon returning this time, she vowed to help her junior brother regain his spirits. With a determined heart, Su Xiaoro silently resolved to take action. Yet, as her suspicions grew, she could not resist probing into her junior brother's condition with her spiritual sense, her expression shifting to one of deep concern as she furrowed her brows. To her astonishment, he was still at the initial stage of foundation establishment. She cast a questioning glance at her master, but in such a setting, it was not appropriate to inquire further. It would be best to first resolve the matter at hand. With that thought, Su Xiaoro suddenly turned her attention to Chen Qingdu, her voice laced with annoyance. Didn't you wish to challenge my junior brother? Let's have a duel right now. I hope you can withstand it. Immediately after, she donned a gentle smile, gazing at Mou as she softly asked, Junior brother, how do you wish to deal with this individual? Second senior sister. Such a person is unworthy of your intervention. Let us return a year later to teach him a lesson at the Yuming sect. At that moment, Mou's mind was solely preoccupied with how to conquer the hearts of both the second senior sister and his master. He had no interest in dealing with such minor characters. Ignored by the duo, Chen Qingdu felt utterly dejected as he watched Su Xiaoro smiling and conversing with Mou. Just as he contemplated provoking Mou into a confrontation, three terrifying, aged figures suddenly stepped forth from the void, casting a commanding gaze over the assembly. Upon seeing these three elders, all the disciples of the Xian Spirit sect hurriedly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the three grand elders. We pay our respects to our revered Uncle Master. The white-haired matron among them waved her hand dismissively, her gaze shifting to the leaders of the various sects as she bellowed, Have you all come to my Xian Spirit sect to cause a ruckus, believing us to be dead? Or do you seek your own demise? Her demeanor was assertive and forthright. Faced with the elders and leaders of at least 20 sects, she showed no mercy. In Lu Qingxia's eyes, these individuals had followed the Yuming sect to her doorstep. Even if they were not enemies, they could hardly be considered friends. So why should she extend any courtesy? Those who dared to cause trouble would serve as examples to others. Senior Lu has misunderstood. We merely came to the Xian Spirit sect for a visit and would never dream of causing any disturbance. You may inquire with Elder Zhou. We have brought gifts to pay our respects. Senior Lu, I have heard of your sect and Amp, Oppos, S Prodigy, Mou, emerging from seclusion, which is why I brought significant gifts to congratulate him, not to cause trouble at all. Under her scolding, none of the prominent figures dared to express discontent. They hurriedly offered explanations. To the three before them, they were all juniors, and moreover, these juniors were not merely in terms of seniority, but in terms of power. They were significantly beneath their elders. In many first-rate sects, those at the initial stage of a nascent soul could serve as sect leaders, while those at the mid or late stages would be revered as grand elders or ancestors. Yet these three were formidable beings at the God transformation stage, undoubtedly top-tier existences in the Eastern domain. Among the gathering, many were nascent soul cultivators, considered powerful figures in various locales, but before these three, they were rendered inconsequential. Lu Qingxia paid no further heed to the others and turned her attention to the grand elder Zhou Biyu, her face flushed with irritation. Zhou Biyu, is this true? And who was it that fell into the lake just now? Zhou Biyu promptly responded with deep respect, esteemed fourth uncle. That is approximately the case. As for the one who fell into the lake, he is a disciple of the Yuming sect. Lingxian claimed that their disciples were inferior and sought to challenge our sect and oppose, as prodigy, only to be struck into the lake by a single sword strike. Hearing this, Lingxian and oppose's face had already turned ashen, his fury nearly igniting his hair. The group of young talents behind him wore equally grim expressions. Yet, before the likes of Lu Qingxia and her companions, even Lingxian dared not act recklessly. He could only suppress his rage and murmur, "Elder Zhou speaks the truth. These disciples are indeed a mixed bag, so we request the Xian Spirit sect to continue bestowing guidance. Chen Qingdu, the next round shall be yours." But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qingxia and oppose, as commanding voice interrupted, "If the youth are incapable, I ascend and oppose. That a reflection of your elders and oppose. Incompetence? Rather than allowing the young to spar aimlessly, it is far better for your elders to engage in discussion. Zhou Biyu, you will accompany him for a practice session." Zhou Biyu laughed heartily as he stepped forward. "What the esteemed uncle says is true. What is there to see in children fighting? Lingxian, let us have a contest instead." With that, he offered no opportunity for a retort and soared into the void, shouting, "If you fear losing and embarrassing yourself, take your people and return to the Yuming sect. Otherwise, come up and face me." He had long been harboring a wealth of pent-up frustration, but previously, he had refrained from intervening in the youthful disputes. Now that he had found an excuse, he was not about to let it slip away. At this point, Lingxian had no choice but to engage. With the challenge laid out before him, how could he not respond? He represented the Yuming sect, after all. "Let me see your strength, Zhou Biyu, and if there has been any growth in the last century." With that, he soared upward in a fit of rage. Lingxian and Zhou Biyu were not only of equal standing in terms of cultivation, but were also contemporaries who had contended against each other their entire lives. Throughout their previous encounters, Zhou Biyu had often overshadowed him, and today he was determined to exact revenge. The impending clash between the two nascent soul elders ignited fervent anticipation among the gathered crowd, particularly the younger generation, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the rare opportunity to witness a battle of the strong. Yet, Lu Qingxia could hardly be bothered to glance their way. Beckoning the trio of Lu Yuyin and her disciples, "There is nothing worth watching here. You all come with me." With a wave of her hand, she and the three vanished from sight. Along with them, the other two grand elders also disappeared. Lu Qingxia led the three back to the clear spring peak, the secluded area where the grand elders often retreated. The other two elders followed with solemn expressions. Upon landing, Mou and Su Xiaoro hurriedly bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to our ancestor and the two esteemed uncle masters." Lu Yuyin greeted them with a gentle smile, appearing as innocent as a neighbor's little girl, devoid of any of the earlier imposing demeanor. The elder in gray robes and white eyebrows was the previous sect leader of the Xian Spirit sect and also Lu Yuyin's master, Gu Jianan. Beside him stood the stern-faced elder in black robes, Qian Baichuan, Lu Yin and oppose, as second uncle master, together with the fourth-ranked Lu Qingxia. They comprised 3 of the 5 grand elders of the Xian Spirit sect. The elders, preoccupied with the gravity of the situation, did not immediately inquire about Su Xiaoro's circumstances over the years, but instead regarded Mou with complex expressions. Even Qian Baichuan, who had previously opposed fully healing Mou, was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. This young man had once been a source of pride for the Xian Spirit sect. Alas, he had now become a shell of his former self. Chapter 17. Restored? How is that possible? Mou joyfully stepped forward, breaking the stillness first. "Fourth Uncle Master, you have finally returned. It's been nearly a century since we last met, and I have missed you dearly." The elder Lu Qingxia, clad in green with white hair, felt her eyes welling with tears. Her dignified and benevolent face was filled with affection and guilt. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand and gently ruffled his hair as she had when he was a child, lamenting, "Alas, I have missed you too, but I am truly powerless, having spent a century without finding a solution." "Mou, do you Do you have any wishes left? Tell your fourth uncle master. I will do everything in my power to fulfill them, no matter how difficult. Lu Qingxia's tone was resolute, and her words signified that she had completely given up hope for Mou's restoration. After 100 years, he still only possessed the foundation-building stage of cultivation. Even if others had regained their true paths, it would be of no use. With his remaining lifespan, how could he possibly reach the golden core stage in such a short time? It is worth noting that even before his injuries, it had taken him decades to progress from foundation building to golden core. Now, with merely a year left, all she could do was help him fulfill some unaccomplished wishes. Gu Jiannan, too, wore an expression of unwillingness, his heart heavy with sorrow. Originally a promising candidate for ascension, his journey now seemed to be ending just as it was beginning. How could one not feel despondent? Su Xiaoro, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly turned pale. Her eyes filled with despair and hopelessness. Could it be that her junior brother had not made any progress but had instead reached the end of his life? Upon first seeing him, she had been troubled to find him only at the foundation stage. But recalling her master and amp, Appo's summons to return and be a companion to her junior brother, she had clung to the last shred of hope. Yet now, hearing the words of her uncles, her heart was finally thrown into turmoil, and a wave of intense despair washed over her. Her beautiful eyes turned red and moist, and without a second thought, she embraced Mou, her voice choked with emotion. Junior brother, you must tell second sister that this is not true. Your talent has always been the finest. How could it be? I refuse to believe it. We will not allow you to die. Tears streamed down Su Xiaoro's face uncontrollably, her expression one of profound sadness and helplessness. Lu Qingxia's own tears fell quietly, only to be quickly dried. Yet her frail body trembled slightly. Despite having cultivated for thousands of years, her heart, solid as rock, ultimately could not sever all emotions. Qian Baichuan stood nearby with a complex expression, silent, lost in his thoughts. Gu Jiannan beside him wore a face of sorrow and unwillingness. If possible, he would gladly exchange his own life for Mou's rebirth. Alas, such hypothetical musings were destined to be meaningless. Mou, who was contemplating how to convey his situation without arousing suspicion among his elders, found himself without time to think any further. He hurriedly reassured them. Uncle Master, Uncle Elders. Second sister, please do not be sad. I have actually recovered part of my constitution and can cultivate again. I came out this time to share this good news with you, but alas, I encountered. What? What did you say? Mou, have you truly recovered? Gu Jiannan, who had been submerged in sorrow, suddenly looked up, his bright eyes sparkling like stars. A wave of immense and anxious joy surged within him. Lu Qingxia and Qian Baichuan also gazed at Mou in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Restored? How could this be? However, Lu Qingxia quickly regained her composure. Hastily separating Mou from Su Xiaoro and Amp, Appo's embrace, and urgently called out, Xiaoro, hold on for a moment. Let Mou explain clearly. Is it true? Have you really recovered? Though Su Xiaoro and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson, she cast aside her shyness, her gaze fixed intensely on her junior brother, her heart racing. An unprecedented tension caused her body to tremble violently. She was genuinely terrified that these words might merely be a comforting lie from her junior brother. If so, she would not be able to bear it. It is true. Mou nodded solemnly. Upon hearing his affirmation, everyone fell into a state of disbelief and astonishment. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. As they exchanged glances, they saw shock and confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Truly? How could it seem so unbelievable? Master, uncle, this is indeed true. Lu Yin quickly stepped forward to testify, continuing with the script they had devised. Initially, when Mou and I entered the ancient Forbidden Zone, we unexpectedly obtained a mysterious spiritual fruit. After Mou consumed it, he discovered it beneficial for his injuries, which is why we hurried back from seclusion. To our astonishment, he has now recovered significantly. Mou eagerly nodded and added, Indeed, I rushed back to inform you all immediately after my recovery. But then I encountered trouble with the Yuming sect and had an amp, Appo's T the chance to speak. Mo you could only say this much. Had it not been for his master, he could have revealed that he had fully restored his strength to the golden core stage. However, what he had communicated to his master was that it was only after cultivating together that his foundation had been restored. To assert now that he had regained his strength to the golden core stage would be an exaggeration difficult to explain. The secrets of the system were something he would never disclose to anyone, for fear of what his master might think, or how the other women might perceive him. Would they believe he had sought them out solely to extract their fortune? That would spell trouble for him. At this moment, Lu Qingxia had already grasped Mo's arm, probing with intense hope and anxiety gleaming in her eyes. After a long while, she finally released Mo with uncontainable joy, tears streaming down her face, and then she laughed exuberantly. "It's true. You have genuinely recovered." Observing his junior sister and aunt, Oppo's reaction, Gu Jiannan and the others suddenly came to their senses, their weathered gazes sparkling like stars, and they hurried forward to confirm. Moments later, Gu Jiannan could not help but raise his arms, pacing back and forth, his old face flushed with excitement, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Ha ha, wonderful. Absolutely splendid. I knew the heavens would not treat our Xianling sect so harshly." Qian Baichuan's heart was equally tumultuous. The young man he had deemed hopeless had truly achieved the impossible? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Seeing the astonishment on his face, Lu Qingxia, like a victorious general, fixed her gaze on him and laughed heartily. "Second brother, didn't you say those resources were wasted? Didn't you claim that Mo you had no chance of returning to his peak? What do you say now? Do you still believe there is no opportunity? In no more than a century, Mo you will surely make a complete recovery." Qian Baichuan glared at her defiantly, retorting, "Even now, he has only recovered halfway. The remaining injuries will only become harder to mend. Let us not rejoice too soon." After speaking, he turned to Mo, coldly admonishing, "Your foundation is not yet fully restored. You must not become complacent. Only by returning to your peak can you honor those who have sacrificed for you. Your teachings are wise, second uncle." Mo respectfully nodded, harboring no resentment. The sect had indeed sacrificed greatly for him. Seeing his sincere demeanor, Qian Baichuan finally nodded in satisfaction, though his heart was filled with complexity. At least those disciples did not die in vain. Reflecting on the departed disciples, a flicker of melancholy crossed his gaze. Lu Qingxia rarely did not retort him. After all, second brother's intentions were for the good of the sect, albeit his methods and thoughts were somewhat rigid. After a considerable time, Gu Jiannan fixed his gaze on Mo, earnestly advising, "Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, including your uncles. Do not speak of it for now. From now on, I shall devote myself to profound cultivation within the gathering spirit array, striving to swiftly restore my foundational strength and abilities." After deliberation, it was collectively decided that 3 individuals would take turns guarding the mountain gate. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro would oversee Mo's daily needs. The specifics of his recovery have become inconsequential. An hour later, Mo, laden with an abundance of celestial treasures bestowed by his esteemed uncles, accompanied his master and senior sister back to the rear mountain. Yet, as he beheld the 2 extraordinary beauties before him, a furrow of worry crossed his brow. With his master and senior sister together, achieving a complete level of reliance from them would prove to be an even greater challenge. Chapter 18. The heart can barely endure the 3 return to the rear mountain. While Mo was immersed in his cultivation, Lu Yuyin took the opportunity to engage in whispered conversations with Su Xiaoro in their room for quite some time. Upon emerging, Su Xiaoro's gaze towards Mo was often accompanied by an involuntary blush. Unbeknownst to him, these subtle changes went unnoticed. From that day forth, the gentle second sister transformed into a radiant and capable maid, attending to him with meticulous care. Serving tea, fetching water, washing clothes, and folding blankets became her routine. Shoulder massages and the occasional playful teasing became the norm. Even Lu Yuyin could not bear to watch and candidly advised him not to indulge her so excessively. Yet, Su Xiaoro simply smiled gently, continuing to orbit around Mo joyfully each day, leaving Lu Yuyan with no choice but to ignore it. Eventually, she claimed to have matters to attend to and departed without further ado. Thus, the vast rear mountain was left with only Mou and the second sister. Days later, Su Xiaoro sat beside Mou, gently peeling grapes for him. Mou reclined in the rocking chair, deep in thought. Although he relished these days, it was merely that. He hadn't even glimpsed the progress bar of the second sister's dependency. Growing impatient, he inquired within himself, "System, what is going on? Why hasn't the second sister's dependency manifested yet? Please, host, correctly understand what it means to be completely dependent." Mou was instantly taken aback. Was mere psychological reliance insufficient? Must it be all-encompassing? Why hadn't this been clarified earlier? You didn't ask. Well said. Frustrated, Mou decided to disregard the system, allowing his gaze to wander over the second sister's exquisite form. As a golden core cultivator, Su Xiaoro was certainly aware of his wandering eyes, but she merely blushed, continuing to peel the grapes with her head bowed. Her demeanor grave, as if it were an immensely significant task. Mou furrowed his brow, contemplating the need to transition their relationship from a mere sibling bond to something more ambiguous and romantic. Otherwise, how could he ensure the second sister would be completely reliant on him within a year? Failing to complete this task would result in the automatic dissolution of the system, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Regardless of his antics, the second sister would never truly be angry with him. With this thought, he seized a moment while eating grapes and lightly bit the tip of her slender, spring onion-like fingers. Upon sensing the unusual sensation on her fingers, Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed in even deeper crimson. Unable to suppress a playful pout, she chided him softly, "Little junior brother, don't be mischievous." "Second sister, you are truly beautiful." Mou gazed at her with fervent intensity, ignoring her admonition, his expression earnest. He had often employed this slightly rogue tactic with the gentle second sister, and was confident it would not offend her. However, if it had been the fifth sister, he would undoubtedly have received a sharp reprimand. As expected, Su Xiaoro merely glared at him, and, after realizing it had no effect, she turned her head away with a soft huff. Yet, her graceful swan-like neck had begun to blush. Feigning melancholy, Mou sighed, "Alas, second sister, do you know what I regret the most in this century?" Curiosity sparked in Su Xiaoro, prompting her to glance at him, though she remained silent. Mou's tone grew somber, his gaze filled with sorrow. "My greatest regret, aside from not being able to remain by your side, is that in my 300 years of existence, I have never experienced love. No, I should say I have never even held a woman's hand. I once thought my life was a failure, destined to die without ever knowing what it feels like to love someone. Day in and day out, I cultivated, only to have my foundation destroyed and my realm diminished, likely leading to an early demise. While I love my master, my sisters, and my uncles, it seems I should have no regrets. Yet, my heart feels laden with deficiencies." As he reminisced, a heaviness settled upon him. How could life be devoid of regrets? Not having experienced love was indeed one of them, but it was not the entirety nor the most significant. He had yet to repay the life-saving grace of his master and the third uncle, nor the nurturing kindness of the Sects elders. His lofty aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of immortality and the promises he made to his sisters remained unfulfilled. Moreover, the massacre he had pursued for a century still lacked answers. Why had the Meng family been exterminated? Although his master had avenged him on the spot, were there not other instigators behind the scenes? He had yet to understand all of this. If he were to die without clarity, he would not be at peace. Watching her little junior brother descend into sorrow, reflecting on the dire circumstances and pressures he had faced over the years, Su Xiaoro felt her heart ache. Unable to resist, she gently reproached him. "Fool, is it not simple to hold a woman's hand?" With that, she reached out, taking his hand, and then placed her other delicate hand atop his. Looking into her tender, compassionate eyes, Mou felt a sudden pang of guilt, prompting him to ask without thinking, "Second sister, if one day you discover I have deceived you, would you be angry?" "Why would I be angry?" Su Xiaoro replied, astonished. "Because I deceived you." "Well, I mean hypothetically." Though calm in demeanor, Mou felt a flicker of anxiety within. This made him realize how much he had changed. Su Xiaoro feigned composure, adjusting their grip until their fingers intertwined before retracting her other hand. With her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, she gently shook her head. That wouldn't happen. If you ever deceived me, it would surely be for a reason. All I need to know is that you are my little junior brother and will never harm me. At that moment, Mou felt a deeper indebtedness towards the second sister. A pang of conscience began to assail him. Yet, he quickly steeled his resolve, casting aside those feelings. The impotence he had felt over the past century was something he no longer wished to endure. He aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Only then could he truly master his fate and protect those dear to him. As for the path of universal love, he could no longer turn back. All he could do was sincerely treat every woman in his life with utmost care. Second sister, aside from me, you must not treat any other man so kindly. Otherwise, you might be taken advantage of. Mou earnestly cautioned, tightening his grip on her hand. The smoothness and delicacy of her touch calmed his previously tumultuous heart. Do you really think the second sister is a fool? Su Xiaoro shot him a playful glance, her fleeting charm rendering Mou utterly captivated. Unable to resist, he tentatively tugged at her hand, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Mou was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Then, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him. Given the second sister's strength, if she had not wished for this, how could he have pulled her so easily? Happiness struck him suddenly, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Should he take action? Chapter 19. The return of the senior sister. As Mou and the second senior sister gradually entered a realm of ambiguity. Rumors about him swirled throughout the eastern region like leaves in the wind. Some claimed that he had been utterly crippled, avoiding battle against the challenge posed by Chun Qingdu of the Netherworld sect. Others speculated that he might indeed have a chance of recovery, and his current low profile was merely a strategy of concealment. However, as more individuals emerged to confirm that Mou had indeed only attained the foundational stage of cultivation, such discussions quickly dissipated. When everyone became convinced that he was waiting for death, the name Mou gradually faded from conversation. The vast expanse of the Qingyun continent birthed new prodigies daily, and sects like the Netherworld Sects sighed in relief. For no one knew the extent of the pressure this young man had once exerted upon them. This weight was not only felt by his contemporaries, but also caused considerable anxiety among the higher-ups of various sects. For he was one capable of transcending the tribulations of the divine transformation stage, potentially reaching even greater heights. Currently, the Eastern region boasted no powers at the divine transformation stage. Should such a figure emerge, it would completely upend the existing balance of power. While everyone admired genius, it was preferable that such talents belonged to one's own sect. If they hailed from elsewhere, they posed an endless threat. Fortunately, it seemed that Mou was on the verge of demise. Even the disciples of the Xianling sect began to succumb to external sentiments, accepting the grim reality of Mou's impending death. Rumors had it that junior brother Mou had once again retreated into seclusion. Indeed, many senior brothers had witnessed him return to the back mountain that day, lamenting, the heavens are truly envious of talent. Junior brother Mou had toiled for a century, and in the end, alas, it was fortunate that senior sister Su would accompany him in peaceful solitude. Indeed, after enduring torment for 100 years, only junior brother Mou could withstand it. I would have crumbled long ago. They agreed that during these final moments, they should refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to quietly savor life. Everyone believed that Mou was simply waiting for death, having completely given up. Yet despite their sorrow, they felt utterly powerless. The atmosphere within the Xianling sect had grown increasingly oppressive over the past 10 days. Even Zhou Buyu and the other intersect elders began to doubt their initial conjectures. Could it be that Xiao Yu was truly nearing his end? However, Mou was currently hidden away in the back mountain, and even they lacked the qualifications to visit him, having to let it be. After all, many crucial matters within the sect required their attention. In recent years, the sect had devoted considerable resources to Mou's affairs, leaving some more distant spirit stone mines and medicinal fields vulnerable to theft. Reports from outer sect elders indicated that a major spirit stone mine in the Helan Mountains had recently experienced several bizarre incidents, resulting in the deaths of over 10 disciples. These matters required personnel for investigation. Even contentious areas with other sects were forced to adopt measures of joint development. Zhou Buyu felt overwhelmed. The Xianling sect was far from as prosperous as it appeared. At that moment, Lei Lai rushed in, exclaiming, "Senior brother, have you consulted Master? Is the ancestor still unreachable?" Zhou Buyu shook his head in resignation. "It's the same as before. We have received no response to our messages." Silence enveloped them. The ancestor had been out of contact for far too long. Although the soul lamp remained lit, indicating that he still lived, the current situation appeared dire. If Mo.U was the future of the sect, then the ancestor, at the late stage of divine transformation, was its anchor. The deterrent power he wielded was not something they could replace. Without the ancestor's presence, the Xianling sect would lack confidence against elite sects like the Netherworld sect. Should others discover this weakness, many of the sect and Oppo's interests could be coveted by those with ill intentions. Unbeknownst to Mo.U, he was currently preoccupied with thoughts of how to win over the second senior sister, eager to bind the system and restore his physique and strength. This compelled him to glance at the system panel once more. Temporary host, Mo.U, age, 299, realm, early golden core stage, physique, chaos divine demon body, restored 46. 18, current object of conquest, Lu Yiyin, 30 conquered. Potential object of conquest, Su Xiaoro, 0, seeing the proud 0 next to the second senior sister and amp, Oppo's name filled him with frustration and helplessness. However, the past 10 days had not been devoid of progress. At the very least, they had held hands and embraced, though she had shyly pushed him away shortly thereafter. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as he persisted with his shameless tactics, the second senior sister would inevitably fall into his grasp. With renewed confidence, he began to envision a bright future when an extraordinary figure, radiating unparalleled beauty, suddenly soared from a main peak towards the back mountain, landing in the blink of an eye. Clad in a flowing white palace gown, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her countenance was ethereal, her demeanor graceful. Her transcendent eyes sparkled with purity reminiscent of a child and Oppo's innocence. Her long, slender figure, even beneath the loose gown, exuded an alluring grace, resembling a divine goddess. Yet, her aura carried a chill, as if she were a distant star, exuding an air of aloofness and reserve. This was Mo.U's senior sister, Lu Ryu, a girl abandoned by her parents at a young age, who had taken her master's surname. Now the most powerful disciple under Lu Yuyin, and one of the 8 great beauties of the eastern region. "Senior sister, you have returned as well?" Mo.U exclaimed, a blend of shock and joy evident on his face. He could not contain his excitement and rushed forward, arms outstretched for an embrace. The elegant woman in white, her pure gaze momentarily flickering with a hint of fluster, stiffly opened her arms for a brief hug before quickly withdrawing, her beautiful eyes betraying a trace of shyness. "Master said you have emerged from seclusion, so I have returned." Mo.U's eyes warmed. "Senior sister, I have missed you dearly over the past century." Lu Ryu and Oppo's long eyelashes fluttered, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, yet she merely nodded in acknowledgement without offering much of a response. Unfazed, Mo.U chuckled. The fact that his senior sister was willing to embrace him, even for a fleeting moment, surprised him greatly. After all, she rarely displayed such intimacy with even the other senior sisters. It was her inherently cold demeanor, yet beneath that exterior, a warmth lingered. However, what shocked Mo.U the most was the transparent panel hovering above his senior sister and Oppo's head. Name, Lu Ryu, daughter of fortune. Age, 400, realm, early nascent soul stage. Physique, innate glazed sacred body, pure in spirit, heart untainted, path heart pristine. Born with 7 orifices open, cultivation defies convention. With sufficient holy grade spirit crystals, breaking through barriers beneath the immortal realm is unobstructed. Another daughter of fortune? Such an extraordinary physique. And she is none other than my senior sister? His mind began to throb with a headache. The frustration of not finding a daughter of fortune was compounded by the realization that he was surrounded by familiar faces. The difficulty posed by his master and second senior sister was already considerable. Adding his senior sister into the mix sent his heart into a frenzy. Chapter 20. Utterly spicy. On the verge of fainting, Lu Ruyu quietly observed her junior brother, her mind flooded with questions that she suddenly found herself unable to voice. His cultivation level was merely at the foundation establishment stage, indicating that her initial assumptions had been incorrect. She took a seat on a bench several meters away from Mou and softly inquired, "Junior brother, has Master mentioned my return to you?" "No, he hasn't," Mou replied, shaking his head in confusion, then curiously added, "Eldest senior sister, did Master instruct you to come back? What about third senior sister and fifth senior sister?" Lu Ruyu, who had intended to respond, hesitated, her lips parting but words failing to emerge. "I haven't been in contact with them for quite some time," she finally admitted, her delicate brows furrowing as her beautiful eyes regarded him thoughtfully. "Has your second senior sister returned as well?" "Yes, she came back about 10 days earlier. She just went to the western Liyue Lake to catch fish, claiming she would make fish soup today." Lost in his own thoughts, Mou failed to notice the subtle changes in his elder sister's demeanor. With both senior sisters now back, his ambitions of conquest might not unfold as he had hoped. The ideal scenario would involve moments spent alone with one of them, creating opportunities for deeper connections. In the realm of romance, it is often amidst ambiguity and challenges that barriers are most easily broken. Only by overcoming the final hurdle could the system's tasks align with his aspirations. Otherwise, the progress remained an elusive concept, leaving him feeling uncertain. However, with the return of his eldest senior sister, she would naturally accompany him in the back mountain, complicating his plans for conquest. Engaging with two opponents simultaneously left him devoid of confidence. Noticing his silence, Lu Ruyu also remained quiet, her gaze earnestly scrutinizing her junior brother. She had always been a person of few words, and with Master seemingly withholding the purpose of her return from him, she felt even less inclined to speak. Additionally, she had not anticipated the return of the second junior sister. It was likely that her intentions mirrored her own, which warranted a conversation between them. If that were indeed the case, as the eldest sister, she would feel reluctant to compete with her junior sister. After a brief moment, Mou suddenly regained his focus. He did not dwell on it. Since childhood, he and Lu Ruyu had often sat in comfortable silence, an absence of words never breeding awkwardness. Following the tragedy that had befallen his family, he had arrived at Xianling's sect, reluctant to engage in conversation with anyone. Ironically, he found solace in the company of his taciturn eldest sister. Even as he gradually regained his cheerful disposition, he continued to cherish those tranquil moments spent with her. Whether he spoke while she listened intently or shared his thoughts that she remembered, be they significant or trivial. Once he merely mentioned how delicious bear paw was, and the next day, Lu Ruyu returned carrying a black bear, enlisting the culinary expertise of Brother Yin, the finest cook in the sect, to prepare it. Just as the meat was perfectly stewed, she insisted on sending him away, explaining that a chef in Amp, Appo's palate was discerning. If he remained, he would devour the most delectable portions, leaving Mou with nothing but scraps. In that moment, Mou perceived the seemingly aloof Lu Ruyu as genuinely endearing. Her cold exterior perhaps stemmed from her orphaned upbringing. Unlike Mou, who had been fortunate, she was taken from her foster parents only as an adult. It was said that her foster mother had attempted to coerce her into marrying a local landlord as a concubine. Another possibility was that Lu Ruyu emulated Master Lu Yuyan, the person she revered most, even adopting her surname. Yet, in contrast to Master and Appo's imposing demeanor, Lu Ruyu was markedly more reticent. "These are treasures I have collected over the last century. Take them," she said, presenting him with a storage ring. Although her tone was casual, Mou was left speechless upon examining its contents. A millennium-old blood spirit mushroom, 9th grade resurrection herb, dragon's blood longevity snow ginseng. Each item was a rare and precious medicinal treasure, renowned for their remarkable healing and longevity properties. Such items could not be found without venturing into the vaults of powerful cultivators. It was evident that each piece was hard-won, perhaps even obtained at the cost of her life. You claim to have gathered these effortlessly? Despite his disbelief, Mou accepted the gifts with genuine joy. Thank you, eldest senior sister. I truly appreciate it. As Lu Ryu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a flicker of happiness crossed her gaze. She nodded calmly, choosing not to elaborate further. Eldest sister, where have you been all these years? Mou inquired, shifting his seat closer, concern evident in his eyes. I primarily traveled through the northern region of Qingyun continent, visiting Qiang Kingdom and Kanglin Kingdom. The usually reticent Lu Ryu began to recount her experiences of the past century, though she condensed her tales significantly, glossing over countless dangers. She spoke for over half an hour. Mou listened, his heart swelling with emotion and guilt. The perils Lu Ryu faced were undoubtedly far more harrowing than she revealed. The same could be said for the second junior sister, and the absent third and fifth senior sisters, along with many other brothers and uncles within the sect. The Xianling sect had sacrificed greatly in their pursuit of his welfare. I vow that one day, I shall elevate the Xianling sect to the pinnacle of the eastern region, even to the zenith of Qingyun continent. Mou silently pledged. After some time had passed, Lu Ryu finally concluded her narrative, and she mustered the courage to ask the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. Junior brother, how is your health? With a triumphant smile, Mou replied, Eldest senior sister, why not examine my condition for yourself? He then tore a small corner from the talisman, releasing a surge of energy. Lu Ryu's eyes widened in surprise, yet she complied with his request. Soon, her delicate brows furrowed slightly before suddenly relaxing, her clear, beautiful eyes sparkling with illumination. A wave of immense joy washed over her serene, exquisite face, blooming into a radiant smile reminiscent of a snow lotus. The pure, elated expression mirrored that of a child who had just realized their most cherished dream. Captivating and ethereal, it was a sight that even Mou had never witnessed before on his eldest sister and damp, Appo's face. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in her embrace, the sweet fragrance of orchids wafting around him as warmth and softness engulfed him entirely. The delightful sensation against his cheek sent his heart racing, leaving him in a daze. Lu Ryu could not help but whisper tenderly, How wonderful! It seems even the heavens have chosen to open their eyes. Just as Mou felt he might be overwhelmed by her gaze, a bright, melodious voice suddenly rang out nearby. Eldest senior sister, you have returned. How splendid! Su Xiaoro, carrying a wooden bucket, dashed toward them, her eyes sparkling with joy. The startled fish within the bucket splashed water everywhere, startling Lu Ryu, who felt her heart race. Her face flushed with embarrassment, akin to a thief caught in the act. In a flurry, she pushed her junior brother away, her normally composed and elegant visage now adorned with an unexpected rosy hue. How would she explain this moment to her second junior sister? Chapter 21. The confession of the second senior sister, the understanding Su Xiaoro, seemingly oblivious to the embrace shared by the two, radiated immense joy in her eyes. In her haste to set down the wooden bucket, she leaped into the arms of the elder sister, nuzzling her head affectionately against her. Elder sister, Xiaoro has missed you dearly. Lu Ryu exhaled softly, then wrapped her arms tightly around her younger sister, gently responding, Elder sister has missed you too. Previously, she had not been accustomed to such affectionate displays. However, the solitude of the past century had often led her to reminisce about similar moments. Now, the embrace of her second sister filled her with an extraordinary sense of warmth. Moreover, the earlier hug from the junior brother had inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. How peculiar! Su Xiaoro, sensing the change in her elder sister, could not help but smile more broadly. After a prolonged moment of closeness, she finally released her and exclaimed joyfully, Elder sister, later I will prepare fish soup for you, and junior brother will roast the fish. You always loved the fishy grilled. Mou nodded eagerly, his face alight with enthusiasm. No problem. My fish roasting skills have improved significantly since then. In the courtyard, the trio quickly set to work, just as they had in previous years. It soon became evident that Mou's fish roasting technique had indeed advanced, albeit not drastically. Nevertheless, the two stunning beauties savored the meal with remarkable delight, as if it were a rare delicacy. After years of abstaining from mundane pleasures, they were now enveloped in the warmth of earthly delights. Su Xiaoro, understanding her elder sister and Appo's nature, spent most of the time recounting her experiences from the past years. To her surprise, Lu Ryu also shared snippets of her own journey, albeit succinctly. Their meal passed in a joyful cacophony of laughter and chatter. However, the atmosphere shifted oddly the following morning. Mo could not quite articulate what fell amiss. The care bestowed upon him by the second sister remained meticulous, and even the aloof elder sister showed him great concern. Yet, he could distinctly sense that both were deliberately avoiding solitary moments with him. This perplexed him greatly. What had transpired between the elder and second sisters the night before? Yet, he remained unperturbed. The elder sister had returned after a century. Surely, she would visit their master uncle soon, and he could inquire with the second sister then. As expected that afternoon, the elder sister announced her intention to visit their master uncle and departed for the back mountain alone. Mou intercepted the second sister, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "Dear second sister, where are you off to?" "Oh, I just wanted to see master uncle as well." Su Xiaoro's gaze flickered evasively. "Is that so? I thought you were trying to avoid being alone with me. What did you and the elder sister discuss?" "And no, we didn't discuss anything." Mou's gaze remained fixed on her, denying her an escape. "Oh, really? Then why not touch your face and see if it feels warm?" 100 years have passed, and you still haven in Appo's. T learned to lie. Caught off guard, Su Xiaoro instinctively touched her face and then glared at him. Her cheeks now genuinely flushed. Mou's expression gradually turned serious. He guided the second sister to sit on a stone bench, then took his place opposite her, speaking earnestly. "Second sister, I can completely restore my foundation and even regain my cultivation level. However, this requires your assistance. Before we proceed, I wish to know if there was a particular reason for your sudden return." Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoro, who had just sat down, sprang up again, her face alight with astonishment. "Junior brother, are you serious? Can you truly recover completely?" Had she heard this before, she would undoubtedly have been skeptical. But now, with her junior brother already having regained nearly half his foundation, the prospect of a full recovery seemed less far-fetched. At the very least, she believed it. Mou nodded earnestly. "How could I ever deceive you? But this method is rather unique. If I do not understand your purpose for returning, I will not disclose it to you. I could just take a few centuries to recover at my own pace. If I cannot, I will simply die of old age." Mou feigned a pitiful demeanor, and Su Xiaoro immediately displayed a sense of urgency and helplessness. She understood that he was deliberately pressuring her. Yet she also knew that if she remained silent, he would indeed withhold information. She was all too familiar with his stubbornness. Given his current situation, he had no time for a gradual recovery. It was truly absurd. She glared at him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "You only know how to bully me. Why don an Appo's? You tease the elder sister instead?" Her soft, melodious voice held no trace of anger, almost making Mou want to laugh. Among the four sisters, the second sister was the gentlest and most tender-hearted. He would be a fool to seek out the elder sister. He naturally took her delicate hand, his gaze sincere as he spoke softly. "That is because I know that second sister cares for me the most." You only know how to sweet talk." "In truth, the elder sister cares for you too. She simply does not express it." Su Xiaoro smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, before shyly lowering her gaze. "Actually, both the elder sister and I were called back by Master. She said that you had emerged from seclusion, and if I wish to be your partner, I should return immediately to see you." Mou was momentarily taken aback. Master had said this? What did she mean? Hadn't Appo's she promised to wait until he reached a certain level before becoming his partner? Why had she summoned the sisters back? He could not believe that Master wished to share her attention with them. Perhaps the intention was to distract him and help him forget past events. But could he truly forget? A sharp pang of sorrow struck his heart, leaving him feeling empty, and a hint of melancholy crept onto his face. Noticing the change in his expression, Su Xiaoro felt a rush of anxiety. She had assumed that her junior brother was saddened merely by her words of returning just to take a look. Overcome with concern and guilt, she hurried to his side, wrapping her arms around his head and speaking bashfully. "Junior brother, I returned willingly, and so did the elder sister." "Willingly? What do you mean?" Mo's gaze turned blank, his focus wavering. "Silly, I mean, what master mentioned?" "That matter." As she spoke, Su Xiaoro and Amp, Appo's serene and exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. Her heart raced like a frightened deer, beating wildly within her chest. "Huh." Only then did Mo snap back to reality, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. What master thought was her business, but it would not deter him from ultimately claiming her for himself. Once he reached her level, he would see how she would resist. Yet for now, he decided to focus on winning over the elder sister first. Chapter 22. The Heart and Appo's wound to ensure clarity. Mo inquired once more, "Second sister, are you saying that master has discussed my situation with both you and the senior sister? Furthermore, you all have agreed to it, correct?" Su Xiaoro softly affirmed, her head instantly drooping, her exquisite cheeks flushed a bright crimson. At that moment, she wished to find a place to hide. Yet, thinking of the younger disciple and Appo's health, she bravely lifted her head and, with bashful eyes, declared, "We are all aware and willing. However, we are uncertain about whom you prefer. Hence we decided to let you choose." Mo and Appo's heart soared with joy. They are all willing, and even allowing him to choose. Only children make choices. He is an adult, naturally. Hiv. Second sister, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Mo cleared his throat, diverting his gaze from the perfect figure of second sister, and began to fabricate a story, half-truths mingled with deception. "What? You possess a technique that can amplify cultivation speed by several times? How is that possible?" Su Xiaoro and Appo's expression grew increasingly confused. The look in her beautiful eyes seemed to scream, "Don't deceive me." She was simply kind-hearted and gentle, not lacking in intelligence. This mischievous junior had concocted such a celestial technique to trick her? If such a terrifying technique existed, it would have long been renowned across the Qingyun continent. How could she have never heard of it? Nevertheless, whether or not the technique existed mattered little. Regardless, she was willing. It all depended on whom the younger disciple favored. Yet soon, she recalled his earlier words. Could it be that he wished to have both? Her face flushed even more, and she could not help but glare at him. Puffing up in indignation, "Junior brother, to pursue polygamy, you have spun such a lie. It must be quite exhausting for you." Mo quickly defended himself. "Second sister, the technique is genuine. As for the matter of multiple wives, I truly did not think that far. I merely wished to restore my foundation, swiftly elevate my cultivation, and make the Xianling sect the foremost sect in the Qingyun continent." Gazing into his earnest eyes, Su Xiaoro fell silent. She sensed that the junior brother should not be deceiving her. Although the claims about the technique were somewhat far-fetched, perhaps he was merely exaggerating a tad. Everything else must be true, right? You should discuss this with senior sister first. I will heed her decision. Su Xiaoro spoke hurriedly. Her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment as she turned and dashed back into the room. "Hey, second sister, does that mean you and Appo's agreed?" Mo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain in his heart. Did he imagine it? The bashful voice of the girl echoed from afar before fading behind the door, until the senior sister returned. Mo remained perplexed, questioning whether second sister had shyly accepted or intended for him to choose between them. And what a third sister? Lu Ryu remained calm, her beautiful eyes gazing at Mo, clear and pure as gems. Resolving to tackle the situation head-on, Mo smiled at her with sincerity. "Second sister is resting. Senior sister, I already comprehend the reason for your and second sister and Appo's return." Lu Ryu blinked, quietly observing him without speaking, her demeanor far more composed than Su Xiaoro and Appo's. Mo also regarded the senior sister in silence. Her tall, flawless figure, standing at around 175 meters, was perfectly straight. Her long legs beneath the flowing white dress were elegant and shapely. Under the gentle breeze, She appeared ethereal, like a celestial being. Mou quickly reined in his wandering thoughts and restated the explanation he had given to second sister. He concluded, gathering courage to add with a brazen face. Second sister has already agreed. She said this way, we can remain together forever. She felt shy and asked me to inquire about your opinion. Good. Lu Ryu nodded decisively, her beautiful eyes calm as water. Ah, senior sister, you don't even want to consider it? Mou was taken aback. Was it really that simple? No questions asked? It left him somewhat flustered. Lu Ryu gazed at him with pure eyes, her expression serene. I'd already made up my mind upon returning. If I were to choose a partner, you are 100 times better than anyone else. As for how many you wish to take, that is your affair. There was one thought she did not voice. If she could become a partner with the junior brother and help him restore his foundation, that would indeed be the best arrangement in the world. As for the technique he mentioned, she naturally did not believe it. Even with the daily consumption of elixirs, it cannot be that miraculous. Senior sister, if it weren't and oppose, to assist me, would you still be willing to be my partner? Of course I would. Do not overthink it. Lu Ryu gently nodded, her gaze penetratingly clear. This made Mou's heart swell with complex emotions, a wave of warmth and happiness washing over him. Whether it was master, senior sister, or second sister, they were all unparalleled beauties among millions. Others would be fortunate to win over just one. Yet he was blessed to have their favor simultaneously. Thank you, senior sister. Mou and damp. Oppose. His eyes softened like water as he opened his arms and pulled Lu Ryu into a tight embrace. Feeling her slightly stiff body, he realized that the senior sister was not as composed as she appeared. At that moment, Lu Ryu could not help but exhale softly. Being gazed at so intently by the junior brother, it was far more comforting to be held like this. At least this way, he could not discern her nervousness. Unbeknownst to her, her body had already betrayed her. Lu Ryu remained in his embrace, and Mou showed no sign of letting go, the atmosphere gradually becoming intimate. However, Mou understood that it was not yet the time. He gently brushed his cheek against the senior sister's soft face before reluctantly parting. So soft and smooth. Observing the senior sister's flushed visage, Mou felt there was still something left undone. He swiftly pressed a quick kiss on her delicate, rosy lips. Soft and sweet. Lu Ryu was instantly flustered, her once cool gaze now clouded with confusion and embarrassment. Yet she had not even considered evading it. Meanwhile, in the room, Su Xiaoro, who was about to step out, sensed the scene outside and froze in shock, her face paling. Could it be that this was the junior brother in Oppo's choice? Hadn't he said he wanted both? Could it be that senior sister was unwilling? Thinking of the typically aloof senior sister, she instinctively made this judgment. However, senior sister and the junior brother seemed so well matched. She mumbled dazedly, returning to her seat, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Since receiving Master S' message, she had considered herself the junior brother and Amp, Oppo's S-woman, recalling all the sweet and beautiful memories they had shared. But who could have known? She suddenly felt a twinge of regret, wondering if she should have expressed her feelings more clearly. What if senior's sister misunderstood? Thinking she was unwilling to share the junior brother? She longed to rise and ask, but ultimately held back. Having said that, how could the junior brother and senior sister not understand? They were not foolish. Just as her heart was engulfed in sorrow and conflict, Mou entered, leading the blushing Lu Ryu by the hand. Hearing the commotion, Su Xiaoro quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile as she stood to greet them. Chapter 23. Visitors from Liang at this moment, Su Xiaoro's eyes were still red. However, she endeavored to muster a genuine and sweet smile. Gazing tenderly at her senior sister and junior brother, her voice soft and melodious. Senior sister, you're back. I was just about to step out for a moment. Junior sister, I also agree, Lu Ryu said, her eyes slightly shy, yet her words were decisive and straightforward. Oh, I know. Senior sister and junior brother are truly a perfect match. Congratulations to you both. Su Xiaoro felt a pang of sorrow within, yet wore a radiant smile akin to blooming flowers. Lu Ryu gently nodded. Then from now on, we shall take care of junior brother together. striving to restore his foundations as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoro suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes uncertainly glancing at her senior sister, her willow-like brows slightly furrowed in confusion. What does senior sister mean by this? Could it be? Her heart began to flutter, and the trace of sadness in her eyes dissipated somewhat. However, she still dared not fully ascertain the meaning and, blushing, softly said, "Senior sister, I don't quite understand what you mean." Mo Yu lightly coughed, eagerly interjecting, "Junior sister, didn't you say you wanted to hear what senior sister had to say? Now that senior sister agrees too, rest assured, I will treat both of you well in the future." Having said that, he directly took action, grasping one hand of each girl and unwilling to let go. In such a situation, the two girls were quite flustered, quickly turning their heads away, unable to look at each other. Fortunately, Mo Yu had a thick skin and, with his occasional jesting and no further inappropriate actions, the two girls gradually acclimated. For the sake of future plans, Mo Yu was not in a hurry to achieve results. He needed to allow a few days for his senior sisters to adjust. After all, no matter how formidable one is physically, one cannot completely conquer another and oppose heart without a gradual approach. The harmony of both body and spirit was essential, with the latter often holding greater significance. In the following days, his interactions with the two senior sisters were warm and sweet, reminiscent of a century ago, yet infinitely more intimate. As time passed, the bond among the three grew increasingly close and natural. A profound sense of happiness quietly permeated their hearts. Mo Yu secretly decided that tonight he would venture into his senior sister's chamber to sleep. With less than a year remaining, he was uncertain how long it would take to fully win over his senior sisters. Thus, it was prudent to proceed with caution. At that moment, several thousand miles north of Xianling's sect, two grand flying spirit vessels, each 100 feet long, were swiftly approaching. The vessels were magnificent and opulent, adorned with banners, and manned by numerous formidable warriors, many clad in gleaming armor. However, they were vastly different from ordinary martial artists. Each exuded a fierce aura, clearly indicating they were cultivators. The bows of the two spirit vessels displayed different flags. One bore the three characters of Liang Nation, while the other was adorned with a four-clawed golden dragon. Other banners on the bow proclaimed the name of Lifeng Nation. Lifeng Nation, one of the 5 great empires of the eastern region, was powerful and expansive. Even the cultivation sects within its borders were largely under its control, as the royal Chun family had risen from an ancient lineage of cultivators thousands of years ago. The royal families of the other 4 empires also hailed from long-established families of cultivation. Collectively, these 5 nations were referred to as the Upper 5 Nations. However, there also existed transcendent sects that the Upper 5 Nations dared not provoke lightly, such as the 8 supreme sects of the eastern region. Xianling's sect was among them. Though these 8 sects might not match the Upper 5 Nations in overall strength, their profound heritage and abundance of experts were noteworthy. In terms of top-tier combat power, the Upper 5 Nations would be slightly inferior. To put it plainly, in a brawl, any one of the 8 sects would undoubtedly struggle against any of the Upper 5 Nations. Yet at that point, a sect would not openly engage in a brawl. Rather, they would resort to stealthy assassination within the royal palace. Thus, while the Upper 5 Nations wielded the power to annihilate sects, the 8 sects held the capability to wipe out entire families, creating a mutual wariness between the two sides. As for the Liang Nation aboard the other spirit vessel, its strength was significantly inferior to that of the Upper 5 Nations, roughly equivalent to 1/3 of Lifeng Nation. Presently, it had its sights set on a neighboring territory rich in spirit stones, creating an imminent prospect of war. Hence, the ruler of Liang Nation sought to marry off the 3rd princess, hoping to gain the support of Lifeng Nation. Little did they know, before they could negotiate with Xianling's sect, the eager prince of Lifeng Nation was already on his way to join them. At this moment, atop the grand vessel bearing the golden dragon flag, a young nobleman clad in a snow-white robe leisurely waved a golden silk fan, reclining grandly in the high seat. His appearance was strikingly handsome, with aloof and proud eyes that exuded an innate nobility, unmistakably the demeanor of one accustomed to high status. Two young and beautiful maidservants knelt before him, pouring wine and serving fruits, their demeanor respectful. Behind the young nobleman stood 6 middle-aged men, all exuding profound and terrifying auras. "How long until we reach Xianling's sect?" the nobleman asked impatiently, closing his fan and tossing it onto the table, leaning back with his legs stretched out. Without needing his command, another beautiful maidservant hurriedly approached from the side, kneeling to massage his legs. "Reporting to your highness, we will arrive in 3 hours." An elderly man with white hair respectfully answered. "Had I known this, I would have stayed in Liang and Amp, Oppos, as capital," the nobleman lamented, frowning as he inquired. "Has anyone seen the third princess? Is she truly as beautiful as the legends say?" "Your highness, I had the fortune of seeing the third princess. Her beauty surpasses even that of the first beauty of Lifeng Nation. To be counted among the 8 great beauties of the eastern region is truly well-deserved. Her cultivation talent is also extraordinary. At merely 380 years of age, she has already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, a top prodigy of Xianling's sect. Now, with the ruler of Liang Nation seeking a marriage alliance with your highness, it shows great sincerity. Congratulations, your highness, on soon acquiring such a flower-like beauty." The nobleman in the brocade robe was none other than Chunji, the prince of Lifeng Nation, a mid-stage Golden Core aristocrat. Upon hearing this, he sat up in satisfaction, then laughed heartily. "Good. If that is truly the case, then she shall be my royal consort." The others hurriedly echoed their praises. After a while, Chunji casually advised, "Once we arrive at Xianling's sect, let us be a bit more restrained. After all, this is not Lifeng Nation. However, there is no need to be overly cautious, and we must not lose my princely dignity before the subjects of Liang Nation and the third princess." "Understood, your highness." Meanwhile, aboard the other spirit vessel, several worried ministers respectfully followed a stern middle-aged man. After taking their seats, the middle-aged man finally lifted his head, looking at an elderly man with white hair, frowning as he inquired, "Commander Shi, are you certain the third princess has returned to Xianling's sect? It would be unfortunate if the prince of Lifeng Nation made a wasted trip." The old man quickly clasped his hands. "Rest assured, your highness, the news is absolutely reliable. However, the third princess has been sent to Xianling's sect by the beautiful concubine since childhood, and her sense of belonging to Liang Nation is quite faint. I worry that if the princess is unwilling to marry, it may anger the prince of Lifeng Nation. Moreover, if Xianling's sect does not agree, how shall we respond?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly. "The problem is the other princesses are simply not to the prince and Oppos' liking. I hope the princess can sacrifice herself for the grand ambitions of His Majesty. As for Xianling's sect, this is ultimately a matter of our Liang royal family. As long as the princess agrees, with the prince of Lifeng Nation present, I believe they will not obstruct it, so you need not worry." "Yes, your highness." The crowd, their expressions laden with concern, responded in unison, yet their hearts were filled with trepidation. After all, this was the Xianling sect, one of the 8 foremost sects of the eastern region, renowned for its fierce protection of its own. It would be acceptable if the princess consented. But what if she refused? What repercussions would they face if the sect turned against them? 3 hours later, a breathtaking expanse of majestic mountains unfolded before them, stretching for miles. Ethereal mists swirled gracefully, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. Chapter 24. The bewildered crown prince in the rear mountains of the Xianling sect. What was ostensibly a period of seclusion for healing was, in reality, a clandestine rendezvous for Mou and his companions. Upon the sudden appearance of Lu Qingxia, their expressions shifted to mild surprise. "For Master Ancestor, what brings you here?" Mou discreetly released the hand of his second senior sister, maintaining a facade of calm. Yet, how could he hide such nuances from Lu Qingxia's perceptive eyes? After a brief moment of astonishment, the elder experienced a swift resolution, chuckling, "Little Yu, what is the nature of your relationship with Xiaoro?" Mou's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he chose to be forthright, responding earnestly, "I share mutual affection with my second senior sister, and also with my senior sister." The once benevolent smile on Lu Qingxia and Appo's face froze, her gaze turning into a fierce glare directed at Mou. You little rascal, how greedy can you be? While others would rejoice at securing even one of these two girls, you desire both. Though polygamy was common among affluent merchants and officials, and even among cultivators, these two young women were exceptionally gifted and of noble heritage. Xiao Rou was even a princess. Such illustrious figures would hardly share a single partner with anyone. However, if the man in question were Mou, perhaps it could be entertained, given that the fruits of labor should not flow to outsiders. Moreover, with this Brad and Appo's talent, he could indeed withstand such favor. Contemplating this, she turned to the two young women, earnestly inquiring, "What do you two girls mean by this?" "I am willing," Lu Ruyu replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson, yet her response was resolute and unambiguous, devoid of any hesitation. "So am I." "We have both agreed," Su Xiaoro added, shyly nodding, her delicate face blushing crimson. This marked the trio and Appo's inaugural public acknowledgement of their relationship, and before their elder, no less. Even Mou, with his thick skin, felt a tinge of awkwardness. After hearing the three responses, Lu Qingxiao refrained from further comments, since the parties involved harbored no objections. The elders naturally had no grounds to dissent, though she shot a few exasperated glares at Mou. "Given that, you and Xiao Rou should accompany me. Someone from the royal family of Liang has arrived." "Master Ancestor, what is their purpose in coming here?" Su Xiaoro's expression turned grave, a hint of concealed worry flickering in her eyes. Her mother, once a neglected concubine, had faced numerous adversities after her birth. Fortunately, she managed to survive childbirth. However, as Su Xiaoro's talents began to emerge, peril loomed ever closer. Consequently, her mother sought royal favor to send her to the Xianling sect for training, a tradition among many royal families who often dispatch their offspring to major sects to maintain amicable relations with the 8 great sections. Even the top 5 nations were no exception, albeit with differing levels of importance and varying envoys. However, after her mother's tragic demise over a century ago, she had severed ties with the cold royal palace. Now, with their sudden visit, she sensed foreboding. Unable to suppress her concern, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Fourth Master Ancestor, do you know their purpose for coming here?" Lu Qingxia gazed at her sympathetically, her tone gentle. "Accompanying them is the crown prince of the Lifeng kingdom, who is reportedly your betrothed. This engagement was personally arranged by your father." "What? I refuse." Su Xiaoro bit her lip, her complexion paling, her eyes shimmering with defiance and determination. "Fear not. This is Xianling sect, not the Liang royal palace. No one dares to force you against your will," Lu Qingxia declared with formidable authority. Mou and Appo's expression hardened, a tempest of anger brewing within. He had long understood the tenuous connection between his second senior sister and the Liang royal palace, one that had grown increasingly distant. Now, with her perceived value, they sought to wield her as a pawn? Such audacity! "Master Ancestor, why let such individuals in? They should be expelled immediately." Observing his vexed countenance, Lu Qingxia chuckled reassuringly. "You little brat, why the rush? As long as your second senior sister is unwilling, no one can take her away. This is Xianling sect, a place where they cannot act with impunity. However, matters should be approached with courtesy first. If they prove unruly, we can deal with them later." "Ah, Fourth Master Ancestor is indeed formidable." Mou, eager to flatter, swiftly took his second senior sister in Appo's hand and soared towards the main peak. Lu Qingxia could not help but roll her eyes in amusement before taking Lu Riyu's hand and swiftly following suit. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, a lively atmosphere prevailed. With the arrival of a crown prince and a royal prince, the Grand Elder Zhoubuyu was tasked with hosting. The formalities were impeccable, with both sides seated comfortably, savoring tea and engaging in amiable conversation. The poised and elegant crown prince Chunji of the Lifeng kingdom wore a warm smile, evidently in high spirits. However, in the next moment, his gaze narrowed sharply. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an ethereal charm, entered, holding the hand of an exquisitely beautiful maiden. The young man's extraordinary presence stirred a sense of inferiority within Chenji. Truly, he was an exceptional figure, unmatched in elegance. This sudden realization unsettled his proud heart. Yet, his gaze soon fixated on the enchanting maiden beside the young man. With her graceful demeanor and delicate beauty, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Captivated, he found himself momentarily spellbound, only to be engulfed by jealousy. Such a paragon of beauty was destined to be his match. How could she end up with that young man? But when his eyes fell upon another woman in a flowing white dress behind them, his heart found solace. Surely, this enchanting figure must be the third princess of Liang. Radiating purity and grace, she was a true beauty. Her long legs and slender waist were nothing short of perfection. Though she appeared somewhat aloof, her physique, beauty, and demeanor were in no way inferior to the first maiden. He smirked to himself. Such a divine beauty would undoubtedly be delightful to conquer, and they were perfectly suited. Greetings, I am Chenji, Crown Prince of the Lifeng Kingdom. May I inquire your names? In an effort to present himself as amiable, Chenji elegantly rose, wearing a warm smile as he regarded the group. However, the elderly figure behind him turned pale upon seeing Su Xiaoro holding hands with Mou. The individuals from Liang were equally shocked. The third princess was holding hands with this young man? What was going on? The prince of Liang, Rui Wang, felt darkness cloud his vision, a surge of fury igniting within him. It was as though the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him. The crown prince of the Lifeng Kingdom would undoubtedly explode in rage. Chapter 25. What are you? Walking shoulder to shoulder with Mou at the forefront, Su Xiaoro chose to disregard the crown prince of the Lifeng Kingdom. Instead, she approached the esteemed prince of the Liang Kingdom, bowing politely. Greetings, Uncle Wang. I was unaware of your visit. May I inquire about your purpose? At this juncture, there was no need for veiled words. Directness was the simplest approach. I have paid my respects to Her Royal Highness, the third princess. The entourage of Liang officials quickly rose to acknowledge her. Gentlemen, please, no need for formalities. Su Xiaoro waved her hand casually and then gracefully returned to her seat beside Mou, while Lu Ruyu took her place on the other side. Witnessing this scene, Chenji Yi and Appo's eyes blazed with fury. How could his betrothed be so intimately close with another man? The crown prince of the illustrious Wushang Kingdom could hardly bear such humiliation. With a darkened countenance, he returned to his seat, his gaze icy as it fell upon the equally displeased prince of Liang. Prince Rui, I implore you to provide me with an explanation. Is this so-called union merely a form of mockery? Prince Rui, alarmed, quickly rose and replied, Your Highness, please temper your anger. I was unaware of the third princess's circumstances prior to my arrival. Allow me to clarify matters before I come to apologize. Is there truly a need for further inquiry when the person is right here? Chenji Yi and Appo's voice grew louder, his inner turmoil barely contained. Were it not for the setting of the Xianling sect, he might have considered demolishing the hall in his rage. And that young man in white, though more handsome than himself, dared to steal his woman? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. His gaze toward Mou became increasingly sinister, devoid of the earlier elegance. The entire assembly was taken aback, including the disciples and elders of the Xianling sect. Zhou Yu wore a blank expression, unable to fathom how Su Xiaoro, having just returned to the sect, had become involved with Mou. The situation was clear to even the most oblivious observer. His eyes then caught sight of the ancient figure behind them, prompting him to rise respectfully. Fourth uncle, what brings you here? Greetings, fourth uncle. We pay our respects to the grand elder. The other disciples and elders of the Xianling sect hastily stood, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. In the midst of his silent fury, Chenji Yi was compelled to quell his anger and respond courteously. Crown Prince Chenji Yi pays his respects to Elder Lu. Although he had never met Lu Qingxia, he had done his homework prior to this encounter and was well aware of the esteemed female elder among the ranks of the Xianling sect. Su Zhongnan of Liang pays his respects to Elder Lu. The officials of Liang also dared not show any disrespect, quickly standing to pay their respects. Among those present, It was clear that Lu Qingxia held the highest regard in terms of both strength and seniority. Crown Prince and Prince Rui need not be overly formal. Please, take your seats. After Lu Qingxia sat down, she calmly inquired, "May I ask what brings you esteemed guests to the Xianling sect?" Chen Ji remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon Prince Rui. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, his frustration directed not at Chen Ji, but at Su Xiaorou. He had previously discussed the matter of her marriage with the Xianling sect, only for her to appear with another man. This was clearly a slap in the face. Did she truly believe she could evade this union by such means? How reckless and shameless. He suppressed his anger, forcing a stiff smile as he addressed Lu Qingxia. "Elder Lu, you may not be aware, but our sovereign has already reached an agreement with the emperor of the Lai Feng kingdom regarding the marriage of the third princess to their crown prince. I have come on behalf of the king to escort the third princess back to Liyang in preparation for the wedding in a month's time. Is that so? Xiaorou, what is your stance on this?" Lu Qingxia's expression remained composed. After all, Su Xiaorou was first a princess of Liyang and then a disciple of the Xianling sect. As long as her family affairs were reasonable and she had no objections, the sect could not directly interfere. However, if Su Xiaorou were to express her unwillingness, that would change the matter entirely. The sect would certainly advocate for her. Let it be known that even if the sovereign of Liyang were present, they would not permit any disrespect, especially since Xiaorou and Mou were a pair deeply in love. The situation had been settled the moment she witnessed the two holding hands. All that remained was for Xiaorou to voice her desire, and the sect would take care of the rest. Understanding this, Su Xiaorou resolutely declared, "To my esteemed fourth uncle, I have already pledged my life to junior brother Mo. There is no possibility of marrying another. I request the sect to stand by my decision." Lu Qingxia could not help but feel speechless at her determination to reject the marriage, even at the cost of tarnishing her own reputation. Yet her resolve was commendable. The seasoned elder could see that the girl was still a maiden at heart. With a chuckle, she addressed Prince Rui earnestly, "As you have heard, this girl has made her stance clear. Given the circumstances, perhaps Liyang should consider another alliance. Otherwise, would it not be disrespectful to the crown prince of Lai Feng?" Prince Rui and Appo's expression soured. He dared not offend Lu Qingxia. Instead, he turned his icy gaze towards Su Xiaorou, saying coldly, "Your Highness is a royal lady. You cannot consider only your own desires. You must also weigh the greater good. The matter of marriage is a decision made by the sovereign, and it is not for us to decide. If you have any thoughts, it will be prudent to discuss them with your father. I request that you do not place us in a difficult position." Su Xiaorou met his gaze with unwavering calm, shaking her head resolutely. "Uncle Wang, there is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. I shall never return to the Liyang royal family. From now on, I am but a disciple of the Xianling sect, no longer a princess of Liyang. I ask that Prince Rui take his leave." Having seen her father only 4 times in her life, she considered him a stranger, were it not for his neglect. How could her mother have met with such a tragic end within the royal palace? Though she had no evidence, she could not believe her mother had perished by drowning. A foundation-level cultivator drowned? It was a ludicrous notion. Regrettably, she lacked the strength to uncover the truth at present. But one day, she would avenge her mother. As for herself, she had always been a mere inconspicuous figure in the Liyang royal palace, without even a title to her name. If it were not for someone mentioning her to the king, he would likely have forgotten he even had a daughter. Now, they sought to marry her off and thought of her. Did they truly regard her as an object? "Princess, I urge you to choose your words wisely. You must return with me, for it is your father's command. Do you dare defy the edict?" Su Zhengnan ground his teeth, his face a shade of thundercloud. How could he possibly answer to the sovereign or the crown prince of Lai Feng if she refused to return? At that moment, Mou, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a derisive laugh. "This is the Xianling sect, not Liyang. Are you attempting to assert dominance over my sect with your shouting?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. The crown prince of Lai Feng, Chen Ji, could no longer contain his pent-up frustration and rose to angrily shout at Mou. "We are discussing significant matters here, and you, a mere disciple, dare to interject? You even have the audacity to reprimand a prince?" Is this how your master teaches you etiquette? In his view, had it not been for Su Xiaorou, Mo, you would not even have the privilege to be present. While he dared not disrespect Lu Qingxia, he felt free to scold the disciple. Had the setting been different, he might have entertained the notion of killing the boy rather than merely reprimanding him. Mo turned away coldly. And who do you think you are to lecture me? How could the kingdom of Liwind choose such a person as the crown prince? Once these words were spoken, both the citizens of Liwind and Liang were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of sheer astonishment. They could hardly fathom the audacity of this young man. What was particularly striking was the serene demeanor of the elders from the Xianling sect, who exhibited no inclination to reprimand him. What were their intentions? Chapter 26. Grief and Rage of Chun Jieha. What am I? I am the crown prince of the fierce wind kingdom. How dare you insult me? Chun Jie's countenance darkened like a stormy sea, his eyes icy with fury as he longed to unleash violence. In his heart, this brazen youth, regardless of his identity, was doomed to die. Even if he could not kill him today, he would ensure that retribution followed. Otherwise, Chun Jie would become a laughingstock throughout the eastern region. The humiliation of a nation and Oppo's heir being publicly insulted was not merely a blow to his pride, but to the dignity of the fierce wind kingdom itself. Among the elders who accompanied him, one had already stepped forward in anger, striding coldly towards Mou. To insult a prince is to invite death. Whoever you are, such an affront is a capital offense. Even if I must perish, I shall slay you. The elder and Oppo's voice was grave, his expression twisted with rage, leaving deep imprints on the stone floor with each step, though his pace was deliberate, resembling a leisurely stroll of an old man. The ferocious aura of a nascent soul cultivator surged around him, tumultuous like a raging tide, threatening to crush the grand hall to dust with a mere thought. His white hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, while his attire shimmered with a faint golden light, as if forged from iron. With his fifth step, his imposing presence reached its zenith, faintly pressing towards Mou. How could the esteemed crown prince of the five kingdoms be humiliated by a foundation establishment disciple? Even within the Xianling sect, he felt compelled to uphold the authority of his prince. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for the entire fierce wind kingdom, a humiliation for all its ministers. He believed that with just 3 more steps, he could leverage his overwhelming aura to directly annihilate that insolent boy. Though such an act might provoke the Xianling sect, he was confident they would not sever ties with the fierce wind kingdom, just as both sides were reluctant to part ways. One was a prince, the other merely a foundation establishment disciple. The resolve to protect their own was indeed unequal. Crown Prince Chun Jie shared this sentiment. Thus he made no attempt to intervene. In his furious gaze, the elder raised his foot once more. Just then, a calm and steady voice rang out. If you dare take another step forward, you shall meet your end. The elder and Oppo's foot froze midair, as if beset by a spell of paralysis, no longer daring to descend. He gazed at the speaker, Lu Qingxia, his expression grave and astonished. He could not fathom. Did the Xianling sect truly intend to jeopardize their relations with the fierce wind kingdom over a mere foundation establishment disciple? Why? Not only he, but the people of Liang Kingdom were equally perplexed. They thought that if it were an extraordinary prodigy, it would be understandable, but this was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Was the Xianling sect so tyrannical as to risk conflict with the fierce wind kingdom for an ordinary disciple? Lu Elder, do you truly consider my dignity as the crown prince of the fierce wind kingdom to be less significant than that of a disciple of the Xianling sect? Chun Jie gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with cold fury. Or is it that the Xianling sect intends to declare war against my fierce wind kingdom? Lu Qingxia regarded him with disdain, a calm smile gracing her lips. Va? Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to declare war on my Xianling sect in place of your father? Do you not realize that should you utter such words, your princely title will be forfeit upon your return? Moreover, in my eyes, your so-called dignity holds less value than a mere finger of his. There is simply no comparison. I speak plainly, without a shred of reasoning. Her words left the people of Liang Kingdom dumbstruck. King Rue, Su Zhengnan, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Secretly relieved he had not provoked the ruthless Xianling sect. Otherwise, the situation in Liang Kingdom would have become dire. Yet soon, he found himself in a state of exasperation. After today, Liang Kingdom would have irrevocably offended this crown prince. And even the emperor of the Fierce Wind Kingdom would surely be displeased. How could he return and face the emperor? The members of the Fierce Wind Kingdom were consumed with rage, yet no one dared act recklessly. Even the white-haired elder, who had lifted his foot, withdrew it with a face full of reluctance, his eyes filled with shame and frustration. He himself was fine, but the crown prince remained on enemy territory. Should they truly fall out, returning home would be uncertain. They stood before a formidable figure of the transformation stage. The sheer decisiveness of her demeanor was not a mere intimidation tactic. It was a genuine readiness for bloodshed. Chunjie and Amp, Appo's eyes flickered, his furious emotions somewhat subdued. His face flushed crimson. He was merely a crown prince, not a king. If he were to carelessly provoke a formidable enemy like the Xianling sect on this outing, his position as prince could be in jeopardy. Which emperor would entrust the throne to such a reckless heir? It was not as if he had no other sons. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, "Lu Elder, your admonition is well taken. I was indeed rash. May I inquire as to the identity of this talented individual esteemed by your sect? Surely they must be an unparalleled prodigy to warrant such protection." Lu Qingxia cast him a fleeting glance, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Suppress your ulterior motives. Otherwise, you will only bring harm upon yourself." With that, she turned her gaze away from him. Were it not for his princely status, she would not have spared even a glance at a golden core cultivator like him. She then turned to King Rui of Liang, speaking sternly. Though Xiao Rou was once a princess of Liang Kingdom, she is now severed from royal ties and is solely a disciple of my Xianling sect. Should you seek a marriage alliance, pursue other candidates. Do not disturb my sect and Amp, Appo's, as prodigies, or it will be seen as deliberate provocation. Zhou, you shall accommodate them, ensuring that the Fierce Wind Kingdom compensates for the repairs to the floor before they depart. Xiao, we shall take our leave. With that, Lu Qingxia took Su Xiao by the hand and strode out, exuding an air of authority, followed by Mou and the senior sister. Only the members of the Fierce Wind Kingdom and Liang Kingdom remained, exchanging glances filled with anger and helplessness. The Xianling sect was not so overpowering as to easily crush the Fierce Wind Kingdom, yet they had the audacity to stand their ground. The most critical factor was that the Fierce Wind Kingdom dared not respond with equal ferocity. It was akin to two ordinary individuals in a brawl, both of comparable strength. Yet one was willing to wager everything, while the other hesitated, burdened with numerous concerns. How could victory be attained under such circumstances? Let us depart for home, Chun Jie exclaimed, casting off a storage ring before unleashing a frustrated roar, striding away. The typically proud and aloof prince could no longer contain his emotions. To be publicly insulted, and only to be compensated for a few damaged floor tiles? Such humiliation was intolerable. He vowed that the disgrace of this day would be washed away with the blood of that insolent boy. And as for that so-called third princess, did she truly believe she could evade his grasp? Dream on. The people of Liang Kingdom followed suit, with King Rui hoping to devise a plan to quell the fury of the crown prince during their journey home. As for Mou and his companions, after receiving a few words from their fourth granduncle, they returned to the back mountain. Mou's heart began to race with excitement. After so long adapting with his senior sister, it was time to embark on the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 27. Commencing system task. The night was adorned by a resplendent moon. Mou quietly approached the door of the senior sister's bedroom and entered with an air of nonchalance. Senior sister, my blanket has inadvertently gotten dirty, and I wish to sleep here tonight. The excuse was rather flimsy and could hardly withstand scrutiny. Yet, the usually composed and decisive Lu Ruyu found it impossible to maintain her usual calm. A delicate crimson flush swiftly crept across her exquisite face, akin to a drop of red ink falling into clear water, staining her cheeks, along with her long, fair neck and translucent earlobes, in an instant. This ethereal beauty, seemingly detached from the earthly realm, could no longer uphold her customary poise. She turned her head, uttering a soft acknowledgement, as if she had exhausted all her courage. Then, she hastily retreated to her own room, her heart pounding like a drum. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she still felt an unsettling tension, her body involuntarily tensing up. She quickly seized 2 crystal cups from the table and, retrieving a small jar of fine wine from an unknown source, poured 2 glasses. Glancing at her junior brother's curious gaze, she felt a twinge of guilt and explained, "This wine is for the 3rd junior sister. I find it quite delightful, so I thought to let you try some as well." "Oh, is that so? I understand." Mou's gaze was gentle and filled with remorse. Choosing not to expose the senior sister and amp, Appos, Esruz, he lifted a glass of wine and handed it to her, while he took the other for himself. Grasping her small hand, he softly expressed, "Senior sister, to encounter you all in this lifetime is a fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes. If there's a next life, allow me to repay you." Lu Ryu looked up at him and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Very well, should there be a next life, you must marry me." Mou was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warmth enveloping his heart as he nodded earnestly. "Agreed." With that, they raised their glasses and clinked them together. Sharing a tender toast, their gazes locked in a gentle exchange. In that moment, the atmosphere grew thick with an intoxicating warmth, and their body temperatures soared. The subtle emotions of nervousness, excitement, and anticipation swiftly blossomed within their hearts. Outside, the moon appeared to shy away, retreating behind clouds, plunging the room into darkness. Ultimately, the night bore the weight of it all, yet the vexing sounds drifted outside, reaching Su Xiao's ears. With each sound, her enchanting visage flushed deeper, as if tiny ants were crawling over her skin. She yearned to shut her senses, but her curiosity thwarted her attempts. She consoled herself, thinking of it as an accumulation of experience. However, as time passed, her eyes grew increasingly hazy, and she could no longer suppress her flustered exclamations. That mischievous junior brother must be doing this on purpose, but the senior sister is quite curious as well. An hour slipped by. Su Xiao lay languidly on her bed, utterly unable to find sleep. The thought of cultivation seemed utterly out of reach. Under such restless conditions, losing oneself in madness felt more plausible. Fortunately, after another 2 hours, silence finally returned from the other side. Only then did Su Xiao exhale a breath of relief. Taking her time before quietly getting up to wash, having worked up quite a sweat. At that moment, Mou gazed at the senior sister, who was peacefully slumbering in his embrace, lost in a daze. Is the effect truly this remarkable? Observing the transparent panel above her head, his eyes sparkled with joy. Name, Lu Ryu, daughter of fortune. Age, 400, cultivation level, early yuaning, physique, innate glazed saint body, dependency on host. 80. Indeed, he had rubbed his eyes several times, and each time confirmed that he had not misread. The dependency was indeed 80, a figure he had never imagined. The only plausible explanation was that the senior sister had secretly harbored feelings for him all along. Only this reasoning could elucidate everything, as he gazed at her blushing, exquisite face, unable to suppress a chuckle. The senior sister indeed hid her feelings deeply. Not long after, Su Xiao returned from her bath, only to hear that devilishly enticing voice once more. Even with her gentle temperament, she couldn't help but feel flustered, biting her silver teeth as she scolded her junior brother in her heart for a full 10 seconds. The reason she didn't scold longer was simply due to a lack of words. She repeated phrases like dastard junior brother, little rogue, and bad egg 3 times. And, thinking it was enough, she finally fell silent. At long last, dawn arrived. She hurriedly made her way to the western lake, catching some fish and trapping a wild beast, preparing to cook lunch for her junior brother and senior sister. As for breakfast, they likely had no time for it. She couldn't help but blush at the thought, wondering if her junior brother would seek her out that night. Just the thought made her body feel warm. As night fell, when Mou saw that the dependency of the second senior sister had also reached 80, he had developed quite a bit of resilience. However, He remained in a state of bewildered delight for a considerable time. At this rate, achieving 100 was merely a matter of time. The days of bliss always seemed to pass swiftly. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The dependency of both senior sisters had quietly risen to 98. Although the pace had slowed, there was no sign of stagnation, progressing smoothly beyond his expectations. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out to the system, "Little system, what rewards await if the dependency of both reaches 100 together? If the host can achieve this within a year, the system will grant a bottle of breakthrough pill as an additional reward." Below the returning void stage, any bottleneck in cultivation can be broken with a single pill without any side effects. Additionally, 5 unrestricted lottery opportunities and access to the marketplace, allowing the host to purchase items with fortune points. Upon hearing the function of the breakthrough pill, MOU and Amp, Oppos, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. It was simply extraordinary. The accumulation of cultivation was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the breakthroughs. Most cultivators might find themselves permanently stuck at a certain level due to their innate talent or martial arts techniques, just like several elders within the sect, who remained at their current level, having nearly reached the limits of their own capabilities. Without higher-level techniques or external assistance, they would likely remain at their peak for a lifetime. But if they possessed such a breakthrough pill, would breaking through even be a concern? Montag was exilarated. Yet he placed even more importance on the marketplace function. Surely, it contained precious items, such as the Great Fortune Pill and the recovery pills suitable for restoring cultivation during the transformation stage. At that moment, he began to envision and anticipate the possibilities ahead. Chapter 28. Undercurrents, while MOU was lost in his thoughts. The atmosphere within the grand hall of the Xianyuan sect was heavy and fraught with tension. The faces of all the senior members were etched with worry and confusion. Even the long-absent Lu Yuyin had returned, her brow furrowed in concern. "Master, what news have you received from Second Uncle? Is it true that the cave of the blissful immortal has been discovered at the Healan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine?" Gu Jianan sighed deeply, his expression clouded by anxiety. The existence of the cave remains uncertain, but there are indeed individuals there who have acquired supreme spirit treasures. Among these is the celestial golden cicada, once worn by the blissful immortal prior to her ascension to the harmonization stage. This news is spread throughout the eastern region and will soon be known by all. His voice was low and grave. The extraction of spirit stones at Healan Mountain must be halted. However, the most alarming issue is the rampant rumors circulating. They claim your sudden search for a partner is due to having obtained the blissful immortal's dual cultivation technique, hence her desire for a companion to cultivate with. What? Master, do you know who is spreading these rumors? I shall not rest until they are dealt with. Upon hearing the term dual cultivation, Lu Yin and Oppos' cheeks flushed crimson, as memories of a certain rebellious disciple flooded her mind, evoking scenes of both embarrassment and chaos. Gu Jianan shook his head in exasperation. "We have investigated, but the source remains elusive for now." The mood in the room grew increasingly somber as they all understood the perilous power of such rumors. The blissful immortal's dual cultivation technique was a top-tier method capable of leading one to the great ascension stage. Who could resist such temptation? A single misstep could lead to the downfall of the Xianyuan sect. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuyin decisively stated, "Summon all elders and disciples currently away from the sect, and simultaneously reopen the Healan Mountain Mine to allow various sects to investigate. No one is to leave their posts without permission, and we must fortify our defenses, especially at the back mountain. No one is to approach without orders from myself and the senior elders." Understood. A series of commands intensified the already tense atmosphere. Lu Yuyin turned once more to inquire, "Master, is there still no way to contact the ancestor?" "No, we are unable to reach them," Gu Jianan replied gravely, his eyes reflecting deep concern. The intimidation factor of a late-stage transformation god ancestor far surpassed that of a mid-stage one, though they seemed to be only a step apart. Only those who had reached mid-stage could truly grasp the vast disparity between the two. A sect with a late-stage transformation god, regardless of its overall strength, would not be easily pressured, for if a late-stage powerhouse sought vengeance, none would dare claim they could fend it off. The likely outcome would be mutual destruction, with no victor to emerge. Yet, the Xianyuan sect currently had only 2 mid-stage transformation god senior elders, creating a significant imbalance. As the high-ranking officials of Xianyuan sect deliberated with mounting anxiety, the news of the blissful immortal and Apos' legacy had begun to spread like wildfire throughout the eastern region. The speed of its dissemination was beyond ordinary comprehension. Many cultivators, upon hearing the news, set forth to the Helan Mountains in search of treasure. The lair of a great ascension stage cultivator could yield immense fortunes, and to find even a few of the techniques collected by the blissful immortal would be akin to instant elevation. As one of the 8 great sects of the eastern region, the Luoxiao sect was no exception to these rumors. At this moment, the senior leadership was in urgent discussion. What are your thoughts on the recent rumors? Sect Master Chui Cheng asked with a serious expression. Internally, he had already come to believe the rumors with a high degree of certainty, yet he needed to hear the analysis from the elders due to the immense implications involved, especially concerning the Xianyuan sect, a group that commanded caution from all in the eastern region. They were akin to a band of lunatics. Senior Elder Qiu Yuanjin spoke solemnly. This is likely true, otherwise it cannot be explained. Lu Yuyin is extraordinarily talented and has always held herself in high regard. Yet she recently sought a partner? I found it puzzling until now. But if she has indeed obtained the blissful immortal and Apos' legacy, it all aligns. Qiu Yuanjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Legend has it that the blissful immortal was originally a wandering cultivator who, through her innate charm and beauty, secured countless cultivation techniques and resources to reach the great ascension stage. The wealth of her collection rivals that of the top sects prior to the demon-slaying war. Chui Cheng and Apos' gaze flickered with greed, the desire growing uncontrollably within him. Elder, are you suggesting we send someone as well? Qiu Yuanjin's tone was resolute. Naturally, we, the senior elders, will lead the expedition, while you will remain to oversee the sect. Even if this leads to a falling out with the Xianyuan sect, Luoxiao sect must seize a share of this extraordinary opportunity. Moreover, the Xianyuan sect is likely too weak to mount a defense. Not only too weak, but in fact, they may find themselves struggling for survival. Unless they are willing to relinquish the blissful immortal and Apos' dual cultivation technique, who would willingly share such an immortal art? Especially a sect known for its tyranny like the Xianyuan sect? A spectacle was surely on the horizon. Others shared similar ambitions as well. Many coveted this opportunity, albeit through different means. Weaker sects began to forge alliances, rallying together to venture towards the Helan Mountains. Accompanying them were the most prodigious disciples from each sect. Opportunities do not merely favor the strong. One must also possess the requisite fate. Although cultivators profess to defy the heavens, deep down, they are among the most superstitious regarding destiny. Thus, these talented youths were also laden with high expectations. In a fleeting moment, the Helan mountain range became a veritable throng. Now, they were eager to observe how the Xianyuan sect intended to respond. Would they willingly surrender the blissful immortal's dual cultivation technique? Or would they stand against the entirety of the eastern region? Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Great Masters. The Helan Mountains, located 30,000 miles north of the Xianling sect, are renowned for their abundant supply of exquisite spiritual stones, serving as a vital source of high-quality resources for the sect. Typically, this strategic location is guarded by the inner sect elders of the nascent soul stage, accompanied by elite disciples. However, the current guardians are the venerable elder Qian Baichuan, who has attained the transformation stage, and another esteemed elder, Tang Feihu, who has just returned to the sect. Tang Feihu, a robust and boisterous figure, is presently listening to the second elder and Apos' account of recent events. Upon hearing that the crown prince of the Liwind kingdom was rebuffed in his proposal of marriage, he pauses, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing across his rugged face. Second elder, could this incident be connected to the Liwind kingdom? Qian Baichuan sighs. nodding with a wry smile. We have considered that possibility. However, the offense against the Liwind Kingdom occurred after the rumors of Yu Yin seeking a partner emerged. It is unlikely he could have foreseen this and orchestrated the events in advance. Therefore, the rumors regarding Yu Yin's search for a companion should not be linked to the Liwind Kingdom. As for the gossip surrounding the blissful fairy, we are currently investigating but have yet to reach a conclusion. Tang Feihu falls silent. If the perpetrator dared to malign the Xianling sect, they would certainly have taken precautions. With the rumors spreading so widely, the prospect of uncovering useful clues seems exceedingly slim. It appears that the current predicament cannot be resolved by simply identifying the instigators. Rather, they must rely on their own strength. The cultivation world has never adhered to reason. This truth was aptly articulated by Xiaoyu years ago. Principles are always subordinate to power. Only with formidable strength will others be inclined to reason with you. He has always believed that the young lad's words held great wisdom. Reflecting on this, he inquires with concern, Second Elder, what is Xiaoyu's current situation? Did he not just emerge from seclusion? Why has he retreated again? Qian Baichuan, initially somber, allows a faint smile to grace his lips before adopting a nonchalant demeanor. That lad has regained a significant portion of his foundation and is now capable of cultivating once more. This latest retreat was at his own request. It seems he has surprises in store for us. This news sends Tang Feihu into a jubilant frenzy. What? He can cultivate now? Ha ha! Splendid. I knew I had not misjudged him. He is truly remarkable. Remarkable scarcely suffices. It is nothing short of perfection. After all, with a damaged foundation and without the essence of the great Tao or the fabled elixir, recovery seemed almost impossible. To think he has regained half his strength. In his moment of excitement, Tang Feihu forgets the looming crisis, pacing the room in jubilation. He then casts a triumphant glance at the Second Elder, exclaiming, Second Elder, what did you say back then? You claimed that lad had no hope of recovery, and that rather than expending vast resources and energy on him, it would be wiser to cultivate other prodigies. What do you think now? Fortunately, I oppose you alongside the Fourth Elder. Otherwise, I fear the eldest brother would have been swayed by your words. Qian Baichuan glares at him defiantly, retorting, Do not place the blame on me. I never said we should abandon him. I merely disagreed with utilizing the entire Sect's resources for him. Although he has recovered nearly half, in the end, it depends on his own fortunes. Had you heeded my advice from the start, others would not have been delayed or harmed, and he would have recovered just the same. Tang Feihu scoffs, shaking his head. Are you truly certain it would have been the same? If you do not wholeheartedly support him, how can you expect him to be fully devoted to the sect when he reaches the pinnacle of his power? Qian Baichuan retorts vehemently. As a disciple of the Xianling sect, one must dedicate oneself to the sect. Should it not be a reciprocal arrangement? Just because the sect did not concentrate resources solely on him, should he forget the cultivation he received once he regains his abilities? If that were the case, the sect would have crumbled long ago. The Xianling sect belongs to all disciples, not just to a singular genius. As he speaks, Qian Baichuan's face flushes with indignation, his eyes brimming with frustration and a hint of helplessness at being misunderstood. He has never believed himself to be in the wrong. While absolute fairness may be unattainable within the sect, it should not be overly preferential. Tang Feihu, unfazed by his words, chuckles with pride. With that lad's talent, he is entitled to such privileges. Otherwise, what distinguishes between direct disciples, inner sect members, and outer sect disciples? Moreover, the search for the essence of the great Tao was not a mandate imposed by the sect. It was a voluntary endeavor by everyone. So where's the unfairness in that? Observing the speechless Second Elder, Tang Feihu revels in his victory and promptly waves his hand, calling for a halt. All right, Second Elder, let us set aside this discussion for now. Which sects are preparing to enter the spiritual stone vein to investigate? Qian Baichuan, his expression darkening, begrudgingly suppresses his rising anger and coldly hands over a list. Take a look for yourself. Tang Feihu gleefully accepts the list, but as he scans it, his expression shifts to one of dismay. Damn it, even a ragtag sect like the Flame sect dares to intrude upon the territory of the Xianling sect? To my astonishment, all 7 major sects are represented, including the Sky Sword sect. Qian Baichuan shoots him an exasperated glance, snorting. Do you genuinely believe that the unannounced engagement from years past would deter the Sky Sword sect from yielding to such temptation? Besides, in their eyes, MOU is already considered worthless. Tang Feihu's face contorts with anger. If that is the case, let the eldest brother take Xiaoyu and annul this marriage proposal. I believe the saintess of the Sky Sword sect is unworthy of him. Qian Baichuan suddenly pauses, a cold smile creeping across his face as he gazes into the distance. Let us not concern ourselves with such matters for now. They have arrived. We should first ascertain their intentions. With that, he strides out of the room. Outside, a throng of disciples from various sects gathers a mile to the east, a vast sea of figures. At the forefront stands a group of 20 or so elders, all of whom are at the transformation stage, once revered nascent soul masters who now lack the qualification to stand at the forefront. Ah, esteemed guests of the Xianling sect. I wonder what guidance you bring. Our reception capabilities are limited, so I kindly ask the representatives of each sect to step forward. While the disciples may rest here for the time being, Qian Baichuan states calmly, bowing slightly. Haha, splendid. As the saying goes, the guest follows the host's lead. We shall abide by your request, my friend Qian. A transformation stage master responds with a calm demeanor. Following this, more than 20 transformation stage cultivators take to the air, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Chapter 30. Each one in damp. Appo's scheme in a grand hall nestled within the Helan Mountains. Over 20 cultivators of the stage of transformation gathered, representing nearly half of the eastern region's top-tier combat power. This venue served as a meeting place for the disciples of the Xianling sect to deliberate important matters. Yet it had now transformed into a congregation of ancient figures from various sections. In addition to representatives from the 8 major sects, 3 individuals, dubbed the so-called treasure-seeking leaders from other factions, were also present. Each pair of eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, save for those belonging to the Xianling sect, who remained expressionless. Qian Baichuan set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping across the familiar faces, and spoke directly. I am well aware of your intentions, so I shall state 3 points. First, the Xianling sect has not acquired any inheritance from the blissful immortal. We became aware of this rumor no sooner than you did. Second, we have not discovered any hidden treasures here. I understand your skepticism, so feel free to investigate. Any treasures you find are yours to take. Third, please ensure your disciples do not damage the mineral veins here, or else it would mean declaring war against my sect. Having finished his statement, Qian Baichuan regarded the assembly with a calm demeanor. How can you prove that the Xianling sect has not obtained the blissful immortal and Appo's inheritance? Questioned a cold elder clad in a red robe, his face etched with doubt. Indeed, with our capabilities, if we had truly uncovered a treasure trove, we could easily relocate or conceal it without a trace. Others nodded in agreement, filling the atmosphere with lively chatter. Only a few sects with closer ties to the Xianling sect refrained from taking advantage of the situation, yet they too offered no assistance. For instance, the Tianjin sect and Yushua Palace, deep down, seemed to harbor doubts about the Xianling sect and Appo's claims. Tang Feihu, brimming with indignation, sneered. Prove it? How would you, the Luoyuan sect, have us prove anything? Or you, Yang Tianxi, how could you demonstrate that we have acquired those items? Is mere rumor sufficient? The elder in the red robe was none other than Yang Tianxi, the supreme elder of the Luoyuan sect, one of the 8 major sections. Historically, many of these sects harbored grudges against one another, and the relationship between Luoyuan and Xianling had been particularly strained for the past 3 centuries. This animosity stemmed from an incident over 300 years ago when Lu Yuyan had rejected the current leader of the Luoyuan sect, Jiao Mufei, who happened to be Yang Tianxi's most esteemed disciple. Yang Tianxi smiled faintly, his demeanor unfazed. Where there is smoke, there must be fire. The entire eastern region is abuzz with this talk. Surely, there must be some truth to it? The Xianling sect and Appo's leader recently sought a partner, and now the blissful immortal treasures have seemingly surfaced in your domain. What a coincidence. Yu Buchuan, the supreme elder of the Yuming sect, chimed in with a sardonic smile. Indeed, Rumors spread easily, but the blissful immortal and amp, Oppos, crimson cloud cicada armor cannot possibly be a fabrication. That is a top-tier defensive spirit treasure, exceptionally rare. Moreover, how could such a personal item fall into the hands of another? Who would dare to fabricate such a tale? Her cave must be nearby. I suggest the Xianling sect abandon thoughts of monopolizing it. The assembly murmured in agreement, and this was the crux of their unwavering belief in the matter. Even at the risk of offending the Xianling sect, the allure of the blissful immortal and amp, Oppos' legacy was simply too enticing. The likelihood loomed large. Who would dare miss such an opportunity? When a chance to transform an entire sect presents itself, even a fraction of a percent chance is worth pursuing, especially when the odds are as high as 50%. Qian Baichuan and Tang Feihu were incensed by Yu Buchuan's cunning remarks. Did they truly not understand? Yet such words, when spoken, were met with disbelief. Nonetheless, Tang Feihu could not restrain his fury. Yu Buchuan, you treacherous scoundrel. Such treasures may be elusive, but who knows if they might lie with someone like you? My Xianling sect stands for righteousness, and it is not unusual to be wrongfully accused by sinister forces. If you do not believe us, then seek for yourselves. If you find even a shred of evidence, then we can converse. Tang Feihu and Oppos' anger surged as he spoke. Ordinarily, any treasure found within one and Oppos' domain should belong to that individual. However, when the value of such treasures captivates all, the principle of ownership is cast aside in favor of might. Even a domineering sect like the Xianling must yield. How could one family withstand the combined forces of the entire eastern region? Yet this humiliation would one day be repaid to these dogs. The Xianling sect could not silently endure such indignity. At this moment, Dong Shouzhua, the supreme elder of the Tianjian sect, hastily stepped forward to mediate. I believe Tang Daoyu has a point. Seeing isn't always believing, especially when it comes to hearsay. Since the Xianling sect has shown such magnanimity, why not investigate further and ascertain the truth? The Tianjian sect has always maintained a good rapport with the Xianling sect, and I have known several of your elders for thousands of years. While sect interests are paramount, we do not wish to exploit this moment. An elder from the Yushua Palace also voiced agreement. Indeed, we cannot declare the existence of the blissful immortal's inheritance based solely on a piece of clothing. Let us search first and see what we uncover. Very well, let us search. Those who had been vociferous moments ago were not fools. Could they truly afford to offend the Xianling sect without having seen any evidence? Not everyone harbored old grievances like the Yuming sect. Once it is confirmed that the Xianling sect has indeed acquired the inheritance, they could escalate their pressure later. Thus, a cadre of elders, fueled by excitement and anticipation, took their talented disciples and began to scour the mountains for opportunities. In the now empty hall, only Qian Baichuan and Tang Feihu remained, their faces etched with gravity. As the two brothers exchanged glances, they recognized the worry mirrored in each other and Oppos' eyes. Currently, these individuals were relatively cordial. However, should they search for a while without yielding any results, suspicion would inevitably fall upon the Xianling sect. At that moment, the true, unsightly faces of these individuals would be revealed. They would surely devise various schemes to compel the Xianling sect to surrender their techniques, even resorting to force if necessary. For the temptation was simply too great. The prospect of cultivating dual cultivation techniques to reach the great ascension stage, along with other ancient methods of vanquishing demons, was enticing not only to their opponents but also to the Xianling sect itself. Alas, the Xianling sect possessed none of it. If only they did, matters would be simpler. They could rally some agreeable factions, eliminate a few adversaries, and even seize this opportunity to eradicate the Yuming and Luoyuan sects. Inform the eldest brother and prepare for the worst. Qian Baichuan and Oppos' gaze sharpened, his tone resolute. Whoever seeks to carve a piece from the Xianling sect must be prepared to lose a few teeth. All right, Tang Feihu began relaying messages, his rugged face filled with fierce determination. It is but a matter of life and death. Yet before I meet my end, I intend to drag a few down with me. In a contest of ruthlessness, the Xianling sect has never feared anyone. Chapter 31. 100%. When the news from Tang Feihu reached them, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxiao wore expressions of profound sorrow. Beside them sat an elderly man, his white hair disheveled, exuding an aura of decay. His emaciated frame resembled a thin bamboo stalk, seemingly ready to topple at the slightest gust of wind. His face, wrinkled like tree bark, bore high cheekbones, and his ancient eyes were clouded and devoid of light. Anyone looking at him would hardly associate him with the once most gifted elder of the Xianling sect. Third senior brother. How did you age so much in the blink of an eye? Lu Qingxia's eyes were red, and ultimately, she could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face as she grasped his frail arm, weeping uncontrollably. The blue-clothed cultivator was none other than Sima Xiaotian, another elder of the Xianling sect, and once the protector of Mou. Among the brothers, he was the most extraordinarily gifted, even surpassing Gu Jiannan to some extent. Before the calamity, he was a mid-stage transformation god cultivator, the one among his peers most likely to reach the later stages of transformation god. Recalling the past, Gu Jiannan's eyes also glistened with moisture. Sima Xiaotian, however, maintained an air of calmness, observing the sorrowful expressions of his junior brother and sister. He smiled with a hint of nostalgia. Brother, sister, do not grieve. As cultivators, we may seize the wonders of the universe, but ultimately, who among us can attain immortality? I have merely walked ahead of you. After cultivating for millennia, in these last few years, I wish to relax and enjoy life. So, I came to see you both. And how is that child, Xiaoyu, faring now? Upon hearing his inquiry about Mou, the sorrow on Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia's faces lightened, and a smile involuntarily appeared. Ha ha! Look at me, I almost forgot to share this most wonderful news with third junior brother. Big brother, allow me. Lu Qingxia eagerly interjected, quickly recounting how Mou had regained most of his foundation, embellishing the tale as she spoke. Sima Xiaoyan's initial disbelief swiftly transformed into shock and joy. His frail body trembled like bamboo in a tempest. His murky old eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he could not help but laugh heartily. Splendid. It seems the heavens have not turned a blind eye after all. They have opened at least one eye, with Xiaoyu and the Xianling sect. The future is indeed promising. Thus, even if I were to pass away tomorrow, I would have no regrets. He chuckled, tears streaming down his aged face, coughing repeatedly. Yet, the joy and contentment on his face could not be concealed. In that moment, the greatest bitterness and regret in his heart were finally laid to rest. His sacrifices of yesteryears had not been in vain. As for himself, he had long relinquished any illusions. Fourth junior sister, when do you think Xiaoyu will emerge from seclusion? I have truly missed him over this past century. Sima Xiaoyan's smile was warm, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If one merely observed his expression, it would be hard to discern that he was a man with only a few years left to live. Gu Jiannan pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Third junior brother, Xiaoyu's seclusion does not have a set duration. He will emerge only when he has completely recovered. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer? Do not disturb him. I merely mention it. There is no rush. I still have several years left to live. Ha! Sima Xiaotian laughed heartily. However, after a while, he sensed something amiss and frowned. Are you concealing something from me? This time, Lu Qingxia did not interject, but cast a subtle glance at her elder brother, signaling him to address the matter. Gu Jiannan sighed and gazed into the earnest eyes of his third junior brother. He had no choice but to elaborate on the current situation, concluding with a grave tone. At present, all sects are gathering in the Helan Mountains. If we cannot locate the so-called inheritance of the blissful celestial, the next step will be to directly threaten our sect. Currently, we cannot reach our master, and relying solely on the few of us will hardly intimidate them. Gu Jiannan's mood grew heavy as he began to pace. The only course of action is to delay. I will enter a life and death seclusion for a month, striving to break through to the later stage of transformation god. Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian almost simultaneously shook their heads anxiously. No, with only a month to go, entering such a life and death seclusion would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, while Big Brother has accumulated enough, Achieving a breakthrough in such a short time is nearly impossible. Even our master, with his exceptional talent, took decades to break through to the later stage of transformation god. Do not attempt to dissuade me. My mind is made up. If I do not succeed, I shall perish. Gu Jianan and Appo's gaze was resolute. Did he not understand this? But was there truly any other option? Even with the transformation god at the helm, survival was uncertain. Relying only on 2 mid-stage and 3 early-stage transformation gods could hardly pose a threat to their adversaries. The Xianling sect would inevitably weaken to dust, potentially vanishing entirely from the eastern region's cultivation world. The Yuming sect, the Luyun sect, and those who coveted the blissful celestial and Appo's inheritance, as well as those eyeing the Xianling sect and Appo's foundation, would tear the sect apart. Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian were well aware of these stakes, yet they could not simply stand by and watch their elder brother march to his death. Just as they were about to argue further, Gu Jianan suddenly raised his voice sternly. You need not persuade me further. I am the eldest brother, and my cultivation is the highest. Even if it means death, it is my responsibility. After his reprimand, he solemnly instructed, Once I enter seclusion, 4th junior sister, do not concern yourself with anything else. Just keep watch over the back mountain. If things go awry, take Xiao Yu and the others and leave. As long as they are alive, the Xianling sect still has hope. Do you understand? As he spoke, Gu Jianan, who was usually gentle and accommodating towards his junior siblings, wore an unprecedentedly stern expression. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingxia opened her mouth, ultimately nodding with red-rimmed eyes. Gu Jianan then softened his tone. Yu Yin should have arrived at the Healing Mountains by now. Please relay these decisions to her. Understood, Lu Qingxia replied. Her voice choked with emotion. Days passed, and the atmosphere in the Healing Mountains grew increasingly oppressive. The group of treasure seekers, filled with anticipation, had found not even a single beautiful feather. Many began to grow restless. Yet at that moment, in the back mountains of the Xianling sect, all was tranquil and warm. And Mo Yu, with a foolish grin on his face as he gazed at his senior sister, could no longer contain his excitement, and with reddened eyes, shouted ecstatically, Ha ha ha, it's finally 100%. Chapter 32. The Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra, though the precise meaning of 100% uttered by the junior disciple eluded them. Both Lu Ruyu and her companion sensed it was undoubtedly a fortuitous sign. Junior disciple, could it be that your foundation has fully recovered? Upon contemplating this possibility, Su Xiaoro and Appo's gentle gaze brightened suddenly, her entire being electrified with excitement. Lu Ruyu, however, kept her crimson lips tightly pressed together, observing him with a pair of pure, anxious eyes, her delicate hand instinctively clenching. Ha! It should be restored. Let me check it out. Mou responded with palpable enthusiasm. Congratulations, host, on achieving your goal. The system is currently binding completely. 36. 100. Host and Appo's constitution is being restored. Fully restored. Host and Appo's cultivation is being revived. Fully restored. As Mou felt the transformations coursing through his body, he could not suppress a tremor that swept through him, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. A century had elapsed. He had yearned for this day for 100 interminable years. The Mou of yesteryears had returned, and he would be even more formidable than before. The weight of 100 years was finally lifted, leaving him feeling buoyant. His heart raced, his hands trembled, and he pondered the presence of his beautiful senior sisters. Yet he had to maintain composure. He opened the system panel again. Host, Mou, age, 299, realm, mid-stage nascent soul, constitution, chaos divine demon body, cultivation method, Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. Available for immediate acquisition upon clicking Doubt Companion. Lu Ryu, dependence level, 100, providing 1,000 fortune points daily without affecting her own fortune. Su Xiaoro, dependence level, 99. Lu Yuyin, dependence level, 30. Dear host, continue your efforts. Obtaining one more fortune woman with 100 dependents will unlock the malfunction and yield additional rewards. He was no longer a mere temporary host. Gazing at the first line, Mou felt an exhilarating surge akin to a surf singing in liberation. The pivotal revelation was that he had acquired the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. Eagerly, he clicked to open it, and a torrent of profound information flooded into his mind. His consciousness was irresistibly drawn into a mysterious realm where two figures emerged, demonstrating a myriad of intricate techniques before him. The spiritual power within him began to flow through his concealed meridians and acupoints in an enigmatic rhythm. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in the blink of an eye, until he finally awakened from that state. He had thoroughly comprehended the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra. It was only then that he truly grasped the value of this technique. It was akin to a cultivation accelerator, allowing simultaneous practice with any other technique, each enhancing the other. If the effects of other techniques were considered a base, then the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra represented a multiplier. Moreover, he discovered that practicing this technique also significantly benefited his Tao companions, albeit at half the effectiveness. To think it was a variant of the Sects technique. He couldn't oppose. He helped but marvel internally. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes to find his two senior sisters gazing at him with astonishment. Curiously, he inquired, "Sisters, how long was I in meditation?" "Not long, just 5 breaths. We thought you were going to cultivate, as your aura was quite peculiar just now," Su Xiaoro recalled, her eyes wide with surprise. "My foundation has completely recovered. I was merely adapting to my body," Mou replied, suppressing his astonishment and feigning calmness. He was certain that his consciousness had lingered in that mysterious realm far longer than 5 breaths. This system was truly unfathomable. What? Fully restored? Su Xiaoro and Amp, Appo's eyes widened. Typically gentle and serene, she excitedly grasped his hand, shaking it with glee. Even the typically aloof Lu Ruyu gasped in surprise, her celestial-like eyes sparkling with joy. Standing beside him, her eyes twinkling with mirth, she felt her heart brimming with happiness. While she had been mentally prepared for this day, the reality of it overwhelmed her emotions. "Senior sister, second sister, thank you. We are already family. There is no need for thanks for anything we do for one another, especially now," Lu Ruyu said earnestly, her eyes gleaming like stars. Having been an orphan without a home, she now had a family and a junior brother to cherish. "All right, second sister, let us discuss the intricacies of life," Mou declared, taking her hand and excitedly leading her towards her quarters. "What? But still daytime." Su Xiaoro and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson, fully aware of his intentions. "Second sister, it's merely a chat. Do not overthink it." 3 hours later, Mou eagerly opened the system panel once more. Host, Mou, age, 299, realm, mid-stage nascent soul, constitution, chaos divine, demon body, cultivation method, Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra, fortune points, 1992 6000, Lu Ruyu, Su Xiaoro, dependence level 100, Lu Yuyin, 30, rewards are being distributed. 1 bottle of intermediate breakthrough pills, 30 pieces, suitable for any realm below the returning void stage. Capable of perfectly overcoming any bottleneck with a single pill. 5 lottery chances, unrestricted by item level or type, available for use at any time. Basic mall access has been unlocked. May the host enjoy shopping. He did not rush to draw from the lottery, but instead eagerly accessed them all. He had not forgotten that his third granduncle had yet to restore his foundation, and he feared he might soon be at the end of his rope. Some matters could wait, but this one demanded immediate resolution. Chapter 33. Complete restoration? How is that possible? The interface of the marketplace was quite simplistic, comprising merely 5 categories: techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, items, and spiritual treasures. He promptly entered the elixirs section and, amidst the dazzling array of celestial potions, discovered the creation pill. Minor creation pill, single price, 1,000,000 fortune points. Effect: capable of restoring most damaged physiques and foundations. Major creation pill, single price, 3,000,000 fortune points. Effect: as long as the individual is alive, it can restore all damaged physiques and foundations of cultivators below the tribulation stage. Astounding. Mou and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely what he needed. Enthralled by the pill and Appo's remarkable efficacy, he hastily placed an order for one, hardly concerning himself with the exorbitant price of 3,000,000. After all, he currently possessed nearly 20,000,000 fortune points. Even if he had only 3,000,000, he would have spent it without hesitation. He then searched for the recovery pills. First transition recovery pill, price 1,000 fortune points. Instantly restores a discarded chi refining stage cultivation. Second transition recovery pill, price 8,000 fortune points. He directly sought out the fifth transition recovery pill corresponding to the God transformation stage and spent another 1,000 fortune points to acquire one. Only upon seeing two ancient jade vials appear in his system space did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After contemplating for a moment, he began to search within the items section. Inside were all sorts of peculiar items: a bottle that could contain fire, a pitch-black steel capable of housing a small world, a flag that could capture the souls of living beings. After a lengthy search, he finally found what he desired: an inconspicuous spatial ring that even tribulation stage cultivators could not open. This set him back over 1,000,000 fortune points. In his impatience, he had no time to peruse other products. He needed to deliver the elixirs to his third master uncle first. As for an excuse, it was easily found. Years ago, he had ventured into the resting place of a likely void return stage master and acquired numerous treasures. The elders of his sect were well aware, and he could simply attribute it to that. Just as he was about to rise and dress, Su Xiaoro was stirred awake by the noise. With a bashful expression, she gazed at him and whispered like a mosquito, "Junior brother, don't you need a rest for a while?" Mo couldn't help but smirk mischievously. "No need. I shall first go see third master uncle and inform them of my complete restoration." Su Xiaoro, fully aware of his teasing, felt her face flush crimson and, in a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, "You rascal, don't laugh." Recalling her earlier bashful demeanor, she lost all courage to meet his gaze and buried her head under the covers, knowing this incident would likely become a source of amusement for him for years to come. "Senior sister, you rest for now. I shall return shortly." Mou laughed heartily, filled with pride as he turned to leave, leaving a humiliated Su Xiaoro hiding beneath her blankets. As Mou stepped outside, he noticed his senior sister, Lu Ruyu, staring at him with an odd expression from beneath a nearby tree. "Senior sister, what are you looking at?" Mou inquired, slightly taken aback. He had just set up a barrier, and she shouldn't have heard any commotion. "Nothing. Where are you headed?" Lu Ruyu averted her gaze slightly, her eyes flickering with a hint of shyness. One could easily overlook it, but Mou was well acquainted with her demeanor and instantly discerned her emotions. "I wish to visit third master uncle." "Are you certain there's nothing you wish to say?" "No, I want to go with you." Lu Ruyu hurriedly stepped forward, striding ahead. However, after only a few paces, Mou quickly caught up, took her soft hand, and they soared forward together. Lu Ruyu's cheeks flushed, yet she made no attempt to resist. Thus, they made their way to the main peak, where disciples they encountered halted to pay their respects. "Greetings, Oncle Montauk, Aunt Liu. Uncle Mo is so handsome. They truly are a match made in heaven. What a pity, Uncle Mo. I've heard his lifespan is limited. Truly a cruel fate. Oh, Aunt Lu is so brave. But if Uncle Mo wishes, even for just a day, I would gladly." Mou and Lu Ruyu, both exceptionally gifted, were the subjects of admiration among the younger disciples of the Xianling sect, whose tales of them were well known. As they set off, Lu Qingxia, stationed in the main hall, sensed their movement and was taken aback. Could it be that Xiaoyu has learned of the recent happenings within the sect? Sima Xiaodian, who had been meditating beside her, suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Has Xiaoyu emerged from seclusion? He stood up and hastily made his way outside, his steps filled with excitement, which belied his age. Lu Qingxia sighed in exasperation. "Third master brother, they're coming this way. You need only wait here. Why the haste?" Yet, she too followed closely behind, curious about what the young man intended to do upon his return. Mou, hand in hand with Lu Ruyu, greeted his fellow disciples with smiles as they approached the hall. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a thin, wiry old man with white hair approaching him with evident excitement. He froze momentarily, as if paralyzed by astonishment, trembling with emotion. But this state lasted less than a second before he dashed forward. "Third Master Uncle, are you well?" Mo's eyes reddened, and before he could finish his sentence, he knelt to the ground. However, the elder, his own eyes glistening, quickly helped him up and admonished, "Foolish child, rise. A man should not kneel before anyone but the true gods." "I am well, truly. What the true gods? I shall kneel alongside him." Mo stubbornly bowed his head once more, his face now bright with joy. "Greetings, Third Master Uncle." Lu Ryu also stepped forward to pay her respects. Sima Xiaotian observed her, then glanced at Mo, chuckling with satisfaction as he stroked his beard. "I always said, Xiao would eventually find another among you girls. It seems I was right, ha. Splendid." Even Lu Ryu, typically composed, felt a flush of embarrassment at his words. Lu Qingxia, however, interjected with a scoff. "Not just one. There are already two." "Two? Who is the other?" Sima Xiaotian inquired nonchalantly, though curiosity sparkled in his eyes. "The other is that little row girl." "Ah, splendid. They all seem quite fitting." Sima Xiaotian laughed even more heartily. As they exchanged pleasantries, the group settled within the hall. Mo promptly set up a barrier and reverently produced the 2 jade vials, presenting them to Sima Xiaotian with excitement. "Third Master Uncle, the elixirs in these vials can completely restore your shattered foundation and cultivation. Please take them." At these words, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The 3 elders stared at him, astonished and bewildered. Had it not been for his serious demeanor, they might have thought he was jesting. Completely restore a shattered foundation? Regain cultivation? Do you hear the absurdity of your own words? Chapter 34. A surprising blow. Xiaoyu, the body of our esteemed granduncle, is aware that there is nothing left to save it. These elixirs must be of great value. You should keep them for yourself. Your heartfelt intention alone is enough to satisfy Granduncle San. Sima Xiaotian grasped his hand, returning the jade vial to his palm, a smile of contentment gracing his face. "Hearing that you have restored half of your foundation, Granduncle San is truly happier than anything else. Even if death were to come at this very moment, he could." He initially intended to say that he could rest in peace, but considering the perilous situation of the Xianling sect, how could one die without worry? Observing the words unspoken on Mo's lips, he raised a serious hand and said, "Xiaoyu, please let me finish. The future of the Xianling sect rests solely on the shoulders of you young ones. Promise Granduncle San that you will live well. Only with your survival does the Xianling sect have hope. Can you do that?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Mo exclaimed in shock, "Granduncle San, has something happened to the sect?" Lu Ryu, who had been silent, wore a face of disbelief, her delicate features marred by an unprecedented gravity. For Granduncle San to utter such words, it was evident that the Xianling sect was facing a tremendous crisis. "Let me speak." Lu Qingxia sighed heavily. "These matters were never meant to be concealed from you. It was merely a desire to avoid disturbing your seclusion." After recounting the recent events in detail, both Mo and Lu Ryu were left astounded. "So, we cannot escape the deluge of calumny that has befallen us, can we?" Mo's gaze was calm, but simmering with anger. Lu Qingxia nodded with a bitter smile. "Indeed. Just a few days ago, someone discovered several incomplete high-grade spirit artifacts in an ancient cave. Your second granduncle personally investigated. The residual spiritual energy in that cave is far denser than in other locations. Moreover, there are signs of habitation from 10,000 years ago. Even if we were unaware, suspicion would naturally arise." Mo's expression was one of shock. "What a coincidence." "Indeed, such coincidence," Lu Qingxia replied with a wry smile. "However, it is precisely this that underscores the cruelty and patience of the one who orchestrated this scheme. This arrangement was not conceived on a whim. First came the rumors, then the spiritual treasures emerging, compounded by the allure of the blissful immortal and amp, Appo's, golden cicada. Faced with the allure of the blissful immortal and amp, Appo's, legacy, no one could resist such temptation. Many sects are already preparing to conspire against us." After finishing her statement with gritted teeth, She added sorrowfully, currently, your master is at Qingchuan Peak, preparing for a life-and-death trial. Before departing, he repeatedly instructed me to ensure that you leave the Xianling sect. Mo shook his head resolutely. Fourth granduncle, I will not leave. It will not be so easy for them to extinguish the Xianling sect. Though Lu Ruyu remained silent, her determined expression revealed her intent aligned with Mou and Appo's. Yes. Sima Xiaotian stood up, his face flushed with anger, and rebuked foolishness. The Xianling sect currently possesses only 2 mid-stage transformation gods. Even with 3 early-stage transformation gods, we cannot intimidate them. The only reason they have not pressed us too hard is due to their fear of our ancestors. Once they realize we are out of contact, the situation will inevitably worsen tenfold, and the Xianling sect will be torn apart. Lu Qingxia's eyes reflected sorrow. Her aged face, framed by silver hair, appeared to age even more in that moment. She gently ruffled Mou's hair, her tone tender. Xiao Yu, I understand your feelings, but you must leave. I have also ordered the other talented individuals outside to refrain from returning. You will be the hope for the resurgence of the Xianling sect. As the most gifted disciple of this generation, you must shoulder this responsibility. Mou gazed at her with fervor, urgently stating, Fourth granduncle, if only our master could reach the late stage of transformation god. Lu Qingxia raised her hand to interrupt him, her gaze filled with despair. Impossible. Not even in a month, let alone 10 or 100 years. The chances are exceedingly slim. The late stage of transformation god is not so easily attained. Mou felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Why was it so difficult to express a few honest words? For now, whether you believe me or not, please just let me finish speaking. However, he was interrupted twice by his most respected elders, and he had no choice but to patiently listen until they concluded. Finally, when the two ceased their discourse, he exclaimed in exasperation, All right, you two, do not interrupt me any longer. Allow me to finish my thoughts, and then you may decide. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian exchanged weary smiles, their eyes reflecting resignation. They knew this stubborn youth would not be easily persuaded. Nevertheless, Lu Qingxia had already resolved that if Xiao Yu dared to refuse to leave, she would simply knock him out and take him away. Well then, speak your mind. Lu Qingxia replied calmly, and Mou cleared his throat, addressing them earnestly. Firstly, my foundation has been completely restored. If you two do not believe it, you may verify for yourselves. What? Completely restored? Lu Qingxia's face shifted into one of shock and confusion, and she quickly moved closer to examine Mou. Her expression transformed through a spectrum of emotions: doubt, astonishment, joy, culminating in an overwhelming ecstasy and disbelief. You have truly restored completely? How incredible! Moreover, earlier, Xiao Yu mentioned that the elixir could also restore Sin Shi Xiang and Appo's as foundation. Could it be true? Observing the expression on his junior sister and Appo's face, Sima Xiaotian suddenly realized. Rushing towards them, moments later, a wave of delight surged within him. Not only had the foundation been restored, but it was also intact, without a trace of lingering injury. Previously, upon hearing that he was still in seclusion, Sima Xiaotian had lost hope. After all, recovering from such a severe injury was a monumental miracle. How could one expect a complete restoration? But now, it seemed this beautiful dream had truly come to fruition. Wonderful. Heaven is watching over us. The Xianling sect is not destined for extinction. Sima Xiaotian and Appo's eyes glistened with tears, his demeanor wild with joy. Even if we are crushed this time, 1,000 years hence, the Xianling sect shall rise again in the eastern domain, and we shall settle scores with these people then. At this moment, Lu Qingxia was even more agitated than he. Trembling violently, she pointed at Mou and then at Sima Xiaotian, exclaiming, Sin Shi Xiang, what Xiao Yu just said. It might truly be possible. What was possible? Sima Xiaotian was still dazed, evidently not having recovered from the tremendous joy. The elixir! The elixir! Lu Qingxia shouted excitedly. Only then did Sima Xiaotian snap back to reality, an uncontrollable surge of excitement and hope flooding his being. He gazed at Mou, his frail body shaking violently, momentarily at a loss for words. As a former prodigy of the Xianling sect and a transformation god practitioner, how could he resign himself to die in this broken body? All the calmness he exhibited was merely a facade born from impotence, a compromise he was forced to adopt. He felt the pain deeply, especially now that the sect faced annihilation. He could only watch helplessly, a fate more unbearable than death. If he could truly restore his former prowess and fight for the sect once more, even a death in battle would be without regret. Seeing the anxious and tense expression on his third granduncle and amp, Oppo's face, Mou felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and quickly nodded. Third granduncle. It was indeed this elixir that allowed me to fully restore my physique, and my strength has returned as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian were taken aback, and even Lu Ruyu and Amp, Oppo's pure and beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. When did the junior disciple restore his cultivation? How could one be so oblivious? Mou ceased to explain further, as the terrifying aura belonging to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator suddenly surged forth, leaving the three, who were utterly astonished, in a state of complete shock. Chapter 35. The Restoration of the Foundation by the Third Granduncle. Truly, it has truly been restored. Splendid. Sima Xiaotian suddenly laughed heartily, tears welling in his eyes, as the burdens of a century melted away. The unparalleled prodigy of the Xianling sect has returned. Even if he were to perish henceforth, he could close his eyes in peace. Moreover, Xiaoyu has produced that elixir. At this moment, he had come to believe in the efficacy of that potion nearly 8 parts out of 10. As for Lu Qingxia, her heart was already in turmoil. All of this felt like an enchanting dream. Ironically, it was Lu Ruyu who held the firmest belief, despite the exaggerated claims of her junior brother. If it was he who spoke, she was willing to trust him. As the three gradually regained their composure, Mou once again handed the jade vial to the third granduncle, urging him eagerly, "Granduncle, please take it and try." Sima Xiaotian, filled with excitement, grasped it. But Lu Qingxia, with a look of anxiety, raised her hand to stop him, her gaze filled with unprecedented seriousness. "Third brother, it would be better to retreat to the Qingchuan Peak and cultivate in seclusion. It's simply not convenient here." In her view, this was about restoring one and Oppo's foundation and regaining strength. She felt it would take months before they could even dare to contemplate it. Yet, to her surprise, Mou shook his head nonchalantly. "There's no need. It will suffice to do it here. It won't take long." "Won't take long?" Lu Qingxia and the others could only manage bitter smiles. If it weren't for the living example standing before them, they would never have dared to believe it. "Very well, we shall heed Xiaoyu's advice." Sima Xiaotian laughed heartily and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, pouring out a pill. Instantly, the air surged with spiritual energy, and the pale blue elixir emitted a gentle radiance, extraordinary in its essence. Could this be the legendary elixir of immortality? The other three were utterly astonished, the previous doubts and apprehensions vanishing in an instant. Their minds raced with wild speculation about where Xiaoyu had procured such a divine pill, yet none dared to inquire further. Montague m'avait let invacli, recognizing the exceptional quality of the system's product. The pill presented by the third granduncle was none other than the Great Creation Pill. Without further contemplation, Sima Xiaotian swallowed the pill. Before long, the expressions on his face began to shift dramatically, from shock to joy, then to ecstasy and anticipation. After a considerable time, the three finally witnessed Sima Xiaotian rise with an expression of exhilaration. "Ha ha ha! I have returned. I have truly returned." The cultivator who had practiced for millennia could not contain his excitement, roaring loudly. "Granduncle, this is only the beginning. You should take the other pill and give it a try. I had always taken both together." Mou feigned a calm demeanor, smiling lightly while his heart raced with joy. Years ago, the third granduncle sacrificed his own path to save him, becoming a mere shell of his former self. No one understood that pain better than Mou, which made him feel even more guilty. Now that he had finally healed the third granduncle, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, his eyes moistening with emotion. The sky outside the hall seemed to shine even brighter. As he reflected on this profound moment, A delicate hand quietly slipped into his, intertwining their fingers. He turned to see the senior sister standing beside him, her eyes as pure and clear as a spring. His heart warmed, and he squeezed her hand tighter. After taking the elixir, Sima Xiaotian exuded an overwhelming aura, prompting Lu Qinxia to hurriedly set up another barrier. They observed as his realm ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, then the late stage, and finally reached the early stage of the transformation god, ultimately stabilizing at the mid-stage of the transformation god. However, Sima Xiaotian did not awaken immediately. He remained in meditation. The potency of the elixir was so profound it gave him the illusion that barriers he had been unable to breach for a century could now be easily surpassed. Yet, he was aware that this was merely a mirage. To restore to this extent was a delightful surprise he had never dared to dream of. Even if he never made further progress, he would be content. Only those who have lost can truly appreciate the value of regaining. As he opened his eyes, intending to rise, Mou presented him with another golden pill radiating spiritual energy, advising earnestly, "Granduncle, take this pill and attempt to break through." Good. Sima Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, but accepted it without hesitation, swallowing it whole before closing his eyes to meditate once more. Lu Qinxia, realizing it was too late to stop him, grew anxious, pacing frantically as she admonished, "You child, even if you possess miraculous elixirs, you should wait until your granduncle stabilizes his realm. How could he attempt to break through at this juncture? Third brother, for someone your age, your actions are so rash." Mou couldn't help but chuckle lightly, reassuring her, "Fourth granduncle, have faith. There will be no issue. Just watch as our Xianling sect gains another transformation, God Cultivator. With the addition of our Grandmaster, we shall have 3 transformation God Cultivators. Who would dare to provoke us then?" Seeing his confident demeanor, Lu Qinxia yearned to retort that breaking through to the late transformation god stage was no simple feat. For her, breaking into the mid-transformation god stage had been an arduous challenge. Although her third brother displayed astonishing talent, it would take decades of perseverance to reach the late stage. Yet, recalling how he had just restored himself from a state of utter helplessness to normalcy, it seemed nothing short of miraculous. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Thus, Mou's claim of achieving a breakthrough in a short time didn't seem entirely implausible. Therefore, she opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Mou smiled at the fourth granduncle, refraining from further explanation. The pill he had given the third granduncle was a mirror-breaking pill awarded by the system. As long as one had sufficient accumulation beneath the void return stage, a perfect breakthrough of the bottleneck was assured. The reason he hadn't and oppose allowed the fourth granduncle to break through immediately was merely due to the need for a powerful protector during this critical time. Before long, the aura emanating from Sima Xiaotian intensified to a terrifying degree, even causing Lu Ruyu, at the early nascent soul stage, to feel a sense of oppression. It wasn't an amp, oppose, until Mou pulled her away to a distance that she felt some relief. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qinxia and amp, oppose's expression turned one of utter astonishment. She had not anticipated her third brother's breakthrough to occur with such swiftness, far exceeding her comprehension. In hindsight, she realized she had unjustly doubted Mou. That elixir was undeniably miraculous. No, not just the one he had consumed. The previous 2 were also beyond the realm of ordinary existence. Such divine pills should not exist in the entirety of the Qingyun continent. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she stole several glances at Mou, realizing this young lad must harbor a tremendous secret. However, she held back any intention of probing further. The thought of such a destined child being a disciple of the Xianling sect filled her with excitement. If they could weather this calamity, the Xianling sect would surely ascend to the pinnacle of the Qingyun continent. If her third brother could break through, then what the senior brother? Surely he could as well, not to mention the other senior brothers. Although the remaining few were still far from the late transformation god stage, reaching the mid-transformation god stage would still be formidable. 3 late transformation god cultivators and 3 mid-transformation god cultivators? Even if other sects banded together, they would not be intimidated. With these thoughts racing through her mind, her heart raced with anticipation. She wondered if Mo you had any more of those pills. Even a single one would be immensely valuable. Unable to contain her excitement, she turned to Mou and inquired anxiously, "Xiao Yu, do you have any more of that elixir?" Observing the fourth granduncle's anxious expression, Mou couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, feigning calmness as he replied, "Not many, but I still have about 20. "What? 20? So many?" Lu Qingxiao was instantly rendered speechless, her entire being frozen in astonishment. Chapter 36. The five sects unite to apply pressure. Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of ecstasy suddenly illuminating her face, only to be quickly suppressed as she stifled a laugh, remembering her senior brother was still in the midst of a breakthrough. Nevertheless, the joy in her eyes could not be concealed. Lu Ruyu, too, gazed at the junior brother with admiration, her eyes shining like stars. His exquisite, delicate visage appeared even more ethereal and noble under the brilliant sunlight, resembling a pristine white lotus. Memories of his childhood flooded her mind. Back then, the junior brother exhibited an extraordinary demeanor and astounding talents. Who would have thought that he would continue to bring her surprise, even in adulthood? Lu Qingxiao refrained from further inquiries, focusing instead on protecting her senior brother. The aura emanating from Sima Xiaotian grew increasingly formidable, surpassing that of a mid-stage transformation of spirit practitioner. As time passed, under the expectant gazes of the three, he emerged like a legendary weapon, radiant and resplendent, as if a celestial being had descended to earth, with a faint shimmer of law-like power flickering around him. His fierce and overwhelming presence nearly toppled the Grand Hall. Had it not been for Lu Qingxia and Amp, Oppo's barrier, it might have even alarmed cultivators from miles away. After a considerable time, Sima Xiaotian gradually opened his eyes, brilliance sparkling within. A gentle smile crept upon his lips as an unprecedented confidence surged back into him after a century. His previously emaciated frame now radiated strength and allure. He could not help but reflect on his journey. He had truly achieved an indestructible primordial spirit and an immortal soul, taking the first step from mortal to immortal. Having transitioned from river to sea, he comprehended his true self and understood the fundamental principles far beyond his previous grasp. At that moment, the ever-anxious Lu Qingxia finally relaxed, rushing to his side with uncontainable excitement. "Senior brother, have you truly broken through? It feels like a dream." "Yes, I have broken through. One day you will too." "Junior sister," Sima Xiaotian responded calmly, though inwardly he was brimming with exhilaration. From death to life, for being a waste to reclaiming his former glory, even ascending to new heights. How could such a transformation be devoid of emotion? Yet, with the sect facing a dire crisis, his joy was tempered significantly. "Xiao Yu, this time, I must thank you," he said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Mou and Amp, Oppo's hair. The latter and Amp, Oppo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out, "Uncle Sure, your words are too much for me. If you hadn't Amp, Oppo's risked your life to save me, I would have long since perished. Yet, it is you who has suffered for a century. Enough of that." Sima Xiaotian laughed heartily, waving his hand. He then turned to Lu Ruyu, his expression turning serious. "But let me be clear, you must not let this girl down, or else Uncle Sure will have to discipline you." Standing quietly beside them, Lu Ryu immediately responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Uncle Sure, my junior brother will treat us well. Of course, I will never let down senior sister and second senior sister." Mou nodded vigorously, though a hint of guilt gnawed at him, for he knew he could never remain devoted to one. "All right, senior brother, we need not concern ourselves with the affairs of the young. Let us hurry and find the eldest senior brother," Lu Qingxia urged, her gaze filled with urgency. Yes, let us go." Sima Xiaotian, now fully aware of the situation, wasted no time in gathering Mou and Lu Ruyu, soaring toward the secluded place of the eldest senior brother. The four soon landed atop a peak, where they found Gu Jian sitting quietly, facing the setting sun, clearly making his final adjustments. His younger siblings and Appo's arrival did not surprise him, but he was taken aback to see Mou. Wasn't he supposed to be recovering in seclusion? He quickly composed himself and said with a hint of exasperation, "Third junior brother, fourth junior sister, didn't I ask you to stay with Mou? Eldest senior brother, we're not here to protect him. Mou has something valuable to give you," Lu Qingxiao replied, her face beaming with pride. However, Gu Jian paid little attention to her words, his gaze fixed on Sima Xiaotian, trembling with excitement. "Third junior brother, you are different. Could it be that you have restored your cultivation?" "Eldest senior brother, nothing is impossible," Sima Xiaotian declared, brimming with spirit. "I have now stepped into the late stage of transformation of spirit." As he spoke, the unique aura of a late-stage transformation of spirit practitioner enveloped him. Gu Jian could not hold back his tears, bursting into an ecstatic laugh. "Ha! Excellent. Heaven has not forsaken our Xianling sect." No one bore greater pressure regarding the sect's crisis than he did. With the master uncle unreachable, he was the strongest force of the Xianling sect, shouldering all responsibilities as the eldest brother. Yet now, with the third junior brother not only having restored his cultivation, but also advancing to the late stage, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. After Lu Qingxia finished explaining, he still felt as if he were living in a dream. However, it was true. Both his junior siblings, as well as Mou, had indeed recovered. Everything appeared so wonderfully perfect. "All right, today let us enjoy my beloved disciple and Appo's, as filial piety," Gu Jian said with a joyful laugh, accepting the breakthrough pill that Mou handed him and swallowing it whole before settling into a meditative posture. Lu Qingxia joined him, preparing to use the breakthrough pill to advance into the mid-stage of transformation of spirit. For the Xianling sect at present, every bit of increased strength was crucial. Meanwhile, in the Helan Mountain Range, Lu Yiyin, Qian Baichuan, and Tang Feihu sat in a modest office, alongside more than 10 recently returned elders, all wearing expressions of fury. Upon receiving the news to return to the sect, they had initially been puzzled. However, upon hearing rumors regarding the Helan Mountain Range, they quickly realized the severity of the situation and hastened back overnight. Even so, many disciples and elders had yet to return to the sect. Zhou Buyu scanned the group with a worried gaze, sighing. Yesterday, the Luoyan sect and Yuming sect secretly convened again. Today, the leader of the Luoxia sect, Chui Cheng, visited the leader of the Luoyan sect, Jiao Mufei. "It seems the time for them to confront us is not far off." Before he could finish his sentence, an elderly voice echoed from afar. Luoyan sect, Yuming sect, Luoxia sect, Kanglin sect, and Moon God Palace request to see the esteemed friends of the Xianling sect. The group exchanged solemn glances, each reflecting the worry and anger in their eyes. With 5 out of the 7 major sects arriving simultaneously, their intentions were unmistakable. Were they preparing to disregard propriety and forcibly seize something? "Ah, esteemed friends, please." Qian Baichuan chuckled calmly, leading the others outside. After all, they had not yet completely severed ties. Basic etiquette still needed to be observed. These people are truly overstepping their bounds. Tang Feihu scoffed, his eyes aflame with rage as he watched the approaching crowd. Though Lu Yiyin was equally infuriated, she was still attempting to control her emotions, softly advising, "Fifth uncle, Master emphasized that we must endure during this period to buy him time for his breakthrough." Tang Feihu sighed inwardly, feeling the pain of his elder brother, who had risked his life and path for this cause. What more could he endure? But he feared that patience might prove futile. The master uncle had not appeared for a century. Now, facing such a situation, he remained absent. It was likely that these people had begun to doubt. Their visit was probably a final attempt at coercion and testing. If there was still no response, a storm would surely follow. Chapter 37. Confrontation. 12 individuals arrived, all of whom were cultivators in the transformation stage. Among the 7 major sects, only Yushua sect and Tianjin sect were absent, possibly due to past friendships. Everyone settled into their seats, sipping tea for a moment. Qian Baichuan then addressed the matter directly, bowing slightly and calmly stating, "Esteemed friends, your arrival together suggests you have something to impart? Haha, since Qian Daoist is so forthright, we shall not hold back. We hope to gain insight into the techniques of the blissful fairy, chuckled Yu Buchuan, the elder of the Yuming sect, with a composed demeanor that suggested a sense of entitlement. The others remained tranquil, sipping tea, clearly indicating that this matter had been prearranged. Qian Baichuan and Amp, Oppos, S expression grew increasingly grim. We have long stated that Xianxing sect has not acquired any techniques. This is merely a baseless accusation. You have searched the Gila Mountains for nearly a month. Do you not see the truth? Yu Buchuan burst into hearty laughter, his sparse white beard quivering. Qian Daoist, what then of the cave in the northern mountains? Do you claim that too is fabricated? Lu Yuyin, her expression frostbitten, retorted, the Helan Mountains are vast. Finding a cave is exceedingly simple. Just because a few broken spirit artifacts were discovered does not imply it's the blissful fairy and Oppos, abode. If that were the case, I could wander into your Yuming sect and Oppos, territory and plant a few treasures. Would that mean it is the dwelling of Taiji Xianwang, compelling you to hand over his legacy? Not only is sect master Lu strikingly beautiful, but her wit is equally sharp. It is no wonder she is hailed as the foremost beauty of the Eastern domain, remarked Yang Tianxi, the elder of Luyun's sect, as he calmly set down his teacup and chuckled. And how do you explain the Qi Xia Lu Yun golden cicada cloak of the blissful fairy? The elders of Xianxing sect were incensed by his rudeness, yet they refrained from interjecting immediately. Lu Yuyin felt equally vexed internally, though her visage remained serene as she gazed at him with a look one might bestow upon a fool. If Elder Yang intended to frame someone, surely he would leave behind evidence that aligns with the rumors? It is hardly plausible that a mere note would be left behind. If that were the case, then Elder Yang would be rather foolish. Although the Qi Xia Lu Yun golden cicada cloak was indeed a personal item of the blissful fairy, given her character, its loss in the outside world was not surprising. It could not serve as evidence. Yang Tianxi's countenance darkened immediately. He had subtly mocked her as a mere ornament, only to be ridiculed as a fool in return. However, since she merely speculated, he could not take offense and instead sneered. Your words are merely one-sided. If you claim that others frame you, do you possess any evidence? Unable to contain himself, Tang Feihu erupted. Do not claim that we have not acquired any legacy. Even if we had, it would be our fortune. Why should we share it with you? Will your Luyun sect be offering your techniques for communal use? So you finally admit it? Yantianji Laogid maliciously. This shameless remark infuriated Tang Feihu, causing his robust frame to tremble with rage as he shouted, I admit nothing. There is nothing. What does your Luyun sect wish to do? Are you seeking a sect war? If war is what you desire, then let it come. Does Luyun sect fear you? Yang Tianxi's expression darkened further, evidently incensed. If we are to battle, what is there to discuss? Qian Baichuan's gaze was fiery with indignation. It was clear that the other party had not come for negotiation. Why should they endure any longer? Lu Yuyin, initially inclined to delay, now wore a frosty expression, her eyes radiating fierce intent. These individuals were clearly here to stir trouble. Patience would be futile. Meanwhile, the other transformation stage cultivators wore calm expressions, remaining silent, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Surely they were aware of the rationale presented by Xianxing sect. The allure of the blissful fairy and Oppos' legacy was simply too enticing. Even the slightest possibility was enough to compel them to pursue it, deliberately amplifying any doubts. Moreover, there had been rumors that the ancestor of Xianxing sect was not within the sect. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Finally, the elder of the Luoxia sect, Qiu Yuanjin, who had remained silent, leisurely rose and said with feigned righteousness, Tang Daoist, while the technique may belong to Xianxing sect, it is ultimately a communal resource. Hoarding it alone is inappropriate. The path to longevity is long and lonely. How delightful it would be to have companions along the way. Hand it over promptly. Others chimed in, no longer silent, offering smiles and encouragement. Indeed, although this is the territory of Xianxing sect, the items are remnants of predecessors and should be shared. Moreover, if we merely copy the technique, Xianxing sect will suffer no loss. Why provoke enmity with the entire eastern domain? Originally, The 8 major sects maintain a balance, each wary of the others. Even the top 5 nations could not alter this equilibrium. However, should Xianxing sect suddenly produce a formidable figure in the void return stage, they would dominate. And how could the others survive? Would they not be beholden to Xianxing sect? Such a scenario was unacceptable to all. In plain terms, it was acceptable to wallow in mediocrity together, but if one aspired to rise above, they would inevitably be targeted. Elder Yu Buchuan of Yuming's sect suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. At this juncture, let us speak plainly. Xianxing sect must either surrender the dual cultivation techniques or face the enmity of the entire eastern domain. In 10 days, we shall ascend to Xianxing sect. Awaiting your answer, Tang Feihu raised his hand, pointing furiously at him, laughing in fury. Ha! A bunch of hypocritical dreamers. Conversing with you is truly exhausting. Once more, I reiterate, the so-called legacy of the blissful fairy does not exist in Xianxing sect. If you wish to act as pawns for those plotting against us, then do come. Yu Buchuan turned to Qian Baichuan and Lu Yuyin, sneering. Do you both share this sentiment? Lu Yuyin fixed him with a chilling glare, replying with authority. What Master Tang has stated reflects the thoughts of all disciples of our sect. Xianxing sect fears no battle to the death. If your Yuming sect is unafraid of dying, then come forth. Qian Baichuan also glared fiercely at the assembly, declaring, Esteemed friends, we have said enough. If you wish to become eternal enemies of Xianxing sect, then let it be so. Rising, he signaled his unwillingness to continue the conversation. Yet, those present remained unmoved. Amongst the exchanged glances, hesitation and temptation danced in their eyes. If enmity with Xianxing sect was inevitable, now presented a distinct opportunity. If they could subdue Lu Yuyin. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense. Qian Baichuan and the others could hardly be oblivious to their intentions. Instantly, their expressions hardened as they braced themselves for confrontation. Tension crackled in the air. Chapter 38. The shock of the people. The 5 major sects exhibited an air of indecision. They had initially presumed that, faced with their united coercion, the Xianling sect would surely capitulate without hesitation. After all, no single sect could withstand the combined force of several sections. Even if the Tianjin sect and the Yushua sect chose not to participate, the 5 major sects were formidable enough to sweep through the eastern region, with no one able to stand in their way. This was precisely why the various sects had refrained from fully mobilizing their forces. They anticipated such an outcome. Yet, who would have guessed that the Xianling sect would display such resilience? This predicament rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Should they choose to engage, there would be no turning back. The most pressing concern was the possibility that the Xianling sect in Amp, Appo's ancestor, Long Patian, remained within the sect. Should they act rashly, it would be anything but wise, and they might suffer considerable losses. A desperate late-stage transformation god expert would require at least 4 or 5 mid-stage transformation god practitioners to barely withstand the confrontation. As for those in the early stages of transformation god, their peril would be even greater. Among the gathering of more than 10 individuals, the majority were early-stage transformation god practitioners. Thus, they had resolved to wait 10 days before making their visit, intending to confer with the ancestors of each sect before proceeding. Otherwise, facing Long Patian would instill a sense of trepidation. In any case, the Xianling sect could not evade their fate. After their clandestine discussions concluded, the assembly rose in unison. In that case, we shall take our leave without further disturbance. We hope that the Xianling sect will make a prudent choice. Farewell. After the departure of the 5 major sects, the leadership of the Xianling sect convened with solemn expressions. Master, junior sister, the immediate priority is to return to the sect and prepare for battle. We cannot afford to neglect our own at this juncture, proposed the Grand Elder, Zhou Biyu, with a grave demeanor. Lei Lai and Elder Wang Saniyu, along with the other elders, nodded in agreement, with no one even contemplating the notion of compromise. Yiyun, inform your 4th uncle of the situation and instruct her to prevent your master from entering seclusion. In such circumstances, a breakthrough would be tantamount to certain death. Understood, replied Lu Yuyun, decisively nodding. Faced with such a life-and-death matter, Qian Baichuan, the supreme elder of the Xianling sect, assumed command without hesitation. He also ordered the young disciples within the sect to be dispersed. Remaining would only lead to needless sacrifice. All those below golden core stage should be sent away. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence descended upon the assembly, as if they were preparing for their final farewells. Yet, there was no hint of fear in their eyes. Instead, an indomitable spirit of battle ignited within them. The Xianling sect had never feared a desperate fight. Zhou Biyu, gather the eligible disciples to return and guard the sect. The rest shall be dismissed. Qian Baichuan bellowed, his voice resonating with fervor. The hearts of all present swelled with passion, a fierce battle aura surging skyward. For them, the interests of the sect eclipsed all else. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they bore no grievances. Just as the assembly prepared for their return with unwavering resolve, Lu Yiyun entered with an unusual expression. "Yin, what troubles you? Has your master already begun his seclusion?" inquired Tang Feihu, his face etched with concern. "No, my master hasn't and oppose." T entered seclusion. After hearing the situation here, he instructed us all to return immediately. That and oppose. As a relief. Tang Feihu exhaled, his worry easing. However, Qian Baichuan remained furrowed in thought. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, though he could not pinpoint the source. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. Hastily leading all disciples to gather valuables before swiftly returning to the sect. A mere 30,000 miles was but a half-day's journey for cultivators. However, upon their fervent return to the sect, they found the situation to be rather unexpected. According to their assumptions at this point, the sect would surely be in a state of chaos. After all, the Xianling sect had a considerable number of young disciples. If the plan was to evacuate all below Golden Core stage, at least 90% of the disciples would need to leave. Yet now, while the atmosphere was indeed tense, it was far from what they had envisioned. Not a single disciple was seen departing. Did the disciples simply refuse to leave? This thought flickered through their minds. For the Xianling sect was known for its protective nature, and all disciples felt a profound sense of belonging. In such critical moments, reluctance to depart was entirely understandable. Qian Baichuan's brow furrowed further, frustration bubbling within him as he muttered, "What are the first senior brother and fourth senior sister thinking? Why haven't they begun organizing the disciples' evacuation? Even if they are unwilling to leave, they must be compelled to do so." Others mirrored his confusion. However, their grand procession soon captured the attention of numerous disciples, who approached to pay their respects. "We have met the ancestor, sect master, and esteemed brothers and sisters." Despite their serious expressions, the disciples displayed no signs of panic. This only deepened Qian Baichuan's conviction that the first senior brother and the others had likely not evacuated the disciples. He helplessly commanded, "You all remain on standby for now. Do not act rashly. Fifth junior brother, Yiyun, accompany me to see your master." With that, he stormed toward the main peak and amp. Appo's council hall. Upon entering, they found Gu Jianan, Lu Qingxia, and MOU awaiting them. As Qian Baichuan took his seat, he swiftly erected a barrier, urgency lacing his voice. "First senior brother, the situation is dire. The 5 major sects will undoubtedly arrive within 10 days, and a great battle seems inevitable. It is unnecessary for the young disciples to remain here. We must disperse them at once." Gu Jianan waved his hand calmly. "Second junior brother, do not be hasty. Even if those sects come, they may not dare to act. The current Xianling sect is not what it once was. If we are pushed to the brink, we shall fight to the death." Qian Baichuan's brow furrowed tightly. Confusion clouded his gaze. The Xianling sect was indeed not what it had been, for the elder was no longer within the sect. Yet, this only emboldened their adversaries. Why, then, did the first senior brother seem so confident? He could not dismiss the notion that there were matters unknown to him. "First senior brother, could it be that our elder has returned?" Qian Baichuan's expression ignited with excitement, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. This was the only positive news he could conceive. Even Tang Feihu and Lu Yuyun shared this sentiment. "No, the elder remains unreachable for now," Gu Jianan sighed, a hint of concern in his gaze. He did not leave them in suspense, quickly adding, "Is the third junior brother. He has recovered." "What? The third junior brother's foundation has been restored?" How is that possible? Qian Baichuan and Amp, Oppos. S face reflected sheer astonishment. Tang Feihu and Lu Yuyun, along with the others, were similarly stunned into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. The news was simply too extraordinary. A foundation shattered for a century had been restored in such a manner. Moreover, they had not heard anything about it until now. Lu Yuyun could not help but cast a furtive glance at Mou, a suspicion lingering that this might somehow relate to him. Not only has he restored his foundation, but his strength has also advanced further. He is now a late-stage transformation god practitioner. Gu Jianan dropped another bombshell, leaving everyone in a state of shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Chapter 39. A surge of confidence. Gu Jianan and Amp, Oppos. S eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Lu Qingxia wore a proud expression, reveling in the fact that she was no longer the sole person astounded. Observing the naive demeanor of those around her brought her immense satisfaction. This was merely the beginning. If they were to discover that both she and her senior brother had also made breakthroughs, their shock would surely be unparalleled. With that thought, she quickly cleared her throat and urged her third senior brother, please demonstrate your prowess. Sima Xiao Tian feigned a helpless smile, yet inwardly, he too yearned to subtly display his triumph in front of his concerned peers. Over the years, everyone had fretted over the two of them, who were perceived as disabled. Suddenly, the aura unique to a late-stage transformation realm cultivator surged forth, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. The sheer intensity of this presence made Qian Baichuan's heart tighten, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washing over him. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented powerlessness, a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of his master. Even a mid-stage transformation realm senior brother could not instill such a profound sense of pressure. Unable to contain the tumult of emotions within him, his stern and serious face flushed a deep crimson. Third junior brother, is this truly the late stage of transformation realm? How did you achieve this? Qian Baichuan grasped Sima Xiao Tian's arm, nearly rendered speechless with excitement. The current crisis no longer seemed insurmountable. As long as the third junior brother revealed his strength, all would be compelled to tread carefully, weighing their options. The long-absent master would no longer be a vulnerability, but rather a source of profound dread. With the third junior brother stepping into the late stage of transformation realm, who would dare assert that the master was not sequestered in pursuit of an even higher realm? Even if hypothetically, all major sects confirmed that the master was absent from the sect or had encountered misfortune, they would still hesitate to annihilate the Xianling sect. Otherwise, as long as the third junior brother remained alive, they would be forced to live in constant fear, facing death at every turn. Even if it were a highly esteemed elder of the transformation realm. This was the formidable deterrence of a late-stage transformation realm cultivator. Lu Yuyun exhaled deeply, her cold visage blossoming into a brilliant smile, as the immense pressure she carried dissipated significantly in an instant. At that moment, she finally felt as though she could breathe freely. Gazing at her master's exquisitely beautiful yet weary face, Mou felt a pang of sympathy, his gaze softening. Their eyes met, and Lu Yuyun quickly turned away, her fair cheeks subtly flushed. Yet she quickly regained her composure. The astonished crowd, lost in their own ecstasy, failed to notice this exchange. Congratulations, third senior brother, for stepping into the late stage of transformation realm. From now on, our conversations need not be so constrained and vexing. One exclaimed, I truly wished to confront those hypocritical scoundrels earlier, but alas, I was powerless. Tang Fei, who laughed heartily, his demeanor exuberant. Zhou Buyu and others echoed his excitement, like children reveling in delight. After some time, as the fervor began to subside, Lu Qingxia, brimming with pride, declared, Not only has third senior brother made a breakthrough, but both I and senior brother have as well. Now, our Xianling sect boasts 3 late-stage transformation realm cultivators. Of course, she excluded herself from this count, referring to their master. What? You and senior brother have also broken through? How is that even possible? Qian Baichuan was utterly dumbfounded. Senior brother had only mentioned a couple of days prior his intent to retreat for a breakthrough. How had he reached the late stage of transformation realm so swiftly? He was not alone in his bewilderment. Those who had just returned to the sect wore equally astonished expressions. Were it not for the words of the fourth master and the living proof of the third master, they would never have believed it. This was far more miraculous than the third master's situation. After all, the third master had secluded himself for a century, claiming to have made a breakthrough during that time, and only now shared the news. But what about the master? Senior brother, is what fourth senior sister said true? Could you perhaps demonstrate as well? Tang Fei, who gulped, staring at senior brother in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. Without hesitation, Gu Jian unleashed his terrifying aura once more. The pressure that resonated was identical to that earlier, and everyone finally accepted the truth, exchanging glances filled with questions. Was it truly so easy to break through to the late stage of transformation realm? At this moment, Lu Qingxia bypassed any demonstration and fixed an intense gaze upon Zhou Buyu and the others, warning them sternly. What I am about to disclose is a closely guarded secret of the sect. Anyone who cannot keep their mouth shut should leave immediately. Heh, fourth master. I'm the most tight-lipped of all. You can rest assured, Wang Sanyo chuckled innocently. Such an extraordinary and bizarre affair would surely distract him from his cultivation if he were unaware of the truth. Others nodded in agreement, their eyes wide with astonishment. After some hesitation, Lu Qingxia ultimately decided against dismissing anyone further. Originally, she and senior brother intended to keep the secret of the medicinal pills under wraps, even from the inner sect elders. However, MOU argued that these pills were intended for everyone. Since the secret would eventually come to light, it would be best to utilize them early and reap the benefits. Most crucially, he believed that their uncles and masters possessed an unwavering loyalty to the sect and would not err in such a monumental matter. After reiterating her warnings, Lu Qingxia solemnly stated, "Our swift breakthroughs are wholly attributable to Xiaoyu, who bestowed this extraordinary opportunity upon us. Of course, this opportunity belongs to everyone. As long as one reaches the late stage of Yuan Ying or the transformation realm and has accumulated enough, they may utilize the medicinal pills for a rapid breakthrough. Not only does this save decades of time, but the breakthroughs facilitated by these pills are also remarkably flawless. However, those at lower realms will need to rely solely on their own efforts to advance, as such divine pills are scarce and must be used judiciously." Initially, they had agreed that even using the pills at the late stage of Yuan Ying would be wasteful. Ideally, they should be reserved for those transitioning from mid-stage transformation realm to late stage, or even for those attempting to reach the void return stage. That would truly maximize their utility. It was only due to the present crisis and the fact that Xiaoyu had directly produced 20 pills that they relaxed their criteria. Yet, this would be a singular instance. In the future, unless one was striving to break into the late stage of transformation realm or higher, these pills would not be misused. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. So their masters had relied on Xiaoyu and Appo's medicinal pills for their breakthroughs? How could he possess such miraculous pills? While there were indeed pills capable of assisting cultivators on Qingyun continent, they were primarily for lower-tier cultivators. Few could aid those at the Yuan Ying level, let alone those at the transformation realm. Even when offered to lower-tier cultivators, these pills merely marginally increase the likelihood of a breakthrough and hardly reduce the time required. The notion of a perfect, unblemished breakthrough was virtually unheard of. Cultivators who relied on pills often faced the drawbacks of a fluctuating realm and diminished combat power, falling short of those who advanced through personal effort by a significant margin. Yet, even so, such pills were extraordinarily precious and difficult to obtain. Tang Fei Hu and the others gazed at MOU in a daze, while Qian Baichuan was overwhelmed with myriad emotions. He had initially opposed the sect and Appo's reckless pursuit of the Tao and Appo's essence for MOU. Now, he realized that he might have been gravely mistaken. This child of destiny could indeed alter the fate of the sect. Perhaps being a bit unconventional was not so bad after all. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of transformation realm for far too long, and the fifth junior brother had similarly labored for years at the initial stage. Should they both succeed in their breakthroughs? Even without counting their master, the Xianling sect would boast 3 late-stage transformation realm cultivators and 2 mid-stage ones. Moreover, with the presence of the enchanting Yuyan in the early stages of the transformation realm, alongside those who have traversed into the transformation realm during the late nascent soul stage, who would dare provoke such formidable power? Ha ha ha! Do they still entertain the notion of imposing upon him 10 days hence? He is eager to witness whether they possess the audacity to gamble everything in a desperate struggle. Chapter 40. The storm approaches after a considerable period. The fervent excitement among the senior members of the Xianling sect began to subside. Tang Feihu could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Xiaoyu, from where did you acquire these elixirs?" This question had long been on the minds of Gu Jiannan and the others, who now regarded him with eager, inquisitive eyes. Their curiosity barely contained. Mou offered a slight smile and presented the ring he had purchased from the system to his fifth granduncle. He then spoke with earnestness. "I acquired this from a mysterious relic over a century ago, though I was unable to open it at that time. However, upon restoring my cultivation, it inexplicably opened, albeit only partially. I sense there is more space within, yet I cannot access it. Please take a look." Fifth granduncle. Mou remained composed. The system had clearly stated that once blood was dripped to recognize its owner, no cultivator of the tribulation stage could probe it, let alone open it. Thus, he harbored no concerns about his granduncle and the others discerning anything unusual. Upon learning that all the divine elixirs originated from this ring, and that there was still an unknown space within, the group was instantly filled with excitement. To possess such a treasure merely from the periphery was unfathomable. What wonders might lie beyond the other regions? The thought was staggering. The elders, filled with astonishment, took turns examining the ring, yet they could discern nothing. Indeed, it was an extraordinary artifact, utterly beyond belief. Gu Jiannan shook his head in amazement, despite his formidable spiritual awareness. Probing the ring felt like a stone cast into the ocean, producing not even the slightest ripple. Lu Qingxia and the others were expressions of shock. It seemed evident that the relic Mou had entered was far from ordinary. It might even be the dwelling of a great ascension cultivator. This ring must be the fabled spatial ring. Gu Jiannan's expression grew serious as he spoke with awe. Storage rings and bags are quite common. Granted that intricate formations are inscribed within to create ample space. The finest storage rings can encompass hundreds of cubic meters. However, spatial rings are entirely different. They are said to be forged from a fragment of an otherworldly space, vast enough to resemble a miniature world. Achieving such a feat would require at least a great ascension cultivator. It appears the original owner of this artifact is of remarkable origin. After a lengthy discussion that yielded no conclusions, Gu Jiannan returned the ring to Mou, solemnly advising, "Xiaoyu, this item is meant for you. Be sure to safeguard it well, for it may yield further rewards in the future." "Yes, granduncle." Mou nodded as he accepted the ring, fully aware that future treasures acquired from the system would be attributed to this ring, promising immense gains ahead. While the group rejoiced and deliberated over which sect members were qualified for advancement, the individuals in the Helan Mountains had subtly divided into 3 factions. The 5 major sects and 3 treasure-seeking alliances formed one group, while the remaining factions comprised the Tianjin sect and Yushua sect. With all the disciples of the Xianling sect withdrawn from the Helan Mountains, the 5 major sects had taken residence in the mines, waiting patiently for their respective ancestors to arrive. After numerous discussions, they unanimously agreed that the ancestor of the Xianling sect was likely not in the eastern region, and they could not dismiss the possibility of an unfortunate incident occurring. After all, the plight of the Xianling sect had spread throughout the eastern region, and even to other areas of the Qingyun continent. If the ancestor of the Xianling sect were unharmed, how could they remain hidden until now? Naturally, the most exhilarated were the members of the Yuming sect. As neighbors to the Xianling sect, once their rival fell, the resources of the Xianling sect, including their veins and medicinal fields, would undoubtedly fall into their hands. "Everyone, let us proceed as planned and ascend to the Xianling sect in 9 days. Should they remain obstinate, they They can only blame themselves. Yu Buchuan sneered with satisfaction. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Yu, our ancestor will arrive shortly. It is laughable that the Tianjin sect and Yushua sect pretend to be aloof. Truly absurd. The elder of the Luoyuan sect, Yang Tianzi, chuckled heartily, his face displaying a mix of restraint and anticipation. Ha! No need for concern, fellow Taoist Yang. With the 5 sects united, it is advantageous for them not to come. It spares us from difficult negotiations, he replied. Indeed, if the Xianling sect refuses to yield their secrets until the end, we shall have to settle for the next best option. This so-called next best option, of course, meant dividing the Xianling sect and Oppo's resources among themselves. The group burst into hearty laughter, as if the Xianling sect were already a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready for their distribution. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Helan Mountains, Dong Shozhua from the Tianjin sect and Mu Zhiqiu, the elder of the Yushua sect, sat opposite each other with serious expressions. Dong Shozhua appeared warm and approachable, while Mu Zhiqiu wore an expression of sternness. The two were indeed polar opposites. Yet at this moment their harmony was striking. Fellow Taoist Dong, what are your thoughts on this matter? Mu Zhiqiu's expression was stoic, his eyes profound and inscrutable. Dong Shozhua shook his head with a sigh. Although this situation seems apparent, it is precisely because of that clarity that it becomes untrustworthy. If the Xianling sect had truly obtained that legacy, how could they have left so many flaws in their wake? Those individuals may harbor doubts, yet each has their own interests to protect, hence their feigned ignorance. Mu Zhiqiu could not help but smile slightly, remaining noncommittal. Has fellow Taoist Dong not considered seizing the opportunity for gain? Given the current circumstances, the Xianling sect may struggle to endure. Dong Shozhua shook his head solemnly. We came here merely to seek opportunities. Now that we know none exist, there is no reason to continue. As for them, what difference is it from robbery? The Tianjin sect can only stand apart from the corruption. We lack the capacity to intervene. After speaking, a hint of melancholy crossed Dong Shozhua and Oppo's face. If it were solely up to him, given his temperament and his connections with the Xianling sect, he would surely involve himself. However, he represented more than himself. He represented the entire Tianjin sect. A single misstep could plunge the sect into peril. How could he afford to act on emotion? He sighed helplessly, perplexed. And what of the Yushua sect? Why do they remain uninvolved? Mu Zhiqiu smiled. As fellow Taoist Dong mentioned, some principles are beyond our capacity to uphold, but we shall not trample upon them either. Moreover, the Xianling sect is not to be underestimated. Should they be pushed too far, the 5 major sects would also pay a heavy price. Dong Shozhua's eyes widened in surprise. Does Brother Mu truly believe the Xianling sect possesses such capability? Rumor has it that their ancestor is not in the eastern region. Fellow Taoist Dong, you have not departed merely to observe the final outcome, have you? Let's wait and see, Mu Zhiqiu suggested. Indeed, I hope the Xianling sect can endure. Those petty individuals would surely tarnish the reputation of the 8 major sects. Dong Shozhua cursed and felt an inexplicable agitation within. At that moment, in the back mountain of the Xianling sect, Mo Yu gazed in astonishment at the products available in the system's marketplace, utterly dumbfounded. His heart raced uncontrollably. What effects might such extraordinary techniques yield if combined with his own constitution alongside the chaotic yin-yang method? It was not merely about reaching the void refinement stage. Even transcending to immortality felt within reach. Chapter 41. Interest-free loans? In the realm of cultivation techniques, there exist 4 distinct levels: human path, celestial path, Holy Spirit path, and chaotic path. At present, he had opened the section pertaining to the chaotic path, the final category. In his mind, if he were to purchase, he would undoubtedly opt for the finest. After all, he possessed over 15 million fortune points. Money was of no concern. The first technique that caught his eye was the Book of Creation, so formidable that it made him question whether the system was playing a cruel joke on him. Technique description. The Book of Creation is one of the 3 supreme techniques birthed in the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were formed. When cultivated, it allows one to directly absorb the cosmic essence from the sun, moon, and stars, leading to a terrifyingly rapid advancement in cultivation. Upon reaching perfection, one could create existence from nothing, conjuring all things and wielding the laws of the universe. This simple introduction left Mou trembling with excitement. However, upon glancing at the price, he fell into a stunned silence. Price, 88, 888, 888, 888 fortune points. A staggering 88. 8 billion. His current fortune points were insufficient even to cover the decimal. He stared blankly for what seemed like an eternity before reluctantly shifting his gaze to the prices of the other two techniques. Primordial True Scripture, price, 88, 888, 888, 888 fortune points. Tao Scripture, price, 99, 999, 999, 999 fortune points. Gazing at the long string of numbers, Mou was once again rendered speechless. The cheapest of them cost over 88 billion. He had only received 2 million for conquering a fortune girl, and even if he worked himself to exhaustion, he would likely never afford such techniques in his lifetime. Turning away, he refrained from reading further descriptions, fearing the blow to his morale. Was the system truly this exploitative? Could there be no discounts? He queried in frustration. The system and Oppo's doll-like voice responded, filled with astonishment. Exploitative? Host, do you understand the value of these 3 techniques? Forget it. Even if I told you, it wouldn't amp. Oppo's T-register. In any case, know this. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal is unqualified to possess any of these techniques. Were it not for me, you wouldn't and Oppo's, to even have the right to know their names. You should explore the human path techniques first. Mou was once again dumbfounded. The great Luo Golden Immortal was unqualified? Above him lay 5 realms: transformation, void return, harmonization, great ascension, and calamity crossing. Only after overcoming the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations could one become a true Xian immortal, often referred to as a celestial immortal. Legends spoke of true immortals, golden immortals, and then the great Luo Golden Immortal beyond that. The disparity was akin to the distance of a galaxy. Reluctantly, he opened the next tier, the Holy Spirit techniques, and immediately checked the prices. 6 paths of reincarnation, price, 7, 888, 888, 888 fortune points. 8-9 profound art, price, 8, 888, 888, 888 fortune points. Transformation of freedom technique, price, 9, 999, 999, 999 fortune points. After scanning through, the exorbitant prices left him dazed. The cheapest was over 6 billion. He then, begrudgingly, clicked on the Celestial Path techniques, and after viewing them, his internal frustration surged once more. The least expensive was over 50 million, yet his entire fortune amounted to only 15,238,000 fortune points. He had no choice but to exit once more, then obediently click on the human path techniques. Searching through the dazzling array of scriptures. Primordial Scriptures, price, 22,000,000 fortune points. Undying Scriptures, price, 18, 888, 888 fortune points. Void Scriptures, price, 16, 999, 999 fortune points. After a thorough examination, the most suitable technique for his current budget was the Jade Xian True Explanation. Price, 14, 888, 888 fortune points, which would nearly deplete his resources. He stared intensely at the description of this technique, his heart wavering. Jade Xian True Explanation, a top-tier heavenly technique. The primordial spirit and Dharma form cultivated through it approach perfection. It allows cultivators to advance to the calamity crossing stage, given sufficient talent. There exists a substantial chance of entering the celestial immortal realm. Had the former Mou encountered such a technique, he would have purchased it without hesitation. It was a top-tier heavenly technique. The prospect of progressing to the calamity crossing stage and even attaining immortality? Such a technique was unheard of in his past life. Cultivation techniques are categorized from high to low as heavenly, earthly, profound, yellow, and mortal levels, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Throughout the Eastern domain, there were no heavenly techniques, let alone top-tier ones. Take the Xianling sect, for instance. Their most precious possession was merely a top-tier profound technique, the Xianling canon, which only the most core disciples could cultivate. Mou speculated that the other 7 top sects were likely the same. Yet now a top-tier heavenly technique lay before him, available for immediate acquisition if he so wished. However, having just seen so many advanced techniques, he found it hard to appreciate the heavenly level. It was akin to leaving an auto show and finding the cars on the street merely mundane. He couldn't and oppose. T help, but internally ponder. System. What do you think I should choose? The system and amp. Oppose. Doll-like voice replied calmly. Dear host, while it is true that cultivating heavenly techniques first is acceptable, you may later switch to superior techniques, but the foundation will inevitably be imperfect. For lower-tier cultivators, the foundation lies in the golden core. However, in the grand scheme from mortal to immortal, the most crucial foundation is the primordial spirit. Only with a flawless primordial spirit can the path of cultivation be smooth and unimpeded. Thus, before you enter the transformation stage, you have every opportunity to perfect your foundation. But the prerequisite is that you must possess a technique of Holy Spirit level or above. Otherwise, you will have to start anew regardless of your cultivated realm. Mou was left utterly stunned. Are you saying that without a technique of Holy Spirit level or above, no matter how high I ascend in cultivation, I must begin again? If you wish to avoid the great Luo golden immortal realm, you may disregard this, but if you do not enter that realm, your fate will be dire. The system's doll-like voice was quite melodious, yet at this moment, it sent chills down Mou's spine. What do you mean by that? You need not concern yourself with this now. Focus on your cultivation for the time being. The system fell silent, leaving Mou to call out repeatedly, yet receiving no further responses. He felt a weight in his heart. It was time to confirm a technique before contemplating further. With a deep sigh, he reopened his personal panel. Host, Mou, age, 299, realm, mid-stage nascent soul, physique, chaotic divine demon body, technique, chaotic yin-yang scripture, fortune points, 15,238, 000, conquered targets, Lu Ru Yu, Su Xiao Ro, pending conquer target, Lu Yu Yin, 30, reward items, 5 draws with no rank restrictions. Would you like to use them? Upon seeing the last entry, he suddenly paused. He nearly forgot about the 5 draws granted by the system and wondered what he might obtain. However, he had never had much interest in lotteries or draws, having never won anything substantial. He had once played scratch cards in his previous life, with the maximum return being merely 20 yuan after spending 200. Thus, he had always felt that such games provided only a fleeting hope, only to have one shatter it with their own hands. However, these 5 draws would not accrue interest by remaining unused, so he decided to utilize them right away. System. Commence the draws. 5 consecutive draws. Understood. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. 4 consecutive thank yous left Mou's face pale. Though he hadn't harbored great expectations, he had hoped for at least a consolation prize. Thank you for what? Congratulations, host. You have received a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a long-term, interest-free loan. Would you like to proceed? What on earth is this? An interest-free loan? Montag u was utterly bewildert. Feeling as though he were in need of borrowed funds. However, he quickly recalled the chaotic path of cultivation he had initially encountered, and his heart began to race with fervor. If he were to borrow hundreds of billions, could he not utilize the funds first and repay later? Chapter 42. Let us loan 100 billion. System. What is the duration of this extraordinarily lengthy loan? Also, what constitutes this so-called large amount? Montag inquired anxiously. This was crucial to whether he could afford those unparalleled cultivation techniques. Naturally, acquiring them all at once is far more advantageous than having to rebuild later. The most vital factor is that with superior techniques, his strength would increase exponentially, ensuring greater security for his life. He wished to avoid a repeat of the scene from a century ago. A genius devoid of growth is no different from wild grass by the roadside. Based on the host's current talent and potential, the maximum repayment period is 5,000 years. Maximum interest-free loan amount, 100 billion fortune value, which can be repaid in regular annual installments or settled in advance. What if I cannot repay it? MOU asked curiously. If repayment is delayed, the system will erase the cultivation techniques from the host's memory and reclaim all benefits derived from the system. MOU was left aghast. That was ruthless. Yet before he could voice his concerns, the system seemed to anticipate his thoughts and continued. The host need not consider recording or imparting the techniques to others. Without system permission, these techniques cannot be manifested in any form to the outside world. With this revelation, MOU felt a mix of joy and sorrow. As the last shred of hope was shattered, he had just been contemplating the possibility of practicing these extraordinary techniques alongside his master and senior sisters, maximizing their benefits together. It appeared he had overestimated his situation. The system's anti-piracy measures exceeded his imagination. He inquired further. If I purchase other techniques, can I teach them to others? The chaotic path techniques can only be cultivated by the host. The Holy Spirit path techniques can be purchased for others, but only one person can cultivate them at a time. Human and immortal path techniques can be freely managed by the host after purchase. MOU and Oppos. His heart raced with excitement upon hearing this. Immortal path techniques that surpassed the heavenly tier, not to mention the immortal path techniques. Even heavenly tier techniques were likely non-existent in the Qingyun continent. However, he couldn't afford them now and would have to wait for later. The immediate priority was to secure the loan. 100 billion. This loan amount was tailor-made for him. However, the repayment period, 5,000 years, seemed lengthy, yet he was borrowing a staggering 100 billion. This meant he would need to repay a minimum of 2 million each year. Each of his two senior sisters could generate 1,000 fortune value daily, totaling 730,000 annually. This left a shortfall of 27 million each year. Fortunately, each time he conquered a fortune woman, he would receive a one-time reward of 20 million fortune value. Currently, he had about 15 million left, which could cover a 12-year gap. As long as he could conquer another fortune woman during this period, he would avoid defaulting on the loan. By then, with an additional source of fortune value and the 20 million reward, he could fill a 20-year deficit. If he could conquer yet another fortune woman within those 20 years. He mentally calculated the risks, his expression grave. Conquering a senior sister seemed simple, but that was due to the deep emotional foundation already in place. Moreover, he would have to search for them. However, now he only knew that his master was a fortune woman. Where else could he find others? He had no leads whatsoever. What if his master became obstinate, hiding away or going into seclusion? It could take 10 years, even 100, to find a fortune woman. The time spent searching could be immeasurable. Not to mention, he needed her to develop a 100 fondness and reliance on him. The risks were substantial, but the allure of the chaotic path techniques was even more compelling. He resolved to take a gamble, to strive for a transformation from a bicycle to a motorcycle. Fearing nothing. System, grant me a loan of 100 billion. Understood. The loan process is currently underway. Loan has been issued. Please check it yourself. MOU opened the system, gazing quietly at the long string of numbers, feeling a mix of exhilaration and overwhelming pressure. It was akin to taking a mortgage to buy a house in a previous life. Back then, he was a slave to his mortgage. Now, he was a slave to cultivation techniques. The commonality was that spending would be painstakingly frugal. Gritting his teeth, he returned to the chaotic path techniques section, staring at the 3 techniques, unable to make a decision for a long while. System, given my situation, which technique do you deem most suitable? In times of uncertainty, he sought guidance from a system. In these matters, the system and Oppos' wisdom undoubtedly eclipsed his own by light years. All are suitable, but the one most aligned with you is the Tao scripture. He glanced again at the introduction of the Tao scripture, his heart racing. Tao scripture, the strongest innate technique born at the dawn of the universe, before chaos was unleashed. All laws of the universe are derived from the Tao scripture. Upon reaching great accomplishment, a single thought can cause the collapse of a universe, leading to the cycle of life and death across the 6 realms. Then it shall be. Without hesitation, MOU clicked to purchase beneath the Tao scripture. It seemed undeniably formidable, and since the system recommended it, it must be the right choice. Watching his fortune value plummet back to the beginning, his heart ached. This was a staggering 99,999 billion, just one fortune value shy of 100 billion. Contemplating the events of the coming days, he reluctantly browsed the treasure section of the marketplace. This time, he had learned his lesson and directly selected from the low-end items. Even the low-end category, it was only relatively speaking. The exquisite spiritual sword he gifted to Yin Wuji was among the finest in spiritual artifacts. Yet here it was hardly noteworthy, for the lowest quality items were all spirit treasures. He focused on a green ancient sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length and the width of an adult's palm. Its appearance was antiquated, resembling any standard great sword. But the description revealed its remarkable cost-effectiveness. Colossal spirit sword, a low-grade sacred artifact, through the array inscribed within the sword, allows cultivators below the void return stage to unleash tenfold power instantly. However, it can only be swung twice consecutively before the effect dissipates, with a cooldown period of 10 days. Price: 2 million fortune value. Without hesitation, Mou purchased it. For the first time, he found the items here to be inexpensive. Although the colossal spirit sword was useless against those above the void return stage, it was precisely the deadly weapon the sect urgently needed. With it, he could undoubtedly dispatch foes of the same rank with a single strike. Seeing his fortune value decrease by 2 million, he dared not linger further. He needed to save for loan repayment. Open the Tao scripture. I wish to begin my cultivation immediately. Mou shouted in excitement within. Not far away, Lu Ruyu and Su Xiaoro sat in meditation, not daring to intrude. Both possessed stunningly beautiful faces, yet worry lingered within their gazes. Although their sect had grown significantly stronger, they were to face the 5 major sections. How could they not be concerned? Senior sister, do you think they will retreat in 8 days? Su Xiaoro could no longer contain herself, her red lips parting, her beautiful eyes filled with apprehension. In contrast, Lu Ruyu appeared considerably calmer. However, deep within her clear, pure eyes, a hint of worry was also concealed. She brushed the slight wrinkles from her long skirt and stood tall. Sunlight filtering through the leaves cast a faint golden hue over her slender, graceful figure, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being, almost dreamlike. They will retreat. It will depend on whose determination is greater. In this regard, our Xianyue sect has never lost. Her tone was resolute, as if addressing her junior sister while also reassuring herself. In just 8 days, the 5 major sects and prominent families of the eastern region would gather at the Xianyue sect. This news had long circulated throughout the eastern region. As for the local powers near the Xianyue sect, they were acutely aware of the situation, anxious as ants on a hot pan. Their connections with the Xianyue sect ran deep. Either their outstanding disciples were studying there, or their families had partnerships with the Xianyue sect. In the past, this was their reliance for survival and development. Yet today, it has transformed into a hindrance. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of an entire lineage. Consequently, many families have begun to summon their descendants, who were studying at the Xianling sect, back to their kin, severing ties with their masters. Those allied with the sect have urgently proclaimed their disassociation with Xianling. When faced with the prospect of offending a sect on the brink of destruction, their own safety undoubtedly takes precedence. Within just a few days, the Xianling sect has become akin to refuse, with everyone seeking to distance themselves from it. Chapter 43. Preparing for battle at the heart of the Xianling sect lies a vast realm of 100,000 miles, teeming with countless factions, both large and small. Among these, the 3 major sects and 5 prominent families have always regarded themselves as vassals of the Xianling sect, with the Tianhui sect being one of the 3. As the leader of the Tianhui sect, Lai Rulin is acutely aware of the current situation. Observing the elders gathered in the grand hall, he eagerly inquires, Elder Chun, what news from the Yujian sect and the Zixiao pavilion? The Yujian sect and Zixiao pavilion are the other 2 sects among the 3. A white-haired elder promptly rises, bowing respectfully. Reporting to the sect leader, the Zixiao pavilion has also issued a statement severing ties with the Xianling sect. However, the Eugean sect remained silent, leaving us uncertain of their intentions. Lai Rulin suddenly stands, his imposing figure radiating an aura of dominance, his gaze filled with disdain. The Xianling sect is on the brink of disaster, and the Eugean sect fails to seize this opportunity? They truly do not know the gravity of their situation. What the other 5 families? The white-haired elder responds. The Wang, Yin, and Lu families have begun recalling their kin from the Xianling sect. Those unwilling to return are being expelled from their families, acting decisively and resolutely. However, the Yin and Zhu families remain silent, likely choosing to observe from the sidelines. At this revelation, laughter filled the hall, rife with mockery. Seriously? Even at this juncture, they hesitate to take action? These 2 families are truly cowardly, haha. Indeed, while the Xianling sect has treated us well, it was merely a matter of mutual necessity. The Xianling sect can no longer protect us. Rather, it poses a threat. To sever ties is to act responsibly for our sect. Sai, the sect leader, in considering the future of our sect, has had to make such a difficult decision. It is truly a burden to bear. Indeed, the sect leader need not feel guilt. As the head of a sect, one must prioritize their own, even if it means temporarily forsaking principles. Lai Rulin, who had initially worn a proud smile, now feigns an expression of helplessness, lamenting. Elder Wang and Elder Shi truly understand me. Were it not for necessity, who would wish to act as the harbinger of doom? However, as sect leader, as long as our disciples do not perish in vain, I shall bear the infamy. Contemplating the promised benefits from the Yuming sect, he nearly bursts into laughter. While the benefits from the demise of the Xianling sect may be minimal, should they indeed secure a copy of the Xianling sect's techniques as promised, it would be an immeasurable boon. Given time, the Tianhua sect might just rise to become a second Xianling sect. Ha ha! Lai Rulin could no longer contain his mirth. The others joined in the exuberant laughter, their excitement palpable. The elder who initially wished to offer counsel ultimately fell silent. Realizing further persuasion would be futile, he understood that, despite his intentions to avoid offending the Xianling sect, as seen with the Eugean sect, such a stance would yield no benefit. Yet he felt compelled to caution against offending the Xianling sect too severely, given their formidable presence with high-level practitioners. Was it truly wise to rely on the Yuming sect for protection indefinitely? Suddenly, an individual excitedly proposed, "Sect leader, given our current situation, why not align ourselves directly with the Yuming sect and join them in confronting the Xianling sect?" Absolutely not. Before the sect leader could respond, the transmission elder vehemently interjected. "Sect leader, we have historically maintained good relations with the Xianling sect. While severing ties for our sect and Oppos, as safety is one thing, openly opposing them carries significant risks. How would the world perceive us? It would be a complete disgrace." Ah, Elder Lin, your perspective is rather antiquated. In the face of sect interests, are you still concerned about reputation? Given we have already offended them, why not do so thoroughly? This way, we gain more leverage when it comes to sharing the spoils. However, observing the greedy expressions of the others and the sect leader's silence, the transmission elder resignedly closed his eyes. It appeared this was indeed the sect leader and Oppos' intent. As the saying goes, when the whale falls, all creatures thrive. Everyone in Oppos' aspirations were lofty, yet the whale had not yet perished, and they were eager to rush in, unafraid of being crushed beneath it. The Zixiao Pavilion, too, had received corresponding promises. At this moment, the pavilion master, Luo Sansi, sat in the grand hall, his gaunt face alight with anticipation. Casting a glance at the 10 or so elders below, he anxiously inquired, "What is the current status of the Xianling sect? Has Long Patian made an appearance?" A white-haired elder hastily bowed deferentially. "Rest assured, pavilion master, the ancestor of the Xianling sect has not returned, confirming the rumors." "Haha, excellent. Then we shall await the outcome in 3 days. Whether the Zixiao Pavilion can ascend to greater heights hinges on this opportunity. Fortune favors the bold." Luo Sansi's demeanor relaxed as his inner greed and anticipation began to swell. He would never dare take the lead, but now, the 5 major sects would be at the forefront. It felt safe. He even speculated that the Tianjianmen and Yushua's sect who had yet to declare their stance, might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps reluctant to confront the Xianling sect directly due to past camaraderie. Otherwise, why venture to the Helan Mountains? And why linger even now? The Xianling sect was on the verge of collapse, having become the common enemy of the eastern region. There was no need for him to feel ungrateful. Luo Sansi reassured himself, feeling considerably at ease. A similar scene unfolded across many locales in the eastern region. Faced with the imminent downfall of the Xianling sect, everyone yearned to take a bite. While some factions and individuals expressed sympathy for the Xianling sect, none dared extend a helping hand at this juncture. In the realm of cultivation, lacking strength while meddling in affairs beyond one's reach would only lead to swift demise. Sigh. I can enamp, oppose, shake the feeling that this rumor is peculiar. If the Xianling sect truly possessed a legacy, how could they cling to it so desperately at this moment? 3 men make a tiger. Even falsehoods can become truths. Perhaps some individuals were never after the legacy at all. It is a pity that among the 8 sects, the Xianling sect, once renowned, finds itself besieged by a coalition. There is nothing to lament. In 5 days, only 7 sects will remain in the eastern region. Indeed, the Xianling sect is destined for ruin. How stubborn they are. What stubbornness? It is nothing short of folly. In the face of the formidable 5 sects, no one in the eastern region holds any hope for the Xianling sect, save for the Xianling sect itself. At this moment, the upper echelons of the sect convened at the back mountain's gathering array. To ensure caution, the elders took turns to break through the formation. Gu Jianan and others stood guard for them. Qian Baichuan had already broken through to the late stage of the transformation god realm 2 days prior, and was now consolidating his cultivation nearby. Tang Feihu achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage yesterday. As for Lu Yuyan, she had not yet attempted a breakthrough due to her recent entry into the transformation god realm. Additionally, for inner-sect elders who had long struggled in the late stage of the nascent soul realm were preparing to challenge the formidable barrier of the transformation god realm. Within the formation stood Zhou Buyu. As the head elder of the inner sect, his prowess, while lesser than that of his prodigious junior sister, was nonetheless unrivaled among the elders. Having consumed a breakthrough pill less than half a day ago, he had already set 1 foot into the transformation god realm. Seeing his progress, the other elders felt their hearts swell with excitement and anticipation. Without the pills from Xiaoyu, none would have dared to entertain such prospects. Yet now, the breakthrough seemed within reach. How could they not feel exhilarated? Especially when considering the events of a few days hence. Their eagerness intensified. They are eager to witness the expressions of those individuals upon their arrival at the Xianling sect. Chapter 44. The return of the prodigy in the blink of an eye. Only 1 day remained before the 10-day period concluded. Yet, before the gates of the Xianling sect, throngs of cultivators had already gathered, a sea of eager faces. They were certainly not there as guests. Instead, they lingered outside the entrance, many of whom were once closely allied with the Xianling sect. Among them were the Wang, Yin, and Lu families, as well as the Tianhui sect and Zixiao Pavilion. These factions had previously been regarded as subordinate allies of the Xianling sect, but now they stood outside the gates like strangers, desperately attempting to distance themselves from their former ties and seeking excuses for their treacherous behavior. They even went so far as to slander the Xianling sect, as if it were the sect that had instigated this turmoil. Seated calmly above the mountain gate, awaiting the return of his disciples, Gu Jianan paid no heed to the clamor and discussions below. These petty clowns were hardly worthy of his attention. More importantly, he wished to avoid provoking a conflict prematurely and exposing his strength. He desired a grand entrance, perhaps eliminating a couple of late-stage transformation realm cultivators to instill fear in the others. Otherwise, similar troubles would be endless. Recalling the sacred artifact that Xiaoyu had mentioned, he felt a sense of disorientation. It was simply too terrifying. However, after a series of extraordinary events, the higher-ups of the sect had grown accustomed to placing unwavering trust in MOU and Oppo's words. Once they dealt with the 5 major sects, they would methodically address those rebellious factions. Gu Jianan scoffed inwardly, casting a glance at the gathering, his gaze as cold as that directed at corpses. The Tianhua sect and other minor factions remained blissfully unaware that their fates had already been sealed. Eager to showcase their loyalty to the Yuming sect, they had been vocal in their denunciation of the Xianling sect. Initially, their words were careful, tinged with a sense of shame. But as their numbers grew and Gu Jiannan remained unresponsive, their confidence swelled, and they became increasingly brazen. The Xianling sect soon transformed in their rhetoric into a villain of the highest order. Surely, the Xianling sect has plotted this for a long time. Otherwise, how could the treasures in that cave have disappeared so completely? Spat Lai Rulin of the Tianhua sect, his voice dripping with venom, as if he were speaking of a partner wronged. Beside him, the Zixiao Pavilion's master, Shun Tianxiu, nodded in fervent agreement, his aged face reflecting a deep pity. Indeed, it is fortunate that the 5 major sects are here to uphold justice. Otherwise, the legacy left by the blissful immortal would have been monopolized by a single entity. During the war against the demons, the Eastern Domain suffered the most severe loss of inheritance. Now, as opportunities arise, it is a divine compensation for the Eastern Domain. It rightfully belongs to all. Even if we share some private ties with the Xianling sect, we cannot condone this. Otherwise, we would be the eternal sinners of the Eastern Domain. With righteous indignation, the elders' words resonated deeply among them. Alas, were it not for the Xianling sect's obstinacy, we would not have to turn against them. The white-haired elders responding were the leaders of the Wang, Yin, and Lu families, each a formidable figure at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. In the Eastern Domain, as long as the top sex elders did not intervene, they were regarded as significant powers. Although there had been occasional friction among these factions in the past, the presence of the Xianling sect had kept appearances amicable. Now, with their former leader betrayed, their bonds appeared even stronger. They understood that to secure more benefits in the future, they must unite to negotiate with the Yuming sect and other powers. Otherwise, they would be disregarded as mere loose sand. Thus, the Tianhua sect, Zixiao Pavilion, and the Wang, Yin, and Lu families swiftly formed an unprecedented alliance. Interestingly, it was these very factions that voiced the harshest criticisms against the Xianling sect. As for those merely spectating, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, they were cautious and refrained from being too audacious near the Xianling sect and Appo's doorstep. However, the same could not be said for the members of the 5 major sects, particularly the Yuming sect. Recently, having suffered a setback against the Xianling sect, they were eager to reclaim their honor. This was precisely why the Yuming sect's Grand Elder, Lung Qingshan, had arrived early with a group of prodigies to intercept the departing disciples of the Xianling sect, seeking to vent their frustrations. Unfortunately, they were met with nothing but solitude. The few departing individuals were merely those who had secretly allied themselves with the Wang, Yin, and Lu families. The Xianling sect had remained remarkably calm. Contrary to the public's expectations of a mass exodus of disciples, the number of elite disciples returning each day was steadily increasing. These were the disciples who had ventured out to seek the source of the Tao for MOU. Of the 10 prodigies, only 4 had yet to return. Among them were the 2 female disciples of Lu Yuyin, Sima Fian and Murong Qiudi, who were also 2 of the 8 renowned beauties of the Xianling sect. It was said that the beauty of the Qingyun sect originated from the Eastern Domain, and the Eastern Domain's beauties were epitomized by the Xianling sect, which held 5 of the 8 beauties. The presence of these stunning prodigies was well known among the young cultivators present. A significant part of the reason for the influx of young spectators was the desire to witness the allure of these exquisite beauties in person. However, as they observed the returning talents of the Xianling sect, many of the onlookers felt their blood surge with excitement. Setting aside their allegiances, the indomitable spirit of these disciples, willing to risk their lives, was truly moving. Given the current circumstances, returning essentially equated to courting death. Yet the disciples of the Xianling sect showed no fear. As more and more disciples returned, the expressions of the 5 major sects grew increasingly grim. Lung Qingshan's demeanor darkened further. Although their return had no bearing on the overall situation, it nevertheless overshadowed the 5 major sects, which irritated him greatly. According to statistics gathered by disciples who had long been stationed at the Xianling sect's gates, nearly 80% of the elders, both internal and external, had returned in recent days, alongside thousands of disciples. In the Xianling sect, only those who reached the Golden Core stage could hold the position of steward. Those at the late stage of Golden Core could serve as external elders, while those who ascended to the nascent soul stage would be promoted to internal elders. The Xianling sect boasted 42 internal elders, each a formidable force. However, under the combined strength of the 5 major sects, they appeared somewhat lacking. The number of transformation realm cultivators among the 5 major sects exceeded 20, with nearly 200 nascent soul cultivators. Yet even so, this did nothing to deter the disciples of the Xianling sect from returning, which was a source of great frustration. As he watched more than 10 young cultivators approaching from afar, led by a striking young man who was a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, Lingxian could no longer contain his ire and scoffed loudly. The Xianling sect is on the brink of disaster, and you still return to court death. How foolish. The leading youth cast a disdainful glance at him, laughing arrogantly. We of the Xianling sect act with purpose. How could you, a coward afraid of death, understand? Xuanling sect. We return. Behind him, the young disciples echoed his fervent cries, their spirits unyielding. Xianling sect, we return. In that moment, outside the gates of the Xianling sect, only the resounding shouts of these young cultivators filled the air, imbued with a fierce determination, ready to face death. Mou's follower, Yangmu, we return. Another voice called out from the heavens. With that proclamation, a cold-faced young man clad in black, bearing a massive sword, suddenly appeared. He was a young nascent soul cultivator, an exceptionally rare sight even among the major sects, further darkening Lingxian and Appo's expression, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chapter 45. The demise of the Xianling sect, bold and reckless, disregarding the elders. Do you truly believe I will not slay you? Cold Qingshan gazed grimly at the young prodigy, named Mo Wenshou, his eyes icy and devoid of mercy. How could a venerable elder of one of the 8 major sects be scorned as a coward by a mere youth? This nearly pushed his patience to the brink. Were it not for the sake of his reputation, he would have already struck down his opponent. The opportunity to also deal with that extraordinary young Mu would have been seized. A nascent soul cultivator under 500 years of age was among the elite geniuses of the entire Eastern domain. Of course, this did not include the likes of Mou, who had reached the mid-nascent soul stage at the tender age of 180. That individual was hardly human. What filled Cold Qingshan with murderous intent was the fact that this young Mu was a follower of Mou, rendering him all the more expendable. The 5 major sects had differing opinions regarding the intimidation of the Xianling sect. 2 of them believed that should the Xianling sect refuse to compromise, they should annihilate all of their nascent soul cultivators and dismantle the sect, dividing their elite talents and resources. As long as the disciples of Xianling sect ceased their resistance, there would be no need for excessive bloodshed. After all, being a premier sect in the Eastern domain, some semblance of reputation was necessary. As for the legacy of the blissful fairy, should Xianling sect possess it, it would most likely reside with the higher-ups or the exceptionally gifted young cultivators. Securing these 2 factions would ensure that even if they could not claim it themselves, Xianling sect would never rise again. Conversely, the other 3 sects contended that if Xianling sect refused to comply with the demands of the 5 major sects, not even foundational cultivators should be spared. They must either submit to the 5 major sects or be utterly eradicated. Having already offended them, they believed it prudent to be thorough, merely resulting in a higher death toll. The sects holding this view were the Yuming sect, Luyun sect, and Kanglin sect. To date, the 5 sects had failed to reach a consensus on the matter. Thus, their strategy was to destroy as many promising disciples of Xianling sect as possible to prevent future troubles. In that moment, Cold Qingshan sought to create an opportunity to eliminate Yang Mu. As for the ancient Jian Nan, who was meditating in the distance, the elders of the 5 major sects would handle him. Presently, aside from the ancestors, the nascent soul cultivators had mostly gathered, posing no challenge to the mid-nascent soul Xianling sect. This was the primary reason for his brazen demeanor. However, he clearly underestimated the resolve of Xianling sect. Just as he finished speaking, a figure soared from the main peak of Xianling sect, none other than Zhou Buyu, who had previously left him in a disheveled state. Cold Qing Shan, how you have risen, daring to challenge a golden elixir cultivator of my Xianling sect? Zhou Buyu's laughter was laced with disdain, causing Cold Qing Shan's countenance to darken. Confronted by this lifelong rival, he felt his blood boil, the fury in his chest nearly igniting his beard. Zhou Buyu, you may speak boldly today, but by tomorrow you shall become a shattered corpse. Cold Qing Shan bellowed, his face a stormy hue, his body trembling with rage. Yet, Zhou Buyu remained unfazed, his expression one of scorn and derision. Even as a shattered corpse cannot be your handiwork, Cold Qing Shan. Your fate is to be trampled beneath my feet. Should you seek vengeance, you will have to turn to the juniors of my sect. How pitiful. Zhou Buyu's calm demeanor left Cold Qing Shan feeling as if he were striking a pillow, filled with an overwhelming sense of anger and humiliation. Recently, he had been bested by Zhou Buyu, leaving him lacking conviction even in his threats. Qing Shan, withdraw. Await tomorrow in silence. To speak here only invites ridicule. A white-haired elder floated down from the distance. His ethereal presence, clad in a robe as pure as snow, resembled a celestial being. Yet, the fierce and indifferent gaze marred this ethereal quality. Many onlookers gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought the ancestor of Yuming's sect would arrive so early? It seemed they were intent on annihilating Xianling's sect. Intent on complete annihilation, no doubt. Shoo, lower your voices. Have you forgotten the ancestor of Qing Chan's sect from 200 years ago? At the memory of that terrifying scene, the crowd fell silent. The ancestor of Qing Chan's sect had once been a high-level nascent soul cultivator. After uttering a single remark in the crowd, criticizing the Yuming sect's ancestor for his oppressive tactics, he was swiftly slain by the furious Yubaihu. Yubaihu had not only killed the ancestor, but also stormed into Qingshan's sect, slaying all disciples and forcing the sect and amp, oppose, disbandment. His stated intent was to demonstrate what true tyranny looked like. Fortunately, whether due to a change in temperament or simply overlooking the minor exchanges, Yubaihu did not seek trouble with those anxious figures, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Facing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, they as late-stage golden elixir cultivators were utterly outmatched. Yubaihu cast a dismissive glance at Gu Jiannan, snorting, is Xianling's sect truly determined to seek its own demise? Gu Jiannan replied calmly, whether it is a path to death remains to be seen. Perhaps it is you who will meet your end. Ha ha ha. Such pretentiousness. Do you think such theatrics will save you? Childish. Yubaihu laughed haughtily. Although he could not discern Gu Jiannan's cultivation level, he was unfazed. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, their essence becomes reclusive, with strength manifesting more in the spirit than in raw power. The spirit is the most enigmatic aspect of the body. Thus, unless one exceeds their opponent by 2 minor realms, it is entirely normal to be unable to discern their cultivation level. Some late-stage nascent soul cultivators cannot even perceive those at the early stage without engaging in battle. Gu Jiannan, being a mid-nascent soul cultivator and currently the foremost figure of Xianling's sect, would not be underestimated even by the arrogant Yubaihu. However, that was the extent of it. Were it not for the consideration of Xianling's sect and amp, oppose, ancestor, Long Patian, there would be no need for a 10-day wait. This 10-day period was not merely to allow their arrival, but also to ascertain whether Long Patian was still alive. Should he remain absent at this juncture, it likely indicated trouble, and the major sects would act without restraint. It now seemed that the likelihood of this conclusion was increasingly certain. The Xianling sect would face annihilation. Nonetheless, considering that several late-stage nascent soul cultivators still resided within their sect, he would not allow Yuming's sect to confront them alone. One day's delay was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Gu Jiannan's heart raced with anticipation. Although the enemy had sent several nascent soul cultivators, only Yubaihu stood as a late-stage contender. If he combined forces with his 2 junior brothers, they stood a chance of slaying Yubaihu without resorting to sacred artifacts. Wood and amp, oppose, tea that save a strike? Chapter 46. I will take you to great heights. After considerable contemplation, Gu Jiannan ultimately relinquished this alluring opportunity. setting aside the uncertainty of swiftly surrounding and eliminating Yu Baihu beneath the watchful eyes of those transcendent cultivators, even if he were to succeed by some stroke of luck. Their true strength would be irrevocably unveiled, inciting profound wariness and hostility throughout the Eastern domain. At that juncture, the rumors surrounding the legacy of the blissful immortal would solidify into undeniable truth, and fervently believed at that. The act of slaying Yu Baihu would yield monumental repercussions. Although a single stroke of a sword that vanquishes a late-stage transcendent would indeed be more shocking, the focus of all would invariably shift to that very sword. While the intimidation factor would materialize, their true capabilities would remain partially concealed, with the only matter requiring explanation being the origins of that sword. This was a point that could be somewhat obscured by Xiao Yu's experiences from over a century ago. The tale of Mou entering the abode of a formidable cultivator had long circulated in the Eastern domain, though not entirely foolproof. It was the most prudent approach available at present. Having arrived at this conclusion, Gu Jiannan ceased his verbal sparring with Yu Baihu, turning instead to instruct the young disciples who stood respectfully by his side. After years of wandering, you must be weary. Return to the sect and rest well. Thank you, Ancestor, for your concern. We are not weary, the young disciples exclaimed in unison, their expressions a blend of excitement and guilt. In recent centuries, although some had returned, it had been decades since they last set foot in their homeland. To return now, only to find their sect facing an existential crisis, felt akin to a wayward child learning of their parents and Appo's misfortunes. The complexity of their emotions was beyond words. Sensing the subtle atmosphere among them, Gu Jiannan offered no further explanations, simply smiling in reassurance. The important thing is that you have returned safely. Go and reunite with your masters and fellow disciples. Very well, Ancestor, we shall take our leave. The group, eager to depart, bowed once more before hastening back towards the sect. Gu Jiannan's gaze lingered on Yang Mu for a moment longer, his eyes reflecting unhidden pride. Remarkable. I never imagined that after a century, you would have advanced to the nascent soul stage. Hurry back. Xiao Yu awaits you on the back mountain. Gu Jiannan held a particular admiration for Xiao Yu's remaining 3 followers, each endowed with exceptional talent and, crucially, possessing commendable character, unwavering in their loyalty even after a century of Xiao Yu's decline, a rare quality indeed. Elder, that fellow has taken his leave first. Yang Mu regarded the esteemed elder of Xianling's sect with utmost respect. Though not a disciple of Xianling sect himself, he had long been treated as a member by the disciples within. The excitement of reuniting with his master after a century was palpable, especially upon hearing Yen Wuji mention that his master's foundation had been restored, which sent his heart racing with exhilaration. After bidding farewell to Gu Jiannan, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he dashed towards the back mountain. Master, I have returned. In the courtyard, Mou was seated, listening intently to Yen Wuji's report, when he suddenly heard an exuberant shout. A tall youth clad in black with a stoic expression strode forward, brimming with excitement. Mou couldn't help but rise with a smile, embracing the newcomer fiercely. After parting, he playfully struck the youth's chest, laughing heartily. Impressive. I never thought that after a century, you would step into the nascent soul stage. Just fortunate, that's all, Yang Mu replied, a grin breaking across his typically stern visage at the praise from his master. Now that you can see through my cultivation at a glance, it seems you have genuinely recovered. It was only now that Yang Mu and Appo's, as previously anxious heart had settled. Mou teased Yen Wuji, you must keep up. Do not let Yang Mu outpace you. Rest assured, I shall catch up. Yen Wuji's eyes were resolute and earnest. He had believed that with his hard work, he could close the gap with Yang Mu. However, it seemed that others had not been idle either. He approached Yang Mu, robust arm thumping against the lattered Appo's lean shoulder, gruffly declaring, Old Yang, don't get too proud. I'll soon break through and catch up to you. Yang Mu merely cast a casual glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll be waiting, but you should first catch up with Qin Fei Xiong. He is already at the late golden core stage and is expected to return today. Yen Wuji's expression turned grave at this revelation. Chen Feixiong had also reached the late Golden Core stage. He indeed stood on the brink of a breakthrough. But soon, the path would not be so simple. Each hurdle in cultivation was notoriously difficult to overcome. After this crisis within the Sects subsides, he would need to redouble his efforts. Otherwise, he would tarnish his Master's reputation by merely claiming to be a follower. As he pondered seriously, Mo handed him a radiant pill imbued with spiritual energy. Speaking calmly, "Take this and attempt to break through." Yin Wuji's eyes widened in confusion, yet without a shred of doubt towards his master's words. He accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment as a surge of terrifying, mysterious energy coursed rapidly through his body, violently assailing the formidable barrier within him. Ignoring his inner trepidation, he hastily sat cross-legged to commence his breakthrough. Yang Mu, standing nearby, was utterly astounded. Was this the moment of his breakthrough? What miraculous elixir had his master provided that was so extraordinary? Had he possessed such a pill, he would not have needed years to reach this stage. This fellow truly has fortuitous luck, he muttered under his breath. You won't need it for now. Save it for when you truly require it, Mo remarked with a playful glare. Yang Mu, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly shook his head. Master, I can break through on my own. Such divine items should be reserved for you. I do not require this. Mo smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanations. With the profound principles of the Tao scripture, coupled with the formidable assistance of the chaos yin-yang scripture, his pace of cultivation was akin to the speed of light. He was but a step away from the late nascent soul stage. Of course, this was not solely due to the methods he employed. It was also a testament to the accumulation of his efforts over the past century. The spiritual energy he cultivated, though not able to be stored in his dantian, had permeated his limbs and bones. Now, as he resumed his cultivation, it was a natural progression. As for the boundary-breaking pill, while precious, it was still obtainable in the marketplace, albeit at a steep price of 200,000 fortune points per pill. However, when weighed against its effects, it was practically a bargain. Thus, he had left behind 9 pills for anyone nearby who might find him useful. While Yin Wuji was engaged in his breakthrough, Yang Mu recounted his experiences over the years. Mo listened intently, deeply moved. Although Yang Mu spoke lightly of his trials, Mo could easily envision the dangers he faced. However, all of that was in the past. Mo placed a reassuring hand on Yang Mu's shoulder, confidently declaring, "In the future, I shall elevate you all, allowing you to witness the true pinnacle of heights." In that moment, Yang Mu perceived the return of his former master, his eyes brimming with unshed tears as he nodded emphatically, "Very well. When that time comes, I shall hold the reins and wield the sword for you." Yet, just as he finished speaking, a weighty concern settled upon him. While his master had indeed recovered, how would they navigate the impending trials faced by Xianling's sect? Mo shot him a glance, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "There's no need for worry. Tomorrow, we shall simply observe." Observe? Yang Mu's brow furrowed in confusion, 100 questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 47. Fearless, come and fight me. At dawn the next day, the atmosphere at the peak of the Xianling sect was solemn. In nearly a century, the disciples of the sect had never gathered so cohesively. Among the nearly 10,000 disciples, at least 1/3 had long been wandering outside. Now, they were finally united. However, the joy of their reunion was overshadowed by the impending crisis, transforming into a fierce determination to confront death head-on. Before their return, each had contemplated the most probable outcome, death. Yet, despite this foreboding, they came back. Today would be their moment to shine, showcasing the spirit of the Xianling sect to the entire eastern region. As for those few who had already departed, they no longer counted as members of the Xianling sect. Gu Jiannan stood solemnly at the forefront with the senior leaders, his eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. Faced with such a catastrophic threat, these disciples hurried back to rescue their sect. This encapsulated the true essence of Xianling's sect, undaunted and unyielding. He could not help but let out a hearty laugh. In the past, our sect has encountered countless crises, yet we have always prevailed through unity. Today, the 5 major sects, and those petty individuals eager to seize an opportunity will witness the prowess of our disciples once more. What do you say we should do? Kill, kill, kill. The roar of 10,000 voices surged forth, echoing across miles. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust left the onlookers trembling in fear, followed by endless admiration and envy. Regardless of whether the Xianling sect could withstand today and Oppo's trials, their momentum was unparalleled. Even the senior leaders of the 5 major sects could not suppress their envy. If their own sect faced such a situation, their disciples would have likely fled in droves. In the next moment, the disciples of the Xianling sect, led by Gu Jiannan and other senior leaders, stood valiantly at the mountain gate, their presence magnificent. Opposing them was the formidable army led by the 5 major sects and the fierce Wind Nation, equally numerous and filled with powerful figures. The terrifying aura from that side surged through the air for 100 miles, creating an atmosphere of dread. Meanwhile, the crown prince of the fierce Wind Nation, Chunji, fixed his gaze with malice on Mou, who was accompanied by 3 breathtaking beauties, his teeth gritting in hatred. Yet, the thought of the Xianling sect and Oppo's impending downfall filled him with excitement. At least 2 of these stunning maidens would soon belong to him. This was a deal already sealed, he thought with a smirk. The gathering included nearly half the power of the eastern region. Not only were the opposing factions present, but many neutral forces, like the Tianjin sect and the Yushua sect, also observed from a distance. Although their patriarchs were absent, several elders had arrived. Alas, it seems the Xianling sect will find it difficult to overcome this challenge, sighed Mu Zhiqiu, a senior elder from the Yushua sect. Elder Long, it appears trouble has truly arisen. Dong Shozhua nodded gravely, a surge of frustration igniting within him. Anger directed at the 5 major sects and disappointment towards himself and all who stood idly by. However, in the world of cultivation, many matters are beyond one's control. What could be done? As the elders exchanged worried glances, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. A colossal dragon, over 10 zhang long, broke through the sky, its fierce and imposing presence spreading fear among the lower-ranked cultivators. Atop its head sat a gaunt old man in a blue robe, his expression cold and his gaze sharp. Upon the arrival of the dragon rider, many gasped in astonishment. That dragon must be the lookout beast of the Luyan sect, said to be a mid-stage nascent soul subdragon. Indeed, the patriarch of the Luyan sect was formidable, using a nascent soul beast as a mount. Such lineage was truly remarkable. To subdue such a powerful beast, one must be at least a full realm stronger, especially with this dragon possessing a trace of ancient divine dragon blood. Its spirit was exponentially stronger than that of ordinary beasts. Taming it as a steed would be exceedingly challenging. As discussions ensued, those of some status approached the elder to pay their respects. Any acknowledgement, a nod, or a smile from him elicited prideful expressions as if it were a matter of great honor. Meanwhile, Gu Jian and Oppo's Nan was earnestly introducing Mou and the other young prodigies to the senior elder. This is Yang Lai, the patriarch of the Luyan sect and the uncle of the esteemed elder Yang Tianci, a late-stage transformation god. He is known for his ruthlessness, so you must exercise caution in his presence. Understood? Mou and the others nodded seriously. While they conversed, another figure appeared, a chubby old man in red, riding a massive red gourd that seemed to be the size of an ordinary house, approaching rapidly. With his vibrant attire, he resembled a rolling fire cloud. Gu Jian and Oppo's Nan continued with composure. This is Jia Bansheng, the patriarch of the Luoxia sect and the senior brother of the esteemed elder Qiu Yuanjin. He is also a late-stage transformation god. The gourd under his feet is a mid-grade spiritual treasure, capable of nurturing various magical artifacts and enhancing the efficacy of elixirs and herbs. Mou couldn't help but marvel at the jolly, seemingly benevolent old man, struggling to reconcile the description with his appearance. "Ha ha, Elder Gu, have you all made your decisions?" The jovial old man approached with a smile, his demeanor so benign that one might mistake him for inquiring about one and Oppo's meals for the day. Gu Jian and Oppo's Nan retorted sharply. There's nothing to consider. Anyone who dares to cast a shadow over the Xianling sect shall have their hands severed. Jia Bansheng halted 100 meters from the Xianling sect's ranks, his cheerful demeanor betraying none of the tension. Ah, young ones are often impulsive. With your master absent, we elders cannot bear to watch you stray from the path. Surrender the legacy of the blissful immortal. It belongs to the entire eastern region and Oppos, as cultivation world, not to an individual. Otherwise, we shall forever be looked down upon by the other 3 regions, which we cannot allow. Haha, my friend Jia speaks truth. This is precisely what weighs on our hearts. Echoed an ancient voice from the heavens. 3 venerable elders, their beards and hair white, were seated on a massive golden stone seal, exuding an ethereal, transcendent aura that left countless cultivators below awestruck. The stone seal radiated an unmistakable power, revealing it as a treasure of at least mid-grade. Many elder cultivators recognized the trio and began introducing them to their juniors. Through the murmurs, MOU began to form a preliminary understanding of the 3, the cold, white-haired patriarch of the Yuming sect, Yu Baihu, the tall and imposing patriarch of the Junma sect, Jiang Feng, and the elegantly dressed, scholarly patriarch of the Kanglin sect, Wei Daozi, all late-stage transformation gods. As the 5 figures retracted their treasures, they stood imperiously above the Xianling sect's mountain gate, each exuding an aura of celestial grace. The palpable pressure they emanated left the onlookers and Oppos, faces pale with trepidation, their hearts shaken. Each of these individuals was among the most powerful in the eastern region, capable of obliterating an entire sect single-handedly. And now, 5 of them stood before the Xianling sect. Once more, I ask, does the Xianling sect truly wish to monopolize the legacy? The venerable ancestor of the Yuming sect, Yu Baihu, confronted with a chilling smirk, posed an insistent inquiry. Calmly, Gu Jian stepped forward, deliberately avoiding the gazes of the esteemed ancestors from the 5 major sects, and instead addressed the surrounding crowd with utmost seriousness. I hereby declare once more to the world that the Xianling sect has never received any inheritance apart from the martial arts passed down by our own ancestors. This statement shall be reiterated for the final time by the Xianling sect. With that, he finally cast his gaze upon Yu Baihu and remarked with a cold smile, as for certain malevolent individuals with ulterior motives, if you are unafraid of death, come forth and challenge me. What? How dare he? Though the onlookers had already surmised the Xianling sect and Oppos' resolute stance, their astonishment only deepened at the display of such fortitude. The Xianling sect was now irrevocably doomed. Henceforth, the eastern domain would be left with only 7 major sects. A multitude of spectators sighed in complex disbelief. Meanwhile, Yu Baihu's expression darkened entirely, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In that case, he would grant the man his wish. Chapter 48. The bolder they grow with age, the Xianling sect. Alas, how could they not realize that excessive pride leads to downfall? Dong Shoujua, observing from a distance, could not help but sigh in frustration. Without needing to watch further, he had already deduced the outcome. With the combined might of the 5 major sects and the predatory gazes of various factions, the Xianling sect was destined for annihilation. Beside him, Mu Zhiqiu, the elder of the Yushua sect, wore a complex expression. The relationship between the Yushua sect and the Xianling sect was merely amicable. Yet, unbeknownst to many, his master had deep ties with the Xianling sect's ancestor, Long Patian. If circumstances permitted, he would gladly extend his assistance. However, the current situation transcended mere personal friendships. A single misstep could lead to the sect's very survival being at stake. How could one treat such matters lightly? On the surface, it appeared that the Xianling sect was contending against 5 major sects, but behind the scenes, 3 other nations among the 5 kingdoms were also involved. This was precisely why Mu and Oppos' master had not made an appearance. Unless the Yushua sect and the Tianjin sect dared to risk everything to aid the Xianling sect, their chances would be slim, perhaps only 30%. Yet, it was inconceivable that the Tianjin sect would agree, and even the Yushua sect would refrain from such an action due to the immense risks and utter lack of benefits. Unless, of course, the Xianling sect possessed the inheritance of the blissful immortal and was willing to share it. However, this likelihood had become increasingly elusive. Either the Xianling sect truly lacked it, or if they did possess it, they were unwilling to disclose it. Otherwise, they should have sought an alliance with their techniques long ago. The thoughts of the two men flitted through their minds in an instant, yet the standoff at the scene had reached a boiling point. The disciples of the Xianling sect, filled with righteous indignation, faced death with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the 5 major sects boasted overwhelming numbers and high morale. Friend you, please hold on. Allow me to speak first. The elegantly poised Wei Daozi, the ancestor of the Kanglan sect, smiled as he halted the grim-faced Yu Baihu. He then turned to Gu Jiannan and chuckled lightly. My dear friend Gu, while you may wish to struggle, why drag your disciples into a futile death? Instead, let us have our top cultivators engage in a discourse. Shall we? Life and death are fated. What say you? Gu Jiannan could not help but respond with a cold laugh. That suits me just fine. Upon hearing his words, the ancestors of the 5 major sects exchanged knowing smiles. Gu Jiannan was truly foolish. In their eyes, both the disciples of their opponent and their own were invaluable assets, already regarded as their possessions. Naturally, they wished to avoid a large-scale conflict that would lead to unnecessary losses. Their greatest concern had been that the Xianling sect might dissolve and that its elite would vanish into hiding. If that occurred, they would be forced to constantly contend with numerous hidden threats and ambushes. Yet now, the Xianling sect had chosen the most foolish course of action, daring to confront them head-on without any regard for their own limitations. Over the past few days, witnessing the Xianling sect and Appo's complete lack of intention to escape had nearly brought them amusement. What was bravery but a form of suicide? Thus, you may select any one of us 5 as your opponent, determining both superiority and fate. Yu Baihu, the proud ancestor of the Yuming sect, sneered, completely dismissing Gu Jiannan. Not only he, but almost everyone present, aside from a few high-ranking members of the Xianling sect, harbored little faith in Gu Jiannan's prospects. The chasm between mid-stage and late-stage transformation was not an exaggeration to call it a chasm. Although Gu Jiannan was talented, who among those in late-stage transformation was not an extraordinary prodigy? Defeat was inevitable. Since you wish for death first, then you shall be my choice. Gu Jiannan and Appo's tone remained calm, yet an unfathomable killing intent flickered in his ancient eyes. It was time to settle old scores alongside new grievances. Upon hearing his choice, those around were not the slightest bit surprised. The enmity between the Yuming sect and the Xianling sect was well known. It stemmed not only from the competition over resources and exceptional disciples between neighboring sects, but also from the suspicion that the Yuming sect had a hand in the treachery surrounding Mo a century ago, leading to near warfare. The atmosphere grew tense as thousands of onlookers fell into a hushed silence. Yet from a camp behind the 5 major sects, a fervent shout suddenly pierced the air. May Elder Yu achieve victory and uphold justice for our eastern domain. All eyes turned towards the source of the shout, many recognizing the figure, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Li Rulin, the sect master of the Tianhua sect? Wasn't this sect previously aligned with the Xianling sect? It seemed he had abandoned the shadows for the light, yet his enthusiasm was rather excessive. While it was not entirely fair to call him shameless, the scorn on his face was impossible to conceal. It was understandable that one would not wish to perish alongside the Xianling sect, but such an overt betrayal was quite inhumane. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Li Rulin felt a hint of embarrassment, yet his resolve remained unwavering. What did the Yuming sect want them to do? Was it not to confront the Xianling sect publicly? Otherwise, why would the Yuming sect even regard them? Indeed, upon hearing his shout and the astonished murmurs surrounding him, Yu Baihu's expression brightened. At this moment, the previously hesitant Zixia Pavilion, along with the Wang, Yin, and Lu clans, no longer held back, showering praises. Truly, those who walk the righteous path are aided by many, while those who stray are abandoned by all. The Xianling sect, in its insatiable greed, must not expect our continued support in their tyranny. Indeed, we are fortunate that the Eastern Domain still has Elder Yu and a host of leaders in the cultivation world to uphold justice for us lower-tier cultivators. Otherwise, Who knows when we might glimpse the path to greatness again? Yes, the Xianling sect must be eradicated. Otherwise, the Eastern Domain shall know no peace. Their vitriol intensified with each utterance, their words dripping with a venomous rage, as if they bore a profound enmity against the Xianling sect. The situation had become glaringly clear. The Xianling sect was destined for collapse. Having already placed their bets, they might as well gamble big. Only then could they secure what they desired. The wealthy could afford to wager a mere fraction of their fortunes, while the impoverished had no such luxury and could only bet everything. At this juncture, the disciples of the Xianling sect were enraged by their shameless rhetoric, their fury boiling over as they longed to retaliate. Wretched scoundrels, selling out friends for personal gain and taking pride in it. You three sects and families shall surely meet a terrible end in the future. Ancestor, give the command. Let us first eradicate these treacherous scum. A group of opportunistic fiends, who had once groveled at their feet, now spoke ill of them. Not only the younger disciples, but even the elder, Tang Feihu, would have charged forward if not for the restraint of the fourth sister. Mou and Apo's eyes blazed with fury as he coldly regarded the families with a gaze as frigid as death. These individuals were destined to die today. But not just yet. Silence. No one is permitted to act recklessly without my command. Gu Jianan, too, was suppressing his anger. Yet he managed to forcefully restrain the nearly explosive disciples of his sect. Should an all-out conflict erupt, the Xianling sect was certain to face defeat. The most effective strategy lay in his willingness to make an example of the weak. Only thus could the Xianling sect navigate this crisis unscathed. For even if he possessed a holy artifact, the Xianling sect would not withstand a collective assault from their adversaries. Although the disciples were infuriated, their faces flushed. None dared to defy the elder and Apo's orders, gritting their teeth in silence. Witnessing this scene, Yu could no longer contain his laughter, casting a derisive glance at Gu Jianan and the others. A century ago, although the two sects had not clashed, the Yuming sect had been humiliated at their gates. Back then, Long Patian, with his formidable strength, had shown no mercy. Crucially, at that time, he lacked the confidence to confront them directly. Thus, he had always been overshadowed by their presence. Ultimately, it was the ancestors of the major sects who intervened, preventing an outright conflict. As a formidable figure at the late stage of the transformation realm, he has traversed a path marked by unrelenting success, earning the respect and adoration of the world. Never has he endured such humiliation. Today, he shall finally cleanse himself of this disgrace. Gu Jianan, today I shall reveal to you just how terrifying a late-stage transformation realm master truly is. This is beyond the realm of your mid-transformation understanding. Prepare to meet your demise. Ha ha! Yu and Apo's arrogant laughter echoed. In an instant, he appeared in the void 10 miles away, one hand resting behind him while the other pointed menacingly at Gu Jianan. His overwhelming confidence and tyrannical aura left the onlookers in awe. How brazen he has become with age. Gu Jianan sighed softly. He then took an ancient long sword with a blue sheath from Mou and Apo's hand and soared into the air. Chapter 49. I possess a sword capable of severing divine transformations. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere was solemn and silent. To confront a formidable opponent at the late stage of divine transformation with merely a mid-stage cultivation is a display of resolve and courage that few can muster. This is not merely a contest of skills, but a life-and-death duel. Achieving mid-stage divine transformation is an arduous endeavor, representing one of the pinnacle existences in the Eastern Domain. Revered and imbued with the promise of longevity, it can be said that as cultivators progress, they become increasingly precious about their lives. Apart from the pursuit of immortality, there is little that would compel them to risk their lives. Yet today, Gu Jianan has imparted a profound lesson. The distant observer Dong Shouzhua could not help but exclaim, "The courage of my friend Gu is beyond the reach of ordinary men. It is truly admirable." Mu Jiqiu similarly sighed, "Alas, the outcome is already determined today. It was not just them. All disciples of the Xianling sect displayed expressions of tragic indignation. The elder at mid-stage divine transformation was ready to sacrifice his life to defend the last vestige of honor for the Xianling sect, even in the face of inevitable defeat. After today, it seems the Xianling sect shall meet its end. But what of it? To vow to protect the sect with their lives. To fight to the bitter end. Defend the sect, fight to the death. Someone roared. The echoes of this rallying cry resonated through the heavens, culminating in a unified, overwhelming surge of spirit. All disciples of the Xianling sect shouted until their voices were hoarse, their blood boiling, eyes ablaze with the ferocity of mutual destruction. An astonishing aura of slaughter ascended from the direction of the Xianling sect, stirring the air above into tumultuous waves. The surrounding spectators were struck with awe and trepidation. Indeed, the might of the Xianling sect today lives up to its fierce reputation, earning the title of the fiercest in the Eastern domain. Even the disciples and elders of the 5 great sects watched in horror. Fortunately, it was not a chaotic melee. Otherwise, even with numerical superiority, the 5 great sects would undoubtedly suffer considerable losses. At that moment, a bold voice broke through the tension. Fu Tianxiong of the Sword Control sect arrives with elders to assist. My tardiness is regrettable. I hope the friends of the Xianling sect can forgive. Everyone turned to see a group of 2 to 3 dozen golden core cultivators swiftly approaching from the northeast. Leading them was a robust, rugged, middle-aged Yuanian cultivator clad in black robes, which added an air of solemnity to his presence. Upon their arrival, the crowd erupted in incredulous murmurs. Is it true? The Sword Control sect dares to come to the aid of the Xianling sect at this moment? Is this not courting death? Indeed, Fu Tianxiong was as reckless and bold as rumored, but perhaps lacking in wisdom. Coming to die at such a time is utterly foolish. An elder sighed softly, diminishing the surrounding jeers. It is said that the Sword Control sect was nearly annihilated in the past, and it was the Xianling sect that intervened to save them. Fu Tianxiong is indeed a man of gratitude. In contrast, the Tianhua sect, Zixiao Pavilion, and the other 3 families have received their share of favors from the Xianling sect over the years. Yet, when the time comes, they not only fail to assist, but also rush to take advantage of the situation, which is truly disheartening. As these words fell, the derision in that small area vanished entirely. Although they could not emulate such loyalty, it did not mean they did not appreciate such individuals. Who would not wish for friends to be grateful and honorable? The surrounding discussions reached the ears of those from the Tianhua sect and Lai Rulin, igniting their faces with shame and anger. However, with so many voices expressing such sentiments, they could not afford to offend. They could only vent their pent-up fury towards the Sword Control sect. Yet, before they could voice their scorn, a self-deprecating laugh echoed from afar. It seems not everyone in this world is devoid of conscience. Fu, you are commendable, at least more so than this old fool. The words belonged to a kindly elder with an ethereal presence, none other than Dong Shouzhua, the supreme elder of the Tianjin sect. Fu Tianxiong hurriedly bowed in respect, his expression serious. Elder Dong, you flatter me. The Xianling sect has great benevolence towards my sect. One ought to be grateful, lest one be no different from certain base creatures. As he spoke, Fu Tianxiong fixed his fierce gaze upon the Tianhua sect S group, nearly accusing them outright. This provoked the faces of Lai Rulin and his companions to turn a shade of stormy iron, and the heads of the Wang, Yin, and Lu families wore expressions of indignation. Unable to contain their fury, they retorted, Fu, if you seek death, do not drag the sect down with you. Such foolishness is akin to that of an ox. Indeed, as the sect leader, one should seek the welfare of the sect. You, in pursuit of your own reputation, disregard the survival of the sect. What right do you have to mock us? Fu Tianxiong shot them a cold glance, his voice dripping with disdain. You swine. You are unworthy to converse with me. You seek death, Fu? The haughty gaze of Fu Tianxiong and his contemptuous words ignited the smoldering fury of those from the Tianhua sect. However, before they could unleash their wrath, Gu Jianan cast them a fleeting glance, coldly stating, Do you believe that having found a new master, I could not sever your heads? Faced with Gu Jianan's sudden warning, the group felt a chill run down their spines, silencing them immediately. The Xianling sect was fully prepared for a fight to the death. Provoking them at this juncture could lead to dire consequences, even with the 5 great sects present. At this moment, Dong Shouzhua saw to stand before Gu Jiannan, his expression filled with remorse as he bowed deeply. Brother Gu, we have known each other for many years. Today, the Xianling sect faces peril, yet I, Dong, have failed to assist. I am truly ashamed. Haha, Brother Dong is overly modest. Neither of us is entirely free to act. I understand the complexities involved. This matter is of no consequence. As long as you're not here to trouble the Xianling sect, we can still remain friends. Brother Dong, step aside and allow me to vanquish the enemy. Gu Jiannan laughed heartily, then turned to address the Xianling sect. Yu Yin, guests have arrived. Arrange with the disciples to receive them, and do not allow any disrespect. Yes, Master. Lu Yuyin replied respectfully, then proceeded towards the sword control sect. Mou and the others followed closely behind. Those who dared to come to their aid at this moment, Fu Tianxiong and the sword control sect, had earned Mou and Apos as newfound respect. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to reward him in the future. At this time, Yu Baihu, who had been silently waiting in the air, could no longer contain his grim expression and coldly snorted. Gu Jiannan, now that your business is concluded, come and meet your demise. Gu Jiannan, standing opposite him, could not help but burst into laughter, but when his smile faded, he looked upon Yu Baihu with pity. You should be grateful for their arrival, for it has granted you a few more moments of life. Now, it is time for you to die. With these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Where did Gu Jiannan find such confidence? His opponent was a powerful entity at the late stage of divine transformation. Yu Baihu, equally incredulous, sneered in anger. A mere mid-stage divine transformation dares to speak thus to me? How laughable! With that, he struck downwards. The sky darkened instantly, and a colossal golden hand descended upon Gu Jiannan with terrifying speed. The hand, at least 10,000 feet wide, bore down like lightning, unleashing a dreadful aura that sent shockwaves through the surrounding air, stirring it into a frenzy. At that moment, the onlookers were filled with dread. Many lower-tier cultivators felt their bodies stiffen, unable to move. Even the Yuanian cultivators could not shake off a sense of helplessness. The terror of a divine transformation expert was indeed beyond comprehension. Though it was merely a casual strike, it possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The disciples of the Xianling sect were filled with trepidation, their fists clenched tightly. In the absence of the patriarch, if even the supreme elder could not withstand this blow, then today would herald the end for the Xianling sect. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, Gu Jiannan suddenly smiled gently. I possess a sword that can sever the divine. As soon as the words left his lips, a dazzling sword light erupted from his hand. It sliced through the heavens, descending upon this realm with an aura of destruction. The unstoppable momentum seemed capable of cleaving the very sky asunder. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously composed Yu Baihu felt a chill run down his spine. A wave of intense fear and astonishment surged within him. His eyes filled with rage and disbelief, unable to suppress a desperate roar. How is this possible? Chapter 50. A single sword strike slays a late-stage transformation god. Gu Jiannan was not merely at the mid-stage of transformation god. He had transcended into the late stage. His realm was now on par with theirs. The most crucial aspect was the terrifying power of that single sword strike. One might even believe that he had 1 foot in the realm of returning void. However, Yu Baihu had no time to ponder further. The dreadful sword radiance had already shattered his palm seal and was hurtling towards him with an unstoppable ferocity, akin to an ancient dragon rampaging through the mortal realm. It was unavoidable, nearly impossible to evade. He felt as if he were utterly locked onto by that sword light, sending his heart into a tumult of dread. The tranquility he had cultivated over thousands of years began to crumble in the face of death. I refuse to believe it. I am a powerful being in the late stage of transformation god. Yu Baihu shouted desperately, gathering all his spiritual energy in a frantic attempt to form a brilliant golden shield. He dared not entertain thoughts of counterattacking. He merely prayed to withstand this strike. If he could endure it, others would surely come to his aid. In that moment, he thought that if he survived this calamity, concerns over victory or face were utterly trivial in the face of mortality. However, he had clearly underestimated the might of Gu Jiannan's sword. The golden shield he had placed so much hope in proved to be as fragile as paper before that sword light. He felt a violent shock coursing through him, and then his body was cleaved in two. In an instant, the severed has ignited in a fierce blaze. A chilling sensation, as frigid as the depths of the underworld, engulfed him completely. In the tremor of his soul, a tide of regret surged over him. That sword was far too fearsome. It was undoubtedly more than just a supreme spiritual treasure. Had he known that his opponent wielded such a divine artifact, he would never have taken the lead. Even without stepping into the late stage of transformation god, he had initially hoped to exert some effort to reap greater benefits later. As a neighbor of Xianling's sect, the Yuming sect indeed held that advantage. Alas, it was all in vain now, his physical form destroyed. Even if he found a suitable vessel to possess and cultivate anew, he would never regain his former level of power. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his primordial spirit erupted violently, crying out in anguish, "Brothers, save me!" His panicked plea echoed throughout the arena. In a bid to hasten his escape, he even resorted to the blood escape technique, darting swiftly towards the 5 major sections. The onlooking cultivators, stunned, felt as if they were trapped in a dream. The scene surreal. At that moment, the ancestors of Luo Xia sect, Jia Bansheng, Luyan sect, Yanglai, Sanglan sect and Oppos, Sui Daozi, and the Zhenemo sect and Oppos, Zhongfeng suddenly snapped out of their shock. After a quick exchange of glances, they simultaneously rushed towards the fleeing primordial spirit of Yu Baihu. At this critical juncture, if the various sects did not unite, they would be rendered exceedingly vulnerable. No one had anticipated that Gu Jiannan would ascend to the late stage of transformation god. Moreover, that previous sword strike was indeed as terrifying as a vengeful spirit. Thankfully, it was Yu Baihu who faced him. Had it been any of them, the outcome would have been no different. This realization stirred a wave of sympathy and gratitude within their hearts for Yu Baihu. Fortunately, it was a fellow comrade who had perished. The two factions were not far apart, and with Yu Baihu's primordial spirit employing the blood escape technique, he moved faster than his physical body. In the blink of an eye, he had hidden behind the 5 major sections. Gu Jiannan, who had intended to obliterate the primordial spirit, had no choice but to relent. Yet, he was not overly concerned. Even if Yu Baihu found a suitable vessel, returning to his current level of power would be impossible. Furthermore, that process would take no less than a century. Ultimately, Yu Baihu's primordial spirit was cautiously collected by the elder of Yuming sect, Yu Bukun, into an ancient jade disc. Visibly anxious as he watched Gu Jiannan, fearing he might pursue further. At this moment, all disciples of Yuming's sect were engulfed in a somber, uneasy atmosphere. Their sect and Oppos, as patriarch had been slain by a single sword strike, so fragile, akin to a chick. Had it not been for the protection of the other sects and Oppos ancestors, it was likely that even his primordial spirit would have been annihilated, leading to total annihilation. The memory of that astonishing sword strike reignited their fears. After this confrontation, even if they destroyed Xianling's sect, Yuming's sect would still emerge as the loser. Standing beside the disciples of Xianling's sect, Fu Tianxiong and the elders finally regained their senses. Their ancient predecessor was indeed at the late stage of transformation god. Moreover, he had slain Yu Baihu with a single strike. This indicated that their ancient predecessor was far more formidable than merely being in the late stage of transformation god. Who else in the eastern region could rival him? Initially resigned to their fate as they came to repay a debt of gratitude, they suddenly realized they need not perish. The joy they felt was beyond words. Meanwhile, the disciples of Xianling's sect were even more exhilarated. Even if their patriarch had yet to return, they still had a powerful being in the late stage of transformation god to safeguard them. This crisis had been averted. Once their patriarch returned, they would possess 2 late-stage transformation gods, solidifying their status as the foremost sect in the eastern region. At that moment, The outwardly composed Gu Jian was likewise shaken to his core. The power of this sword had exceeded all his expectations. Without this ancient sword, he would have been merely even with his opponent. Yet now, he had achieved a decisive victory with a single strike. As for the high-ranking members of Xianling's sect, they had long since been rendered speechless. They all glanced at Mou with a mix of fervent and curious gazes, filled with excitement, confusion, and relief. A profound sense of pride surged within the sect. Since Xiaoyu had regained his foundation, the sect had undergone a transformation. In just over half a month, 5 new transformation god cultivators had emerged. The most critical point was that 3 of them were in the late stage of transformation god. Coupled with the holy sword in the hands of the eldest brother, their upper echelon's combat power could easily crush any 2 sects united. They were indeed the foremost sect in the eastern region. Who would dare provoke them henceforth? Unexpectedly, Brother Gu had ascended to such a realm, and his combat prowess was so fearsome, truly unimaginable. Dong Shouzhua could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his eyes reflecting admiration and envy. It was indeed beyond comprehension. Thus, it appeared that Xianling's sect would weather this crisis unscathed. Standing beside him, Muji Qiu was equally taken aback. That previous sword strike had even frightened them. It was like a celestial being descending from the heavens. With just one strike, it had shattered the corporeal form of a late-stage transformation god. That sensation, it was akin to hearing thunder in a silent void or a mayfly encountering the vast sky. With such formidable power, the 5 major sects would surely refrain from coercing them through force. Otherwise, if Gu Jian were to strike at anyone covertly, who could withstand it? Such reasoning was well understood by the elder-level figures. Because they comprehended this, their feelings were gravely weighted. Now they were left with 2 paths. They could either throw caution to the wind and risk their lives to attempt to jointly slay Gu Jian. The consequence of failure would mean living in the shadow of death daily, unless they remained forever united. Otherwise, each would face the same fate as Yu Bai, who if they confronted Gu Jian alone. The second option would be to seek reconciliation with Xianling's sect. However, the issue at hand was that although they possessed 4 late-stage transformation gods, the initiative was shifting. How could they negotiate peace? Gu Jian was virtually invincible now. Fortunately, he was not without vulnerabilities, namely Xianling's sect. In a true confrontation, they would suffer devastating losses, and Xianling's sect would nearly face annihilation. Having pondered these matters, Wei Daozi of Sanlan's sect, with a complex expression, respectfully clasped his hands towards Gu Jian. Congratulations, Dao friend Gu, on entering the late stage of transformation god. As for today's events, we were all deceived by Yuming's sect, which is why we joined forces to inquire. Since you have clarified that your sect has not obtained the legacy of the blissful immortal, we naturally believe you. Let this matter rest, shall we? Gu Jian could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Oh, now you believe it? Naturally. Now that Taoist Gu has reached the late stage of the transformation god realm, how could he lower himself to tell lies? We certainly believe. The venerable ancestor of the demon suppression sect, Jiang Feng, spoke with utmost seriousness, while the others nodded earnestly in agreement, as if it were a foregone conclusion that a practitioner of the late transformation god stage would never utter falsehoods. As for the Yuming sect, with their ancestor rendered powerless, and being the greatest enemy of the Xianling sect, they were almost instantly used as a scapegoat. Not enough. Gu Jian fixed his gaze on a certain direction in the crowd, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 51. The 4 dragons pulling the cart. Esteemed ancient friend, while your combat prowess is indeed remarkable, it would be prudent not to press too hard. The 5 great sects are not to be trifled with. The venerable ancestor of the Luyun sect, Yang Lai, fixed his gaze upon the azure ancient sword in his hand, a flicker of avarice and trepidation crossing his eyes. Given their strength, they could discern that the astonishing sword strike just witnessed owed much of its power to this ancient blade. This sword was anything but ordinary. The ancient sword. Gu Jian could not help but mockingly laugh. Huh? Not afraid of me? Then come forth for a duel. Hasn't your Luyun sect always harbored disdain for my Xianling sect? Today, I present you with this opportunity. Shall we decide our fates in battle? Wei Daozi of the Kanglin sect hastily stepped forward with a conciliatory smile. Ancient friend, as one of the 8 great sects of the Eastern Domain, we should prioritize harmony. However, it is true that our visit this time has been somewhat discourteous. Perhaps we could discuss your terms. Yang Lai's face darkened as he coldly snorted and turned away. To challenge Gu Jian in one-on-one, only a fool would willingly walk into death. The opponent had demonstrated the ability to slay Yu Baihu with a single strike, and could easily do the same to him with 2. Jiang Feng of the Zhenma sect nodded in agreement. The jolly ancestor of the Luoxia sect, Jia Banqing, shared the same sentiment. They all understood that Gu Jian might not genuinely wish to fight to the death. Yet, none dared to gamble on that. The members of the Xianling sect were notoriously reckless, and should they be pushed to desperation, there would be no room for negotiation. We shall discuss conditions later, but first, I must address the intruders. I trust you will refrain from meddling, Gu Jian said calmly, his dangerous gaze sweeping over a certain area in the crowd. Upon meeting his gaze, the members of the Tianhui sect suddenly felt a chilling sense of impending doom. The intruders he referred to could not possibly be them, could it? If the Xianling sect wished to eliminate someone, it would undoubtedly be the ancestors of the 5 great sects. However, united as they were, even with Gu Jianan and Amp, Oppo's formidable strength, it would be unlikely for him to achieve that easily. Thus, the next most likely targets would be those who had plotted treacherously behind the scenes. Realizing this, the leaders of several factions broke into a cold sweat, exchanging frantic glances, their faces filled with panic and regret. Had they not been so greedy, even if they had chosen to remain indifferent like the Yin and Zhu families, they would not find themselves in such a passive position now, standing beside the elders of the 5 great sects. Shenji could not help but shrink back into the crowd. The madmen of the Xianling sect had dared to kill the ancestor of the Yuming sect. If they turned their sights on him, he might well be the next to succumb to a deadly strike. Wei Daozi and the others understood precisely whom Gu Jian wished to eliminate. After exchanging glances, they imperceptibly nodded in agreement. This is a matter for the Xianling sect. We shall not interfere. Please, ancient friend, proceed as you see fit. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lai Rulin, his face awash with fear, approached the venerable Elder Yu Buchuan of the Yuming sect, bowing and trembling as he implored. Elder Yu, the Yuming sect has promised to protect us from external threats. We have followed your instructions diligently. You cannot abandon us in our time of need. Indeed, Elder Yu. You, silence. What do you mean by following my instructions? When have I ever commanded you to act? Yu Buchuan interrupted darkly, his anger simmering to the point where he wished he could silence them for good. With the physical form of the sect's ancestor shattered, and the Xianling sect now bolstered by a late-stage transformation expert, the Yuming sect found itself in the most precarious position among the 5 great sects. The weight of past grievances and current circumstances bore down upon him like a mountain, rendering him fearful and anxious. How could he afford to concern himself with the Tianhui sect at this moment? He could only hope that their demise would quench the Xianling sect's wrath. Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's words, Lai Rulin and the others turned ashen. After exchanging glances, they abandoned all pretense of dignity and knelt before Gu Jianan, pleading, Ancient Senior, we have allowed our greed to cloud our judgment, and in our attempts to protect our sect, we have committed a grave error. We beseech you for another chance. Indeed, we shall henceforth follow the Xianling sect faithfully and will never err again. Yes, we were merely concerned for the survival of our sect, which compelled us to align with the Yuming sect. It was truly a last resort. They lamented, their voices strained with emotion, as if they carried an immense burden of grievances. Yet, those around them listened with disdain, to surrender to the enemy upon realizing the error of their ways, only to return and beg for mercy. Such an act was the epitome of shamelessness. Bah, you wretches, you merely wish to scavenge the remains of others while feigning grievance? What grievance do you have, you scoundrels? Fu Tianxiong of the Yujin sect was the first to leap forth, vehemently berating them. This time, however, the accused remained silent in the face of his condemnation. The Yujin sect currently stood as the foremost subordinate of the Xianling sect, as long as the latter remained unbroken. Who would dare provoke them? This was the reward for their timely assistance. The condemned, awaiting their fate, dared not retort. Gu Jian then listened quietly until they finished. Then coldly remarked, I have yet to declare whom I intend to kill, yet you scramble to beg for mercy. You possess quite the self-awareness. Since you claim your actions were for the sake of your sect, I shall grant you a chance. At this, the group erupted with elation. Thank you, ancient senior. For your magnanimity, I knew. Gu Jian then raised his hand in disgust, interrupting them. Stop. You may end your own lives, and then remove your families and sects 30,000 miles from the Xianling sect. However, you are forbidden from taking any cultivation resources with you, otherwise. What lay unsaid lingered ominously in the air, and everyone understood the implications. The realm of cultivation was notoriously brutal, and such a resolution could be deemed lenient. At the very least, Mo felt it insufficient. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to these insignificant figures. Next, he would retreat to seclusion for a breakthrough. The focus of the sect would be to investigate the instigator behind the scenes and the whereabouts of the ancestor, Long Patian. The absence of two sister disciples weighed heavily on his mind as well. Noticing the slight furrow in his brow, Lu Yuyin could not help but softly inquire, Xiao Yu, what troubles you? It pertains to the two sister disciples. I wish to speak with my master in detail about it later. Observing the earnestness in Mo's demeanor, Lu Yuyin sensed that his excuse for seeking her out lacked sufficient substance. After all, given the vast distances involved, it was entirely reasonable for them to be unreachable in certain special secret realms. This mischievous boy was likely concocting an excuse to draw nearer to her. A blush crept across her cheeks as she subtly cast him a sidelong glance before choosing not to respond. At that moment, a voice filled with sorrow and indignation rang out. We all acknowledge our mistakes. What more do you want from us? He quickly turned to see a figure soaring into the sky, rapidly fleeing in the distance. None other than Lai Rulin of the Tianhui sect. Simultaneously, the heads of the Wang, Yin, and Lu families alongside the master of the Zixiao pavilion each fled in different directions. Clearly, faced with death, none were willing to take their own lives. Unfortunately, their escape lasted less than 1,000 meters before their bodies plummeted to the ground like kites severed from their strings, as though burdened by an immense mountain. The speed of their descent defied imagination. Every onlooker turned towards the north with expressions of shock and disbelief. Their astonishment did not stem from the ease with which these individuals were subdued. It was hardly surprising that mere Yuaning cultivators could escape the grasp of a late-stage transformation expert. What truly astounded them was the luxurious dragon cart soaring through the distant skies. This so-called dragon cart was little different from a horse-drawn carriage, save for the creatures that pulled it. Four immense, snow-white dragons, each spanning 20 to 30 feet in length, were harnessed to the vehicle. The aura they exuded far surpassed that of the steed ridden by the ancestor of the Luoyuan sect. All the transformation cultivators present could not help but feel a shiver run through their hearts. It was simply astonishing. These four white dragons were, in fact, all initial stage transformation beasts. What manner of existence could be found within that carriage? Chapter 52. The familiar little girl amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A magnificent luxury dragon carriage swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Xianling sect. The driver was a frail, elderly man clad in a coarse short shirt, his demeanor stern and aloof, with eyes radiating an air of detachment as if nothing in the world could capture his attention. His aura was enigmatic and profound. Not a single one of the god transformation cultivators present could penetrate the depths of his cultivation. In fact, they felt an unsettling sense of inferiority in his presence, leaving the prominent figures present slightly shaken. Such a person was indeed driving a carriage. The crowd's gaze shifted to the dragon carriage, which was immense, and, upon closer inspection, resembled a moving palace. The more knowledgeable god transformation cultivators gazed at it with fervent eyes. The carriage and Appo's S-frame was forged from the rare and exquisite materials known as extraterrestrial golden essence iron, a prime substance for crafting top-tier spiritual treasures. A mere fist-sized piece could incite a fierce scramble among the cultivators present. It was no wonder that even the ancestors of the five major sects looked on with envy and excitement. As for the materials used for the carriage compartment, they were equally precious, made from the bones of ancient dragons, an exceptional material for crafting magical formations. Countless profound runes were inscribed upon it, and a faint power of laws flowed within, exuding a divine aura. Gu Jian also looked on in amazement, without employing his formidable giant spirit sword. It was inconceivable to breach the protective formation of the carriage. It was extravagance beyond compare. Not even the five major sects could produce such a carriage, even if they exhausted their entire treasury. What kind of being could afford such a vehicle? Everyone wore expressions of astonishment and curiosity, including Mou. Just as the crowd was lost in contemplation, a melodious and youthful voice unexpectedly rang out from within the carriage. "Grandpa Gu, have we arrived?" "Yes, second miss. We have reached the Xianling sect." The previously indifferent driver's face transformed in an instant, becoming as warm and amiable as a kindly grandfather. His smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Mou couldn't help but feel speechless at this rapid change of expression. However, what was their purpose in coming to the Xianling sect? Could it be in pursuit of this so-called legacy? He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The representatives of the five major sects, upon hearing this, brightened with anticipation in their eyes. The origins of these individuals were evidently extraordinary, especially the two elderly men whose strength was unfathomable. If they were here to cause trouble for the Xianling sect, that would be splendid. The higher-ups of the Xianling sect, however, wore wary expressions. With the crisis nearly behind them, they were keen to avoid any additional complications at this juncture. As for the individuals from the Tianhui sect, they had already been swiftly dealt with by the hot-headed Tang Fei, who had slain them on the spot, leaving not even a trace of their souls. At that moment, the curtain of the dragon carriage stirred, and a delicate, jade-like hand emerged. As the curtain was lifted, a petite figure leapt gracefully from within. It was Yi Qingxian, a beautiful girl of around 13 or 14 years, with pure black eyes brimming with spirit. Her features were charming, and her small face was sculpted like fine jade. Beneath her flowing white silk gown, her petite frame stood tall and straight, resembling a newly sprouted lotus leaf. Adorning her wrist was a string of jade beads, with pink tassels cascading down, adding a touch of playful charm to her ethereal and sacred aura. Upon seeing the multitude of onlookers, the young girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she immediately stood still with an air of grace and elegance, her rosy cheeks exceedingly adorable. This delightful little girl would evoke an inexplicable fondness in anyone who laid eyes upon her, overshadowing the elderly woman and for beautiful maidens accompanying her, who went unnoticed. Despite the elderly woman possessing an aura not inferior to that of the carriage driver, and the four maidens all being of nascent soul level, the crowd's attention remained fixated on the little girl. Mou was no exception. Even his second senior sister, Su Xiaorou, had her eyes gleaming with excitement. He couldn't resist stealing a glance, and was taken aback to see even his usually aloof master and senior sister soften their gazes, which left him mildly astonished. This so-called daughter of fate was indeed captivating to all ages. A transparent panel hovered above the little girl's head, displaying name, Yi Qingxian, daughter of fate, age, 14 years, cultivation, late-stage qi refinement, physique, daughter of fate from all realms, inherently harmonious with all beings, protected by the providence of the heavenly path, impervious to all evils, another daughter of fate. It was a pity she was so young. He instinctively shook his head. This beautiful gem would undoubtedly become an unparalleled beauty in the future, but at present, she was merely a child. In the realm of cultivation, she was still just a young girl, especially in a world where hundreds of years were still considered youth. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ever since acquiring the system, his first instinct upon encountering a daughter of fate was to contemplate conquest. Setting aside her age, just the presence she exuded suggested she belonged to a terrifyingly powerful lineage of cultivators. At the very least, the Xianling sect at present could not afford such a dragon carriage. accompanied by two individuals who appear to be late-stage god transformation experts and drawn by four god transformation dragons. Even the maidens were nascent soul cultivators. Such individuals were not easily subdued, and furthermore, it remained unclear whether they were friends or foes. As the crowd gaped in astonishment, the little girl gracefully approached the Xianling sect. The carriage driver and the elderly woman flanked her, forming a protective escort, while the four beautiful maidens followed behind. The expressions of the group were equally surprised, clearly not anticipating such a gathering of formidable figures. As the host of this gathering, Gu Jiannan was the first to respectfully bow to the elderly driver, saying, "Might I inquire what brings you esteemed friends to our humble sect?" Although the driver was merely a carriage operator, Gu Jiannan did not dare to underestimate him. "Apologies, we come seeking a favor." The elderly man paused, surveying the surroundings before continuing. "Perhaps we could discuss this further once you have concluded your business here?" Gu Jiannan smiled and nodded. "Very well. Yu Yan, please escort our esteemed guest to the reception hall. I shall join you shortly." The elderly man turned to glance at the elderly woman beside him, his eyes subtly inquiring. She gently shook her head, clearly understanding her companioness' intent, but sensing the complexity of the situation, deemed it best to refrain from involvement. Just then the young girl, her eyes scanning the surroundings, fixated her gaze on Mou and brightly asked, "Big brother, do you need help?" Mou was taken aback, but smiled as he shook his head. "Thank you, little sister. We can manage these matters ourselves." The girl's expression grew serious, her eyes earnest. "Oh, if they bully you because they're many, I can ask Grandpa Gu and the others to help. He has never lost a fight." "All right. If we need assistance, I will seek you out," Mou replied, suppressing his curiosity and offering her a gentle smile. The girl beamed, her clear eyes curving like a crescent moon. The two elderly companions behind him exchanged astonished glances, both surprised by the girl's familiarity with this young man they had just met. Could it be? Both were deep in thought as they followed Lu Yuyin into the Xianling sect. "Big brother, see you later. Remember to find me once you're done." The little girl waved at him with reluctance as she walked away. "Okay," Mou nodded with a smile. Witnessing this scene, the leaders of the 5 major sects wore grim expressions. Ultimately, they exchanged a few words under the mocking laughter of the Xianling sect disciples and left in a huff. Originally ambitious in their quest to annihilate the Xianling sect, they now find themselves in a state of utter disgrace. The patriarch of the Yuming sect has been slain, his corporeal form severed. From this day forth, the Xianling sect shall undoubtedly rise to prominence. Observing the retreat of the 5 major sects, Gu Jiannan and his companions wore expressions of icy resolve. It is not the opportune moment to act. However, in due time, it is hard to believe they will remain united. When they let their guard down, it shall be the moment for the Xianling sect to exact vengeance. Mou followed his master back to the reception hall of the sect. Upon seeing him, the young girl hurriedly offered him a sweet smile and waved, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. Mou sensed a hint of caution and eagerness to please within her smile. This only deepened his perplexity. Chapter 53. A plea for leave, seeking opportunity? Upon witnessing the expression on the young girl's face, Mou was utterly bewildered. Although the elder had previously mentioned that there was a matter of request, what could someone of such stature possibly need from the Xianling sect? Moreover, the girl had approached him directly. Could it be that this was somehow related to him? "Big brother, please sit here." The young girl pointed to a nearby seat, her smile radiant as the sun, gazing at her innocent and pure smile. Mou set aside his suspicions and sat down beside her with a warm smile. After a few pleasantries, the white-haired old woman kindly introduced them, saying, "This is my second daughter, Yi Qingxian, and I am Xiang Lanji." She then gestured to the poker-faced elder beside her, chuckling. "That fellow who looks as if someone owes him spirit stones is Gudong Zhou. His demeanor may be uninviting, and he is not particularly handsome, but he is not a bad person." Mou couldn't help but glance at the elder, noting his slightly cold expression. Though he couldn't claim the elder was ugly, there was a certain aloofness to his serious demeanor, reminiscent of a sage from another realm. Junior Mou pays his respects to the 2 esteemed elders. Montag hastily bot in greeting. Mo Gongzi is too courteous. Although the elder did not smile, his return gesture was quite polite. In contrast, the white-haired old woman exuded warmth, her smile growing ever more inviting. My second daughter has a pure heart, and being young, may have acted inappropriately. I hope Mo Gongzi can be understanding. Mo politely shook his head and replied with a smile. Elder, you are too kind. Miss Ye's innocent heart is a joy to behold. There can be no question of impropriety. Haha, if the Gongzi is not offended, then I can rest easy. Xiang Lanji laughed heartily, clearly pleased by his compliment. The young girl turned her sparkling eyes toward him, her slender legs elegantly crossed. Xiang Grandma, I told you big brother wouldn't be offended. After a brief exchange, Xiang Lanji finally got to the point, her expression turning solemn as she sighed. To speak frankly, we have come here with a request. Though it may seem abrupt, it concerns a matter of life and death, and we cannot afford to be too cautious. Please, speak on, Gu Jian said calmly, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Xiang Lanji paused for a moment, then stated with gravity, we hail from a Yi family of the divine awakening continent, a lineage that has endured for 1,000,000 years and holds a modest reputation there. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. No wonder their presence was so grand. They were indeed from an ancient family of cultivation from the divine awakening continent. The Qingyun continent, located within the vast Xintian realm, encompasses 7 major lands: divine awakening, everbright, snowfield, plain, enchantment, Qingyun, and Lufeng. Each land is as expansive as a world unto itself, separated by a terrifying and bizarre endless ocean. Ordinary cultivators, unless they possess exceptional flying treasures, cannot traverse these waters. While each continent has its unique customs, even the enchantment continent, known for its demonic cultivators, is home to ancient human cultivation families. The Qingyun continent, located in the eastern region, boasts a thriving cultivation civilization. Yet it holds a relatively low profile in the Xintian realm compared to the top-ranking divine awakening continent. The Yi family, having endured for 1,000,000 years in the divine awakening continent, certainly possesses a depth that the Xianling sect cannot compare to. Their reputation must be far from negligible. After a brief pause, Xiang Lanji continued, 23 years ago, the 4th-generation descendant of our main lineage, the elder sister of our second daughter, was born. However, from a moment of her birth, she has been afflicted with a congenital illness. The Yi family has attempted countless remedies, all to no avail. Her lifespan is now drawing to a close. Fortunately, a wise individual advised us, stating that only by traveling to the treasure land of the extreme east, the Thousand Mountains Spirit Sect, could there be a glimmer of hope. The mention of the Thousand Mountains Spirit Sect caught everyone's attention, particularly as it was located directly to the east of their own sect. At this point, whether it was the white-haired old woman, the poker-faced elder, or the young beauty Yi Qingxian, all looked at Gu Jiannan with eyes filled with excitement and trepidation. Thus, we have come to this place, hoping to reside temporarily within your sect to seek that glimmer of hope. Gu Jiannan fell into contemplation. While the words spoken could indeed be sincere, it was not long since the news of the blissful fairy's inheritance had spread, prompting others to seek residence in the Xianling sect for opportunities. This was not merely a matter of accommodation. It was a quest for opportunities, and who could refrain from speculation? The sect's grounds are the core of its secrets, where many unique and precious materials are nurtured, and the treasure halls are replete with hidden wonders. How could they allow outsiders to roam freely? Seeing Gu Jiannan's troubled expression, Xiang Lanji quickly produced a storage ring and offered it with sincerity, saying, "We understand this request may be inappropriate, but we are left with no choice. We hope that you can empathize with our desperate desire to save a life. Please accept this small token of our appreciation. If we truly find that opportunity, the Yi family will surely express their gratitude." Gu Jiannan's consciousness scanned the precious and rare materials within the ring, and he was taken aback but refrained from accepting it, frowning as he asked, "What exactly do you mean by the so-called opportunity?" Xiang Lanji offered a wry smile, placing the storage bag on the table. After exchanging a glance with Gu Dongzhou, she candidly replied, "We have come in search of the vermilion bird sacred spirit fruit, to cure my elder sister's affliction brought on by the nine nether profound in sacred body. The mention of the nine nether profound in sacred body left Gu Jiannan and the others visibly shaken, for they were well aware of this rare and peculiar constitution. Only Mou appeared confused. Indeed, such a constitution is incredibly powerful with a terrifying cultivation speed. However, without the aid of the vermilion bird's sacred spirit fruit, surviving past 20 years is a challenge. Yet now, my elder sister has reached the age of 23. They had somehow prolonged her life for an additional 3 years? As Gu Jiannan felt a mix of horror and confusion, he inquired, "But our Xianling sect does not possess the vermilion bird's sacred spirit fruit. Why have you come here?" "Grandpa Gu, this place has many mountains and abundant spiritual energy. Perhaps it lies hidden in some corner. Without this fruit, my sister will perish." Yi Qingxian spoke pitifully, her pure eyes shimmering with tears. With her red-rimmed eyes and quivering lips, she looked heart-wrenching as she teetered on the edge of tears. Gu Jiannan, witnessing the porcelain-like fragility of the young girl, felt his heart soften, yet he still refrained from giving an immediate response. Lu Yuyan opened her mouth to speak, but, upon glancing at her master, obediently fell silent, turning her gaze away. The other elders sighed in unison, remaining silent. The previous sect extermination incident had been a result of wrongful accusations. Fortunately, with Xiao Yu's assistance, they had managed to endure. Now, allowing a group of outsiders to roam freely within the heart of the sect was a source of great concern. Seeing that her attempts with the elders were futile, Yi Qingxian quickly turned her gaze to Mou. Without uttering a word, tears streamed down her cheeks like strings of pearls. Her pitiful appearance tugged at the heartstrings of those present, especially the white-haired old woman. As for the poker-faced elder Gu Dongzhou, his expression softened with compassion as he approached, gently patting the young girl's head and saying, "Second miss, do not cry. Perhaps there is no vermilion bird sacred spirit fruit here after all." The old man's words were vague. "We've searched many places without success. I believe it's merely a ruse. No, it must exist. I feel that this place is different." Yi Qingxian insisted, pouting her lips and raising her delicate face, gazing at Gu Dongzhou with hopeful determination. The old man immediately became dejected and conceded defeat. However, the Xianling sect clearly showed reluctance to allow anyone to stay and search. What could they do? Surely, they could not resort to conflict over this matter. Changing to another sect was not entirely out of the question. Yet the memory of the ancient sword held by Gu Jiannan weighed heavily on his mind. He could not shake the feeling that it was a sacred artifact. Moreover, the presence of those formidable individuals in attendance suggested they were not to be trifled with. Even though both he and the old woman Xiang possessed terrifying combat prowess, there was no guarantee they would not encounter some unforeseen mishap. If, by chance, this were to endanger the second young lady, it would be a grave sin. Just as they were engulfed in their worries, Mou suddenly spoke. "Master Ancestor, why not allow them to stay for the time being? Consider it a chance to foster a benevolent relationship." Chapter 54. Master, wait for me. In light of recent circumstances, let those individuals temporarily reside in our sect. However, I kindly ask that they refrain from wandering into restricted areas. Although Gu Jiannan initially intended to decline, he readily acquiesced this time, and no objections arose from the others. The revival and remarkable transformation of the Xianling sect can be attributed entirely to Mou. In their eyes, he is indeed the one destined by fate. Thus, it stands to reason that following his guidance would be prudent. Moreover, given the current stature of the Xianling sect, it is but a minor inconvenience to have them observed. Establishing a positive rapport with the Yi family from the Divine Awakening continent could prove beneficial. The group quickly found justifications for their decision. At this moment, Xiang Lanji and Gu Dongzhou remained utterly bewildered. They recognized that the young man was highly regarded within the sect, but were astonished by the extent of this esteem. One mere statement had altered the opinions of all the elders, a feat unimaginable in any sect or clan. The old and frail thanked young master Mo on behalf of the young lady. Gu Dongzhou stood solemnly, bowing deeply to Mou with a demeanor of respect and gratitude. For the first time, A radiant smile broke through his otherwise stoic expression, revealing a hint of sincerity and magnanimity. Regardless of the outcome, the Yi family owed a significant favor to young Master Mo and the Xianling sect, a debt they would surely repay when the opportunity arose. Xiang Lanji also rose to offer her respects, her expression grave. As for Yi Qingxian, she was so overjoyed that her mouth fell agape, leaping from her seat. Without even pausing to wipe her tears, she excitedly curtsied gracefully to Mou, exclaiming joyfully, "Little fairy thanks big brother. And my sister, if she knew, she would certainly be grateful to you as well." She had always believed that this handsome big brother would be her fortunate star on this journey. The feeling of closeness and the subtlety of fate had proven correct. The little girl's smile radiated innocence, her large eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Eventually, the driving dragon was settled near a lake, while the others found accommodations at the guest quarters atop a nearby mountain. Although they referred to it as a residence, none had any intention of staying long. Their primary focus was undoubtedly on the quest to locate the vermilion burdened amp, Apos, as spirit fruit. Thus, once settled, they eagerly began a thorough search of the mountains, accompanied by disciples of the Xianling sect. Even Yi Qingxian ran about the mountains with a small white monkey. Mou paid no further attention to them. Upon returning to the main hall, he explained to his grandmaster and several elder uncles, "The reason for their stay is that I sense no malevolence from them. Otherwise, they would not have brought such a child. Furthermore, they hail from the divine, awakening continent, where our ancestor has mysteriously lost contact." Gu Jiannan and the others felt a jolt of realization, their eyes reflecting newfound understanding. It seemed that little Yu too believed something had befallen their elder uncle, and a weight settled heavily upon their hearts. The joy of enhanced power and the victory over formidable foes quickly waned. Alas, it is indeed shameful that the younger generation displays such calm and comprehensive consideration in times of trouble. Tang Feihu, blushing, inquired little Yu, "Do you wish for them to assist in gathering information?" "Indeed, after all, it is their territory," he replied. Qian Baichuan and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this approach. The Yi family's stature in the divine awakening continent is certainly not that of a common clan. Their assistance would undoubtedly yield considerable results. Unable to contain himself, Gu Jiannan interjected, pacing restlessly within the hall, "Our elder uncle has been missing for so many years. While the sect and amp, Apos, immediate peril has been alleviated, our third junior brother and little Yu have also regained their foundations. Should no pressing matters arise in due time, I shall make a trip to the divine, awakening continent." Qian Baichuan quickly rose, anxious, "Senior brother, the sect requires your presence to maintain order. I shall go instead. Let's not bicker. I have not left the sect in a century. Now that my cultivation has been restored, it is the perfect opportunity to venture outside." C2 Xiaotian declared, seizing the opportunity to claim the right to venture out. Consequently, the dispute ceased. Should they truly embark on a quest to find their elder uncle in the divine awakening continent, it would undoubtedly not be smooth sailing. Yet, it would be beneficial for the third junior brother, who had been in seclusion for a century, to take a break from the burdens of his previous setbacks. This would aid in his mental adjustment and even in future breakthroughs. Previously, the thought of reaching the returning void stage had seemed unattainable. However, with the availability of breakthrough pills, as long as one accumulates sufficiently and maintains a sound mindset, this aspiration becomes increasingly feasible. For the time being, matters came to a pause, and the Yi family's offering of thanks was politely declined. After exchanging a meaningful glance with his master, Mou departed and flew towards the back mountain. Having regained his physical constitution, he had returned to his own cave abode. The Xianling sect is nestled within a vast mountain range, replete with countless peaks. Any cultivator who has reached the golden core stage may independently establish their own cave dwelling. As the sect and Apos, youngest inner disciple, Mou and Apos, abode, located on the Yaoyue Peak, is among the top 10 in terms of spiritual energy and scenic beauty within the Xianling sect. His two senior sisters also possess their own caves, although they had previously preferred to stay near their master. Now, for the sake of convenience and cultivation, they had relocated to Mou's cave. At this moment, only Lu Yuyin resided alone on the back mountain. In their solitary company, Lu Yuyin felt an inexplicable tension wash over her, prompting a deep breath before she spoke calmly. Though you have not yet established contact with your two senior sisters, it does not necessarily imply they are in danger, so do not worry. Oh, Mo, you mused thoughtfully before suddenly turning to her with earnestness. Master, you do not intend to regret summoning my senior sisters back, do you? Regret? Regret what? Lu Yin's gaze flickered with unease. She had known that this mischievous boy would not merely inquire about his fellow disciples. Humph. Taking advantage and then feigning innocence. She had only wished for her two disciples to make their own decisions, never anticipating that both would yield to this rascal. I have not forgotten the words spoken that day in the ancient Forbidden Zone, Mo declared playfully, having obtained his two senior sisters. Faced with his master, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, since she had become his woman, he would not let the opportunity slip by. Lu Yuyin felt a mix of anger and amusement. Quickly adopting a stern expression, her eyes narrowing at him. What? Are you not satisfied after gaining your two senior sisters? That is a different matter. When we made our agreement, it was never stated that I could marry only you. Moreover, you were the matchmaker. Now, Mo, you could only resort to playful banter. For he was indeed in the wrong when it came to logic. By your reasoning, may I also seek two partners? Lu Yuyin ground her teeth in frustration. She had never before realized how shameless this disciple could be. That cannot be. You cannot do such a thing. Mo continued to smile mischievously, which only served to heighten Lu Yuyin and Oppo's sense of being playfully manipulated. She clenched her jaw, unable to resist, saying, What if I were to do just that? Then I shall eliminate one of your partners. For every one you find, I will take one away. Either they perish or I do. Only one shall remain. Mo spoke with utmost seriousness, causing Lu Yuyin to wish she could smack him upside the head. She understood all too well that the little rascal was deadly earnest. Get lost. I am retreating into seclusion for a while. Lu Yuyin refrained from pursuing the topic further, yet she did not entirely deny it, which brought a flicker of joy to Mo's heart. Very well, I shall soon reach the transformation stage. Master, wait for me. After bidding farewell, Mo flew eagerly towards his cave, feeling that a breakthrough was imminent and that he must seize the moment to cultivate diligently. Little scoundrel, watching his retreating figure, Lu Yin's expression was complex, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, exuding an enchanting beauty that captivated all who beheld her. Chapter 55. The Hypocritical Woman. The 5 great sects threatened the Xianling sect, yet they returned empty-handed. The ancestor of the Yuming sect, Yu was instead vanquished by a single strike from Gu Jianan. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern domain of the cultivation world. No one expected that the seemingly doomed Xianling sect would undergo such a stunning reversal, blinding the public with astonishment. The heavens of the eastern domain were destined to change. In Mingyue country, Ling Mountain Prefecture, at the Zhu family and Oppo's ancestral home, the patriarch Zhu Nongfei and several elders sat in a state of bewilderment, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. After a considerable time, the astonished elders snapped out of their stupor, enthusiastically slapping their thighs in excitement. The patriarch truly is wise and formidable. Otherwise, our fate would mirror that of those other families. Indeed, although our lack of support was not a grave error, it would have certainly displeased the Xianling sect. Yet now, in the light of those other families, our decision not to add insult to injury appears remarkably commendable. We must express our gratitude to them. Seizing this opportunity will undoubtedly elevate our Zhu family to a new pinnacle. Zhu Nongfei surveyed the room, his eyes brimming with delight, and resolutely stated, though it may be a bit late to take a stance, it is better than inaction. We must not hesitate any longer. From now on, remember this. We are the sword in the hands of the Xianling sect, and wherever they direct us, we shall strike. Yes, patriarch. Their decision to refrain from adding to the misfortunes of others stemmed from Zhu Nongfei's concern that they might become scapegoats for the enraged Xianling sect. Although the Zhu family was a prominent sect in Ling Mountain Prefecture, they were but ants compared to the colossal Xianling sect. Even if the latter faced the 5 great sects, they would have no means to retaliate. Cough, cough. It was evident now that they had concealed their true capabilities. Regardless, as long as a single elder from the opposing side escaped, they could obliterate the Zhu family. This situation was beyond their capacity to influence. Thus, after discussions with the Yin family, they chose mutual non-interference. At the time, this decision seemed perilously reckless, alienating both sides and incurring enmity from both. Yet in hindsight, it proved to be an exceptionally astute choice, far superior to the reckless gamble of the Yujin sect. Reflecting on this, Zhu Ningfei could not help but feel a pang of regret. Had he followed the example of the Yujin sect, the Zhu family would surely have soared to new heights. In stark contrast to the Zhu family and Appo's mixture of shock and joy, the Yujin sect had long since descended into wild revelry. As one of the major sects of Mingyue country, the expulsion of the 2 sects and 3 families left a vacuum of power, along with numerous mining and medicinal resources capable of transforming the Yujin sect entirely. Most crucially, they had aligned themselves firmly with the Xianling sect. Henceforth, no other sect would dare to hinder their expansion, for the world now recognized the Yujin sect as a loyal subordinate of the Xianling sect. Previously fearless, they now possessed a formidable backing. Who would dare provoke them? At this moment, the most conflicted individuals were none other than the Tianjin sect and Yushua Palace. The outcome of the Xianling sect had exceeded their expectations and predictions. None had foreseen such a conclusion. The display of formidable power by Gu Jianan left them all in shock. The world had long believed he was merely at the mid-stage of transformation, yet he had quietly ascended to the late stage. Such depths of concealment. Would the other members of the Xianling sect also be hiding their true strengths? The ancestor of the Tianjin sect, Li Ke, cast a thoughtful glance at the composed Yushua sect ancestor and Shaoxian. All present were seasoned individuals with millennia of experience. None were fools. Surely, the opposing side had realized this too, yet he could not restrain his curiosity. Friendin, do you believe this is the entirety of the Xianling sect and Appo's strength? And Shaoxian regarded him calmly, refraining from a direct response, and countered, does the authenticity of strength truly matter? The Xianling sect is already the foremost in the eastern domain. However, the 5 great sects are unlikely to relent. They will only tighten their alliance out of fear of retaliation. I wonder what plans your Tianjin sect has, the Taoist? Li Ke could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. And what have you in Taoist? Given your past ties with Long Taoist, I expected you would directly intervene to assist. The previously serene and graceful elder woman and Appo's demeanor suddenly faltered, a flash of irritation crossing her time-worn face. Do not mention him. I have severed all ties with that man. The life and death of the Xianling sect have nothing to do with the Yushua sect. Li Ke stroked his white beard, chuckling softly, choosing not to press further. If she truly cared not, why had she been discreetly lurking near the Xianling sect? The duplicitous woman. Should the 5 great sects continue their alliance, and even involve the powers of the 5 nations, would you not lend a hand? You would allow the Xianling sect to fend for itself? Are you truly certain? Why do you prattle on so? And Shaoxian glared at him, vexation evident in her eyes. Li Ke remained unfazed, a playful smile adorning his face. Ha, if that is the case, let us quietly observe the unfolding drama. And Shaoxian shot him a sidelong glance. Retorting ISN and Appo's, that girl from the Tianjin sect engaged to that young man from the opposing side? Has the engagement been annulled? Not yet. It is said that the young man has little time left, rendering it unnecessary to save face. Li Ke sighed, a look of regret washing over him. That lad was once exceptionally gifted and radiant. I truly held high hopes for him. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to betroth my own daughter to him. What a pity. Bang. Chun-Ji furiously smashed the East Palace Hall to smithereens. As he rampaged, he bellowed in rage. The Yuming sect is utterly worthless, and the other sects are no better. His pent-up fury had been brewing for quite some time, threatening to erupt. The 5 great sects, which had threatened the Xianling sect, had instead been dealt a crushing blow. Were all the precious treasures he had offered rendered worthless? not to mention the promised unparalleled beauty. All his efforts had culminated in naught. The thought of the enchanting MOU, nestled in his embrace, ignited a surge of jealousy and fury within him. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. As he recalled the unparalleled divine sword held by Gu Jiannan, a sudden idea flickered to life in his mind. Summon my carriage and guards. I shall make my way to the Luyun sect. Shinji commanded coldly. Chapter 56. Preparing for the breakthrough at Yaoyue Peak. The soon-to-be advanced Moya led his second senior sister into the room, while Lu Ruyu quietly waited outside, ready to assist at any moment. Inside, Moya wore a grave expression, for the effects of the Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra were indeed terrifying. Each session of cultivation took him no less than 3 or 4 hours, even with his deliberate attempts to accelerate the process. After a brief respite, he could continue once more. However, his senior sister was not so fortunate. Both her body and her dantian si could not fully digest the sudden influx of overwhelming spiritual energy in such a short time. With her cultivation level, she could only cultivate for 4 hours a day. His second senior sister was even more constrained, unable to endure more than 3 hours. If they were to push beyond their limits, it could very well lead to their chi-si being ruptured. It was at this moment that Moya understood why the system had instructed him to seek out women of exceptional talent and fortune. He turned his gaze towards his second senior sister, and her panel quietly appeared before him. Name: Su Xiaoro, fortunes chosen. Age: 380. Cultivation level: late stage golden core. Physique: Linglong celestial body, not fully awakened. Hint: those possessing this physique have innate extraordinary comprehension, capable of automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, leading to astonishing cultivation speed. However, to fully awaken, one must use Linglong celestial crystal as a catalyst. He couldn't oppose. T help, but sigh softly. It wasn't oppose. T that he didn't oppose. T wished to assist his second senior sister in achieving complete awakening. But the Linglong celestial crystal was prohibitively expensive. One single piece required 5 million points of fortune. Were it not for the significant financial burdens he faced each year, he would have purchased it without hesitation. For now, however, he had no choice but to endure. Fortunately, there was no immediate rush. The Chaos Yin-Yang Sutra would benefit them immensely as well. For every hour of cultivation Moya engaged in, he could gain the equivalent of 10 days of progress, and they would receive half of that effect. Yet, should Moya exhaust his fortune points and find himself unable to repay the system and oppose loan one day, everything he had acquired through the system would vanish into thin air. Therefore, except in dire circumstances, he would refrain from recklessly spending his fortune points. Unless, of course, he could conquer another woman of fortune in a short time. The situation with his senior sister was similar, although her innate Liuli sacred body had been completely awakened. Her cultivation speed was still hampered by the lack of sacred-grade spiritual crystals. Such sacred crystals were said to be produced only in a dangerous, forbidden zone somewhere in the enchantment continent. Even powerful beings at the late stage of transformation would regard them as treasures, for the spiritual energy contained within held a trace of the essence of the laws. Grasping the power of the laws was crucial for one to step into the void return phase. Thus, while sacred-grade spiritual crystals were somewhat easier to acquire than Linglong celestial crystals, relying on them for long-term cultivation remained unrealistic. At least, the current Xianling sect had none available. Seeing her junior brother lost in thought, Su Xiaoro, despite her cheeks flushed like blood, shyly spoke. "Junior brother, let us begin." "All right." Moya offered no further explanation. With a resounding thud, the doors and windows sealed shut. "Granny Xiang, do you think Brother Moya could be the prophesied son of heaven?" Yi Qingxian and Appo's, as curious eyes sparkled. Since this peak was not of significant importance, the disciples of Xianling sect did not follow too closely. Xiang Lanji glanced at the treasure-seeking spirit monkey darting ahead and laughed softly. "How could that be? He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. A 300-year-old foundation establishment cultivator at that. Such talent is only average." Yi Qingxian and Appo's small face displayed a hint of defiance. "Only average?" I believe Brother Moya is far more impressive than you think. Ha, is that so? You have such confidence in him? The elderly woman affectionately ruffled her hair, her smile warm and gentle. Yi Qingxian nodded earnestly. Of course, if Brother Moya and Appo's talent were merely average, how could those elders place such importance on his words? Xiang Lanji paused, her weathered eyes deep in thought. She recalled the old Taoist who had burned his life force to cast a divination and the words that emerged. Unconsciously, she murmured, "In the far east, the treasure land, the spirit sect of 1,000 mountains, the son of heaven of perilous fate, all things." Her words abruptly ceased. The remainder was not due to her reluctance to speak, but because no one knew. In the night sky back then, only a few golden characters had materialized. The formidable old Taoist had long since bled and lost consciousness. To this day, she still vividly remembered the shock and horror on his face. In a single night, it was as if the old Taoist had aged hundreds of years. Snapping back to reality, Xiang Lanji urgently admonished, "Second miss, revealing such heavenly secrets bears significant consequences. You must not share these words with him. Do you understand?" Ye Vingyan, though somewhat confused, hesitated but eventually nodded. "All right." The elder, still unconvinced, smiled wryly. "You must remember, knowing certain things at the wrong time may not be a blessing. Please do not let your good intentions lead to harm. Do not put him in danger. Rest assured, Granny Xiang, I will never harm Brother Moya. This time." Yi Qingxian and Appo's face was serious, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Xiang Lanji Kuden and Appo's helped but find the scene both amusing and exasperating. However, the connection between the second miss and that young man may not necessarily be a bad thing. At the very least, it ensured her stay at the Xianling sect, where she might find a glimmer of hope. Thanks to him, this kindness must be remembered. Now, all that remained was to verify whether this place was indeed the one foretold in the prophecy. Contemplating her eldest miss and Appo's dwindling lifespan, her heart grew heavy. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian's face brimmed with anticipation, believing she could surely find the vermilion bird sacred spirit fruit for her sister. She was certain of it. Time swiftly passed, and over 10 days flew by. At this point, Xiang Lanji and her companions had meticulously searched approximately 80% of the nearby mountains. Even with Xiang Lanji and Gu Dongzhou's formidable spiritual senses, they appeared fatigued. Not to mention Yi Qingxian and her few maidservants, who all looked haggard. Regrettably, they had still found nothing. Yet, none of them gave up and continued their patient search. "Break for me," Moya bellowed, his spirit energy surging forth like a river toward a specific acupoint. A fierce and astonishing aura roiled and boiled around him. Today, he was determined to break into the late stage of nascent soul. Chapter 57. Entering the late Yuanying stage at this moment, and Mo Yu's Qi Si was tumultuously roiling, akin to an underwater volcano erupting. The terrifying intensity surpassed that of his previous breakthrough to the mid-Yuanying stage by at least tenfold, and it was still escalating. Even he was astonished by the sheer power emanating from him. He understood that this was entirely due to the cultivation method he was now practicing, which was markedly different from before. The Tao Sutra, for which he had borrowed an astronomical sum of 100 billion, now seemed an incredibly worthwhile investment. Given the current situation, he was confident that once he broke through, he could confront late-stage Huashan cultivators with the strength of a late Yuanying. Suppressing his inner excitement, he continued to operate the technique wholeheartedly, striving for his breakthrough. Within his Naiwan palace, the figurine of his Yuanying was becoming increasingly radiant and pure. Resembling a dazzling miniature sun, the spiritual energy surrounding Yaoyue Peak suddenly surged, though it was swiftly concealed by the array set up on the mountain, rendering the entire Xianling sect oblivious to the commotion. Only 3 late-stage Huashan elders, Gu Jiannan, Qian Bai Chuan, and Sima Xiaotian, cast curious glances towards Yaoyue Peak. When their divine senses probed the array and found it intact, they relaxed and withdrew their gazes. Days passed. To be prudent, MOU decided against using the breakthrough pill this time. He feared that the pill's maximum potential might not align with the pinnacle of his own cultivation method. resulting in a loss rather than a gain. It was akin to climbing a mountain. Ordinary cultivators could only reach halfway, but a breakthrough pill could propel one to the summit. However, with the Tao Sutra, you could surge straight beyond the peak and soar into the heavens. And he would not sacrifice a greater benefit for a lesser one. In retrospect, his choice, the system's suggestion was indeed sagacious. Seated beside him, Lu Ruyu was utterly astonished. She beheld the terrifying force of the laws swirling rapidly around her junior disciple. A magnificent and sacred phantom slowly took shape behind him. A golden body phantom? She couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The so-called golden body phantom was a divine technique that cultivators began to practice only upon entering the Huashan stage. The spirit of a Yuanian cultivator could not possibly reach the intensity required to cultivate a golden body. Only Huashan cultivators could tread this path, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into the Tao. These are the inevitable steps every cultivator must traverse. The essence of Huashan lies in the fusion of the Yang and Yin spirits. Only through the harmonious union of the two can a truly perfect Yuanshan be formed, marking the consummation of the Huashan stage. Ultimately, the Yuanshan returns to its original void, thereby truly touching upon the great Tao. This is the elusive void return stage that cultivators in the Eastern domain can only aspire to. The golden body is the external manifestation of a cultivator's Yuanshan. The more potent the Yuanshan, the more solid the phantom appears. In the end, the golden body can become nearly substantial, endowed with various terrifying and profound abilities. Such a realm far exceeds the imagination of ordinary mortals. Presently, her junior disciple had yet to break through to the Huashan stage. Yet his golden body was already beginning to coalesce. How could this not leave her astounded? Typically, a newly initiated Huashan cultivator would have no such thoughts. Yet, even if her junior disciple were to break through, he would merely be at the late Yuanian stage. The commotion he was causing was even more exaggerated than what her masters had experienced when they transitioned from Yuanian to Huashan just days prior. As time flowed on, the phantom gradually solidified. Although its visage remained indistinct, an ancient and profound aura silently spread, growing stronger than before. The spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius surged towards him like a torrent breaking through a dam, and its range continued to expand. At this point, even the array that concealed the aura could no longer contain it. The entire Xianling sect was thoroughly stirred. The first to react were the three late-stage Huashan elders. Gu Jiannan, Qian Bai Chuan, and Sima Xiaotian swiftly arrived above Yaiyue Peak and cooperatively established several barriers, allowing spiritual energy to enter while preventing any aura from leaking out. Just as their barriers were set in place, Lu Qingxia and Tang Fei, who arrived, their eyes filled with shock. "Senior brother, what has happened to Xiaoyu? The commotion is immense. It appears he has broken through." Gu Jiannan and Appo's expression mirrored disbelief. While a breakthrough was not unusual, the magnitude of the disturbance was inexplicable. It was even more raucous than entering the Huashan stage. A breakthrough? This is utterly exaggerated. Gazing at the vast river of spiritual energy, everyone was rendered speechless. When we broke through to the Huashan stage just days ago, we did not cause such a ruckus. He is only at the late Yuanian stage. The hurriedly arriving Zhou Buyu and others were equally dumbfounded. Have you all not realized he is on the verge of entering the late Yuanian stage? He is only 300 years old. Are there any late Yuanian cultivators in the Eastern domain at this age? Lei Lai and Appo's expression was blank. Then he stared in shock at everyone and added, "Furthermore, he had his foundation destroyed for a century, which means he has only cultivated for 200 years. Truly, one cannot compare with another." Wang Sanyo had initially intended to say, "Is there anyone present who can compete with him?" But upon realizing that his master and uncles were there, he hurriedly swallowed his words. However, everyone understood the unspoken sentiment, exchanging complex glances. Well, in comparison to Xiaoyu, all present were but mere trash. No one is allowed to disclose today, and Appo's events. Quickly seal off the surroundings. Do not let anyone else approach. Those who have no business here should disperse immediately. Gu Jian sternly commanded, beginning to usher people away. Reluctantly, everyone departed, leaving only Gu Jian and the unwavering Lu Qingxia, who sat in protective meditation. 3 days later, MOU and Oppo's breakthrough finally came to a close. He felt a sense of unprecedented power coursing through him. He could easily defeat 10 versions of his former self. The Tao Sutra was indeed extraordinary. MOU sighed inwardly, slowly opening his eyes. An aura of invincible confidence radiated from him. The chaotic yin-yang method, while it merely enhanced cultivation speed, did not compare to the Tao Sutra, which elevated both speed and quality. As long as he practiced according to the method, he would attain flawless results, directly perceiving the great Tao. However, although he had acquired the entire Tao Sutra and grasped its principles, it was akin to knowing the path up the mountain. Even if he saw the great Tao, he would gain nothing without traversing it. Yet, in comparison to those who must seek the great Tao on their own, his advantage was unparalleled. Others crossed the river with their eyes closed, while he was afforded a clear path devoid of obstacles. There was no basis for comparison. Coupled with the acceleration provided by the chaotic Yin-Yang Sutra, he brimmed with strong expectations and confidence for his future. Not to mention Huashen. Even the void return stage would merely serve as his starting point. Observing her junior disciple, who now exuded such vigor, even Lu Ruyu was entranced. Previously, while he possessed an extraordinary aura and unparalleled beauty, he now seemed to radiate an invincible dominance that was lacking before. He exuded an air of confidence that suggested no challenge could possibly daunt him. This left her momentarily spellbound. Yet, MOU remained devoid of any arrogance. The late Yuanying stage had already become a figure of towering respect among the younger generation, but his aspirations extended far beyond his peers. He aimed to transcend all cultivators and beings across the eastern domain, even the entirety of Qingyun continent and the realm of Qingming. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance, their expressions filled with astonishment. They were Xiang Lanji and her companions, who held an ancient stone plate radiating a brilliant purple light in their hands. However, as they approached a few individuals, the light on the stone plate suddenly extinguished. Could there have been a mistake? Xiang Lanji glanced at MOU, then at the ancient sword descending from the sky along with the two individuals. Her face etched with confusion. Chapter 58. The Echo of the Ancestor. Brother Mo, greetings. Yi Qingshan greeted with a forced smile, her demeanor charmingly innocent. You too. MOU replied with a gentle nod. From her pallor, it was evident that they had encountered no success recently, so he refrained from further inquiries. Taoist Gu, Taoist Lu, and young friend Mo, we were observing from a distance and felt an immense fluctuation of spiritual energy in this vicinity. Hence, our curiosity led us to investigate. I hope my intrusion is not too bothersome, Xiang Lanji said, bowing slightly with a warm and gracious smile. No trouble at all. How have your recent endeavors fared? Esteemed friends? Gu Jianan inquired, casting a glance at the peculiar stone plate in her hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was well aware that the situation was likely more intricate than it appeared. However, he chose not to pry further, nor did he elucidate the earlier circumstances. Xiang Lanji, attuned to the unspoken understanding, opted not to pursue the topic. With a wry smile, she remarked, "We have scoured a radius of 2,000 miles, yet we remain empty-handed. Perhaps our fortunes have not yet arrived, or we may have simply misdirected our search. Should this continue for a few more days, we shall take our leave." At this, she sincerely bowed again, her expression filled with gratitude. "I apologize for the recent disturbances at your esteemed sect. If fate allows, you are most welcome to visit the Yi family in the Divine Awakening Continent. Taoist Yang, you are too kind. We shall certainly visit when the opportunity arises." Gu Jianan responded. After a few pleasantries, Xiang Lanji and her companions prepared to depart. However, Yi Qingshan abruptly turned her head. Her dark eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at MOU. "Brother Mo, may I come to speak with you tonight?" Fearing rejection, she hastily added, "It won't take long. If you're busy, tomorrow is also fine. Moyu was momentarily taken aback. Aside from their initial meeting, he had been preoccupied with his own breakthroughs, and they had not crossed paths since. He felt a genuine curiosity about what this young girl wished to discuss. Thus, he readily agreed, of course. Then goodbye, Brother Mo, and farewell to Grandfather Gu, Grandmother Lu, and the two lovely sisters, the little girl said sweetly, waving at them with a radiant smile. Her mood seemed significantly brighter than before. The poker-faced elder, Gu Dongzhou, displayed an expression of surprise, while Xiang Lanji wore a look of astonishment. The four beautiful maidens, however, showed little surprise, having clearly been aware of the situation long before. Yet, their gazes towards Mo were laced with curiosity and admiration. Few could elicit such warmth and friendliness from their second young mistress. Yet, it was indeed rare to encounter a man so handsome and poised. Once they departed, Mo respectfully addressed the two elders, Master Ancestor, Uncle Ancestor, would you care to visit my humble abode? Exchanging glances, Gu Jiannan and the others nodded without hesitation. Certainly. It was no jest. Even if Mo had not extended an invitation, they would have sought clarification. Their curiosity was akin to a cat and Appo's claw, scratching at their minds. As they settled down, Lu Qingxia eagerly inquired, Mo, have you achieved a breakthrough? Yes, I and Appo's. VE reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Mo replied calmly. Despite having anticipated this question, Lu Qingxia could not help but comment in disbelief. Why do you seem so indifferent? One would expect a breakthrough to elicit more joy. Indeed, young people ought to exhibit the vigor of youth. Gu Jiannan concurred, stroking his white beard. It felt as though they were more excited than Mo himself. Mo could not help but chuckle. Master Ancestor, Uncle Ancestor, I have merely entered the late stage of the nascent soul. The true path remains far ahead. The two elders fell silent at his words. If that were the case, they too were merely at the core formation stage. Had they displayed such fervor during their own breakthroughs, would it not have left this young man feeling amused? Yet, the disciple and Appo's humility and modesty were commendable, inciting an urge to scold him. Even Lu Ruyu and Su Xiaoro felt that their junior brother and Appo's words were somewhat infuriating. What did he mean by the late stage of the nascent soul? Merely, they were at the early stage of the nascent soul and the late stage of the core formation, which was even less significant. Gu Jiannan quickly shifted the topic. Having just broken through, your realm is still not solidified. You must seize the time to consolidate. At this point, he abruptly paused. The commotion from Mo moments earlier suggested that his realm might have already reached its pinnacle. Which nascent soul cultivator could produce such a commotion? The aura he exuded rivaled that of a god transformation cultivator. Alas, having such a prodigious disciple could be a burden, making it difficult to express concern. Lu Qingxia also wore a perplexed expression. Nonetheless, the pride and joy in her eyes were impossible to conceal. This was the pride of the Xianling sect. Surely he would soar above the heavens, astonishing the entire eastern region and even the Qingyun continent. As Gu Jiannan was a loss for words. A communication talisman on his person suddenly vibrated. He quickly retrieved it, and his expression shifted from surprise to alarm and concern. Master, what is it? Lu Qingxia asked, her brow furrowed with gravity. Mo and the others looked on with intense curiosity. Currently, the 5 major sects would not dare to provoke the Xianling sect lightly. Who could elicit such a reaction from the Master Ancestor? It is my uncle. He has replied, Gu Jiannan said solemnly, sighing heavily before continuing. He instructed us that until we reach the harmonization stage, we must not seek him out. What? Did he not mention where he is? Why must we reach the harmonization stage to find him? Lu Qingxia's face paled, her eyes filled with shock. The harmonization stage? What a distant realm that was. Currently, there was not a single void return cultivator in the entire eastern region, let alone someone in the harmonization stage. If that were the case, it would mean they could never seek him out in this lifetime. Their greatest aspiration now was merely to step into the void return stage. Cultivators must tread steadily, advancing step by step. The greatest taboo was to aim too high, for that would only lead to self-inflicted setbacks, burdening oneself with unattainable aspirations. Beyond this, The master did not elaborate. Gu Jianan closed his eyes, his expression filled with sorrow. The two women also bore expressions of grief. This matter had long surpassed their capabilities. Only Mou, though his face bore guilt, maintained an unwavering gaze. So what if it was the harmonization stage? Others may falter, but he firmly believed he could succeed. The ancestor had ventured to the divine awakening continent to seek the source of the great Tao for him. It now appeared that he had likely fallen into some perilous territory or was under the control of a terrifying entity. Otherwise, why would he take so long to send such a brief message? However, the very fact that the ancestor could still respond indicated that the possibility of being controlled was slim. He gazed steadily at his elders, his tone resolute. Master, uncle ancestor, do not worry. I shall reach the harmonization stage and bring him back. Lu Qingxia could only smile wryly, shaking her head. The harmonization stage is not so easily reached. Since the demon-slaying war, there has not been a single void return cultivator in the eastern region for nearly 100,000 years. Many extraordinary talents have come and gone, yet she chose not to finish her thought. While they believed in Mou's extraordinary potential and his prospects of reaching the void return stage, the harmonization stage felt far too distant to contemplate at this moment. Mou, do not bear too much pressure. Focus on your cultivation. We will handle matters concerning your uncle. Gu Jianan offered a word of comfort, though he too doubted the feasibility of Mou's claims. However, recognizing the youthful ambition in him, he refrained from discouraging him. Yet, the path of cultivation only grew more arduous with each step. Breakthroughs became increasingly challenging as one progressed. This elucidates why there are so many cultivators in the initial stages of the transformation realm, yet only a scant few in the later stages. Even with the breakthrough elixir bestowed by Xiao Yu, they can merely harbor aspirations of reaching the void return stage. Beyond that, the efficacy of the elixir diminishes considerably. Moreover, one must accumulate sufficient prowess to reach such heights, a process that inherently filters out a substantial majority of cultivators. In response to the elders' skepticism, Mou chose not to elaborate excessively, opting instead to let the facts speak for themselves in due time. Once the two elders departed, Mou earnestly ushered the senior sister into the room, stating, "Senior sister, I have matters of significance to discuss with you." Lu Ryu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, revealing her nervousness. All right, very well. Chapter 59. The request of the young beauty as dusk descended. Mou had already shifted his conversation partner to Su Xiaoro. At this moment, the latter was gazing at him with her enchanting, spirited eyes, shyly reprimanding him. Little junior brother, why Haven and Amp, Oppos, tea gone out yet? That young girl is coming to find you. ISN and Amp, Oppos, Tishi. After saying this, she hurriedly turned to tidy the bedding. Mou couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. It was all due to his relentless cultivation that he had nearly forgotten this matter. Outside, the moon had already risen above the willow trees. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, the senior sister was engaged in casual conversation with Yi Qingxian, while four beautiful maidservants stood outside. Greetings, young Master Mo. Upon seeing Mou, the four maidservants quickly bowed respectfully, showing no signs of disdain despite his status as merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Thank you, ladies. Mou replied with a smile as he pretended to be at ease while walking into the grand hall. He flashed an awkward smile at Yi Qingxian, who rose with delight in her eyes, saying, I apologize. I lost track of time while cultivating. I hope Miss Yu won't take offense. The young girl quickly shook her head earnestly. No, it's I who should feel sorry for interrupting Big Brother Mo's cultivation. She then added, could you call me Xiao Xian from now on? It feels so distant to be addressed as Miss Yi. The girl looked up at him expectantly, her delicate, rosy face illuminated with a sparkle in her dark eyes. Of course, Mou found it impossible to refuse such a sweet and innocent girl, especially since it was a trivial matter. Then, does this mean we are friends now? A pure and ethereal smile graced her lips, akin to that of a celestial maiden. Absolutely, as long as both parties agree, we could be considered friends, Mou affirmed with a nod. It seemed that the second miss of the Yi family had been overly sheltered, likely having had few friends throughout her life, her innocence as pristine as a blank canvas. At 14, in his past life on Blue Star, many had already begun to soar to great heights, much to their parents' chagrin. Then what about Sister Lu? Do we count as friends too? The young girl turned excitedly to look at Lu Ruyu, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Of course, Lu Ruyu, who had been quietly seated beside them, unexpectedly revealed a radiant smile, warm and gentle. That's wonderful. I had hardly any friends in the Divine Awakening continent. My father was always worried I would be led astray by them, the girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Yet, when she mentioned her father, a look of helplessness and sorrow crossed her features, revealing a depth of yearning. Without needing to see, you could already guess that her father was likely a doting parent, fiercely protective of his precious daughter. Could it be that there were also overprotective fathers in the cultivation world? The thought of past experiences made you nearly chuckle. Big brother what are you laughing about? Yiqing inquired curiously, tilting her head to look at him. She appeared both obedient and graceful, her fair, delicate cheeks seemingly glowing. Nothing much, just reminiscing about some past events. Oh, I miss my sister too. She has always cherished me the most since childhood, but I feel powerless to help her. Yiqing's smile vanished in an instant, her hands tightly clutching her skirt, while tears glistened in her dark eyes. Her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with a sense of helpless guilt and worry, a sight so pitiful it tugged at one's heartstrings. Big brother may I ask you for a favor? The young girl bit her lip, turning her gaze to him, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Speak freely, you said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he raised his hand to wipe her tears. Her demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of his master and seniors during their own trials. Surely, their despair had mirrored hers. As he contemplated this, he cast a reflective glance at his senior sister, who was also looking at him with calm and gentle eyes. Yiqing shyly dabbed at the corner of her eyes and forced a smile, saying, My mother always said that beautiful people are favored by fortune. If you happen to come across the vermilion bird's sacred fruit, could you help me purchase it? I assure you, my family will cover the costs. You only need to acquire it first. You regarded her with a puzzled expression. How can you be so sure that I will encounter it? Yiqing gently shook her head. I do not know. I have no other friends to ask, so I must rely on you. Her assertive demeanor left you momentarily speechless. Is this how friendships are formed? Indeed, it made perfect sense. The girl, feeling a bit shy, softly added, moreover, since Aunt Xiang brought us here, it indicates there is still hope. Perhaps we simply lack the time to search thoroughly. You reside here, so you can look around whenever you have a chance. You might just find it. Afterward, the young girl produced a drawing from her ring and handed it to you, her face brimming with anticipation. This is a picture of the vermilion bird's sacred fruit. Big brother please take it. You could only offer a wry smile as he accepted it. It seemed she had come well prepared. The illustration depicted a small, verdant tree about 2 feet tall, bearing a single fire-red fruit, resembling a sacred fruit. After examining it, he passed it to his senior sister before nodding. If I come across this fruit nearby, I will certainly pick it for you and find a way to deliver it. Me too. Lu nodded gently. Thank you. Big brother Thank you, Sister Lu. Yiqing beamed with joy, her spirit seemingly lifted with newfound hope. Then, with sincerity, she presented you with an ancient, pristine white dagger, measuring about 1 foot in length. Big brother this was a gift for my sister on my birthday. Now, I wish to give it to you. Please accept it. You was momentarily taken aback. This dagger was indeed a top-tier spiritual treasure. Chapter 60. The matchmaking potential of Yiqing, such a treasure of this caliber, and this little girl intends to gift it? Is she truly oblivious or simply extravagantly wealthy? It is worth noting that the giant spirit sword he purchased from the system is merely 1 level above this dagger. It cost him a staggering 2 million fortune points. That sword is a peerless treasure capable of turning the tide of battle, with only one existing in the entire eastern region. This exquisite spiritual treasure owned by the little girl would undoubtedly be regarded as a treasured heirloom among the 8 major sects. In fact, some sects may not even possess such a remarkable item. As for the Xianling sect, aside from the giant spirit sword, it possesses just one other exceptional spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan 8 formation disc, which serves as the Sects' protective formation. Little fairy, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in obtaining that fruit once I see it. Mou firmly declined, adhering to the adage that one should not accept rewards without merit. Otherwise, he would feel a deep sense of guilt akin to deceiving a child into giving up their sweets. Yet, the little girl remained resolute. My mother says that when gifting to good friends, one should offer the very best. If it is not something one appreciates, then it cannot be considered a gift. Yiqing Shan and Amp, Oppo's expression was earnest, as though she were simply offering an ordinary dagger. Nevertheless, Mou shook his head with determination. Perhaps another time. If I accept your gift now, without reciprocating, it would be quite embarrassing. Yiqing Shan turned her pleading gaze towards Lu Ruyu, who also smiled and shook her head. Your brother Mo is right. Please take it back. All right. The little girl pouted, reluctantly withdrawing the dagger, then looked up at Mou with a serious demeanor. Brother Mo, you will accept it next time, won't you? Yes, perhaps. Mou replied dismissively. I will prepare a return gift then. What return gift could he possibly offer? He had never left the Qingyun continent and doubted he would have the opportunity to meet her again. A sigh of resignation escaped him. He was neither a saint nor a petty opportunist. To accept such a valuable gift without helping her find the vermilion bird's sacred fruit would leave him feeling quite uncomfortable. The key was that he truly possessed it. Of course, it was in the system space, valued at 3 million fortune points. His current fortune points were scarcely sufficient. He could not afford to spend them frivolously. His two senior sisters generated a mere 730,000 fortune points annually, while their yearly cultivation debts amounted to 2 million. Previously, he had spent over 15 million fortune points on the giant spirit sword, leaving him with a scant amount that he dare not squander. Moreover, the ancestor was still waiting for him to rescue them. Ascending to the harmonization stage was no easy feat and might require further expenditure. Thus, he could only pray for good fortune for the girl he had yet to meet. Mou cast a slightly guilty glance at the little girl, feeling helpless within. Yiqing Shan instantly returned a sweet and innocent smile, radiating purity. She then removed a string of jade beads from her hand and eagerly presented them to Lu Ruyu. Sister Lu, surely this could be accepted? This is truly not valuable. Observing the jade beads emanating with the aura of the laws, Lu Ruyu was at a loss for words. Not valuable? In terms of quality, they were not inferior to the aforementioned dagger. Having seen numerous treasures in the system, Mou and Amp, Oppo's, discerning I was far superior to that of his senior sister. He immediately recognized the grade of this item. Undoubtedly an exceptional spiritual treasure. Furthermore, it was a rare defensive spiritual treasure, genuinely unattainable even for the wealthy in the external realm. At the very least, major sects in the eastern region would vie for it fiercely. Little fairy, if an exceptional spiritual treasure is not considered valuable, then what exactly is? Mou looked at her incredulously. Truly, she was extravagantly wealthy. At this moment, he felt the weight of the Yi families might even more acutely, while simultaneously feeling a deeper guilt towards this pure-hearted and generous little girl. She truly believed in giving the best to friends. In contrast, was he being too selfish? Mou shook his head, resolutely casting aside such thoughts. If selfishness was to be his fate, then so be it. He could only focus on those close to him. Besides, he was not particularly acquainted with this Sister Qingshan. It was best to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Yes, that was the way to proceed. With a complex gaze, Mou continued to reassure himself. Yiqing Shan, however, did not dwell on such matters. Observing Lu Ruyu and Oppo's firm refusal to accept her gift, she could only helplessly retrieve her items, her expression reflecting her discontent. To an onlooker, one might think she had suffered a significant loss. Recalling the ancestor who had gone missing in the divine awakening continent, Mou suddenly, almost impulsively, asked, Little fairy, do you know of any places in the divine awakening continent that are, extremely dangerous, perhaps only accessible to harmonization stage cultivators? The little girl looked at him curiously. Brother Mo, do you have relatives who have gone there? Yes, Mo nodded lightly, offering no further explanation. Yi Shan furrowed her lovely crescent-shaped brows, contemplating for a while before shyly shaking her head. I can't and Oppos to recall any such places, but I can ask Grandpa Gu. He has traveled to many locations and surely knows. No worries. I won't be going there for the time being, Imoyu replied casually. Given her age, it was normal for her not to know. Moreover, even if she did know, without reaching the harmonization stage, it would be of no use and would only add to her troubles. In the realm of cultivation, to live long, one must be passionate when needed, but must also exercise caution when appropriate. The group continued to chat for a while, primarily with the little girl chattering away while he answered her questions. Imoyu and Oppos' unique demeanor and thoughts consistently captivated the little girl, her eyes gradually sparkling with admiration. Lu Ryu remained her usual quiet self. As the conversation progressed, Yi Shan and Oppos' gaze towards him became increasingly reverent, culminating in a soft lament. Brother Imo, if you weren't already involved with someone, I would have wanted to introduce you to my sister once she recovers. She is truly beautiful and possesses a wonderful personality. You would surely take a liking to her. I believe she would like you as well. What a pity. Seeing the look of regret on Yi Shan's face, Imoyu could only respond with exasperation. At such a tender age, she was already thinking of playing matchmaker. Mainly because she thinks you're a good person, and you and my sister would make a great match. Of course, you and Sister Lu would also be a suitable pair. After the little girl finished speaking, she quickly turned to Lu Ruyu with a sweet smile, her demeanor exuding an adorable charm. Brother Imo, Sister Lu, it's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come back to play when I have time. The little girl reluctantly rose, bidding farewell as she departed. After sending Yi Shan off, Imoyu embraced his senior sister as they walked back into the house, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. The following morning, Yi Shan returned in a flurry, accompanied by Gu Dongzhou, and upon arrival, she anxiously exclaimed, Brother Imo, we may have figured out the place you mentioned. Chapter 61. Will you take me to break off the engagement? Upon hearing Yi Xian and Oppos' words, Imoyu and his companions were immediately filled with excitement. However, the young lady was even more agitated than they were. Without even taking a seat, she anxiously urged the poker-faced elder. Grandfather Gu, please tell Brother Imo about the situation there. Miss, there's no need to rush. I will explain it to young Master Imo right away, Gu Dongzhou replied, casting a doting glance at her, his expression tinged with helplessness. While Yi Xian could speak freely with the elder, Imoyu and the others dared not be so presumptuous, quickly rising to express their gratitude. We appreciate your guidance. There and Oppos. There's no need for formality, the elder replied with a slight nod before beginning his serious account. If my old mind serves me correctly, that place should be the easternmost Nexi in island of the divine enlightenment continent. According to legend, it was once the dojo of the clear wind immortal before his ascension, leaving behind numerous treasures and divine elixirs. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, countless cultivators have ventured forth, yet only a few have managed to emerge alive. Hundreds of thousands of years? Has that place existed for so long? Montagu inquirit, perplexed. Indeed, it has existed for at least 400,000 years, Gu Dongzhou confirmed, a complex expression crossing his aged face, one of resignation, regret, and trepidation. It seemed that he had once been among those treasure seekers. Yet, Imoyu remained puzzled. If it has truly existed for so long, surely the treasures would have been excavated long ago. The ancestor advised against seeking it until reaching the harmonization stage, Gu Dongzhou explained. In other words, it is relatively safe once one attains that level. Perhaps there are no experts at the harmonization stage in the current divine enlightenment continent. But what about in the past? Surely there were some, right? Before the Great Demon War, even the eastern region had harmonization stage cultivators, let alone the divine enlightenment continent. Upon voicing his doubts, Gu Dongzhou smiled knowingly and shook his head. Young Master Imo, there is no need for skepticism. That place is unique. Unless one possesses strength that surpasses that of the clear wind immortal, a person only has one opportunity in their lifetime to enter, and they may take away at most one treasure. As for how far they can go and whether they will gain anything, that depends entirely on their fortune. It cannot be forced. At this point, he regarded Mou earnestly and continued. In truth, if one chooses the appropriate entrance, the dangers are not substantial, although the rewards will be considerably lesser. The individual you are searching for may have inadvertently entered a region beyond their capability, which is why they are trapped inside. Mou listened in shock and quickly inquired, "Is it dangerous for those trapped within?" The elder in Appo's already serious expression grew even graver. It depends on the region. Some areas are lethal upon misstep, while others are considerably safer. However, there is a commonality. The formations inside gradually suppress the intruder and Appo's cultivation level, causing a slow decline. Of course, this is temporary. Once they exit, their cultivation will immediately restore. Yet, if their level is suppressed to a certain degree before they manage to exit, even the safest areas can become perilous. Everyone understood this principle. The simplest example is the ability to fast, which cultivators acquire only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, if a golden core cultivator enters and their level suddenly drops below foundation establishment, even the safest environment could lead to starvation. Moreover, safety in any location is relative. As one's strength diminishes, what was once a harmless creature could transform into a ferocious, man-eating beast. Exchanging glances with his two senior sisters, Mou felt a heavy weight in his heart. It seemed the situation with the elder was quite dire. Previously, they believed the elder was trapped or that his communication talisman had been destroyed, preventing him from responding. Now, it appeared that it might be related to a decline in his cultivation level. The range of a cultivator's communication talisman is directly proportional to the strength of their spirit. In theory, only those at the late stage of spirit transformation could communicate across continents. Lower-tier cultivators could only establish brief contact when a higher-tier cultivator reached out. Otherwise, if their spiritual strength is insufficient, even with a communication talisman, messages cannot be transmitted over great distances. It seemed that the elder's ability to reply, albeit briefly, was due to their master reaching the late stage of spirit transformation. Nevertheless, the elder's words were sparse. This led to the inference that the elder and Appo's cultivation had likely been suppressed to below the late stage of spirit transformation, or even lower. Realizing these details, Mou felt a surge of urgency. It was evident that the elder had fallen into such perilous circumstances in an effort to assist him in seeking the essence of the Great Way. Before his eyes, the elder's kind and aged visage seemed to reappear. "Xiaoyu, you are the hope of the Xinling sect. The elder and all the sect members will do everything they can to ensure your recovery. You must hold on. Without the support of the elder and the sect, Mou would not have made it this far. Even without taking drastic measures, he would have long since exhausted his lifespan. Now, he had persevered. Yet, many of his fellow disciples had perished in various forbidden zones because of him. His third and fifth senior sisters were still unaccounted for. The elder had once again put himself in danger for his sake. A feeling of suffocation gripped his chest as he was overwhelmed by a mix of anxiety and guilt. Though he held confidence that he could elevate the Xinling sect to the pinnacle of the Qingyun continent, even ruling the entire Qingming realm, he realized that some debts could never be repaid. In the midst of his despair, a soft and smooth small hand slipped into his, their fingers intertwining. Almost simultaneously, his other hand was grasped tightly by his eldest senior sister, the warmth of her palm gradually calming his troubled heart. "Little junior brother, do not despair. I believe that one day you will bring the elder back, and you have us by your side." Lu Ryu spoke with unwavering conviction. Despite her usual indifference to matters, a deep compassion flickered across her once cold face. Little junior brother had borne the title of the East region's foremost prodigy from a young age, carrying the hopes and expectations of the entire sect. The pressure was immense, and she understood it more than anyone else. Thus, although she rarely spoke and did not seem particularly close to her fellow junior sisters, she cherished the time spent with little junior brother, hoping that her company could offer him even a moment of respite and prevent him from becoming overwhelmed. Fortunately, he had been managing remarkably well. Su Xiaoru's gaze was gentle, her expressive dark eyes filled with trust and concern. "Little junior brother, you promised to take us to the pinnacle of the Great Way. The harmonization stage is but a fleeting moment, is it not? At that time, we will accompany you to retrieve the elder. Very well. Mou reigned in his emotions, his resolve hardening. Indulging in sentimental sorrow would yield no benefits. It was far more prudent to devote this time to cultivation. Brother Mo, I am confident that you can do it. Yi Qingxian and Appo's beautiful face was taut, her eyes unusually earnest, clearly expressing her genuine belief. However, beside them, Gu Dongzhou remained unconvinced. The path to the harmonization stage was fraught with difficulty. It was a challenge even on the divine enlightenment continent, let alone in the mere eastern region. Yet, he withheld his thoughts, elaborating further on the situation of Nexi in Island before taking his leave with Yi Qingxian. 3 days later, Xiang Lanji led Yi Qingxian and the others to formally bid farewell, preparing to journey further east. Should they find no further treasures, returning to the divine enlightenment continent would be their only option. The group exchanged spiritual signatures on each other and Appo's as communication talismans, establishing contact. With a reluctant wave, Missy bid them farewell. As Mo was about to embark on a training session with his senior sister, he was summoned by the divine consciousness of his master ancestor to the assembly hall. Upon arrival, he discovered that several esteemed elders were present. Before he could utter a word, Gu Jian directly addressed him, stating, "If there are no pressing matters at hand, accompany me and your fourth master uncle to the Heavenly Sword Sect." Mou, intrigued, inquired, "Indeed, I have no pressing matters. But what is the purpose of our visit to the Heavenly Sword Sect?" "To annul your engagement." Upon hearing this, Mou was rendered speechless. How could he be unaware of such an engagement? Chapter 62. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master Ancestor. What is going on? Mou asked, bewildered. Gu Jian pondered for a moment and replied with a wry smile, "A century ago, we arranged a marriage contract between you and the Heavenly Sword Sect Saintus. Situ Qingxian. Your extraordinary talent at the time raised concerns that other sects might harbor ill intentions. Thus, we sought to forge an alliance with the Heavenly Sword Sect, adding a layer of security for you. Given your exceptional abilities, they readily agreed. However, who would have guessed that merely 2 days after the engagement was settled, that incident occurred?" Gu Jian sighed with regret. "At that time, neither party was aware of the extent of your injuries, so we tacitly chose not to announce it. Everyone was waiting. If you were to recover, the marriage would naturally proceed. Otherwise, it would merely be seen as a jest, which led us to delay matters until now. Although your foundation has been restored, the situation with your 2 senior sisters renders the Heavenly Sword Sect unlikely to consent again. It would be wiser to annul the engagement sooner rather than later to maintain appearances." Gu Jian wore a bitter smile. "Fortunately, they are still unaware of your recovery, so they will likely be agreeable. Master Ancestor, let's expedite the annulment." Mou said, his expression grave. The marriage must indeed be annulled. If he were to unite with the other party, his actions would cease to be solely his own, impacting the reputation of both sections. In blunt terms, if he sought to provide a home for every fortune-bestowed woman, he would have to consider the feelings of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If their saintess were to marry him while he dallies elsewhere, the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect might very well come demanding an explanation. Thus, this matter must be resolved swiftly. Should their knowledge of his relationship with his senior sisters come to light, it would complicate matters further. Gu Jian sighed in resignation. "Then you shall accompany me to the Heavenly Sword Sect tomorrow to annul the marriage in person." "Am I to go as well?" Mou protested helplessly. He had little time for cultivation and was reluctant to attend. Gu Jian nodded affirmatively, "Of course. This matter arose from our breach of agreement, and as the involved party, you must accompany me." "Very well," Mou conceded reluctantly. Upon returning to the inviting Moon Peak, he informed his 2 senior sisters, whose expressions reflected their surprise at learning that their little junior brother had nearly been intercepted. The following morning, Mou joined his master ancestor and 4 other elders aboard a flying spirit vessel bound for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Although both sects resided in the Eastern Domain, they were separated by tens of millions of miles. Even with the vessel and Appo's speed, the journey would take about 10 days. On the expansive flying spirit vessel, aside from the 3 of them, there were over 10 disciples accompanying them, including Mou and Appo's, three devoted followers who insisted on coming along. Reluctantly, Montague acquiesced. Among them were the aloof and proud Yang Mu, the reserved and taciturn Yan Wuji, and the boisterous and hearty Chun Fei Xiong. With two of them being rather taciturn and one quite oblivious, conversation was limited. The other disciples regarded Mou with a mix of respect and admiration, rendering casual discourse difficult. As such, his journey was monotonous, dedicated solely to cultivation. There were no encounters with pursued saintesses requiring heroic rescues, nor did any rogue cultivators dare approach them en route. Mou understood the reason. The grandeur of the flying spirit vessel symbolized strength and influence, akin to a supercar on Blue Star, which would instinctively cause most to steer clear. Smaller sects or rogue cultivators, constrained by their finances, could only fly on swords, unable to compare in speed or comfort to the flying spirit vessel. Fortunately, the days of cultivation passed swiftly. After 12 days of travel, the vessel came to a halt before a majestic mountain range shrouded in ethereal mist. Among the peaks stood an exceptionally grand mountain, piercing the heavens like a sword. Countless cultivators soared through the skies, entering and exiting, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. An aura of regal sanctity enveloped the atmosphere. Master Ancestor, is this the Heavenly Sword Sect? Mou inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. In terms of the beauty of its environment, the Heavenly Sword Sect surpassed the Xianling sect by a margin. Indeed, let us proceed inside. They have come to greet us. Gujian Nan replied, just as a formidable group of cultivators, led by several elderly masters, swiftly approached. Old Gu, Old Lu, your esteemed presence at the Heavenly Sword Sect truly honors our humble establishment. Please step inside. The foremost figure was an elderly man with white hair and a dignified demeanor, exuding warmth and courtesy. Following him were several middle-aged cultivators, all radiating remarkable presence. As Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia led Mou forward, they expressed sentiments of nostalgia. 100 years have flown by. The grace of Taoist Dong and Taoist Zhong has only grown, a sight to behold. Old friend, your words embarrass us. When it comes to grace, who could compare to your little junior sister? The leading elder replied with hearty laughter. Clad in a flowing white robe that exuded elegance, a warm smile gracing his features, his silver beard cascading to his chest, appearing almost celestial. Continue your conversation. Why involve me? Lu Qingxia retorted playfully, casting a disapproving glance at the elder. He laughed heartily, unperturbed, and they continued their jovial exchanges until they reached the grand reception hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Only Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia brought Mou inside, while the other disciples were attended to elsewhere by the younger disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In addition to the two elderly men, there were several intersect elders present, likely due to Mou's significance. Among them was a proud young man who regarded Mou with evident surprise and astonishment. It was clear he recognized the legendary figure who had once dominated the Eastern domain. However, he refrained from approaching, quickly averting his gaze and returning to a facade of composure and aloofness. Mou smiled faintly, unaffected by the young man's demeanor. Following a few more pleasantries among the elders, Gu Jian then finally set down his teacup and pointed to Mou, addressing the elder in white. This is my disciple, Mou. The elder's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, nearly spilling his tea. He scrutinized Mou for a prolonged moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, a paragon among men, a dragon among phoenixes." His words were sincere, though an unspoken sentiment lingered unvoiced. In that instant, he had surmised Gu Jiannan's intentions likely related to the marriage contract from a century ago. However, what were the current motives behind this visit? Would they seek to fulfill the promise of year? Despite the Xianling sect's current ascendance, hinting at the status of the foremost sect in the Eastern domain, Mou was not the same as he had been in the past, rendering the engagement a rather awkward proposition. The assembled company exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of shock and contemplation, with several furrowing their brows in concern. Chapter 63. Sidu Qingxian and Amp. Oppo's decision after a few polite exchanges. Gu Jianan began to introduce Mou. The elder in the white robe was none other than Dong Shozhua, the former leader of the Tianjin sect, and now its esteemed elder. A master at the mid-level of transformation, he was also the mentor of the current sect leader. Mou, it is an honor to meet you, Elder Dong. Mou quickly rose to pay his respects. Please, be seated. There is no need for such formalities. Dong Shozhua waved his hand repeatedly, his face etched with regret. Had it not been for the incident a century ago, with this child's appearance and demeanor, coupled with his unparalleled talent in the Eastern domain, he and Lingxian would have been a perfect match. What a pity. Gu Jianan continued with the introductions. Next to Dong Shozhua stood the elder in the green robe, his junior, Zhong Wuji, another esteemed elder of the Tianjin sect. He was also a practitioner of the transformation stage, but his stature was notably more imposing than that of Dong Shozhua. His dignified face bore a gentle smile, and his eyes held a profound depth. After introducing himself, Zhong Wuji took the initiative to introduce Mou to the others. The other two esteemed elders of the Tianjin sect were currently in seclusion. The current leader of the Tianjin sect, Wei Tianming, was a stern-looking middle-aged man seated to Zhong Wuji and Appo's right. Dressed in a black robe, his expression was cold and unyielding. Being both Dong Shozhua's eldest disciple and the mentor of Mou's fiancé, Mou had already noticed that Wei Tianming had furrowed his brow in displeasure since the moment their eyes met. He couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering if the man was worried about his intentions regarding marriage. Thankfully, it was a cancellation of the engagement. Otherwise, he would be subjected to unkind scrutiny. Yet he understood, for no mentor would wish for their disciple to marry a man nearing death. He once again cupped his hands and said, I am Mou. Greetings to sect leader Wei. There is no need for such formality. Mo Xiaoyu. Wei Tianming merely nodded in response to his greeting, his demeanor distant yet polite. Mou paid it no mind. As for the others, they were inner elders of the Tianjin sect, and he likewise offered them courteous greetings. Upon completing the introductions, a somewhat haughty young man rose. I am Mu Chun of the Tianjin sect. Greetings to the esteemed seniors of the Xianling sect. After his introduction, he gave a slight bow to Mou, his expression indifferent, uttering not a single word more. He then smiled reservedly, showing no inclination for further pleasantries. Mou could only nod in return, for he had never encountered this individual before. In his earlier years, he had only focused on the prowess of the previous generation's prodigies. Dong Shozhua furrowed his brow slightly. Although Mu Chun was the second most talented among the younger generation of the sect, having reached the late golden core stage at just 400 years of age, his disposition suggested that he would not go far. The first prodigy of the Tianjin sect was none other than Mou's fiancé, Situ Lingxian, a late golden core genius at the age of 280. However, she was notably absent today. As a junior, it was naturally not Mou and Appo's place to speak in such a gathering. He was content to sip tea and enjoy the fruits presented to him. The charming young maidservant beside him, responsible for serving tea, couldn't help but steal glances at him several times. Having lived for 12 years, it was her first time witnessing someone enjoying themselves so thoroughly in such a setting. Truly, as Lingxian's betrothed, he was exceptional. After some time, the conversation turned to the main topic, Dong Shozhua and Appo's expression grew serious. May I inquire, esteemed friends, what brings you to the Tianjin sect today? Gu Jianan sighed deeply, gently placing his teacup down. The engagement we arranged for our juniors years ago now deserves a resolution. Your sect's saintess is extraordinarily gifted and stunningly beautiful. Both we elders and young you are quite satisfied. However, my disciple's injuries have persisted without recovery for a century, and it is with great reluctance that we cannot delay this matter for that young lady any longer. Thus, after much contemplation, we have come today to dissolve the engagement. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence, the expressions of those present becoming complex. They had expected a discussion to solidify the engagement, only to discover it was a proposal for cancellation. The Xianling sect indeed held a particular standard. Dong Shozhua could not help but chuckle ruefully. We appreciate your sect's thoughtful considerations. May we deliberate on this matter before providing a formal response? Very well, Gu Jianan nodded slightly. The so-called deliberation was merely a formality to save face. The Tianjin sect was certainly amenable to the dissolution of the engagement. At this moment, the adorable little maidservant behind Mo Yu had quietly exited the grand hall and was now hastening toward the secluded courtyard. As she reached the entrance, she called out anxiously, "Oh no, Qingxian's sister, you're about to be jilted." "What do you mean I'm about to be jilted?" A melodious voice rang out from within the room, delightful to the ears. Moments later, a beautiful young woman dressed in a red dress emerged, with bright, clear eyes and a graceful figure. Her long black hair was simply tied back with a red ribbon, exuding a clean and tidy demeanor. A dark-hued, ancient sword hung at her waist, adding a touch of heroism to her pure and elegant aura. She was simply stunning. Situ Qingxian, the little maid Linger, hurriedly relayed the events that transpired in the grand hall. Finally, in a disgruntled tone, she complained, "That Mo is truly heartless. He seemed to be enjoying himself so much in the hall. He hasn't come to see Qingxian's sister for 100 years, and now that he finally arrives, he wants to cancel the engagement? What a foolish act." Situ Qingxuan's brows furrowed slightly as she responded calmly, "Do not worry. My marriage cannot be so easily dismissed. 100 years have passed. There is no way he can escape now." "Huh? Qingxian's sister. I heard that Mo is on the brink of death. Are you still going to marry him?" The little maid's face displayed shock. Her inner discontent stemmed not from the engagement being proposed for cancellation, but from the fact that it was initiated by others. She believed that someone like Qingxian deserved a suitor who would strive to win her over, while only she should be the one to propose a cancellation to retain dignity. Although Mo was handsome and had once displayed terrifying talent, how could he possibly not adore Qingxian? After all, many of the older brothers and even uncles within the sect secretly admired her, only to be ignored by her. Could it be that Mo was an oddity who disliked women? She couldn't help but shiver at the thought. After a moment, she heard Situ Qingxian and Appo's voice, tinged with helplessness, asking, "Linger, what are you thinking about again? Why are you not responding when I speak?" The little maid, feeling embarrassed, scratched her head and chuckled. "Qingxian's sister, I was just thinking, do you think Mo might not be fond of women? Otherwise, why would he wish to cancel the engagement?" Situ Qingxian was taken aback by her words and, with a resigned expression, warned, "Stay away from those older brothers and refrain from eavesdropping on their conversations. Do you understand?" "Oh, but do you think Mo truly doesn't like women? Otherwise, why would he want to cancel the engagement?" The little maid's face was filled with confusion. Situ Qingxian felt defeated by her questions and retorted, "You can ask him yourself later." "All right, but will grandfather be displeased? I fear he might scold me." The little maid and Appo's eyes lit up. "Continue to observe him discreetly, and do not let anyone know that I sent you," Situ Qingxian instructed, wishing to change the subject. "Okay, I will keep a close watch." The little maid took off, disappearing from sight. Once the little maid was gone, Situ Qingxian bit her red lip and paced back and forth in the courtyard, a resolute expression flashing across her stunning face. Engaged for a century, yet still harboring thoughts of escape? If you truly believe there is no salvation for you, then I, Situ Qingxian, shall resolutely remain a widow for your sake. With that, she decisively strode toward the grand hall. Chapter 64. The Fair One's inquiry after ensuring that Gu Jiannan and the others were settled. Dong Shouzhua and his companions returned to the grand hall with complex expressions. Their surprise was minimal upon seeing Situ Qingxian burst in, as they had anticipated her arrival. Once Dong Shouzhua and Appo's precious granddaughter had left the hall earlier, it was already speculated that she had gone to deliver a message, thus sparing them the need for explanations. "Qingxian, I presume you're already aware of the intention to annul the engagement. Do you wish to meet that lad?" sighed Dong Shouzhua, his face a mask of regret. Situ Qingxian, with an air of calm, regarded the elder and gently nodded. "Naturally, I wish to meet him. However, I do not consent to the annulment. A virtuous woman does not serve two husbands, having been betrothed to him for a century. How can be dismissed so easily? You refuse to annul the engagement? Dong Shou Zhua exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Wei Tianming, unable to contain his urgency, furrowed his brow and insisted, Qing Xian. That MOU has not only failed to recover his foundation, but remains at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This means he has made no progress in 100 years and is effectively a cripple. With his current level, how many years do you think he has left? Do you truly wish to spend your life in mourning for him? Zhong Wuji, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back and sighed in counsel. Qing Xian, you are still young, with extraordinary talent. You have at least several thousand years ahead of you. Do not squander your future on this matter. You are merely engaged. What need is there for such loyalty? Moreover, he is the one who initiated the annulment. Why persist? C2 Qing Xian gazed steadfastly at her elders. Her beautiful eyes resolute. Master, great uncle, and teacher, we all understand why he proposes to annul the engagement. It is merely because he does not wish to burden me. After our engagement, I have discreetly inquired about him, and for a century he has been my fiancé. I believe my partner should embody his essence. If there is no one else like him in this world, then what harm is there in walking the solitary path? Her tone was calm, yet unwavering. Her exquisitely pure visage radiating determination and resolve, akin to a devotee who has discovered their destined path. As her master, Wei Tianming was acutely aware of the pride and independence concealed beneath her serene demeanor. She was indifferent to many things, eschewing adornments and superficial beauty, and she never cared about others' opinions. Yet once she set her mind on something, even he would find it challenging to alter her course. Wei Tianming felt overwhelmed, yet he could not stand idly by and watch his exceptionally gifted disciple leap into a pit of fire. Even Dong Shou Zhua and Zhong Wu Ji shared this sentiment. Even if she were to ultimately tread the solitary path, there was no need for her to bear the title of MOU's widow, thereby cutting off all avenues for her future. Unfortunately, despite their earnest counsel, C2 Qing Xian remained unyielding. The elders, resigned, took their leave, believing that as long as Xian Ling's sect insisted on the annulment, her reluctance would be of no consequence. This matter was not solely hers to decide. Half an hour later, a charming young girl, visibly reluctant, quietly approached the courtyard where MOU resided. Upon seeing her, MOU was taken aback. He remembered this girl, who had once brought him tea and snacks, and chuckled, "Have you come to deliver food?" The girl rolled her eyes in displeasure. "Humph, all you think about is food. Sister Qing Xian wishes to see you. Hurry and come with me." MOU's face fell in surprise. It was clear that this Sister Qing Xian referred to C2 Qing Xian. But why was she seeking him out at this moment? Was she going to reprimand him? Filled with curiosity, he decided to follow. As MOU followed the little girl, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia exchanged puzzled glances. With their strength, they had overheard the conversation, leaving them bewildered as to why the girl would seek out MOU at that time. However, they chose not to meddle in the affairs of the young. Soon, MOU was led by the girl named Dong Shu Ling to a tranquil and serene courtyard. The space was modest in size, yet exquisitely beautiful. A stunning woman clad in a red long dress, a sword at her waist, sat pensively in a pavilion, lost in thought. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her tall and slender figure exuded an air of grace and valor. Her lustrous black eyes sparkled with intelligence and determination, adding a unique charm to her presence. MOU was left in awe. The holy maiden of the Tianjin sect was indeed a vision of beauty, rivaling even his enchanting senior sisters. Yet, what truly astonished him was the transparent panel appearing above her head. Name: C2 Qing Xian, daughter of destiny. Age: 280, cultivation level, late stage of golden core, physique, innate immaculate sword body, one of the strongest sword bodies in existence. With a naturally clear sword heart, capable of mastering any sword technique instantly. Her swordsmanship talent is formidable. Upon complete conquest, reward of 2 million fortune points. MOU and Oppos. S eyes widened, his heart filled with inner turmoil. He never anticipated that the one he wished to annul his engagement with was, in fact, a daughter of destiny. It seemed that he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, yet he was on the verge of ending their engagement. What was he to do now? At that moment, Situ Qingxian was also sizing up Mou. She had seen his portrait before, which was indeed handsome, but she found that he was even more striking in person. Situ Qingxian fixed her gaze on the little girl observing from the side and smiled warmly. Xiaoling, perhaps you can leave now? The girl pouted in annoyance, protesting loudly. Humph, Sister Qingxian, you're abandoning me. You both can chat. A one-tea interrupt. Situ Qingxian remained silent, merely smiling at her. Her long, delicate fingers tapped lightly on the table. The little girl felt a shiver run down her spine from the gaze and finally stood up, glaring. Sister Qingxian, if you threaten me again, I'll one-tea help you next time. I'll take you to Fu Man Lu for a spirit beast feast. Order whatever you want. I want 2 meals. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Deal. Yay. Sister Qingxian is the best. You two take your time. I'll keep watch for you. With visions of a grand feast in her mind, the little girl cheerfully scampered away. Once she had left, Situ Qingxian turned to Mou, her gaze calm and expressionless. Young Master Mo, please take a seat. I presume you know who I am, so I shall forego further introductions. I have but one question. Why? Do you wish to annul our engagement? At this point, Situ Qingxian and Amp, oppose, as pearly white teeth were audibly clenched, and she forcefully slammed her sword onto the table, her eyes piercing into him with a fierce intensity, as if to imply that a lack of satisfactory explanation would result in a physical confrontation. Chapter 65. Competing for marriage with her family? Mou slowly returned from his daze, then sat down with a bitter smile. He never anticipated that the other party would be so forthright. Moreover, she seemed quite angry, yet her anger was undeniably charming, even a bit endearing. After a brief moment of reflection, he concluded that he should not let a single tree delay the entire forest. Thus, he sincerely stated, I am well aware of my situation. It is highly likely that I will never have the opportunity to recover in this lifetime. I do not wish to hold you back. The reason for my prolonged absence is that I only recently learned of this engagement after emerging from seclusion. Situ Qingxian nodded slightly. Her stunningly beautiful face remained composed, revealing little of her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, her clear and pure eyes fixed on him as she calmly remarked, regardless of the reasons, you have taken a century to come to the decision to annul the engagement. The responsibility lies with you, does it not? Mou helplessly nodded. You may express any demands you have, and I shall comply with what I can. Consider it compensation for the century you have been delayed. The young lady had indeed spoken with conviction, leaving him without a rebuttal. Very well. I shall not annul this marriage, Situ Qingxian stated with a serene demeanor, yet her gaze was resolutely steadfast. Mou was taken aback, staring at her blankly, at a loss for words. Before arriving, he had considered every possible scenario, except for the possibility that she would refuse. He hastily explained, Miss Situ, you may not be aware of my current circumstances. No, I am fully aware. Situ Qingxian interrupted him with a wave of her hand, continuing, ISN and Amp, oppose. T it true that your foundation has been destroyed, and you have yet to recover, with little time left to live? I do not mind. After all, there is no one in the eastern region that I find appealing. If you were to die, I would simply remain a widow. Montag you was utterly dumbfounded. How could he still be so desirable under such circumstances? This defied logic. In truth, the world was vast, and aside from the Qingyan continent, there were other lands. He believed there were certainly other prodigies even more extraordinary than himself. He continued earnestly, you are still so young, having already reached the late stage of the golden core. Your future accomplishments are bound to be remarkable. Do you truly wish to spend the rest of your life alone? When you are old, you will undoubtedly regret the decision you make today. Situ Qingxian looked at him with a peculiar expression, and finally, unable to contain her curiosity, softly asked, Are you perhaps not fond of women? Mou and Amp, oppose. S face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, How could that be? I am perfectly normal. I simply do not wish to hold you back. How absurd to question one's own preferences. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have loved to demonstrate his prowess to her. Then why do you insist on annulling the engagement? Is it because I am not attractive enough? Situ Qingxian and Amp, oppose, as brows furrowed. Of course you are beautiful, akin to a celestial being. However, this is not merely a matter of appearance. It is an impossibility. Then it must be that you still do not like women. A flicker of amusement danced in Situ Qingxuan's eyes, but her expression remained composed. Driven to desperation, Mo gritted his teeth and spoke the unvarnished truth. To be frank, I am somewhat of a flirt, unable to be satisfied with just one partner. However, due to the ties between our two sects, once I marry you, I would have no choice but to refrain from seeking other women, which is why I wish to annul the engagement. Do you understand now? Situ Qingxian stood up, circling around him as she scrutinized him, and finally remarked with confusion, "Indeed, your foundation is only at the foundation establishment stage. If you cannot recover, you have few years left, so how do you plan to pursue other women? With your reputation, you shouldn't end amp, oppose, to be seeking just anyone, right? I have not heard of you being reckless in this regard before. Could it be that you are simply fabricating excuses to annul the engagement?" Situ Qingxuan's gaze was resolute as she calmly regarded him, nodding with a playful smile. "Rest assured, as long as the women you seek possess talents and beauty comparable to mine, I will not interfere. However, do not bring just any woman home. I cannot afford to lose face." Internally amused, she thought it laughable that he would try to deceive himself with such fabrications. Did he truly think she was an innocent and naive young girl? What a joke! At that moment, Mo's heart stirred. How understanding and considerate she was. The key was that she was a woman of destiny. As for restrictions, he intended to seek women of destiny, and in terms of beauty and talent, they would not differ greatly from her. It would hardly affect his pursuit. Yet what about the Tianjin sect? He had already declared his intention to annul the engagement. Would they suddenly accept a reversal? Especially that Master Wei, who could hardly wait for him to leave. The difficulty was immense. Noticing his hesitance, Situ Qingxian suddenly realized. "You are worried that my master and ancestors will not agree?" "Yes." Mou instinctively nodded. Situ Qingxuan's lips curled into a smile, a radiant expression that quickened hearts. Mou found her appearance captivating, so enchanting that he almost wished to touch her to see if her heart raced as fast as his. Feeling his gaze upon her, Situ Qingxian and Amp, Oppo's cheeks flushed, her pristine eyes could not help but glance at him. "Do not worry, as long as you remain steadfast in not annulling the engagement. I will ensure there are no issues on my side. I will convince them. You may return now and await my news." "All right." Mou nodded in a daze. He truly could not comprehend why she would take such a stance. With the annulment unresolved, why did it feel as though they were now competing for marriage? And against her own family, no less? Upon returning to his residence, Gu Jian Nan summoned him, and Lu Qingxia was also present. The two elders looked at him with concern etched on their faces, asking, "Little you, what did that girl want with you? Indeed, she did not give you a hard time, did she?" From their perspective, after a century of delay, her first encounter was to annul the engagement. If the girl had genuine grievances, it would be understandable. However, if she dared to overstep, that would be absolutely unacceptable. After all, while it appeared that the Xinling sect was at fault, the Tianjin sect was also preparing for contingencies. Neither side could point fingers at the other. Did they not see the relief on the faces of those who heard about the annulment? Their anticipation was palpable. What would they think if they knew that Mou's foundation had already recovered? Mou shook his head with an odd expression. "It's nothing." She merely wanted to discuss the annulment. Lu Qingxia's expression soured instantly, snorting, "After we have taken the initiative to annul the engagement, why is she so eager? Could it be that she cannot wait for her next suitor? That disciple of Dong Shouju is truly lacking in decorum." Gu Jianan added, equally displeased. "Well, she did not say anything particularly harsh, just that. She is unwilling to annul the engagement." Mou said with an awkward look at the two elders. "What? She is unwilling to annul?" The two elders were instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 66. No withdrawal from the engagement. Lu Qingxia was instantly taken aback, utterly unable to fathom this outcome. How could an unparalleled genius, endowed with extraordinary talent, cling so stubbornly to this engagement? If this were before Xiaoyu's injury, it would have been entirely reasonable. However, under the current circumstances, such thinking was beyond the realm of normalcy. What was his motive? They had never met before. making any emotional connection impossible. The fact that Xiao Yu's foundational recovery was a secret within the sect only added to her confusion. Gu Jiannan, equally stunned, exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Qingxia before shaking his head and forcing a wry smile. How could this girl be so resolute? Why wouldn't she consider withdrawing? Suddenly, Lu Qingxia realized, "Wait, Xiao Yu, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to withdraw as well?" Mo Yu sheepishly scratched his head and replied with a bitter smile. "Fourth martial uncle, I have promised her." Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Promised? No, Xiao Yu, we cannot deceive this young lady." Earlier, she had assumed the girl was pressuring Xiao Yu to break off the engagement, which had irked her. Yet now, discovering the girl's earnestness and discernment, she felt reluctant to allow her junior to deceive her. "Xiao Yu, if we cheat her and she finds out about your situation, let alone the fact that your foundational recovery is a secret, you already have 2 partners at home. How could she possibly agree? Even if she were willing, the Heavenly Sword sect would never permit it." Though Gu Jiannan remained silent, the expression on his face indicated he shared similar thoughts, prompting Mo Yu to smile ruefully. "Master Ancestor, do you believe I am that kind of person? Oh, that is a relief. Otherwise, I would truly feel embarrassed to face her elders again." Gu Jiannan exhaled, only to be filled with concern again. "How did you phrase it? You didn't reveal your foundational recovery, did you?" He had every reason to worry, although the rumors surrounding the blissful fairy seemed to have faded for the moment. With his sudden advancement to the later stages of the transformation god phase and the emergence of the giant spirit sword, the populace would likely cling even more fervently to those rumors. They had not overlooked these circumstances. It was merely a reluctant decision of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Had they not showcased their martial prowess to intimidate the 5 major sects, the outcome for the Xianling sect would have been unpredictable. Thus, until the situation stabilized completely, they dared not allow Xiao Yu's circumstances to be publicly exposed, including to the Heavenly Sword sect. Just 3 days after the engagement was established, they had faced a siege and assassination attempt. Who could ascertain if there were conspirators within the Heavenly Sword sect? It was imperative to proceed with caution. Observing the 2 elders, Mo Yu awkwardly murmured, "I told her that I could never have only one partner in this lifetime," and she agreed. She said as long as her talent and appearance were not inferior to hers, she would not interfere with me. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. It seemed their thoughts had failed to keep pace with the younger generation. While having multiple wives was common, a lady of such exceptional caliber willing to share a husband was exceedingly rare. Not everyone was as indulgent and fond of Xiao Yu as Ru Yu and Xiaoro. With a pained expression, Gu Jiannan stood up, nearly pulling out a few strands of his white beard. "Xiao Yu, if you and that girl are mutually interested, and your sisters do not oppose, your master will not stand in your way. However, without revealing your circumstances, how can we secure the Heavenly Sword sect's consent?" Lu Qingxia, however, displayed a commanding demeanor. "As long as that girl is unwilling to withdraw from the engagement, that is sufficient. This betrothal was established over a century ago by the elders of both families. It cannot simply be changed at will." Gu Jiannan, exasperated, retorted, "But we are the ones initiating the withdrawal. Are we not still engaged? Can we not change our minds?" He found himself momentarily at a loss against his junior sister's somewhat unreasonable argument. Yet, how could the Heavenly Sword sect possibly agree? Compared to the past, Xiao Yu was now perceived as a mere waste on the surface. The Xianling sect, though powerful, was in a precarious situation, surrounded by watchful eyes and potential enemies. Should the Heavenly Sword sect ally with them, the pressures and risks would be considerable, with little to gain. They were currently in a stable position, having no need for allies, especially not with a sect that brought its own troubles. After a prolonged contemplation, Gu Jiannan suddenly turned to his junior sister and cautiously suggested, "Dong, Shoujua, has he been stuck in the mid-stage of the transformation god for quite some time? Senior brother, are you suggesting we offer him a breakthrough pill?" Lu Qingxiao's eyes widened in surprise. If that were the case, the betrothal gift would be monumental. "It's not me giving it, but Xiao Yu. Moreover, we cannot simply present it to him. He must come to us in request," Gu Jiannan said with a slight smile, his weary eyes sparkling with a hint of wisdom. I'll subtly hint to him, and they will naturally seek us out. There's no rush. Being overly eager diminishes its value. Montague, bewildert, listend in Confusion. Why does Master Ancestor seem somewhat unfamiliar now? That expression, it resembles that of a cunning old fox. However, his confidence surged. Once he successfully captivated Situ Lingxian, his available luck would significantly increase. Who could comprehend the anguish of possessing a trove of treasures, yet lacking the currency to acquire them? Senior brother, shall we visit that Dong fellow for tea? Mou suggested. That old fellow merely watched as the Xianling sect faced peril. How inconsiderate of him. Lu Qingxia stood and made for the exit. Yet, despite her words, she bore no genuine resentment, for she would have acted similarly. Each individual had their own responsibilities to uphold. True freedom was a luxury few could afford. Gu Jianan hurriedly followed with a wry smile. With nothing else to do, Mou found his way outside, where he encountered the equally bored Yang Mu and the others. Just as they were about to explore the Heavenly Sword sect, they spotted Mu Chun approaching with several young cultivators, his demeanor cold. Mo brother, are you going out for a stroll? How about I show you around? Mu Chun forced a stiff smile, seeing the discomfort etched on his face. Mou felt a tinge of sympathy and curiously inquired, if you clearly do not wish to smile, why force yourself? What do you mean by that, Mo brother? Mu Chun's face flushed with embarrassment, anger flickering in his eyes. Nothing. We'll manage on our own. You may carry on. Mou replied dismissively, uninterested in further engagement. Although he was unaware of the source of Mu Chen's hostility, it was evident that he was harboring ill thoughts. He had no desire to partake in their childish games. Without another glance, he led his companions forward. Mu Chun's expression stiffened, the forced smile vanishing as he hesitated before stepping in front of Mou. Gritting his teeth, I heard you came here to break off your engagement with the saintess? While it is true you are unworthy of Sister Lingxian, it should not be you who proposes this. How can you tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Sword sect? Mou nearly laughed in disbelief, casting a disinterested glance at him before impatiently retorting, and what can you do about it? Mu Chun's face flushed crimson, consumed by a feeling of profound humiliation as he growled, Mou, this is not the past. Do you still think of yourself as the greatest prodigy of the Eastern region? What gives you the right to speak to me with such arrogance? The companions beside him mirrored his ire. However, as they prepared to voice their support, 3 icy shouts interrupted them. Who the hell are you to speak to our young master like that? The jester dares to challenge. Are you seeking your demise? Chun Feixiong spoke with a coarseness, his words as unrestrained and succinct as ever. In stark contrast, Yang Mu exhibited a demeanor that was both haughty and tempestuous. Upon concluding his statement, the 3 stepped forward in unison, their gazes icy and fixed upon the opposing group, the malice in their eyes surging like a tempest. Chapter 67. A blow to his face. Mu Chun, who had always been regarded as a top talent among the younger generation of the Tianjin sect, could hardly endure such scorn. However, upon glancing at the 3 individuals before him, his complexion darkened further. 2 of them exuded an aura that matched his own, while the one who spoke so arrogantly possessed an unfathomable strength. The lack of clarity regarding the other's cultivation level sent a jolt through Mu Chun and Appo's heart when he recalled how they referred to Mou. Could it be that these 3 were followers of Mou? Despite his previous disdain for Mou, he was well aware of the latter's remarkable feats, including having once attracted 10 exceptional followers. This realization momentarily embarrassed him. Yet, considering they were within the Tianjin sect, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Moreover, his pride would not allow him to bow his head. What would the other disciples think? How disappointed would junior sister Lingxian be? With thoughts of Lingxian revitalizing his courage, his eyes regained their indomitable composure and confidence. He laughed heartily, proclaiming, the Xianling sect truly boasts great power. Do they think there is no one in the Tianjin sect? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura befitting a late-stage golden core cultivator erupted from him, his figure radiating vitality. Coupled with his handsome features, he indeed seemed like an extraordinary prodigy. At least the disciples behind him gazed upon him with admiration. At 400 years of age, A late-stage golden core cultivator was considered exceptionally gifted even among the younger generation in the eastern region. Transitioning into the nascent soul stage was merely a matter of time. However, to MOU, this was at best mediocre, bordering on passable. Hence, he found little patience for such provocations. Observing Mu Chun and Amp, Oppos, has self-assured demeanor. He couldn't and Oppos. T helped but chuckle and shake his head. If a 400-year-old reaching late-stage golden core is the pinnacle of talent in the Tianjin sect, that is truly quite ordinary. So please refrain from seeking validation before me. It would be quite embarrassing. Yang Mu, teach him what true talent is. Yes, young master. Yang Mu responded respectfully, and then soared to an open space nearby. With a casual flick of his finger, he beckoned Mu Chun below, saying, I am precisely 401 years old this year, so let us make it one hand. Don't worry, I'll 1T take your life. Just come up and take a beating. One hand for just a year older? And come up to take a beating? Is this what you call dignity? Such a humiliation. Mu Chun felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Breathing heavily, he glared fiercely at Yang Mu and shouted, Fine. Today, Mu Chun, will let you know that the Tianjin sect and Oppos, as prodigies, are not to be humiliated by you. With that, he charged forward without any preamble, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying sword light. This was a genuine sword strike using a mid-grade spirit weapon, enhancing the wielder's power by a staggering 30%, a rare treasure indeed. Given that most practitioners of the Tianjin sect were sword cultivators, their offensive capabilities were especially fierce. The sword aura, akin to a whirlwind, enveloped Yang Mu in an instant, casting a radiant light that left him with nowhere to hide. Mu Chen's eyes were cold. He intended to make this arrogant individual pay dearly. He was fully aware that he, Mu Chun, was not someone who could be bullied without consequence. Of course, his heightened seriousness also stemmed from the opponent's strength. It was inscrutable. Yet, in the face of his onslaught, Yang Mu remained unfazed, casually slicing downward with a single finger, effortlessly fulfilling his promise of using one hand while attacking barehanded. The astonishing sword light flickered and vanished. Mu Chun breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that his opponent had not used a sword. Yet, as the realization struck him, a wave of shame surged within. But upon seeing the sword light, panic began to creep into his heart. This power, something felt amiss. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the terrifying sword aura directed at Yang Mu was cleaved in two by the fleeting sword light, akin to a curtain of water being split. The sword strike continued unabated, aiming straight for Mu Chun and Amp, Oppos' head, maintaining its ferocity and speed like a shooting star. The commotion had long attracted numerous disciples to gather and observe. In the distance, even more disciples rushed over. Look, someone is sparring over there. And it's senior brother Mu Chun. Let us go see. His opponent appears unfamiliar. Could he be a disciple from an external sect? Indeed, I saw him this morning. He is a disciple from the Xianling sect. What led to their conflict? The Tianjin sect typically allowed leniency among its disciples sparring. However, it was quite rare for guests to engage in such confrontations directly above their quarters. Those with keen insight began to piece together the situation. Who was unaware of senior brother Mu Chun and Amp, Oppos' admiration for Saintess Lingxian, now that the Xianling sect had suddenly come to break off the engagement. He would certainly seek to defend the honor of the Saintess. Even if the broken engagement brought him joy, he would not miss the chance to curry favor with her. Many gazed with envious and jealous eyes, whispering their regrets. Alas, how did I miss such a golden opportunity? Indeed, being rejected like that must have infuriated Saintess Lingxian. If he could help her vent her anger, she would surely remember him. But what good does that do? Can you compete with the other senior brothers and uncles? Exactly. And those uncles would hardly compete with us juniors for a partner. Even without the uncles, Mu Chun was not someone they could rival. At that moment, the crowd was abruptly stunned by the sight of Mu Chun being sent flying hundreds of meters away by a single strike. Had the Tianjin sect and Oppos, as second greatest prodigy, truly been defeated so easily? Was it really that absurd? Could that young man be a nascent soul cultivator? As this realization dawned, the onlookers fell into stunned silence. Finally, someone recognized Yang Mu's face and exclaimed, "This person is a follower of MOU. I heard him shout MOU's name earlier today. No way. Even if MOU is incapacitated, he still has a nascent soul-level follower? And such a young one at that?" The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying their shock. They turned their gaze towards the tall figure engaged in battle below. Their emotions complex. An era-S prodigy, even reduced to a cripple, still had such an extraordinary talent willing to follow him without abandon. What charm did he possess? Some familiar faces could not help but inquire among Mu Chun's companions. Upon learning the circumstances, they wore peculiar expressions. No way. He saw trouble with MOU. And MOU completely disregarded him? Well, that is quite the loss of face. Some who had previously been annoyed by Mu Chun's arrogance nearly burst into laughter. Yet, out of respect for their sect, they stifled their amusement. At that moment, unwilling to accept defeat, Mu Chun was once again struck down by Yang Mu's sword. Fortuitously landing at MOU's feet, his aura diminished. To an outsider, it would appear as though he were kneeling before MOU in supplication. The sight caused Mu Chun, already injured, to finally spit out a mouthful of blood, unable to contain himself. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as MOU took an abrupt leap back, distancing himself several meters. Though he said nothing, the disdain etched on his face was as if he were avoiding a pile of filth. Observing MOU and Appo's expression and sensing the peculiar gazes around him, overwhelmed by humiliation and anger, could no longer endure the indignity. He gasped for breath and bellowed furiously, "You are nothing but a worthless creature relying on others and Appo's power. How dare you look at me with such disdain? What gives you the right to do so?" Enraged and humiliated, he shouted until his voice was hoarse, his face contorted with fury. Whose eyes had once been calm, now turned utterly frigid, his voice sharp as a blade. "Make sure his face is swollen. I want to see at least 3 of his teeth fall out. Understood, young master." As these words echoed, the surrounding murmurs abruptly ceased, leaving the atmosphere steeped in silence. Chapter 68. The agitated and distressed way Tianming having encountered Sister Situ, the Holy Maiden, and Uncle Situ. The crowd expressed their admiration or reverence towards Situ Lingxian with polite bows, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and fervor. This remarkable female prodigy, though both she and Mu Chun had reached the late golden core stage, were of entirely different calibers. Mu Chun only ascended to this stage at nearly 400 years of age, while Situ Lingxian, at merely 280, had been in this realm for a decade. The breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was imminent for her, and her transition to the divine transformation stage seemed almost assured. Some even compared her talent to that of Lu Yuyan, a comparison that soared to celestial heights. One must note that Lu Yuyan was widely regarded as the foremost female prodigy in the Eastern domain for millennia. Her extraordinary cultivation aptitude was only slightly inferior to that of the former MOU, thoroughly overwhelming in comparison to others. Thus, Situ Lingxian was nurtured as a prospective future sect leader. From that moment onward, the upper echelons of the Tianjin sect had no intention of marrying her off to an outsider. The Xianling sect was no exception. It was irrelevant whether MOU was incapacitated. Even if he were intact and the sect leader, he would not suffice, unless he were to switch allegiance to the Tianjin sect, which was contingent upon his ability to reclaim his former self. Presently, Montague was merely a useless individual. This sentiment resonated with all disciples of the Tianjin sect, including the recently recovered Mu Chun, who was missing 6 teeth. The increasingly terrifying talent of Lingxian's sister destined her to wed someone within the sect. No one would willingly bestow a genius on another unless someone could offer terms that even the Tianjin sect's higher-ups would find irresistible. Otherwise, he would remain one of the most fortunate candidates. The reason for the one-of was due to some shameless uncles competing against the younger generation. Such shamelessness and disregard for martial ethics. Mu Chun instinctively gritted his teeth, wincing in pain. MOU is my fiancé. Anyone who is unsatisfied may challenge me to a duel. Upon uttering these words, the disciples of the Tianjin sect were left dumbfounded, disbelief and shock flashing in their eyes. Prior to this, none had anticipated such a declaration, not even Mo, who was taken aback by his fiancée's directness. He couldn't help but glance at the beautiful woman seriously fastening her sword to her waist. At that moment, Situ Qingxian appeared both fierce and striking. Mu Chun, too, was momentarily stupefied, soon replaced by anguish. Even after losing 6 teeth, he had not felt such pain. In a fleeting moment, the expression of torment morphed into fury and resentment. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his pale and contorted face as he let out a furious roar. Qingxian sister, why? He has become a useless person. Why do you still choose him? In what way am I inferior? This question lingered not only in Mu Chan and Appo's mind, but also echoed among all disciples present at the Tianjin sect. The once revered Mo now appeared as worthless as refuse. Why did he deserve such favor? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? Yet, in the realm of cultivation, a man and Appo's looks were trivial. Only talent and strength constituted a man and Appo's worth. Could the holy maiden be so naive? Situ Qingxian cast a cold glance at Mu Chun and replied earnestly, "In my eyes, you pale in comparison to him." This piercing remark shattered Mu Chun's last shred of pride, rendering his complexion ashen as if he were a ghost. The onlooking disciples of the Tianjin sect felt as if they had suffered a stab, their hearts bleeding profusely. It hurt deeply. Not only the disciples, but even several elders felt a pang of sorrow, especially upon witnessing the radiant smile of Mo. Everyone gritted their teeth in hatred. It was this scoundrel who had stolen the heart of their holy maiden. Fortunately, his arrogant demeanor would surely complicate the already slim chances of this union. This was not a decision the holy maiden could fully control. Observing the several elderly figures approaching from the horizon, all but a few female disciples, the Tianjin sect members erupted in a chorus of scornful laughter. How brazen he is within the Tianjin sect. Let's see how he accounts for this. They jeered. The arrogant will inevitably face retribution. The holy maiden may be easily deceived, but our esteemed elders shall not be blinded by the schemes of petty individuals. Situ Qingxian's eyes turned icy in an instant as she strode toward the loudest disciples. However, Mo grasped her hand and gently shook his head, and Appo's as inconsequential. Their barking is unworthy of our attention. He did not wish for her to be embroiled in conflict with her peers. Moreover, he could not allow her to lead the charge while he merely spectated. Yet, to confront all disciples of the Tianjin sect directly would be inviting unnecessary trouble. Such matters were best left to the sect's higher-ups. Observing his calm demeanor, Situ Qingxian regarded him quizzically, her gaze fixed on their intertwined hands, silent yet contemplative. Mo, maintaining a serene smile, released her hand without offering an explanation. Some matters are best left unspoken. After several scrutinizing glances, Situ Qingxian, seeing his unwavering calmness, began to harbor doubts. Could it truly have been unintentional? Though they were bound by a betrothal, without the elders and Appo's consent, she could not be overly familiar with him. Regardless of her disregard for trivialities, a maiden must retain her dignity and self-love, especially in a public setting. Yet, the scene they had just created had left the surrounding spectators astonished. They had anticipated the holy maiden to reprimand the scoundrel. Instead, they exchanged glances of affection. It was utterly outrageous. The most heartbroken were undoubtedly Mu Chun and the other suitors of the holy maiden. They felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon them. The holy maiden, whom they regarded as flawless, had been led astray by that shameless rogue, and the key was, the holy maiden appeared unfazed. Even Wei Tianming and Appo's expression shifted upon witnessing Qingxian holding hands with that young man. What was this situation? He had merely opposed their union. Yet this girl reacted so fiercely. Wei Tianming felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Disciples had encountered the sect leader and several elders. The sect leader had been stirred. The disciples of the Tianjin sect regarded Mo with gleeful malice, excitement, and smugness. In Mu Chan's eyes, a flicker of hope reignited. The holy maiden's choice of spouse was not solely her decision. The dictates of the sect were paramount. Wei Tianming's expression darkened. He had been apprised of the situation beforehand. Truthfully, he was furious. Inviting guests into one's domain only to be assaulted? It was outrageous to hold onto a victory while humiliating their own prodigy by knocking out 6 of her teeth. Such arrogance and disdain for others. Regardless of the circumstances leading to this, he demanded an explanation. Otherwise, where would the face of the Tianjin sect be? He believed that even if the elders of the Xianling sect arrived, they would find it difficult to intervene. Yet, recalling the excitement on the faces of his own master and uncle earlier, he was left perplexed. What had those 2 elders of the Xianling sect said to his master to elicit such uncharacteristic enthusiasm? Disciple pays respects to the master. Situ Qingxian bowed respectfully. Wei Tianming finally set aside his lingering doubts, furrowing his brow and glaring at her with frustration. Though he initially intended to ignore her, he instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing his reaction, he turned away in irritation to face Mou, coldly huffing. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation regarding this matter. Chapter 69. The Art of Hospitality. Sima Qingxian hastily bowed and explained, Master, it was Mu Chun who took the initiative to provoke Mou, and then I asked him to step aside first, and we would discuss your issue later. Witnessing his disciple defending Mou at this moment, Wei Tianming felt an acute pang in his heart, akin to raising a well-behaved daughter for years only to have her eloped by a rogue. The frustration was unbearable. Who could understand? Qingxian, it's all right. I will clarify everything with the sect master Wei, Mou said with a gentle smile, shaking his head at Sima Qingxian. A flicker of subtle emotion passed through her beautiful eyes, and she nodded lightly. However, the mere mention of Qingxian struck Wei Tianming like a dagger, causing him to inhale sharply. Was it only the first day of their acquaintance, and already so familiar? This boy was slick-tongued and clearly untrustworthy. How could this girl have taken a liking to him? Ultimately, he suppressed his urge to scold and resolved to teach this lad a lesson today. Montague, oblivious to these sentiments, recognized that sect master Wei had not taken a liking to him since their initial meeting. He could easily surmise the reason. His precious little swan was suddenly to wed a useless man on the brink of death. The crux was that his little swan was obstinate, insisting on marrying that good-for-nothing. If he were in Wei Tianming's position, he would be furious, perhaps even more so. Thus, he could empathize. However, understanding did not equate to agreement. Mou was a person of exceptional talent destined for greatness. Who in this world was more worthy of Sima Qingxian than he? With a smug smile inwardly, he recounted the events succinctly. Mu Chun deliberately sought out provocation, and I permitted my subordinate to compete with him. Your man lost, and, rather than accepting defeat, resorted to insults. I, feeling displeased, had my subordinate teach him another lesson. It was a fair match, after all. Both of us are of the same age, and my subordinate only used one hand without utilizing any spiritual artifacts. Sect Master Wei. In this situation, I believe my restraint is evident. If anyone else dared to humiliate me in such a manner, they might not have the opportunity to stand so freely afterward. Mou regarded Wei Tianming with calm composure. Although he did not wish to become adversaries with the Heavenly Sword sect, it did not mean he would allow himself to be wronged. Anyone who displeased him would find themselves in a worse predicament. Was that not fair? Wei Tianming's expression darkened. He felt that Mou and Oppo's actions were indeed overbearing and lacked the requisite respect for the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Sword sect had initiated the provocation. What could he possibly say? In a different sect, he would not have needed to reason so. Yet, this was the Xianling sect. They had always been the ones to act unreasonably. There was no way for others to take advantage of them. Moreover, the Xianling sect was currently experiencing unprecedented strength and prosperity. Mu Chen's face was grim as he stammered. The process was similar. But my disciple only wished to befriend Mou, which led him to invite him on an outing. Who knew he would be so arrogant, utterly dismissing our Heavenly Sword sect disciples? I was provoked and impulsively sought to debate with him, only for him to command his subordinates, the nascent soul cultivators, to fight. After my disciple and Amp, Oppos, S defeat. In a moment of frustration, he uttered some heated words. This incited MOU and Amp, Oppos, S fury, who once again directed his nascent soul cultivators to ruthlessly attack my defeated disciple, leading to the loss of 6 teeth. His arrogance is insufferable, showing utter disregard for our heavenly sword sect. Although Mu Chan wished to embellish his tale further, he lacked the courage to deceive the sect master in front of so many witnesses. He could only downplay the situation, repeatedly emphasizing that the adversary was a nascent soul cultivator while slyly attempting to position MOU as the antagonist against their sect. From his words, a picture emerged of an arrogant and unreasonable MOU, while he himself, despite his defeat, had fallen to a nascent soul cultivator. The issue of age went unmentioned, making it seem as if he had been bullied by others. After listening, MOU couldn't and Oppos T help but commend him for his talent. However, he was merely of village-level caliber. Outside the village, he would be easily defeated. As the head of a sect, Wei Tianming should have had the discernment to see through this. Yet, MOU underestimated the depth of Wei Tianming's resentment towards him. Upon hearing Mu Chen's account, Wei Tianming feigned ignorance, disregarding the context entirely. Regardless of the cause, since you chose to resolve this through debate, why do you still command your subordinates to act violently after the outcome has been determined? Is this the style of the Xianling sect? You were once considered a prodigy, yet now you lean on your subordinates for victory and still pursue relentlessly. Do you not feel ashamed? MOU could not help but admire the audacity of these old foxes. He had no desire to prolong the argument and directly inquired, how does Sect Master Wei intend to handle this? Wei Tianming fell into contemplation. It was quite a dilemma. A light response would fail to restore the Heavenly Sword sect and Oppos S honor, while a heavy hand would displease the other party, and he could not afford to be forceful. Otherwise, if Gu Jianan intervened, even he would lose face. At that moment, an elder beside him suddenly smiled and spoke, Sect Master, I believe this matter need not be overly complicated. Since Mu Chan lost 6 teeth, let the assailant return 6 teeth to him. His reasoning was simple. Although MOU was currently considered useless, he was the esteemed disciple of Lu Yuyan, the sect leader, and thus held a high status. Punishing him would likely be unrealistic. However, punishing a subordinate who directly committed the act of violence seemed feasible. Surely, MOU Wuden and Oppos T be unwilling to grant such a concession, especially considering his desire to marry their saintess. This way, everyone would have a way out, achieving a win-win situation. After listening, Wei Tianming did not voice his opinion, tacitly agreeing. Thank you, Sect Master and Uncle Wu, for advocating for me. I would like to handle it myself. Mu Chan gritted his teeth and bowed. Despite feeling somewhat unwilling, he recognized that the Sect Master did not wish to directly hold MOU accountable, so he dared not voice any further objections. However, punishing Yang Mu would also serve to slap MOU and Oppos S face, which could be considered a form of vindication. He shot a resentful glare at MOU, then turned to Yang Mu, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of revenge. Yet, upon seeing the calm expressions of both MOU and Yang Mu, he couldn't help but mutter in annoyance, feigning calmness, just wait and see how I humiliate you. Sima Qingxuan's expression turned icy. She was about to step forward when MOU preemptively caught her. At that moment, Elder Wu turned to MOU and smiled. MOU, do you have any objections to this approach? MOU shot him a cold glance and replied, haha, quite fair and reasonable. Let that Mu fellow return the favor himself. Elder Wu stroked his white beard, chuckling with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Enemies should be resolved rather than exacerbated. Cough, cough. Mu Chun, be mindful of your strength. Hearing MOU and Oppos S agreement, Mu Chan finally sighed in relief. He had genuinely feared that the other party would retaliate fiercely. Now it was his turn to perform. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect erupted in cheers, their faces alight with the joy of victory. Yet in the next moment, MOU and Oppos S words silenced the entire assembly. Yang Mu, giving your all is the greatest respect for your opponent. Do not underestimate Mu Chun any longer. Yes, young master. Young Mu nodded quietly, showing no surprise. Yin Wuji and Chun Feixiong both wore amused expressions, as if they had anticipated this outcome. However, Wei Qianming's countenance had long since darkened like water. The suppressed resentment in his chest could no longer be contained as he roared. Mo Yu, do you truly believe that this master dares not strike you? Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a voice, more furious than his own, swiftly erupted from the direction of the reception hall. Wei Tianming, I see that you have grown wings. Is this how I have taught you to treat your guests? As the words fell, for elderly figures, brimming with rage, instantaneously materialized in the scene. Chapter 70. Bewildered Wei Tianming at the forefront. A white-haired elder with a face of fury was none other than Dong Shoujua, the supreme elder of the Tianjin sect, who also happened to be the master of the current sect leader, Wei Tianming. Following closely behind was another supreme elder, Zhong Wuji, equally filled with disappointment and frustration. In stark contrast, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia, who trailed behind, wore expressions of calm indifference, as if the unfolding events were of no concern to them. Observing Elder Dong's furious demeanor, one could mistakenly believe that Mo Yu was his own disciple. After all, it was the disciples of the Tianjin sect who were being bullied. Yet, the situation seemed to suggest that the true victims were the aggressors. All disciples of the Tianjin sect were taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion, including Wei Tianming himself. His master had always been amiable and, since bestowing the position of sect leader upon him, had focused solely on breaking through to the later stages of the transformation realm, seldom concerning himself with trivial matters. Although today and Appo's incident involved the Xinling sect and had a hint of impropriety, it was hard to believe that his master would publicly chastise him. Was it due to Gu Jiannan's recent breakthrough to the later stages of the transformation realm? After all, the sect had its own powerful ancestors to rely upon. There was no need for such humiliation. Am I not worthy of your response as the leader of this sect? Dong Shoujua's voice thundered as he observed Wei Tianming's days. If it weren't for the fact that Wei had grown up and was now the leader, Dong would have truly wished to slap him. Master, esteemed elder, regarding today's matter, Wei Tianming attempted to explain, but before he could finish, he was interrupted, not by Dong Shoujua this time, but by Zhong Wuji, who reproached him with a stern expression. Tianming, let us set aside the details for now. It is not your place, as an elder, to intervene in disputes among the younger generation. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyu is a guest of our Tianjin sect, and with his elders present, it is not your responsibility to adjudicate. Should you first extend an apology? Wei Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. As the sect leader, how could he not stand up for his own disciples when they were wronged? Was he not even allowed to handle the situation? Things had never been this way before, but given that the admonishment came from his master and his uncle, he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Uncle, you are right. It was indeed my disciple who acted impolitely. Turning to Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia, he bowed respectfully. I apologize for my rashness in handling the matter. Please do not take offense. Not at all. Please recount the events leading up to this incident. If any of our disciples have acted disrespectfully, I shall not let it go unpunished. Gu Jiannan replied with a slight smile, glancing at the composed Mo Yu, feeling reassured. Ever since childhood, Mo Yu had been astute, and even if he were to engage in conflict, he would ensure he held the moral high ground. This time would surely be no different. Seeing that the two were inquiring, Wei Tianming hurriedly began to explain the situation, seizing the opportunity to avoid having to apologize to Mo Yu and the others. To apologize to that young man was something he was reluctant to do. Master, it was Mu Chun who came seeking Mo Yu's company. After being rebuffed, he felt aggrieved and subsequently challenged him to a debate. Perhaps after losing, he was unwilling to accept defeat and spoke some harsh words, resulting in Mo Yu instructing his subordinates to knock out a few of his teeth. This version of events leaned heavily in favor of Mo Yu. Wei Tianming wasn't foolish enough to overlook the underlying connotations in Mu Chun's earlier words. While he chose not to pursue that matter, he dared not use it to deceive his master. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. The inclinations of the two supreme elders were evident. They wished to avoid offending the Xianling sect. The Tianjin sect was not in the right in this affair. Even if they were, it seemed they would choose to let it slide. As anticipated, upon hearing Wei Tianming and Amp, Oppo's S account, both Dong Shoujua and Zhong Wuji's expressions darkened. Their gazes towards Mu Chan were filled with disappointment and anger. What nonsense about seeking companionship! During their first meeting in the Great Hall, he had barely acknowledged MOU. And now he feigned kindness in seeking an invitation. One could overlook a youthful arrogance, as it was natural for the young to be prideful. Yet, now he had come to provoke a guest out of selfishness, and after losing, resorted to vile insults? Such narrow-mindedness was truly disgraceful. How could one expect to go far with such a disposition? Dong Shoujua glared icily at Mu Chan, suppressing his rage. Is there any injustice in what I have said? Mu Chan's complexion turned pale. He longed to argue, but realized it was futile with so many witnesses to his disgrace. He could only grit his teeth and nod. It was I who brought shame upon the sect. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dong Shoujua scolded. As a sword cultivator, what is there to fear in defeat? To shy away from confronting one's own shortcomings is disgraceful. You approached him for a debate. Upon losing, you should have gracefully apologized and departed. At worst, you could return another day. Yet you chose to act like a shrew, hurling insults instead. What use is your sword? What path of cultivation do you pursue? Thankfully, today was merely a discussion among peers. Had this been outside, you would have met your end long ago. Dong Shoujua exhaled a long breath, casting a sharp glance at all the disciples around him. Warning, you all must remember today's events. Yes, we shall heed the teachings of our esteemed elder. The disciples echoed in unison, their faces marked with shame. Just moments ago, they had hoped for their sect to intervene and reclaim lost dignity through other means, yet few had considered the prospect of challenging Yangmu themselves, knowing they would be outmatched. Those capable of fighting were often of unequal status. Observing the disciples around him, and then glancing at the composed MOU and his companions, Dong Shoujua felt a pang of bitterness. Why did the Tianjin sect not possess such a genius? Frustrated, Dong Shoujua turned back to Mu Chun and bellowed, "Apologize to the Xianling sect at once. After that, retreat to the Qingxin cliff for seclusion. Do not emerge until you have reached the nascent soul stage." "Yes," Mu Chun replied, his face filled with despair. Following this incident, any chance he had with his fellow disciple Qingxian had essentially vanished. It was now clear to even the most naive that she harbored feelings for that young man. The attitude of the elder generation in the sect had also begun to shift, becoming ambiguous. The gazes directed at him felt piercing, shattering what little self-esteem he had left. "Today's events were my fault. I beg your forgiveness," Mu Chan said, bowing deeply to MOU before hastily leaving. Dong Shoujua and the others refrained from further commentary. Whether he could vanquish this inner demon was a matter only he could resolve. No one else could assist him. As Dong Shoujua, who had initially been filled with wrath, turned to MOU, his expression transformed entirely, adopting a kind and gentle demeanor, as warm as a spring breeze. "Ah, little you, it's rare for you to visit. You must stay a few more days. The scenery of the Tianjin sect is truly splendid. You should explore more." As soon as Dong Shoujua finished speaking, Zhong Wuji nodded in agreement, wearing a concerned smile. Indeed, the path of cultivation requires balance. One must not solely immerse oneself in rigorous training. "Qingxian, come with your uncle and me. We have matters to discuss." The two elders' attitudes towards MOU left everyone around them in a state of shock, including Wei Tianming, who was momentarily speechless. As for Sidu Qingxian, she was utterly perplexed. Previously, her elders had vehemently opposed her relationship with MOU. Why did it seem now that they held no blame? "MOU, you two may explore for now. If anything arises, feel free to find me in the courtyard," Situ Qingxian instructed, her brow furrowed with confusion as she followed the two elders back into the discussion hall. She was eager to discover what instructions her elders had for her. If they still wished to force her to break off her engagement, she would never consent. Chapter 71. The Elder and Amp, Oppo's As concerns Mo, Yu found himself devoid of the desire to wander aimlessly. He still needed to inquire with his master about the discussions at hand. Situ Qingxian, not only the daughter of fate, but also a woman of profound loyalty, was genuinely committed to her affairs. Her spirited demeanor and chivalrous nature truly captivated him. Thus, he turned back and followed his master and the others to their dwelling. Yang Mu and the others remained outside, aware that he had questions to pose. Gu Jinan casually set up a barrier and smiled at him. Mo Yu hastily asked, Master, has the attitude of Elder Dong and the others shifted so dramatically because you mentioned the boundary-breaking pill? And what do they say regarding the matter of the marriage alliance? Gu Jinan did not respond directly to his inquiry, instead looking at him with a resigned expression and sighing. Xiao Yu, your foundation has just been restored. It will be prudent to focus your thoughts on cultivation. Besides, you already have 2 Dao companions. Are you not concerned that upon your return, your senior sisters might trouble you? Lu Qingxia could not help but impart her earnest advice. Indeed, while cultivators are not averse to beauty, one must maintain a sense of moderation. You are still young, blessed with such talent. If you neglect your training for the sake of fleeting pleasures, it will be a grave error. Currently, the marriage alliance with the Tianjin sect brings considerable benefits, both to the sect and to yourself. Coupled with the engagement from a century ago, we have refrained from intervening. Otherwise, we would never allow you to be so frivolous. You and Master are right. Please rest assured, I have my priorities straight and will not delay my cultivation. Although Mo Yu was aware that his masters had misconstrued his intentions, he found it difficult to clarify the matter. He could only force a wry smile and nod repeatedly, his eyes reflecting helplessness. Seeing him in this state, Gu Jinan chose not to pursue the topic further. Who among the young does not indulge in romantic pursuits? Moreover, this situation was somewhat understandable. Considering he had facilitated the connection, the responsibility could not rest solely on the young man's shoulders. Very well, just be mindful of this matter. Although the Tianjin sect has not formally agreed, they did not outright refuse once they learned that my breakthrough was due to the elixirs you submitted to the sect. Gu Jinan remarked, stroking his beard, his expression serious. They are all cunning foxes. They will surely deduce the implications of my words. Yet even so, their hesitation suggests there may be hidden motives at play. Logically speaking, trading a peerless genius for an opportunity to ascend to the late stage of divine transformation should be a tremendous bargain for them. As Gu Jinan paused, he added with a smile, but do not rush. They will undoubtedly provide a response within 2 days. If you can indeed take that girl as your bride, it will not be a loss for us. Lu Qingxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, that girl possesses talent on par with Yu Yin and is equally devoted. While the boundary-breaking pill is precious, it would be worth it for her, especially since Xiao Yu has set his sights on her. Feeling embarrassed by their praise, Mo Yu awkwardly interjected, if they agree, I will provide the boundary-breaking pill. I still have a few left, which were originally meant for my senior sisters. What? You still have some? The 2 elders exchanged astonished glances, speechless. This young rascal had kept some in reserve? It was quite the unexpected surprise, especially after the previous expenditure had depleted their stock by half, causing them great distress. They had previously agreed to reserve these 10 pills for special circumstances, only to be used when a breakthrough to the mid-stage of divine transformation was imminent. They intended to pass them down as the sect and amp, oppos, as foundation. It would be an utter waste to use a boundary-breaking pill meant for the late stage of divine transformation on someone in the late stage of yuaning. After a moment and amp, oppos, as hesitation, Gu Jinan resolutely shook his head. These pills rightfully belong to you. Keep those few for your senior sisters as you see fit. As for the Tianjin sect, we will acquire one directly from the sect. It will suffice. He spoke nonchalantly, but the thought of giving away even one pill pained him. It was not for his own use. After all, that represented the value of a late-stage divine transformation practitioner. However, knowing it would serve as a betrothal gift for Xiao Yu lightened his heart considerably. Observing the pained expression on his master's face, Mo Yu could not help but chuckle. I still have 9. I will keep them for myself. In 9, Gu Jianan exclaimed in astonishment, then sighed with a wry smile. Xiao Yu, given the talent of your senior sisters, using the boundary-breaking pill too early would be a waste. You should save them for critical moments. Since you have so many, let it be your choice. The sect and oppos. S reserves are hard-earned. Do not squander them all at once. Lingxian nodded in agreement. Mou could only smile and acquiesce, though internally he felt differently. His masters had grown accustomed to frugal living, reluctant to use anything of value. He understood their perspective, but they failed to recognize that the time of a genius is equally precious. For his senior sisters, the greatest benefit of the boundary-breaking pill would be the tremendous time it could save. The reason he had yet to provide them was simply because he was financially constrained. He intended to reserve these elixirs for critical moments. Once used up, he would not dare to recklessly expend his fortune on more. However, if he were to conquer another daughter of fate, he could create them at will. Therefore, one might say that the prospect of offering a single boundary-breaking pill as a betrothal gift was merely the beginning. Even a few more would not deter him from winning Situ, Lingxian, and Amp, Oppos, S heart. Once he thoroughly won her over, the instantaneous rewards and fortune would suffice to exchange for dozens of boundary-breaking pills. Not to mention the continuous stream of fortune that would follow. It was a guaranteed return. As Mou sat there, lost in a daze of foolish delight, the two elders exchanged glances filled with concern. What if she had not yet consented and he was already so infatuated? Would he truly be able to focus on his cultivation after marrying her? Would he not succumb to the allure of a gentle embrace? Xiaoyu, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Your master and I have matters to discuss, Lingxian said gravely. It seemed imperative to keep a close watch on Xiaoyu upon their return, providing constant guidance. They must not allow the splendid seedling of Xianling sect to wither away. Then I shall take my leave. Mou, oblivious to the mental storm brewing among his masters, was still contemplating whether he should seek Situ Lingxian to deepen their bond. Even if her sect agreed, the young lady herself might not be so easily swayed. As Mou pondered how to win her over, others were also scheming on how to claim his women. 3 at once. Do not be hasty. Although this plan has failed, the number of those suspecting that Xianling sect has obtained the treasure will only grow. If you spread the rumors far enough, others will extinguish them for you. Soon, all those beauties will be yours. In the dimly lit courtyard, only 2 figures remained, one elderly and one young. The sinister voice of the cloaked elder dripped with malice, his gaunt figure, seated in a wheelchair, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. He was unmistakably a practitioner of the divine transformation stage. Rest assured, within a month at most, this rumor will spread throughout the entire Qingyun continent. The voice of the young man was filled with resentment and smugness. Ha ha ha. Very well, at that time, I shall grant you a tremendous opportunity. The elder's chilling laughter echoed through the shadowy chamber, haunting as if it were the wails of the damned. The young man's heart raced with a sudden thrill. Yet, upon recalling those enchanting beauties, he felt invigorated, as if infused with a surge of vitality. Allow me to express my gratitude to the National Master in advance. Chapter 72. Ascension Academy. Meanwhile, within the conference hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Dong Shouzhua and Zhong Wuji, along with Wei Tianming and his disciple, sat solemnly. Lingxian, do you understand why the Grandmaster wishes to impede your union with Mou? Is it merely because he has become incapacitated? Dong Shouzhua, observing the curious expression on Situ Lingxian and Oppos' face, shook his head with a wry smile. Allow me to speak candidly today. The reasons behind this are known even to your master. At this revelation, not only was Situ Lingxian perplexed, but even Wei Tianming displayed a look of astonishment. What could possibly be of such significance that even he, the sect leader, was unaware? Dong Shouzhua did not keep them in suspense, sighing as he explained. Mou and Amp, Oppos' incapacitation is indeed a significant reason, yet it is not the sole factor. The primary reason is that, 2 years hence, the Ascension Academy in the holy city of Qingyun will once again recruit disciples. Wei Tianming was immediately struck dumb. What? The Ascension Academy is recruiting disciples? Have they not refrained from doing so for hundreds of years? Dong Shouzhua regarded him calmly. It is said that this era is one of great cultivation, with countless individuals of extraordinary fortune set to emerge. Thus, the Ascension Academy has made an exception. They likely seek to attract prodigious talents and revive their illustrious legacy. A great era of cultivation? Wei Tianming murmured, his astonishment evident as he absorbed this notion for the first time. Grandmaster, is this Ascension Academy truly formidable? Situ Qingxian inquired, her curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar institution. The fact that her elders' objections to her union with MOU seemed linked to this academy only heightened her intrigue. Dong Shoujua stroked his beard thoughtfully, exclaiming, "The Ascension Academy is recognized as the foremost power in the Qingyun continent. Its foundations are formidable and its origins shrouded in mystery. The outside world knows little about it. It is understood to be the most minimally affected lineage from the demonic beast war, still possessing celestial level techniques. With the Dean being a master at the harmonization phase." What? Celestial level techniques? A master at the harmonization phase? Both Situ Qingxian and Wei Tianming, who had heard rumors of this before, were again taken aback. It is worth noting that the Heavenly Sword sect, one of the 8 great sects of the Eastern region, only possesses superior Earth-level techniques. It is likely that no Earth-level techniques exist throughout the entire Eastern region. This underscores the rarity of celestial-level techniques. Indeed, they are the pinnacle of methods that offer a true chance of touching the realm of immortality. As for masters at the harmonization phase, well, there is not a single void-returning cultivator in the entire Eastern region, let alone someone at the harmonization phase. Dong Shoujua sighed softly. Many years ago, your Grandmaster was fortunate enough to participate in the Ascension Academy and Oppo's assessments, but regrettably, he did not succeed. Had he passed, we at the Heavenly Sword sect would not have to remain in this resource-deprived Eastern region. At this point, his gaze suddenly brightened, fixating intently on Situ Qingxian as he eagerly declared, "But now you have the opportunity to try again. Should you succeed in joining them, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. And how does this relate to rejecting the marriage with Xianying sect?" Situ Qingxian and Oppo's expression grew slightly awkward. It seemed a bit undignified for a young lady to persistently argue with her elders about marrying a particular man. Yet, having made her decision, she would not retreat. Dong Shoujua wore a wry smile. "Once you are accepted into the Ascension Academy, your future will be exceptionally bright, mingling with the finest talents from various domains. Your Grandmaster does not wish for you to sever your own path. With MOU and Oppo's foundation ruined and his lifespan dwindling, why would you tether yourself to him?" Zhong Wuji, too, earnestly added, "Do you understand what your Grandmaster has sacrificed for this? It was a chance that could have led him to the late stages of the transformation realm." "Uncle Master, what do you mean by that?" Situ Qingxian furrowed her brows, confusion evident on her face. "Third junior brother, there is no need to elaborate," Dong Shoujua interjected, raising a hand to halt him. However, Zhong Wuji persisted. In order to maintain the marriage contract, the Xianying sect hinted they would provide a pill capable of elevating someone from the mid-transformation realm to the late stage as a betrothal gift. Yet your Grandmaster, for your future's sake, still wishes for you to reject this marriage. Do you grasp the significance of this? What? They possess such a pill. How is that possible? Wei Tianming and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. His eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. If the Heavenly Sword sect were to possess such a divine pill, should their master ascend to the late transformation realm, the sect would stand unparalleled among the 8 great sects. But wait, since the Xianying sect has such a pill, could it be that they have more than just Gu Jianan at the late transformation realm? Uncle Master, if that is the case, the Xianying sect must have more than one individual at the late transformation realm. This seems rather terrifying, does it not? Are they certain of this? Dong Shoujua and Zhong Wuji shared a sigh, affirming if they dare to assert such a claim, it is certainly not unfounded. Before this, Qian Baichuan was also at the mid-transformation realm. By now, he has likely broken through to the late stage. Otherwise, why would they offer such a precious pill to elevate us to the top of the Eastern region? It is even rumored that the long-lost ancestor of the Xianying sect may simply be in secluded cultivation to break through. Wei Tianming was left utterly dumbfounded. If this were true, then the Xianying sect would possess 3 individuals at the late transformation realm. Coupled with the formidable Gu Jianan, they would surely dominate any other sect. Situ Qingxian was similarly stunned, but her thoughts gravitated towards a different matter. Mo Yu was willing to offer such a precious divine pill to marry her. It seemed her century-long wait was not in vain. At that moment, her previously tranquil heart began to ripple with subtle emotions, her feelings growing complex. Previously, her admiration for Mo Yu had been rooted in mutual recognition of their extraordinary talents and respect for his past deeds. Hence, she had felt little resistance to the marriage arranged by her elders. However, having never truly interacted with him, any claim of love would have seemed superficial to her. She was not so naive, yet now, a slight change had stirred within her, though she remained oblivious to it. Situ Qingshuan's lips curled into a fleeting smile before quickly retreating to a composed demeanor. Gazing steadily at her grandmaster, she resolutely declared, "Grandmaster, if this leads to a breach of contract, then I shall forego participating in the Ascension Academy's assessment. As for his ruined foundation and dwindling lifespan, those are separate matters from the marriage contract. Unless he is morally corrupt, how can I simply dissolve the engagement?" Dong Shouzhua and Zhong Wuji exchanged glances, their eyes revealing resignation, but their expressions showed no surprise. Dong Shouzhua raised a hand to silence the anxious Wei Tianming, sighing as he remarked, "Grandmaster anticipated you would choose this path. Therefore, I shall offer you another choice. If you agree to our terms, we shall not oppose this marriage. Otherwise, no matter what you say, even to the point of severing ties with the Xianying sect, I will see this marriage annulled." Situ Qingxian felt a surge of joy within, yet anxiety followed closely behind. The request posed by her grandmaster was likely not a simple one. However, having reached this point, she had no other recourse and reluctantly murmured, "Then please, do share your terms." Chapter 73. "I will come to you at midnight tonight." Dong Shouzhua cast a glance at her, fully aware of her subtle intentions. Yet he chose not to expose them. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "If you wish to uphold this engagement, you must pass the assessment of the Ascension Academy in 2 years and join its ranks. If, after 3 years of cultivation within the Academy, you still wish to maintain this engagement, then your master will no longer obstruct your desires." Situ Qingxian and Appo's eyes sparkled with contemplation. How could she not understand her master and Appo's intentions? It was simply to compel her to enter the Ascension Academy, to broaden her horizons and encounter more exceptional talents, thereby leading her to voluntarily relinquish her attachment to Mo Yu. While she held confidence in her own convictions, she felt no assurance regarding her entry into the Academy. After all, even her master had struggled to pass the assessment in the past. Despite her prodigious talents, she dared not claim absolute success. Curiosity bubbled within her as she asked, "Master, just how difficult is it to enter the Ascension Academy?" It is not insurmountably difficult. As long as you can place within the top 20 during the assessment, there remains hope, Dong Shouzhua replied vaguely. Upon hearing that merely placing in the top 20 was required, Situ Qingxian and Appo's confidence surged. Yet, she pressed on with another query when you mentioned the top 20. Do you refer to the entire eastern region or to the entirety of the Qingyan continent? Realizing he could no longer obfuscate the truth, Dong Shouzhua candidly explained. The Ascension Academy in the Holy City is located in the very heart of the Qingyan continent. Thus, the top 20 indeed refers to the whole continent. That aligns closely with my thoughts, Situ Qingxian replied, her eyes serene as she nodded, although a slight furrow appeared on her brow. Observing the calm demeanor of the young woman, the others in attendance could not remain composed. Was she truly so tranquil? Did she believe that reaching the top 20 in the Qingyan continent was an easy feat? It must be noted that the eastern region ranked the lowest among the 4 realms, characterized by its sparse spiritual energy, severely diminished heritage, and a glaring scarcity of cultivation resources. The unparalleled geniuses from this region would likely pale in comparison to those from other realms. Even someone as extraordinary as Situ Qingxian might find it challenging to secure a place among the top 20. The geniuses from other regions had been steeped in high-grade spirit stones from a young age, some even spending their days in spirit-gathering arrays. Yet in the eastern region, the 8 major sects could only afford to place their talented disciples in spirit-gathering arrays during breakthroughs, primarily due to limited resources. Each family and Apos, spirit stones were prized, often treated as if one wished they could be divided into 2. Typically, core disciples would only receive medium-grade spirit stones for cultivation, while high-grade spirit stones were reserved for use by those above the nascent soul stage. The chasm created by these disparities was immense, not easily bridged by mere talent. Zhong Wuji could not contain his concern and cautioned, "Girl, striving for a place among the top 20 of the Qingyun continent is no trivial matter. You must not take this lightly. If you truly aspire to achieve this goal, you must diligently train over the next 2 years, seizing the opportunity before word spreads. If you can indeed pass the Ascension Academy's assessment, then I shall no longer intervene in your marriage with MOU. How does that sound?" Wei Tianming added with a knowing smile. "Is your word sincere, master?" C2 Qingxian felt a surge of emotion. Despite her seemingly reckless demeanor, she deeply valued the opinions of her masters and ancestors, for they were her closest kin. "Of course, your master has spoken. How could I defy that?" Wei Tianming chuckled, exuding confidence. The wisdom of age proved its worth. With such a declaration from her master, C2 Qingxuan's desire to be with MOU seemed nearly impossible. Setting aside the challenge of the Academy and Apos' assessment, even if she were to join, after encountering so many exceptional talents, the once dazzling MOU might no longer captivate her. After 3 years in the Academy, she would inevitably forget him, and even if by some chance she could not forget, it was highly likely that MOU have already exhausted his lifespan. Previous rumors suggested that MOU had only 2 to 3 years left to live. Hardly enough time to wait until then. Even in the worst-case scenario, should MOU still be alive, and C2 Qingxian became his partner, the Heavenly Sword sect would still gain a prodigious disciple for the Ascension Academy, along with the divine pill from the Xianling sect that could assist in reaching the latter stages of the transformation god phase. Aside from this disciple, who would bear the identity of MOU's widow, there would be no significant losses, a far better outcome than the current stalemate. After a moment of contemplation, C2 Qingxian nodded. "Then I must discuss this with him." "You foolish girl, why seek his counsel on your own matters? He is not even your fiancé yet." Wei Tianming's ire flared, his face contorted with frustration. Did she not heed the words of her master and ancestor? "Master, this is a matter concerning both of us. How could it solely be my decision? I must inform him as well," C2 Qingxian declared, her expression resolute. "You are truly infuriating. All because of that MOU, with his sweet-talking ways, bewitching hearts. What a nuisance." Wei Tianming fumed, reminiscing nostalgically about the days when C2 Qingxian was not so exasperating. Though she had always possessed her own opinions and insights, she had never previously incited such wrath. "Enough. Go now, and return swiftly. We shall await your return." Dong Shoujuo interjected, attempting to quell Wei Tianming and Apos' tirade with a wry smile. "Very well, I shall seek him out at once." C2 Qingxian exclaimed as she hurriedly departed. "Brother, if MOU is unwilling, do you think C2 Qingxian might just run off with him?" Zhong Wuji voiced his concern. Dong Shoujuo shook his head with certainty. "Not likely. If it were to happen, MOU would likely be looked down upon by our girl, which may prove beneficial. Given C2 Qingxian and Apos' nature, she likely has already made her decision. This visit is merely to inform MOU." At that moment, Wei Tianming also appeared calm, having shed his earlier anger. Zhong Wuji could not help but roll his eyes. It seemed this young man had seen through the act he had put on moments ago. "MOU, are you there? I need to speak with you." Outside the courtyard, C2 Qingxian called out directly, before MOU could emerge. The heads of Gu Jiannan and others from the adjacent courtyard popped out, their expressions filled with curiosity and intrigue. "C2, my dear girl, come in directly. Little Yu is inside," Gu Jiannan said warmly, stroking his beard with a smile. C2 Qingxian respectfully greeted the venerable elders, her demeanor poised and unembarrassed. Upon finishing his cultivation, Imoyu stepped outside and spotted C2 Lingxian swiftly entering. Without a hint of awkwardness, she took a seat on the bench in the room, her figure graceful and striking in her flowing red gown. Imoyu and Amp, Oppos. Gaze shifted from her form to her exquisite face. Miss C2, what brings you here? C2 Lingxian wasted no time and succinctly conveyed her master and Oppos' request, then fixed her serene eyes upon him, asking, "What do you think? Should I agree? To refuse? Is there even another option?" Moyu's expression revealed his helplessness. "There is none, unless I were to sever ties with the sect." C2 Lingxian replied calmement, although a hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. "Then agree it shall be. It in Oppos' merely 5 years. I shall wait." Moyu gritted his teeth, his expression one of displeasure. Yet, C2 Lingxian suddenly felt an urge to laugh, though she restrained herself and softly said, "Do you have that much faith in me? What if I fail the assessment? Rest assured, you will surely pass." Moyu and Oppos' confidence lay not in her, but in the system itself. It seems that acquiring these 20 million fortune points is no simple task. It may require some prior investment. The most troubling aspect, however, is the time constraint. 5 years, truly a rather awkward duration. C2 Lingxian and Oppos' lips curled into a slight smile before she turned and departed, a melodious voice softly echoing behind her. "I shall come to seek you tonight at midnight." Moyu was momentarily taken aback. Tonight? To seek him? What could this possibly mean? By the time he pondered over the matter to inquire further, the young lady had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 74. You cannot resist leaving behind the chaotic thoughts. C2 Lingxian returned to the Grand Hall. She turned to the expectant gazes of several elders and said, "Let us proceed as the master suggested, but tonight, I would like to borrow the sacred lotus sword-washing pool." Initially, Wei Tianming, who had been beaming upon hearing her agreement, suddenly fell into a sullen mood, his eyes aflame with anger. "You are doing this for that young man, aren't you?" "Indeed, master," C2 Lingxian replied candidly, showing no intention of concealing her motives. This only soured Wei Tianming and Oppos' mood further. Knowing that he harbored disdain for that young man, how could she willingly offer the sword-washing pool for his use? Even if she wished to grant him this favor, could she not deceive herself just once, instead of being so forthright? This girl truly was becoming increasingly audacious. You may use it for yourself, but allowing that young man to use it is out of the question. Wei Tianming gritted his teeth in frustration. "Do you have any idea how many spirit stones it takes to activate the sacred lotus sword-washing pool? The divine essence of the lotus cannot be restored without at least 10 years of nurturing. I did not inquire of you. I asked the master." C2 Lingxian shot him a calm glance, her words piercing his heart, causing Wei Tianming to falter once more. "Asking your master is pointless. All right, enough with the theatrics. I am exhausted just watching." Dong Shoujua waved his hand in exasperation, then turned to C2 Lingxian with a wry smile. "My dear girl, you have not even married him yet, and you are already laying your heart bare for him? Are you not afraid he might take you lightly?" C2 Lingxian smiled gently. "As long as I am at peace with myself, that is sufficient. Besides, if he is so superficial, it merely proves I have misjudged him, and I shall focus solely on my path." Dong Shoujua chuckled helplessly, curiosity piqued. "Have you conveyed our requirements to him? What did he say?" "He said he trusts me and can wait." C2 Lingxian and Oppos' eyes brightened. "Did he not ask you to return and discuss it with us?" "No." The memory of his helpless demeanor brought a fleeting smile to her face, her eyes radiant. Seeing his disciple in such spirits, Wei Tianming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, and he reluctantly tossed her a golden token. "You may leave for now." "Yes, master, uncle master, honored teacher. I shall take my leave." With that, the elated C2 Lingxian departed, leaving the others exchanging glances once more. "What do you think that Moyu is thinking?" Dong Shoujua asked, astonished. "Does he not realize his time is running short? Logically, he should either completely break off the engagement or incite Lingxian to rebel against us. Waiting for 5 years like this, what benefit does it offer him or the Xianling sect?" Zhong Wujing also appeared perplexed. Wei Tianming's confusion deepened, his eyes glinting with clear bewilderment. Master, uncle, do you think it possible that he is not in immediate danger and is merely pretending to be magnanimous? In this scenario, whether he agrees or not bears little significance, as Qing Xian will undoubtedly comply. Dong Shouzhua sighed, shaking his head. Enough of these speculations. They are pointless. From now on, let us focus on preparing Qing Xian for battle. Gaining entry into the Immortal Ascension Institute is no easy feat. Even with her talent, her chances are barely above 30%. Master, is Qing Xian and Appo's as talent truly so lacking? Wei Tianming protested slightly. Dong Shouzhua shot him a fierce glare, correcting him. It is not that Qing Xian and Appo's talent is inferior, but that we have hindered her progress. With her abilities, she would undoubtedly rank among the best in the entire Qingyun continent. The eastern region has suffered far too much damage. Dong Shouzhua lamented heavily, and Zhong Wujing shared his despondence. It is said that 100,000 years ago, the eastern region was a flourishing realm of cultivation, teeming with powerful beings. Unfortunately, a cataclysmic war against demons that lasted for millennia shattered the entire Qingming realm. The Qingyun continent, at the heart of the battleground, suffered immensely, with the eastern region bearing the brunt of the devastation. Though the most formidable of the extraordinary demons were eradicated, the human cultivators also perished in droves. They claimed a victory, but it was merely a Pyrrhic one. The most significant spoils of this so-called victory were that of the 7 continents of the Qingming realm, where humanity now occupied 5.5. Yet, the alluring continent connecting to the demon realm remained firmly in the hands of the demon race. In this regard, it is akin to having a nail driven into one's own territory, one that cannot be removed. Claiming victory serves as little more than a balm for one's own wounds. Fortunately, the two sides have maintained a tenuous peace for thousands of years, focusing on recuperation, and such grand matters of the future are beyond their concerns. As night descended, the hour grew late. Under the silvery moonlight, a graceful figure appeared, arriving at the entrance of a courtyard. She was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, adorned in a flowing red gown, ethereal and otherworldly. She did not enter but picked up a small stone and tossed it inside. Whoosh! The small stone was effortlessly caught by Mou. Well, she does not come in. It seems that 1 in a million chance has been completely dashed. He bore no disappointment and strode to the entrance, chuckling, I thought you would come in. Come with me, Situ, Qing Xian replied, ignoring his jest and turning to walk ahead. Mou refrained from teasing her further. Though their relationship was unique, they were still unfamiliar, and such jests were ill-timed. He followed her as they soared through the air, eventually arriving at the summit of a colossal mountain after about half an hour. Upon arriving, Mou immediately sensed the distinction of this place. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the essence of the Tao enveloped them. All of this emanated from a clear lotus pool at the center, specifically from a towering blue lotus within it. The blue lotus had 3 massive leaves resembling umbrellas and a golden bud poised to bloom, exuding an air of sanctity and nobility. Beside the lotus pool sat a formidable white-haired elder, quietly meditating with his eyes closed. Only upon their arrival did he slowly open his eyes and smile benevolently. Qing Xian, my child, who is this? Why bring someone here in the dead of night? Situ Qing Xian respectfully bowed. Uncle Master, this is the token. I have brought him to borrow the sacred lotus sword-washing pool for healing. The elder scrutinized her, then regarded Mou, suddenly enlightened. This is a person from the Xianling sect, correct? Indeed, he is Qing Xuan's betrothed, Mou. Recognizing that Uncle Master had deduced the truth, Situ Qing Xian no longer concealed it and readily admitted it. Mou quickly offered a polite bow. Junior Mou of the Xianling sect, greetings to the elder. Young friend, Mou need not stand on ceremony. Upon learning his identity, the elder examined him more closely, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he had heard of this once-renowned prodigy of the eastern region. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, he was unaware that Mou was now a cultivator unable to progress. After confirming the token into Appo's authenticity, the elder wasted no time and activated the formation, turning to leave. A protective barrier enveloped the entire mountain peak in an instant. Following that, an overwhelming wave of Tao essence surged from the pool, ultimately coalescing into a faint sphere of light above the lotus pool. Within this sphere, a golden lotus began to take shape slowly. At this moment, Mou, astonished, asked, "Situ, are you bringing me here to heal?" Situ Lingxian nodded calmly. "Yes, the sacred lotus sword-washing pool is not only a sacred place for cultivation, but also possesses tremendous healing properties for many injuries. It may indeed assist you. The Immortal Ascension Institute has profound resources, and once I enter, I will see if we can find any holy herbs that can restore your foundation." Mou gazed at the enchanting woman beneath the moonlight, feeling a surge of emotion within him. However, he chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, "Such a precious opportunity wasted on me. You should seize it instead." Situ Lingxian suddenly frowned at him and replied calmly, "Are you suggesting that I should forcibly drag you into the depths? I am already at the late stage of the golden core. You cannot resist." Chapter 75. Sudden incident. Observing the furrowed brow and serious expression of Situ Lingxian, Mou nearly succumbed to laughter. Forcing himself to remain composed, he acknowledged her quiet demeanor, which indeed possessed a certain character. Yet, the opportunity presented to him was not of paramount importance. However, given that the beautiful woman had expressed her desire, he found it difficult to refuse without revealing the truth. At this juncture, it was not the time for him to disclose his capabilities, as it pertained to a grander scheme he had in mind. He intended to wait until the rumors surrounding the blissful fairy had completely dissipated before unveiling his restored foundation, subsequently drawing out those who had conspired against him and his granduncle in the past. Armed with knowledge of his recovery, they would undoubtedly attempt to strike again. He aimed to immerse himself in the fray, exposing all those responsible. However, to execute this plan, he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. He could not afford to repeat past mistakes. Noting Mou and Amp, Oppo's silence, Situ Lingxian raised her delicate brows, genuinely considering pulling him along. "Hey, wait." Mou hastily gestured. "I and Oppo's enter the water myself. Do you want to join me? It seems a bit wasteful for me to go alone. You know my current level ISN and Oppo's T very high, and I might not be able to absorb much." Without hesitation, Situ Lingxian shook her head. "No worries, I'll keep watch. You can take your time. There's no rush." Reluctantly, Mou accepted the young lady's kindness and leaped into the pond beside the lotus flower, then closed his eyes in quiet meditation. The pure, rich aura of the Tao flowed into him like a river meeting the sea. Above him, the ethereal golden lotus bloomed, slowly enveloping him before gradually merging with his being. A refreshing energy coursed through his meridians, attempting to mend his body. Upon realizing there was little need for repair, it redirected towards his nascent soul. The nascent soul, a delicate figure carved from jade, sat serenely within the Niwen Palace, exuding an aura of solemnity and purity. At that moment, the little figure opened its mouth, drawing in the strands of pure Tao rhythm, which were absorbed into its core. The ethereal quality surrounding the nascent soul intensified. At this instant, Mou felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as his cultivation rapidly ascended. Yet, in order to maintain the guise of modesty, he deliberately moderated his rate of absorption. Situ Lingxian observed quietly for a while, muttering something under her breath before settling down beside him, careful not to disturb his practice. However, her bright, starry eyes frequently flicked in his direction, laced with a hint of curiosity. As time passed, Mou began to appreciate the wonders and benefits of the pond. Although it could not heal profound injuries, it certainly held remarkable efficacy for ordinary ailments. Furthermore, the blue lotus possessed properties that could extend one's lifespan. It wasn't until dawn that Mou fully absorbed the essence released from above the blue lotus. There was no choice. He needed to maintain the act. Otherwise, given his current cultivation level and methods, he could have concluded his session in less than half an hour. Rising to his full height, Mou caught a glimpse of Situ Lingxian's stunningly beautiful face, which had turned a rare shade of pink as she exclaimed, "How did you finish so quickly?" So soon?" Mou was taken aback, his mind racing. Her words, coupled with her bashful expression, were not particularly flattering to a man. What did she mean by Oppos? So soon in Oppos? He prided himself on endurance. Yet, understanding her innocent nature, he silently bore her unintended slight. Having completed his task, Mou remarked, "Well, that's that." Following Situ Qingshuan's shy gaze, he glanced at his subtly defined abs and the proud stature of his physique. Cough. It was merely a natural occurrence in the morning. Seeing her flushed face filled with embarrassment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. My physique and assets are quite impressive, aren't it, Amp? Amp? Oppos. They? However, he refrained from exposing his vanity and hastily dried his clothes. When he stood before Situ Lingxian once more, he had transformed back into the elegantly charming young man. This caused her eyes to glimmer, though her expression remained composed. "Lingxian, we should be on our way." Mou smiled gently, his warmth radiating. The stirrings within Situ Lingxian as heart rippled once more, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble. This was the second time he had addressed her in such a manner. The first was during her conflict with Mu Chun, when he had held her hand. At that time, she had felt no anger, a mystery that still puzzled her, which she attributed to their engagement. This time, she found his address quite pleasing. Thus, she decided to let it be. Situ Lingxian fell silent, merely lowering her head as she quickened her pace forward. Upon returning to Mou and Amp, Oppos, as courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Qinxia, who was just stepping out. Their eyes met in a brief exchange. Mou remained calm. Lu Qinxia was inquisitive, while Situ Lingxian felt a tinge of anxiety. Having met Elder Lu, the juniors still have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave. After hurriedly bidding farewell, Situ Lingxian turned and walked away, her steps quickening until she was a considerable distance away. Only then did she realize why she felt flustered. Was and Oppos. She merely accompanying Mou for healing? There was nothing scandalous about it. For the first time, she found herself troubled by such a trivial matter. "Xiaoyu, what is going on?" The gossip-laden Lu Qinxiao cheerfully intercepted Mou. He was left with no choice but to recount the events, including the requests made by the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lu Qinxia and Oppos' expression turned to one of astonishment. "I never imagined this girl would be so thoughtful towards you." The sacred lotus washing sword pool is indeed a treasure of the Heavenly Sword Sect, highly coveted. It can only be used once every decade, and even core disciples do not have such opportunities. As for those requests, since you and Oppos already agreed, you should proceed as you wish. After waiting a century, another 5 years is inconsequential. This girl is quite exceptional. Treat her well in the future. Lu Qinxiao expressed her satisfaction. Only then did Mou inquire, "Fourth granduncle, how much do you know about the path to Ascension Academy?" "We know as much as you do. We and Oppos gather further details once we return. After all, we still have 2 years. I shall discuss it with your grandmaster. If you have anything to say to that young lady, you must act swiftly. There may not be much time, as we might have to return to the sect tomorrow." After giving a few more reminders, Lu Qinxia turned to leave. However, before the next day arrived, it was actually that very afternoon when Gu Jianan and Lu Qinxia unexpectedly summoned Mou and the others. After bidding farewell to the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, they set forth back to the Xianling sect, leaving Mou with no opportunity to converse privately with Situ Lingxian. He could only politely invite her to visit the Xianling sect when time permitted. Situ Lingxian nodded quietly in acknowledgement. Mou was uncertain whether she was merely being polite or would truly come. Yet, he had no time to ponder such matters. The sudden decision of his grandmaster and granduncle to return to the sect early undoubtedly signified that a significant event was about to unfold. Chapter 76. Resurgence of turmoil. Upon departing the confines of the Tianjin sect, Gu Jianan solemnly instructed the disciples piloting the spirit vessel. "Do not fear the expenditure of spirit stones. Accelerate to maximum speed, and let us hasten our return to the sect." Once back in the topmost cabin of the vessel, after erecting a protective barrier, Mou finally voiced the confusion that had been troubling him. "Master Ancestor, has something significant transpired within the sect?" Gu Jianan's gaze grew complex. Recently, an elder discovered a surge of rumors circulating throughout the Qinyan continent, all pertaining to our Xianxing sect. Among these, the tales regarding the inheritance of the blissful immortal have garnered the most attention, with a fervor surpassing previous accounts. They claim that my rapid advancement is due to acquiring the techniques from the treasures of the blissful immortal. Moreover, the divine sword in my possession is alleged to have originated from her hoard, and it is rumored that numerous such sacred artifacts exist within our sect. Mou's demeanor turned grave. Master Ancestor, it seems the source of these slanders must indeed be those who orchestrated the original scheme. Lu Qingxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, the methods and connections mirror those from before. With the formidable reputation of our senior brother, the world is likely to believe these claims, rendering us speechless. Gu Jiannan could not help but rise, pacing back and forth in the cabin, his agitation palpable. Presently, the other sects in the eastern region have not entirely relinquished their concerns. This provocation makes it exceedingly difficult to avoid their entrapment. The Xianxing sect is indeed powerful, unprecedentedly so. Among the major sects of the eastern region, none can rival us. However, to confront the entire eastern region with the strength of a single sect is not merely arrogance, but folly. Moreover, formidable forces from other realms will soon descend upon the eastern region. When that time comes, the pressure faced by our sect will undoubtedly surpass the previous occasion. Repeatedly being subjected to schemes, the three of them were ablaze with indignation. Master Ancestor, we must unearth the individuals behind this. Otherwise, being constantly ambushed is unbearably frustrating. Mou could no longer contain his fury, rising to pace the cabin. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxiao wore expressions of helplessness. They too were anxious. Yet, urgency alone bore no fruit. Since the rumors of Lu Yuyan selecting a partner surfaced, the Xianxing sect had been investigating in the shadows, yet to no avail. With the arrival of several major sects, they lacked the energy to pursue the matter further. Mou resettled himself, striving for calm. Master Ancestor, rather than searching aimlessly, let us gamble on fortune. Gamble on fortune? Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxiao exchanged bewildered glances. Mou clenched his teeth. Let's focus our investigation on those who harbor deep grievances against our sect. Regardless of whether or not they appear suspicious, we shall scrutinize our enemies. If we find nothing, we can play their game, framing them and creating confusion in the eastern region. Why should the Xianxing sect bear this burden alone? Lu Qingxia and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously in agreement. This approach may not only alleviate the pressure on our sect, but also incite further suspicion among others. When the entire eastern region, or even the Qinyan continent, realizes this is merely a farce, we might find a way to extricate ourselves. At the very least, we could attract some attention in the early stages. Gu Jiannan pondered for a moment before responding with resignation. However, convincing others of this scheme may require more than just a fleeting effort. Additionally, we must possess corresponding treasures to lend credence to the rumors. Lu Qingxia fell silent. The Xianxing sect currently possessed only one top-tier spiritual treasure, alongside the inferior sacred artifact Mou had presented. To capture the attention of others, they would need a few more spiritual treasures, akin to the blissful immortal's exquisite treasures discovered in the past. Do not worry, I shall arrange the necessary treasures. You need only specify who we should target. Mou felt a pang of reluctance. Although the damaged sacred artifacts held little value in the system space, each point of fortune was crucial to his future. Little you mean you can procure a batch of spiritual treasures? The two elders were once again taken aback. How many more surprises did Little you have in store for them? First, he restored his foundation and strength. Then it was the breakthrough elixir, followed by the sacred artifact, the giant spirit sword. Now, it seemed he could provide a batch of top-tier spiritual treasures, perhaps around 10 or so, but they are all incomplete, Mou stated, though he did not wish to be overly ostentatious. To accomplish their objectives, a few treasures might not suffice. Fortunately, the damaged sacred artifacts were nearly worthless in the system, sparing him too much heartache. Even so, the prospect of over 10 spiritual treasures, albeit incomplete, was astonishing. Gu Jiannan murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. It appeared that the mysterious ruins Little Yu had entered years ago were indeed extraordinary. Lu Qingxia shared this sentiment. Her first thought was of that enigmatic ruin Little Yu had once visited, though he had remained tight-lipped about it. To her surprise, Mo Yu shook his head earnestly. Not just spiritual treasures, but also discarded sacred artifacts. If we are to proceed, let us aim for a grand scale. Otherwise, it will not sufficiently divert attention from us. Both Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia were momentarily struck dumb, their eyes wide with incredulity. Discarded sacred artifacts? Even if incomplete, their revelation would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. The giant spirit sword, an inferior sacred artifact, could unleash tenfold power in Gu Jiannan's hand, effortlessly slaying a late-stage transformation god. How fearsome would a complete top-tier sacred artifact be? Even with their experience, they could not fathom it, for they had never encountered such treasures before. This was an existence perilously close to an immortal artifact. To say it was the strongest in the mortal realm would hardly be an exaggeration. Gu Jiannan could not help but breathe rapidly. Little Yu, you truly possess top-tier sacred artifacts? They are incomplete and not on my person. I will need to return to the sect to retrieve them. Mo Yu nonchalantly fabricated. In reality, he simply had yet to make purchases from the marketplace. However, he had become well acquainted with the treasures within the system prior, knowing that numerous discarded yet reusable spiritual treasures, sacred artifacts, and even immortal artifacts were available. Gu Jiannan, unaware of this, hastily cautioned, even if they are incomplete, we cannot afford to bestow them upon others. Those are top-tier sacred artifacts. The primary materials can certainly be reforged into other treasures. Indeed, it would be an extravagant waste to use such precious items to frame others. I believe discarded spiritual treasures would suffice, Lu Qingxia echoed, her expression reflecting reluctance. Uncle, master ancestor, let us discuss this further upon our return. Mo Yu found it challenging to elaborate to the two elders, so he merely offered evasive reassurances. 8 days later, as the group sped towards the Xianxing sect, they were met with astonishment upon sighting it once again. 4 colossal, flame-treading crimson steeds were seen pulling a mobile palace, hovering above the gates of the Xianxing sect, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring dominance. Esteemed guests have arrived. Why do you not come forth to greet them? An elder bellowed with displeasure. Their demeanor unmistakably indicated they had no intention of approaching on foot. Rather, one wishes to fly directly in. This is a blatant display of contempt and disrespect towards any sect. Chapter 77. Hostility from the Qingtian sect of the Northern Territory at this moment. Countless elders from various sects, who had been secretly observing the Xianling sect from the surrounding void, were all stirred. The scene before them undeniably indicated the presence of a top-tier force from a certain domain, and they felt a thrill of anticipation. The Xianling sect, with its terrifying and mysterious strength, instilled a sense of unease in everyone. No one knew how many late-stage transformation gods they possessed. Thus, the major sects and the 5 upper nations dared not act rashly, their hearts filled with vigilance. However, it seemed that someone was finally going to unveil the mystery. Simultaneously, several figures shot out from the direction of the Xianling sect and Appo's main peak, led by the esteemed Elder Qian Baichuan, closely followed by 4 elders of the Transformation God stage. In the Xianling sect, it was strictly forbidden for anyone to fly above the sect. Visitors were to ascend on foot. Qian Baichuan suppressed his anger and issued a stern warning. The palace before them, clearly a supreme flying spiritual treasure, was several tiers above the Xianling sect and Appo's flying spirit vessels. Not something an ordinary force could possess. This was also the reason for his restrained fury. Currently, the Xianling sect was surrounded by enemies, with countless forces lurking in the shadows, watching and probing. Therefore, even reducing one enemy was preferable, especially since the opposing force appeared formidable. I am Shi Zhongyu, the young master of the Qingtian sect from the Northern Territory, here with several uncles to enjoy the sights of your eastern wilderness. It is your honor, yet you dare to tell me that such a desolate place prohibits flying? Are you trying to make me laugh? As his words fell, A proud young man in splendid attire stepped out from the Grand Palace. Tall and handsome, he exuded an air of arrogance and pride, embodying the image of a spoiled heir. Behind him trailed 5 dignified elders, each exuding a deep and profound aura, undeniably masters of the transformation god stage. They were evidently accustomed to the young man and Appo's temper, displaying little reaction. Qian Baichuan and Appo's hearts sank. The Qingtian sect was one of the 4 top sects of the Northern Territory, renowned throughout the Qingming realm for their formidable combat strength, far surpassing that of the current Eastern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, transformation god stage practitioners were considered the pinnacle of power, primarily being the esteemed elders of various sections. Yet, in any of the 4 major sects of the Northern Territory, numerous inner elders had already reached the transformation god stage, and one would be embarrassed to call themselves an esteemed elder without having reached mid-transformation. It was rumored that some sect ancestors had even attained half-step void returning stage, a terrifying strength. However, seeing the sect and Appo's spirit vessel rapidly returning in the distance, Qian Baichuan felt a slight relief. Fortunately, the senior brother and the 4th junior sister had finally returned. With renewed confidence, he warned, "If you wish to pay your respects, please ascend the steps. Otherwise, you are intentionally provoking the Xianling sect, and do not blame us for being impolite." "What if I refuse?" Sure, Zhongyu's expression darkened. Having been cherished and revered since childhood, he had never been denied by anyone, especially not by what he perceived as an inferior force in the eastern wilderness. How dare they? The elders behind him did not intervene. They viewed this visit as a means to create trouble and seize treasures, and were keen to instigate conflict. Allowing Zhongyu to create a ruckus was utterly fitting and provided a perfect excuse. "You may attempt to see whether your palace withstands, or if the sword in my hand is sharper," spoke Gu Jiannan. With his senior brother and 4th junior sister, Qian Baichuan stepped forward, standing alongside him. Mou and the other elders saluted before curiously surveying the massive palace across from them, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Though such treasures were inconsequential in their system, they found themselves lacking the funds to acquire one. Securing it would greatly ease future travels, not to mention its superior privacy and security compared to flying spirit vessels. They envisioned bringing their senior sister along, balancing both cultivation and leisure. At this moment, the 5 elders of the transformation god stage finally took on a serious demeanor. Initially, they had assumed the individual across was the strongest force of a Xianling sect, but now it seemed this elder was formidable as well, likely a late-stage transformation god himself. Coupled with the earlier figure, there were potentially 2 late-stage transformation gods. While this might not be remarkable in the Northern Territory, it was indeed impressive in the desolate eastern wilderness. A red-faced elder silently stepped forward, the overwhelming pressure of a late-stage transformation god emanating fiercely, rapidly shrouding the Xianling sect and Appo's main peak. This display left many hidden observers dumbfounded, witnessing the Northern Territory and Appo's representatives being even more domineering than the Xianling sect itself. Without uttering a word, they issued a show of strength. "Child's play," Qian Baichuan snorted, unleashing a similarly formidable pressure of a late-stage transformation god, which surged forth like a tempest, immediately blocking the elder and Appo's oppressive force at the gates of the Xianling sect. Qian Baichuan is also at the late stage of transformation god. How is this possible? Gu Jiannan had also reached this stage, and it was not too surprising for Qian Baichuan to be his equal. The strength of the Xianling sect was indeed enigmatic. Quickly relay this news. Aside from the missing Long Patian, the Xianling sect now has 2 late-stage transformation gods. They are not to be trifled with. Countless watchers began frantically sending messages. However, the elders from the Qingtian sect remained unfazed, their expressions calm and composed. Truly a mayfly attempting to observe the heavens. "Zhongyu, stand behind your uncles." Another elder in black robes stepped forward. The pressure of a late-stage transformation god surging forth once more towards the Xianling sect and Appo's main hall with swift precision, leaving no room for hesitation. The young man in splendid attire quickly hid behind the other three elders, casting a triumphant glance at the opposing group. They had come with 4 late-stage transformation gods and 1 mid-stage transformation god. Their strength could undoubtedly crush any force in the eastern wilderness. What did 2 late-stage transformation gods matter? He couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, a bunch of ants daring to obstruct the brilliance of the Qingtian sect, truly unaware of their own mortality. Mou couldn't and amp, oppose, T help but glare at him coldly, filled with disdain for this arrogant air. Even if he were a Yuan Ing genius, he still failed to impress him. Sensing the contempt in Mou and oppose, S gaze, Shizhongyu and oppose, S chest heaved with rage, his expression turning icy and sinister. He was convinced that the young man across was looking down on him. "You're finished, kid." Shizhongyu pointed at Mou, his face twisted in fury. "Trash." Mou glanced at him with a look that could kill, uninterested in engaging in further meaningless banter. It was imperative to reach the transformation god stage as soon as possible. Montag usite invincible, with his innate talent and the terrifying potential of the Tao Sutra. Once he reached the transformation god stage, he would effortlessly crush late-stage transformation gods, perhaps even handle 2 at once. Little did he know that such assumptions were a grave insult to the Tao Sutra and the chaos divine demonic body, revealing his limited perspective. At that moment, the pressure from the black-robed elder was predictably countered by Gu Jiannan. No one was surprised by this. From the Qingtian sect, another elder with white hair stepped forward, his expression calm and composed, yet his pressure showed no mercy. This time, he intended to see who else dared to challenge them, in order to gain a clearer perspective. Many who had been covertly observing have now emerged openly, engaging in animated discussions. It seems that the Xianling sect has yet to attain the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Does it? Haha. Let us patiently await the unfolding of this spectacle, for breaking through to the late stage of transformation is no simple feat. Just as these thoughts circulated among the crowd, an ancient figure soared from the summit of the Xianling sect, exuding an aura as formidable as the vast seas. Chapter 78. The curious assembly. Upon the sudden appearance of the individual, all onlookers were left utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Among them, the members of the 5 major sects were particularly taken aback. "Is that not Sima Shaotian of the Xianling sect?" they murmured. It was rumored that he had shattered his foundation and regressed to the early stage of the nascent soul realm while attempting to rescue Mou. Yet now, his cultivation seemed entirely inscrutable. Indeed, he had not shown himself for a century, allegedly in seclusion to heal his wounds. Could it be that he had fully recovered? Exchanging glances, the crowd could see the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Sima Shao Yan had long been regarded as the next individual from the Xianling sect to ascend to the late stage of the transformation god realm. If he had truly regained his strength and dared to confront a late-stage transformation god cultivator alone, could he have similarly reached that level as Gu Jiannan and the others? Heavens! If that were the case, the Xianling sect would overtly possess 4 late-stage transformation god cultivators. Even with their ancestor, Long Petion, missing, this strength was sufficient to crush any sect in the eastern region. Even powerful factions from other domains would no longer dare to overlook them. "I refuse to believe you are also a late-stage transformation god." The 3rd elder from the Qingtian sect took a few aggressive steps forward, his terrifying aura surging. If their earlier hesitance was to intimidate the Xianling sect in the simplest manner, now they genuinely feared a direct confrontation. 5 late-stage transformation gods were formidable, but if the Xianling sect indeed possessed 3, their power would be on par with their own. Moreover, the Xianling sect still had several transformation god cultivators yet to reveal themselves. Who knew if there were any more late-stage transformation gods among them? Alongside their elders at the nascent soul stage, the Qingtian sect elders opted to gauge the situation through pressure. As the 2 formidable auras clashed invisibly in the air, slightly distorting the surrounding space, everyone understood. Sima Shaotian was indeed a late-stage transformation god cultivator. But how could this be? "Xiao Daoyu, why is the Xianling sect so terrifying?" murmured a member of the 5 major sects, his expression vacant. Unfortunately, others were no better off, equally lost in their dismay. The Xianling sect had concealed its might so deeply. If it were not for the recent series of events, who could have anticipated the Xianling sect's terrifying strength? This was merely what had been exposed. Who knew what further hidden power remained? They had initially believed their sect was merely a step behind the Xianling sect, perhaps only lacking a low-grade sacred artifact. Yet now, they were confronted with the revelation that the Xianling sect had unveiled 3 late-stage transformation gods, excluding Long Petion. Moreover, the number of transformation god cultivators in the Xianling sect evidently surpassed previous estimations by a significant margin. Adding to this was the terrifying weapon wielded by Gu Jiannan. Who would dare provoke such a Xianling sect? The elders of the Qingtian sect found themselves in a quandary. They had come with 5 late-stage transformation god cultivators, hoping to seize an opportunity, but now it seemed impossible to easily subdue the Xianling sect. Upon receiving the news, they had approached with a sense of assured victory, only to realize they had overestimated their capabilities. The 3 elders from the Qingtian sect who had acted first halted, their eyes flickering with hesitation and turmoil. Behind them, Shi Zhongyu wore an anxious expression. Uncles, they cannot possibly have any more late-stage transformation god cultivators. Why not charge directly? His insistence on following was not merely for show. With the situation still unresolved, how could they easily concede? Unfortunately, the elders paid him no heed, clearly engrossed in deliberation. Mou furrowed his brow and suddenly exclaimed, "Master Ancestor, if they continue their reckless advance, it would be better to eliminate them outright. Otherwise, the world would believe our Xianling sect to be easy prey." Hearing Mou's sudden call for bloodshed, the elders of the Qingtian sect turned pale, their gazes towards him laced with cold hostility. Yet, given their status, they clearly deemed it beneath them to engage with a nascent cultivator. Moreover, they dared not provoke the Xianling sect further, and thus, with stern faces, reprimanded him, "Ignorant junior. This is no place for your voice. Even if your elders are also late-stage transformation gods, that merely grants you the qualification to contend with us." The elder in black appeared the most furious, his complexion mottled. Another elder in red cast a dispassionate glance at him, retorting, "Were it not for your status as a mere nascent junior, I would have extinguished you with a mere finger. Now be off." Witnessing his apprentice being scolded, Gu Jiannan's expression turned frigid. He drew forth the colossal spirit sword in his hand and coldly inquired, "Is that so? Would you care to test whether you can withstand a strike from me? Haha, arrogant. Were it not for the fear of being accused of bullying, I would have slain you outright," the red-robed elder replied, his voice faltering as he caught sight of the sword in Gu Jiannan's grasp. A chill creeping into his heart. Good heavens, that sword! If he was not mistaken, it could very well be a sacred artifact. Sacred artifact? In this desolate eastern region, not to mention the northern region, such treasures were unheard of. It seemed that this so-called Xianling sect truly had acquired unparalleled treasures and opportunities. As the rumors suggested, what else could explain their possession of 3 late-stage transformation gods? Gu Jiannan and his companions maintained an outward calm, yet internally, they felt a profound sense of helplessness. According to their original intentions, it would have been prudent to keep a low profile and conceal their strength, only revealing it when they deemed it sufficient to deter any covetous eyes. However, the current situation left them no opportunity for such subtlety. They were left with no choice but to embark on a different path, to intimidate the outside world with their might, ensuring that none would dare to easily confront the Xianling sect. In the future, the Xianling sect must adopt a more resolute stance to survive. This was the decision made by the higher-ups of the Xianling sect during this time, since the world no longer wished to reason with them. The Xianling sect could only let their swords speak. Esteemed guests, the Xianling sect harbors no intention of enmity towards anyone, but should you perceive us as easy prey, we welcome you to test your mettle," Gu Jiannan declared with unwavering conviction and formidable authority. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cries of battle erupted suddenly from the direction of the Xianling sect and Oppos, S main peak resonating far and wide, accompanied by the furious shouts. Countless nascent soul and golden core cultivators surged forth, led by the Grand Elder Zhou Biyu, charging fearlessly into the fray. The imposing and fierce aura they exuded was unyielding. Undeterred by death, the members of a Qingtian sect could only watch in exasperation. Did these individuals fear for their lives? They dared to rush forth, even golden core cultivators, to confront the late-stage transformation god masters. While it was true that many ants could overwhelm an elephant, should these individuals truly charge forth, the late-stage transformation gods would not emerge unscathed. However, the casualties on their side would be devastating. The key issue was the sacred artifact in Gu Jiannan and Amp, Apos, as possession, which instilled a deep-seated apprehension in them. Should they charge forward or retreat to strategize? Just as the Qingtian sect members began to falter, a peculiar procession appeared on the horizon. There were enormous golden eagles with wingspans of over 30 meters, ethereal white cranes, and massive mutated dragons. Yet, without exception, those flying beast boar riders, approximately 30 male and female cultivators, were swiftly approaching. Seeing this scene, the members of the Qingtian sect and Amp, Apos, eyes gleamed with intrigue, a smirk playing on their lips. Meanwhile, the Xinling sect's members could not help but feel a weight in their hearts. It seems that today's challenge may not be easily surmountable. Chapter 79. An open scheme amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A formidable group swiftly approached. Predominantly composed of youth, each individual exuded an air of pride and an extraordinary demeanor. Their presence was overwhelming and formidable, unmistakably indicating their remarkable cultivation. As Mou scanned the assembly, he discerned that most possessed a cultivation level above the late Golden Core stage, with not a single one at the mid-Golden Core stage. Leading the group was a young gentleman in white, whose ethereal grace resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He was evidently a prodigy at the mid-nascent soul stage, appearing no older than 400 years, a mere youth in the realm of cultivation. In contrast, Master Lu Ruyu had only recently attained the early nascent soul stage. Though the difference seemed negligible, without fortuitous opportunities, the gap between realms could span decades, if not centuries. Mou couldn't help but reflect on the abundance of talent in the outside world. Besides this figure, there were 4 others who also boasted early nascent soul cultivation. Behind this assembly of young talents stood 7 or 8 elder figures, their aura both terrifying and enigmatic. It was clear they were the guardians of these prodigies, all of them at the transformation stage. The mood among Gu Jiannan and his companions grew heavy. 4 of them radiated an aura that was no less formidable than his own. It was evident that these individuals were likely high-level transformation experts. The newcomers regarded the Qingtian sect with equal surprise. The 4 elder figures, shrouded in mystery, approached with smiles. We did not expect the Qingtian sect to act so swiftly. Have you gathered any spoils? They jested, clearly familiar with the 5 esteemed elders of the Qingtian sect. Their status was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, they would not dare speak so casually, even hinting at mockery. Upon hearing their remarks, a purple-robed elder from the Qingtian sect, Kuden and Amp, Apos, suppressed his displeasure and retorted coldly. Did not your Tianyu divine sect also flee in haste? With your capabilities, you likely Kuden and Apos to even enter their gates. Oh, so you did not ascend? The short, stout elder chuckled, his mirth somewhat insufferable. This laughter caused the Qingtian sect members and Amp, Apos, expressions to darken considerably. The Qingtian sect merely refrains from bullying the weak. Otherwise, who could stand in our way? The stout elder ignored his response and began to scrutinize Gu Jiannan and the others with evident curiosity. Not just him, but the others were similarly astonished. The sight of the 5 esteemed elders from the Qingtian sect being halted at the mountain gate was unprecedented. When had the Eastern Domain produced such a formidable sect? It was known that the Eastern Domain held little significance on the Qinyan continent, often ridiculed by other domains as the Eastern Wilderness, unworthy of attention. The so-called 8 sects of the Eastern Domain were regarded as second-rate powers, hardly deserving of notice. Many of them had only gained a rudimentary understanding of the Xianling sect before their departure. Gradually, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Many among them possessed realms that were unfathomable, particularly three individuals whose cultivation was exceptionally inscrutable. It was possible they were all at the high transformation stage, although having three high-level transformation experts still paled in comparison to the four great sects of the Northern Domain. It was nonetheless formidable enough to rival other first-rate sections. It was no wonder that even the Qingtian sect, one of the four great sects of the Northern Domain, did not dare act recklessly. At this moment, a tall, lean elder who had remained silent stepped forward, offering a polite gesture to Gu Jiannan and the others. "I am Zhu Jinda, an esteemed elder of the Tianyu divine sect, and this is my junior brother, Xiao Shan." The lean elder pointed to the stout elder and proceeded to introduce the others one by one. To encounter the esteemed companions of the Tianyu divine sect was indeed a pleasure. Gu Jiannan and his companions reciprocated the courtesy, their hearts weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Despite the vast distance between the eastern and northern domains, they were well aware of the circumstances there. The Tianyu divine sect and the Qingtian sect were both among the four great sects of the northern domain, their strength far surpassing that of the Xianling sect. The previous encounter with the Qingtian sect had compelled them to reveal their full strength as a deterrent. Now, with the addition of the Tianyu divine sect, how could they withstand such pressure? Moreover, it was certain that more forces would soon arrive. Despite their mounting anxiety, Gu Jiannan and his companions maintained an outward calm. The elder named Zhu Jinda, whether intentionally or not, had entirely overlooked the members of the Qingtian sect and instead took pride in introducing the young prodigy clad in white robes. "This is my sect's junior disciple, Xin Shi, who is humorously referred to as one of the six prodigies of the northern domain. Today, I brought him here to witness the talents of his peers in the eastern domain." The young man, though outwardly polite, bore a gaze filled with arrogance. Not only Gu Jiannan, but all onlookers from the eastern domain could not help but gasp in astonishment. A mere 400 years old, and he had already reached the mid-nascent soul stage? Such talent was indeed worthy of being counted among the six most exceptional prodigies of the northern domain. Only Mou, whose foundation had not been destroyed a century prior, could claim to rival him slightly. Yet, the northern domain possessed six such geniuses, while the eastern domain had only produced one in thousands of years, who had now become a cripple. This stark contrast highlighted the immense disparity between the eastern domain and others. Gu Jiannan and his companions shared similar sentiments, their expressions grave. With such a gifted young prodigy, how could their sect's strength be anything but formidable? The potential adversaries they were about to face would likely only grow stronger. However, now that Xiaoyu's foundation had been restored, his future achievements would undoubtedly not fall short of Xin Shi and Amp, Oppo's S. With profound opportunities ahead, he might even elevate the Xianling sect to greater heights. Observing the awe surrounding Xin Shi from the Tianyu divine sect, the Qingtian sect and Oppo's S young master, Shi Zhongyu, was filled with displeasure. Though his cultivation was a notch below Xin Shi's, he was still several decades younger. Thus, he had never considered himself inferior to the six prodigies of the northern domain, particularly not to Xin Shi, which incited his irritation. Unable to contain his contempt, he spat in Xin Shi and Oppo's S direction and coldly scoffed. "Reaching the mid-nascent soul stage at 400 years, and you dare call yourself one of the northern domain's six prodigies?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just enough for all to hear. Before Xin Shi could respond, a few young companions of his glared angrily at Shi Zhongyu. A mere early nascent soul, at over 380 years old, dares to speak of our junior brother? What a joke. Another chimed in. He flaunts his status as a young master of the sect, but without his illustrious grandfather, he would be nobody. Indeed, when it comes to talent, some of us are far superior to his brother, Lu Wushuang. This barrage of sarcastic remarks left Shi Zhongyu pale with rage, his body trembling. Lu Wushuang was his elder brother and one of the six prodigies of the northern domain, a peerless talent who had consistently overshadowed him throughout his life. He despised being compared to Lu Wushuang more than anything. Overwhelmed by fury, he pointed wildly at Senshi and shouted, "How dare you speak of me? Are you not all standing here due to your familial connections? Without them, you wouldn't stand a chance against the trash of the eastern wilderness." After his outburst, he cast a disdainful glance toward the disciples of the Xianling sect. Consequently, the young talents of the Xianling sect were collectively labeled as trash, igniting their outrage as they began to retaliate with shouts of indignation. "A mere early nascent soul has no right to insult us," they exclaimed, their tempers flaring. Does he think the Xianling sect lacks young talents at the nascent soul stage? Witnessing the turmoil instigated by the young master, the elders of the Qingtian sect frowned in disapproval. However, it was already too late to intervene. One had no choice but to feign ignorance. After all, the individual in question had a grandfather who was a venerable ancestor of their sect. Meanwhile, the elders of the Tianyu divine sect exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. They swiftly reached a consensus. Since the Xianling sect had successfully resisted the 5 supreme elders of the Qingtian sect, there was no need for a direct confrontation. Instead, they proposed to establish a time for the younger generation to engage in a competition with the talents of the Xianling sect, whereby the victor would gain access to the sacred forest housing the sect in Oppo's treasure techniques. The vanquished would retreat, pledging never to disturb the Xianling sect again. This arrangement would spare them the necessity of bloody conflict, preserving their dignity. As practitioners of the righteous path in the northern region, they were loath to be branded as oppressors who preyed upon the weak. He was confident that, when faced with the united pressure of the major sects, the Xianling sect would prefer this alternative. At that juncture, with the prowess of the Tianyu divine sect and Oppo's elite, victory would be all but assured. Upon conveying this notion to the supreme elders of the Qingtian sect, they promptly concurred. They had already discerned that the young talents of the Xianling sect were significantly inferior to those of their own sect. This stratagem was virtually foolproof. Chapter 80. Facing the World. The senior members of the Xianling sect observed the heated exchange of insults between the disciples of the Tianyu and Qingtian sects, their expressions betraying a contemplative demeanor. It was evident that, although the two factions were acquainted, there existed a palpable animosity between them, an animosity that could potentially be exploited. At this juncture, Zhu Jinda of the Tianyu sect had already raised his hand to silence the quarrel among his disciples. The outnumbered Shizhongyu finally found a moment's respite, his previously ashen face now devoid of further words. Gu Jiannan suppressed his inner turmoil, maintaining a serene countenance as he addressed the assembly before him, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you esteemed friends here today, and what counsel you may offer?" The elders of the Qingtian sect, having gauged the depths of the Xianling sect, discreetly yielded the stage to the later arriving Tianyu sect, refraining from initiating dialogue. It was evident that they harbored hopes for the latter to incite some discord with the Xianling sect. Zhu Jinda offered a scoffing smile, fully aware of their subtle intentions. Yet he remained unfazed. Thus, he strode forward with a demeanor of feigned righteousness, addressing Gu Jiannan with a courteous smile and a respectful gesture. Since the cataclysmic battle against the demons 100,000 years ago, the cultivation lineage of the Qingyun continent has suffered greatly. Despite each generation birthing prodigious talents, the absence of corresponding techniques has rendered the path to immortality elusive. However, I have recently heard that the legacy of the blissful immortal has emerged and has been acquired by your esteemed sect. This has prompted me to bring forth the talents of my sect for a glimpse. As he spoke, he stroked his beard, continuing with an affable demeanor. While it is often said that those of virtue deserve to possess that which is unclaimed, it is precisely due to its unclaimed status that your sect ought to share it with all. He raised a hand to halt Gu Jiannan and others from interjecting, his expression solemn. As fellow practitioners of the Qingyun continent, if we were to resort to forceful seizure, we would invite scorn from the world, which is not my intention. Moreover, should this precedent be set, it would incite imitation from others, and I would dread the calamity it could bring upon your sect. But should we neglect to seize such an opportunity for our successors, we would fail in our duty as mentors. Truly, it is a quandary. Zhu Jinda lamented dramatically, as though confronting an insurmountable dilemma. This performance elicited derisive smirks from the members of the Xianling sect. It was a classic case of wanting to play the harlot while maintaining an effet of virtue. Were it not for the strength of the Xianling sect, the pretense would likely have been abandoned altogether. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Gu Jianan was reluctant to provoke an open confrontation. Regardless of the veracity of Zhu Jinda and Appo's claims, the fact that he sought to maintain some semblance of dignity was, in the end, a positive sign. Thus, even knowing that Zhu Jinda would likely remain unconvinced, Gu Jianan patiently explained, "Such rumors are the result of malicious scheming. Our Xianling sect has never obtained the so-called legacy." However, Zhu Jinda merely smiled in response, clearly disbelieving. Once Gu Jianan had finished, Zhu Jinda promptly shook his head, saying, "My good friend, do not attempt to deceive me. The evidence is irrefutable. Moreover, if there were no legacy, how could your sect's strength have surged so dramatically in such a short span of time? Among the 8 great sects of the Eastern region, only yours has simultaneously produced 3 late-stage transformation masters. How do you explain that?" Gu Jianan was left momentarily speechless. Indeed, this matter was not easily explicable. If the outside world were to learn that they had ascended to the late-stage transformation due to consuming breakthrough pills, the rumors surrounding the blissful immortal would only become more convoluted, placing the Xianling sect in an even more precarious position. Seeing Gu Jianan at a loss for words, Zhu Jinda beamed with satisfaction. "Thus, after discussions with my esteemed colleague, Elder Gozichio of the Qingtian sect, we have decided that our elders shall refrain from intervening further. Let this opportunity be contested by the youth, lest we disrupt the harmony. Your sect may send forth disciples under the age of 500 to guard the platform. Each of our sects may send no more than 3 young disciples to compete with a best 2 out of 3 format, allowing 1 individual to contest 3 matches. Should we emerge victorious, the victor shall gain entry to your sect and Appo's scripture forest for 3 months of contemplation. Should we lose, we shall withdraw and henceforth cease to trouble your sect. What say you, my friend?" Gu Jianan and Appo's countenance darkened. This was nothing short of a capitulation. Yet, before he could respond, the elder clad in purple from the Qingtian sect also stepped forward, exuding arrogance as he declared, "What Zhu Daoist proposes is indeed the sentiment of Elder Gozichio. This is the only path to prevent the annihilation of the Xianling sect. Otherwise, should the myriad forces of the Qingyun continent converge upon your sect, how will you face them?" The irascible Tang Feihu could no longer contain his fury, erupting with indignation. "What you say is sheer audacity. The scripture forest is the foundation of a sect. How can it be so cavalierly revealed to outsiders? Do you Tianyu sect and Qingtian sect also showcase your scripture forest to others?" His ire was justified. The scripture forest was the repository of the sect and Appo's finest techniques and doctrines, in a bid to maintain the utmost secrecy and expedite the transfer of knowledge. Nearly all major sects inscribed their techniques onto a special form of jade. When it came time to impart these techniques to disciples, the user merely needed to connect with the formation inscribed on the jade, allowing for a seamless imprinting of the techniques into their consciousness, swift and efficient. The sole drawback lay in the difficulty of the inscription process, as well as the challenges of mobility. The jade had to remain connected to the formation at all times. Should it become detached, the techniques inscribed upon it could vanish entirely. The sanctum housing these techniques was the scripture forest, while written copies of each technique existed as a safeguard. Permitting outsiders into the scripture forest would not only bring disgrace to the sect, but could also yield catastrophic losses, either by allowing techniques to leak or by rendering the painstakingly inscribed forest utterly destroyed. Furthermore, if they were to enter the scripture forest without discovering the legacy of the blissful immortal, would they simply relent? Yet, if they refused this proposal, the united front against them would be formidable, encompassing not only these 2 sects, but potentially the entirety of the northern and southern regions. As the allure of techniques capable of advancing to the great ascension stage was beyond comprehension, in the face of Tang Feihu's fury, Zhu Jinda merely smiled, his confidence unwavering. Should the prodigies of the Xinling sect manage to enter our scripture forest through such means, I would harbor no grievances. If you possess confidence, why not bring forth your sect's talents to the Tianyu sect and test their mettle? His self-assuredness and arrogance ignited an inferno of rage among the disciples of the Xinling sect, yet they found themselves powerless to act. The higher-ups of the Xinling sect fell into a heavy silence, with Gu Jiannan's heart laden with gravity. Accepting this proposal would undoubtedly expose their young talents to insurmountable risks. Although the strongest among them, Xiaoyu, had regained his mid-yuan Ing stage prowess, he was merely the finest in the eastern region. Yet, in the northern and southern regions, there existed prodigies of comparable strength, 6 champions from the north and 5 from the south, each a true child of destiny. While it could not be asserted that they surpassed Xiaoyu, they were assuredly not weaker. As for the others within the sect, the most formidable among them barely reached the early Yuan Ing stage. Should the scripture forest be laid bare, and ultimately, if others did not attain the legacy of the blissful immortal, they would likely not relent either. The higher-ups of the Xinling sect found themselves in a state of profound conflict. Yet, Mu Yu's perspective diverged. Should they refuse, the annihilation of their sect was nigh. While the words of their adversaries were harsh, they rang true. Allowing the younger generation to settle the matter through competition was far preferable to a bloody confrontation with all sections. At the very least, by establishing this rule, the prideful major sects would likely hesitate to unite against them. As for the humiliation of today, they could always seek revenge in due course. He hastily conveyed his thoughts to Gu Jiannan through a mental transmission. Master, rest assured, I will not permit them to set foot in the scripture forest. As for today's indignity, it will not be long before we exact double the retribution. Gu Jiannan felt a moment of disorientation. If they could indeed safeguard their position, it would undoubtedly resolve their current predicament. However, gazing into Mu Yu and Oppo's resolute eyes, he finally steeled his resolve. With a booming voice, he declared to Zhu Jinda and the others of the Tianyu sect, "Very well, we shall adhere to your proposal. The Xinling sect shall immediately construct the contest platform. 3 days hence, we warmly welcome the prodigies of the Qingyun continent to challenge us, for a duration of 3 months. Should any disturbances arise 3 months from now, it shall escalate into a sectarian conflict, a battle to the death. A surging and tumultuous spirit of combat erupts from the chests of over 10,000 disciples of the Xinling sect. Fight! 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 Chapter 81. Preparations of MOU despite their disdain for the so-called prodigies of the eastern region. The representatives from a northern region were taken aback by the morale of the disciples from the Xinling sect, especially the young elites from the Tianyushan zone, who were stirred with fervor and passionate zeal. Such ferocious and indomitable spirit is not something that ordinary sects possess. The northern region has always prided itself on being the most formidable area of the Qingyun continent, believing that its combat prowess surpasses that of the opulent southern region and the enigmatic western region, thus claiming the top position. Consequently, they set aside their previous contempt for the Xinling sect, recognizing a shared essence. In contrast, the spies sent from various sects in the eastern region wore expressions of indifference. After all, this was the most notorious sect from the east, and their domineering nature was to be expected. Zhu Jinda and his companions, invigorated by the atmosphere, laughed heartily, suggesting, "Let us draft the competition rules together to avoid accusations of bullying through numbers." The Qingtian sect had no objections to his proposal, knowing that the outcome was virtually assured. By appearing magnanimous, they could also gain a measure of reputation, which was beneficial. Thus, the 3 parties convened to establish the competition rules. Meanwhile, the unparalleled prodigy, Xin Shi, from the Tianyushan zone, scrutinized MOU intently, filled with intrigue. Although MOU was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he emanated a peculiar aura of invincible confidence and composure, reminiscent of the other 5 prodigies from the northern region. Xin Shi, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped forward and smiled, saying, "I am Xin Shi of the Tianyushan zone. May I inquire about your name?" MOU of the Xinling sect. MOU replied with a subtle bow. "Montakyu? Could it be the MOU who was once hailed as the #1 prodigy of the Eastern region a century ago? I have heard of your name, Senshi exclaimed, his face briefly betraying his astonishment before quickly regaining its stoicism. He had indeed heard of MOU, and the rumors of his shattered foundation and status as a cripple only reinforced his initial impressions. Thus, he lost interest in further conversation, nodding slightly before retreating to his group, his demeanor calm and indifferent, neither saddened nor elated. A true prodigy only shows interest in those of equal caliber, while a fallen genius is no different from weeds by the roadside, unworthy of his attention. MOU, for his part, felt no discomfort. He did not cast even a fleeting glance at Senshi and Appo's direction, perceiving the northern region and Appo's six elites as no different from ordinary individuals. This was not arrogance on MOU and Appo's part. In fact, Senshi, at just over 400 years of age, had reached the mid-Yuan-Ing stage, a feat considered monstrous. It is worth noting that after reaching the Yuan-Ing stage, each minor breakthrough becomes exceedingly arduous, with many remaining stagnant at the initial stage for centuries. Even with a lifespan of at least 2,000 years, the number of Yuan-Ing cultivators accumulated by any sect remains limited. Hence, a mid-Yuan-Ing cultivator at the age of 420 is indeed rare. Nonetheless, MOU still felt no sense of comparison. He had attained this level at the tender age of 180, and even after a century of stagnation, he had advanced to the late Yuan-Ing stage at the age of 300. With the assistance of his system and the texts Dao Jing and Chaos Yin-Yang Classic, he mused that in the future, such talents would merely qualify to meet him. However, since she held a different view, observing the scene with disdain, Shi Zhongyu, the young master of the Qingtian sect, scoffed at the notion of a mere foundation establishment cultivator warranting Senshi's attention, deeming it a disgrace to the northern region's 6 elites. He pointed at MOU and mocked loudly, "Kid, in 3 days, you will witness how our northern region prodigies crush you. You dare to claim we cannot enter the steel forest? What a grand joke!" Upon finishing, he cast a triumphant glance at Senshi, eager to convey that the one who approached him was, in his eyes, as insignificant as an ant. "Ha, what a clown!" MOU and Appo's calm response struck Shi Zhongyu like 1,000 bolts, causing his expression to darken. Before he could retort, Yang Mu stepped forward, his gaze colder than Shi Zhongyu and Appo's. "You are unworthy to speak to my master. If you disagree, come and fight. Let's see how I dispatch you." The unabashed display of combativeness surprised Shi Zhongyu. This individual was even more arrogant than himself. How dare he provoke him, a man who had no regard for the northern region and Appo's 6 elites? Fight with someone as insignificant as you? I can easily slay you. Shi Zhongyu roared, eager to engage Yang Mu in battle. However, he was restrained by the elder Guiziqiu, who advised, "Zhongyu, there's no need to rush. The show will unfold in 3 days. Why perform now for others' amusement?" After a brief glance at Senshi, his words proved effective, as the previously boisterous Shi Zhongyu quelled his inner fury and retorted coldly, "What is my status? Why would I stoop to contend with someone like you?" Zhu Jinda of the Tianyushan zone, uninterested in the antics of these youngsters, departed after finalizing the rules with Gu Jiannan. Following their temporary exit, others also dispersed, and the latest news rapidly spread, creating a stir in the eastern region and beyond. In the Xinling Sects Council Hall, a gathering of elders and the sect's young prodigies convened. Gu Jiannan surveyed the young ones and sighed. "This crisis facing our sect rests solely on your shoulders. If you can defend, do so. If not, it is no fault of yours." His dismal words were not without reason, for these youths were set to confront the most monstrous talents of the entire Qingyun continent. Facing the world as a single sect, the chance of complete defense was nearly zero. His only thought was to delay time and implement MOU and Appo's so-called plan to draw attention from other sections. Returning to the matter at hand, Gu Jiannan stated seriously, "The competition rules are simple. Each side will dispatch 3 fighters. The defeated will withdraw, while the victors continue until only one remains. If our sect wins, they must retreat and cease competing for so-called opportunities and legacies. Should they emerge victorious, they will enter our sect and Oppos, Steel Forest, acquiring all our techniques. Furthermore, our sect will be forever marked with shame. Most critically, they will demand the dual cultivation techniques of the blissful immortal from us, to be shared with the victors. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. Failing to comply would undoubtedly lead to a great conflict. This means that the only path forward is to hold the arena. But is that even possible? There is no need for excessive concern. Since a decision has been made, all we must do is commit ourselves wholeheartedly. Master Ancestor, Master Uncle, allow me to select the candidates. After speaking, Mo calmly rose. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, please follow me. Very well, junior brother Mo. The group of young prodigies swiftly stood and followed suit, leaving behind a gathering of elders who exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions one of confusion. These young rascals. Yet, why does it seem that little you possesses such unwavering confidence? Chapter 82. Distributing elixirs accompanied by several of the most outstanding prodigies of the Xianling sect. Mo arrived at his Yaoyu peak. Only then did he turn to gaze earnestly at the group before him. Each individual exuded an extraordinary aura, with handsome men and beautiful women alike. Junior brother Mo, how do you propose we proceed? We shall heed your guidance, they said, their faces alight with anticipation and admiration. As the most central disciple of the Xianling sect, they were already aware of Mo's restoration of his foundation, and they were all filled with delight and excitement. For this unparalleled genius who had once led them to triumph over the entire eastern region, their confidence was boundless, almost to the point of being blind. Yet, they felt no hesitation in their belief. Mo was indeed the world and amp, Oppos, as foremost prodigy. With his leadership, what could they possibly fear? Even against the entirety of the Qingyuan continent, Mo did not respond immediately, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Among the 10 prodigies of the Xianling sect, with the absence of the 3rd and 5th senior sisters, the rest were present. Apart from him, the strongest were the senior sister Lu Ruyu and Uncle Zhou and Amp, Oppos, as eldest disciple. Hua Jingang, both at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Hua Jingang was also the oldest among them, now 480 years old, with a sturdy and robust appearance. These two were the most suitable candidates for utilizing the breakthrough elixir. As for the second senior sister, Gu Cheng, Zhang Jian, Lu Xiaojia, and Wang Jingyun, while the first two were at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, the other 3 were all at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if they were to break through soon, it would not hold significant value. Mo solemnly inquired within himself. Little system, will the use of the breakthrough elixir by those with special physiques truly have no adverse effects on their future? The system's slightly helpless voice chimed in. Dear host, you have asked this question 3 times now. I have assured you that theoretically, it is beneficial and harmless. Not everyone is as extraordinary as you. You mentioned it is theoretical. What if? Mo still felt uneasy. The system paused for 3 seconds. This theory applies to the rarest of prodigies across the myriad realms, those capable of ascending to the immortal realm. Your senior sister, while also a genius, is not quite on that level. In any case, rest assured and let her consume it. I guarantee there will be no issues, all right? Mo snorted lightly. However, since the system had said so, he chose to trust it. After all, not everyone could surpass the so-called perfect level of breakthrough, and he doubted the 2 senior sisters could manage it either. He decided to let the senior sister break through alongside him. At worst, when he had the resources in the future, he could expend some fortune to procure more rare materials for the senior sisters. With this decision made, he produced 2 breakthrough elixirs and handed them to the senior sister and Hua Jingang, stating earnestly, this elixir can swiftly assist you in breaking through and, theoretically, will not have any adverse effects on your future, unless your original breakthrough exceeds the perfect grade, as this elixir can only elevate your breakthrough to perfection. Mo deemed it necessary to clarify. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered dumbfounded. Only able to achieve a perfect grade? Only? Is this your way of being polite? Hua Jingang's eyes gleamed with determination. Without a second thought, he seized an elixir, swallowed it, and retreated to a corner to sit in meditation. Even Lu Ruyu could not help but cast a sideways glance at her junior brother. Each of her previous breakthroughs seemed to have fallen just short of the true perfect grade. Her words were somewhat disheartening. Yet, she did not refuse, for she believed that, compared to a single elixir, her junior brother required a more formidable ally at this moment. She had to strengthen herself to assist him. Thus she accepted the elixir and moved aside to attempt a breakthrough. The others watched with eager eyes, their anticipation palpable. This was an elixir capable of facilitating immediate breakthroughs. In the realm of cultivation, power was paramount. Especially after the recent turmoil, they felt acutely aware of their insufficient strength, left powerless to counter those who dare to challenge their Sects' authority. Seeing the yearning in the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters, Mo chuckled, esteemed seniors. Everyone has access to this elixir, but consuming it now would be a tremendous waste. This is a treasure that allows mid-stage transformation realm cultivators to swiftly ascend to the late stage. You may decide for yourselves. Though he understood his seniors would hesitate to use it hastily, he resolved to distribute the elixirs first. Only when treasures were firmly in hand could one feel secure. Moreover, it would be best if this matter did not reach their ancestors. If it were to be reported, he would lose them. Mo smiled as he reminded them. Upon hearing this, the group was left in a state of shock. This can aid in reaching the late stage of the transformation realm. What kind of miraculous elixir is this? If used to break through to the nascent soul or golden core realms, it would be a sheer waste, akin to tempting divine retribution. No, they must at least wait until reaching the transformation realm to utilize it. As for their ancestors, well, of course, they would heed junior brother Mo and Damp, Appo's guidance. Just after swallowing the elixir, Hui Jingang shuddered, feeling a pang of regret. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The sect needed him to break through now more than ever. Mo then took out 5 more breakthrough elixirs, distributing 1 to each person. Though these elixirs were precious, they paled in comparison to the bonds of brotherhood. The sect had sacrificed so much for him over the past century. Logically, these elixirs would be of greater benefit to the nascent soul elders of the sect. However, there were simply too many elders at present, and Mo could not attend to them all. He would have to consider that later when he had more resources. Once his senior brothers and sisters had solemnly stowed the elixirs away, Mo began to discuss his plans with them. We will hold 3 matches a day. If the opponents are of average strength, I will have you seniors take the lead, while I handle the final confrontation. Everyone should do their best. There is no need to fight to the death, as we will be facing more than one wave of adversaries. If things become overwhelming, simply concede, and I will deal with them. Mo had assessed his strength during his time at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. He now possessed